There you go. Could you
different
stop for 1 second? Stop for 1 second.
Oh.
Now, okay, great.
You've got three
Now, why do we
triangles.
get... Stop!
Mom,
Oh man,
guys,
Moyak, man.
Fucking
guys,
Moyak.
you gotta give
No,
each other room.
Relax.
Plus, I need to come back
Give
to
him
my
some
my
space.
point.
Hold
I need
on.
to
Let
come back-
Moyak get in and then Travis.
All right, so you have a measurement that is giving you that it's theoretically on a plane should be 180. Obviously, it's not on a plane. You have different planes, which is actually experimentally proven or validated. And so as such, we know that we're on different planes. But if you want to make the assumption we're on a plane, you've got to explain with Euclid why I'm getting this what should be a triangle, and it's not a triangle. I'm looking at three fixed objects, making an angle between those three fixed objects. And I go to each point and I take the measurement, and I find extra angle. Where did that extra angle come from?
You don't have a triangle to start with, Moyak. You've got three angles in three separate planes. No triangle.
Why are they separate planes? Why are they separate planes?
You told me they were. You tell me why they're separate planes.
Well, I'm on. Make the assumption we're on a flat Earth, and no, shut up. If I'm on a flat Earth and I take my measurement and I measure angle A at point station A to B and A to C, and then I keep on going around that triangle, those 3 points, and I make those measurements, why do I get excess? It's because we have separate planes that these are taken on. That is the result. The answer.
Can I come in?
Yeah, hold on. I was just waiting for Moyak to finish. I thought he'd finished.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it was almost finished, but
Yeah, sorry. Paused.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. It is the conclusion that you get when you find out that the Euclidean geometry doesn't make sense.
But you're all lines of sight triangles. Perfect. Travis, all yours. Sorry, mate.
I think what I'm hearing is a bit of the answer to my question. So what I heard Moyak saying was that he's going to assume a flat Earth. That's fine. He's got 3 points. He connects those points. That's a triangle. 180 degrees. Right. Okay. Now you have to introduce a concept later on after the fact, which is what my point was. Okay, I'm talking to Moyak. So my point was to go back to what you were saying about a surveyor and a geodetic surveyor. The difference between a surveyor and a geodetic surveyor is the geodetic surveyor has a calculation that he introduces to give him values for a concept that the planar surveyor isn't taking into account. So let's now go to a very large warehouse with a 10,000 square feet, whatever. So Moyak, is it your understanding that if you put a plumb on one corner and a plumb on the other corner, both of those plumbs at those points are perpendicular, right?
No.
You're changing the subject.
Hold on, Negator. Please don't. I'm trying to be as clear. I don't want to muddy the waters. Okay, I'll try to be clearer because I think I maybe.
I'm sorry. I think I made a mistake. You said they're perpendicular, right?
Yes,
that's what you said?
correct.
Yes, they are all perpendicular.
Okay, great. Now,
but they're not parallel.
Okay, I get that you're making that caveat. So, to the surveyor who's laying that foundation, does he's going to see perpendicular in this corner? He's going to see perpendicular in this corner.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why he should also go, oh, you know what? They're not parallel. Does he need to take that into consideration after that for building anything? Or is he just going on the fact that he's got two perpendiculars?
No, because the tolerance between the sheet steel that you're going to use at 20-foot increments or whatever the hell that you're going to panel those walls with will all be adjusted along the entire length. So there'd be a subtle, imperceivable adjustment that one will make that keeps everything level at each point.
Right. So again,
and it wouldn't require an extra steel or anything.
Okay. So again, in summing up what I'm hearing is that the conceptual addition of a calculation after establishing perpendicular is absolutely conceptual and unnecessary.
At a building level, correct.
Well, we don't have anything else in this world. We build shit,
LIGO.
right?
Yeah, there's, like I said, you never need it except for, like, that I can think of, except for giant projects which require horizontal planes. And those would be LIGO, these ring hadron collider, and all these things. Giant structures like that, they take into account this this curvature, and they
After the
adjust
fact.
for it, and it deviate from curvature.
Right. So I have a prediction that'll never happen. Is that you have two people build LIGO, one has their geodesic and the other one doesn't, and they'll both build the same thing.
Evidently not true, because you can see the surveyed elevation of one side of LIGO is higher than the other side of LIGO,
That's a concept.
and yet it's level of, or not. It's completely flat
Right. Right. In
and
reality,
horizontal at roughly the center.
right. Right. In reality, it's flat, horizontal level. Conceptually, it has curvature. I get it.
No, surveyed height of it will be different at given locations, yet it's level at the center. So if it's level straight at the center, it should be level and straight at the end.
What
and it's
what
not.
surveyed height? What?
I don't have it handy. I've seen the blueprints, but I don't have it handy.
Yeah. Right. I'm saying that if you had a surveyor go through there, right?
Mhm.
You had a surveyor start at one end of LIGO, establish a perpendicular. You had a planar surveyor go to the middle of LIGO, establish a perpendicular. And that same surveyor goes to the end and establishes a perpendicular. He's got 3 90-degree perpendiculars.
Yes, but they will deviate. The ones at the end, at the far reaches of it, will actually deviate from perpendicular.
And
yet it's
you'll
really
only
flat.
know that by, and you will only know that by introducing a calculation after you've established your perpendicular.
No, actually, you should be able to. This is a should be. You should be able to establish that just by setting a perpendicular at the far end of the tube and measuring it. So you should be able to tell that that perpendicular deviates from the surface of the structure.
If you have a measured perpendicular, which is 90 degrees, why would you think that that 90 degrees wasn't 90 degrees? I don't understand when you say
It will be 90. That will be 90. But the surface, the structure itself, will deviate from that 90. It will be slightly tipped downhill as you look back towards the L, the joint, the union of the two tubes.
So then your plumb bob's going to deviate at that location. It's not going to be.
No.
It's not going to be perpendicular.
It will show perpendicular. The structure will show as not perpendicular, or not horizontal.
Again, yeah, I think, yeah, I'm good. Yep, I'm good.
Gotta go. I'm at work.
If only somebody could actually get access to LIGO or CERN and actually measure these things with the water that lasers alongside it.
I mean, they don't seem to be able to extrapolate out and extend horizontally, right? If two verticals on a warehouse floor corner in two different corners are parallel, then all you have to do is continue to extend that same area again and again and again and again next to itself. Because if you set up a tripod with a plumb bob on it, and the plumb is leaning one way or another, you know that your ground is uneven. So it's not difficult to understand how you can establish a vertical. So as long as you have a vertical, no one in their right mind would say that they're not parallel. The only way to get the not parallel is to bring in a concept after the fact and represent that mathematically. That's the only way you're going to be able to say. This is the same discussion that DP was having about spherical excess.
No, spherical excess and reciprocal zenith angles are two different things. That's why I was confused as to why you brought this up, as it didn't have to do with spherical excess.
Well, my question didn't have to do with spherical excess. It got inserted into a conversation that was happening.
Oh, well, so reciprocal zenith angles are something you can measure, not something that you calculate. You can calculate them if you don't measure them, but you can also just measure them.
So how close do you need to be for reciprocal zenith angles not to deviate?
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on the accuracy of the instrument.
So it could be the inaccuracy of the instrument that the deviation happens, and so you might not be measuring curvature, just user error.
Well, I'm not an instrument designer or tester, so I cannot conclusively tell you. But what I can tell you is that there seems to be a pattern that emerges when you attempt to make these reciprocal zenith angles, where that angle becomes larger and larger the further away you get from something, which is exactly what you would expect on a globe.
Which is exactly what I can concur for, and my answer would be maybe just not be paranoid as fuck, and that people have worked this shit out, and just because you don't understand it doesn't make it wrong.
Oh, who doesn't understand what now?
I hear you and other flat earthers say that all the time. It doesn't make sense, so it must be wrong. 4.5 billion light years away. That's fucking ridiculous. So it must be
doesn't
wrong.
make sense that it must be right.
No, so it must be wrong.
No, what was weird is that Travis asserted that we don't measure it this, that we have to calculate it, which is weird because we've been measuring it for decades and decades, and it's well understood. But Travis doesn't understand it to the point where he
You need to have a word with
how it works correctly.
You need to have a word with the main surveyor then, because he's the one that says it's a calculation added after the fact.
Reciprocal zenith angles? No, that's not what he said.
No, that's not true.
Can I finish?
Well, you're misunderstanding something. Well, if you're going to continue to lie,
you're going to walk. Why?
Conversation.
I haven't even started my sentence, and you're accusing me of lying. What are you scared of?
You've actually already said enough for me to conclude that you're lying. Now, if you want to cite the video where he states that, we can look at that. But otherwise, you stating him saying this doesn't mean anything because it's in contradiction to every other surveyor in the world that knows about reciprocal zenith angles.
Continue, DP.
Sorry, say that again, Bandy.
Continue.
To me, right, okay. Well, if we're going to be uninterrupted, then I'm just going to take my time then, because he has asked me to cite something. Has he not?
Yep.
And what is it he has asked me to cite?
He wants you
how to mow your fucking lawn.
He wants you to cite the main surveyor saying that a calculation is brought in after the surveying is done.
So, a citation of the main surveyor saying that a calculation is done after the fact. That surveying techniques use Euclidean geometry, straight line horizontals with a deviation in elevation taken from that horizontal plane, and that geodetic surveying is a calculation added after the fact. This is what you want, isn't it?
Hurry the fuck up.
No. We want to make sure that we're not missing anything after the fact, right? So let's make sure. Is there anything else DP needs to be, crossing his T's and dotting his I's on, or does he have the basic gist of what you want?
Well, it's weird because I thought I clearly communicated.
Oh, good. Obfuscation. Can you answer the question?
Let him answer. Let him answer, Travis. Let him answer.
I very, very clearly stated I wanted a citation of the main server saying that. What he presented was, well, this is what geodetic surveyors do. And anybody listening that has an ounce of honesty should agree that citing what geodetic surveyors do is not the same as citing what the main surveyor said. Right?
Now you seem a bit confused now, Negator. Right?
I asked a specific question. You need to answer it specifically. Where's the citation of him saying this?
You want the citation of him saying it, or do you want him saying it directly?
Or Negator,
now you're playing games, man. Go ahead,
Negator,
Jesse.
I'm gonna rock the boat here and say just an ounce of sanity in what you're saying.
Okay.
Like everybody here heard me ask for it.
Now, do you want? Now, can I clarify? Do you want a citation of him saying it, or do you want him actually saying it?
Now you're playing games, man. We don't need to play semantics.
You asked for a citation of him saying it. Which do you want?
Bandsaw, am I being unclear here?
Well, just say either or would be fine.
They're the same thing.
No, a citation is right. A citation is in writing.
Do I want it in writing or do I want it on video, Negator?
Yeah.
God.
Just say either or.
Would you like it in English or Spanish, Negator?
Say all of the above. Why not?
All of the above.
No, I'm just waiting for a response. You know, your juvenile piss taking is nothing but juvenile piss taking. So I'm just waiting for the response. So when you're ready.
You'd be happy. You'd be happy, Negator. You'd be happy, Negator, if it was cited in written form or if it was cited in video form. The main surveyor saying any of this.
I require a memo format with his stamp on the bottom.
No. Just
yes.
Any one of those forms you'd be happy with. Thank you. Okay, then cool. All right. So any one of those forms, DP, either written form or video form would be fine.
Is Braille fine?
Or video form would be fine.
Video or written.
Is the sign language fine?
No, what about Braille?
Braille, yeah. That would be cool.
It's the funny thing that the flat earthers haven't worked out is that you can work out Braille when the moon's gone. I mean, when the sun's gone. You can work out what time it is.
What flat earther doesn't understand this? What are you on about?
What's your point?
Yeah, you're saying blind people can't see in the dark. They can't see in the light either. I don't know what you're on about.
So, Negator, are you letting this requirement go? Or what?
No, I presume that he's going to need a minute to find it, and so I'm not going to press him for it. I found what I think is the video as well, so I'm going to meet and I'm going to watch the video for myself.
Blind.
I am indeed looking for the video. So if you can give me a couple of moments, I shall bring it to you.
Take your time, DP, and when you find it, the floor shall be yours.
Thank you very much, Bandy. You're a scholar and a gentleman.
I try to be on Tuesdays. Any other day?
So again, just to flesh out my question again, if a surveyor surveys an area that he's going to build a foundation on, and to the best of his skill, he establishes horizontal from corner to corner, so that he puts a plumb bob in one corner, puts a plumb bob in the middle, puts a plumb bob at the other corner, and those plumb bobs are all 90 degrees. Like he's like, damn it, I'm good. These are all 90 degrees. Is it my understanding that you want me, Negator, and whoever else wants to chime in, you want me to believe that despite the fact that he worked so hard to make a horizontal, that it's actually still curved from corner to corner?
No, it's your dumb fuckery that makes you want to think.
Hey, enough, Jazza.
All right,
I'm warning you
sorry.
No,
Alright.
he's not.
Sorry.
He's not sorry. Look,
I am
No.
sorry.
Doesn't
He's been
matter. It
around.
doesn't matter,
Sorry.
Travis. Doesn't matter. I've warned him, so he knows he's on notice.
I am terribly sorry. And
Yeah,
I take that
whatever.
back.
Let's see how this works. You are not, you fuck. You goddamn fuck. You're not
come
sorry.
on.
Look, man, what's
Please.
going to happen if you guys don't penalize for this shit? Then it doesn't matter.
Travis, did you hear me pull him up?
No, man, that's what I'm saying. Pull him up is fucking nothing, man. It doesn't do dick.
So he did it. He did it once. I pulled him up. If he does it again, then right, he'll suffer the wrath. Okay.
All right.
Can I
So going back.
Ben,
Going back. It doesn't seem
just
to
real
be.
Hang on. I'm very sorry. Can I just make this sound? Doot, doot, doot. I'm backing the dump truck up. I'm getting the digger out.
So
hopefully you can
There
dig
you
further
go.
than 8 miles. Yeah.
Negator, did you hear my question?
He's gone on deaf and mute.
Sorry,
So
All right. Is anybody else? I mean, I don't think it's an illogical question. I don't think it's an ignorant question. Is that what you want me to understand? That no matter how much this surveyor worked his ass off to make 3 perpendiculars and establish a horizontal from corner to corner of this area that's going to be a foundation, despite all of his work, that it's actually really from corner to corner following the curvature of the earth still?
that's what they're fundamentally saying, Travis, is that surveyors cannot do their jobs properly.
Okay, I heard that from DP. I appreciate that, DP. Is there anybody else from the ball side who wants to say, yeah, Travis, that's exactly what we want you to understand? Otherwise, why are you guys here to talk if you're not going to respond to my question? Jazz Conda? Come on, man.
Yo.
When you're ready, Bansor, I've found that clip I was looking for.
Okay, well, hold on. Just let me check something. We'll have to wait for Negator to come back online.
Yep, absolutely.
But when he comes back online, we can reopen the subject and settle it, because we want to try and settle things, right? Yeah.
I wonder when the last surveyor died, right? The last surveyor who knew that perpendiculars were 90 degrees, establishing horizontals.
Gene, you don't know what perpendicular means.
Like I said earlier, Travis, I find it very interesting, and I made this comment to Moyoc when he was here as well. Like, to create a horizontal line, when you move your tool, right, your station from point A to point B, how much do you have to readjust for the curvature of the earth? Like, what calculation do you have to put in? Like, when you're measuring to that second and third marker, right? You make your mark, okay? Now, how far up from that mark do I have to make another mark? 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, 13 millimeters, whatever the case may be, depending on how far you move your station, right? What I'm very surprised in that in none of the manuals out there isn't a very basic table in the back of any of them that says if you move your station 10 meters, 25 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, so forth and so on, this is the measurement that you have to use in order to maintain that horizontal line.
We actually got those measurements from Ruhif. Now that you've talked it through again, right? These are the Ruhif drop measurements. That we got from Ruhif probably about 18 months ago. So those numbers are actually out there. The drop from the horizontal, which is the way that Ruhif, it's the way that the question was phrased to Ruhif. Let's put it that way. But what you're actually talking about is the reverse of that. This is the adjustment from the curve up to that horizontal, which essentially is the same number, just the opposite way round. If you see what
Exactly.
I'm getting at.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, if these are common measurements, you know, especially over a fairly reasonable distance, you would think there would be a table that can be put in all surveying manuals, and it should be like at the back page, printed on the back page. Here's the table, sort of thing. You know, a reference point for everyone to use. But it's not there, DP, and I just find that very, very surprising, considering they double down and they're adamant that we create segmented horizontal lines that make a curve. Like they're adamant, they double, triple down on these sorts of things.
Yeah. Yeah, and the hassle we had to go through with Ruhif to get those numbers. I mean, it wasn't only Ruhif involved in the end. It was Puppy Lover. He had to go. Brad, the science guy, had to go. What's Up had to go. There was loads of them. All had to go at doing these numbers.
Yep. And if you had had that table in place, right, well, you would then make sure that when you moved your station from point A to point B, it would be 25 meters. It wouldn't be 23. It wouldn't be 27. You'd make sure you'd moved in those increments according to the graph that you had in the back of the book.
Absolutely.
That's what you would do.
To be outside of those increments moved would then bring like an error that you wouldn't.
That's right.
Yeah, of course.
Right. That's right. But what would I know? What would I know?
We just don't understand, Bandy. That's what it is.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
It'd be interesting to see. Go on, sorry.
Never used one of these. Never used one of these tools in my life. I've got no idea what. Absolutely never.
I have a couple of times.
Oh man, I've used them thousands of times.
Yeah. Right, Negator's back again.
I am. I watched.
Oh, Negator. Yep, DP's ready for you. So let's go. The floor is yours, guys.
Should I start, or would you like to?
It's up to you. The floor is yours, Negator. What have you got?
All right. So in the video I linked earlier, you guys can scroll up. It's not very far. Main surveyor is attempting to measure reciprocal zenith angles. He takes 2 points that are 1,500 feet apart. And from each location...
This isn't the claim that we're addressing, Negator. Why are you going back here to plumb line still not being parallel? Can you actually remember what it is you've asked me to cite for you?
Hey, 30p, if you're not going to be a respectful man, we're not going to talk, okay?
Well, we're not going to talk, obviously, because you're running off into the weeds, and you've asked me to go and look for a citation for you. I've found that citation for you. I've offered you the floor first, and now you're running off into the weeds saying about plumb lines still not being parallel.
Well, if you don't think, it sounds like there's some confusion about the topic is. Now, I was given the floor. The respectable thing to do would have been let me explain it, and then find out if it's related to what we're talking about. But since you think it's not, then I tell you what, I'll pause.
Remember?
I'll pause. And I go ahead, Banta.
No, I was just gonna say, there was a question on the table that that DP, you asked DP to go and get. So my simple question is going to be: does this video relate specifically to the request that you put on the table for DP to go and try and find?
Well, we don't need to do that. And Negator can just do this.
Hold on. I asked Negator, Jim Jam, so let Negator answer.
The video that I'm citing is exactly what I was looking for. It is a citation of him measuring reciprocal zenith angles, which was the topic at hand.
But all we can do is have DP show his citation before Negator shows this video. That's all we have to do.
Okay, hold on. DP, are you happy with that? to continue with this video
Well,
or not?
he asked me to find a citation of the main surveyor saying that geodetic surveying is a calculation added after the fact, which is
No.
exactly what I've found.
Not what I said.
That is exactly what you
yes,
asked
it
for.
is.
Actually,
No.
it was Negator. It was, and I asked
Oh my
you.
God.
There was a lot of silliness going around, and you wanted a citation, and we were going all over the place. And I asked you if either a written citation or a video citation would be fine, and you said either or. That's kind of how it went down.
No,
It is
because
in the live
topic
chat.
at hand was
It
reciprocal
is
zenith
in
angles.
the live chat.
But since this is an issue, and I want to make sure that I maintain my integrity with you guys, where can I find this live stream so I can scroll it back and show you where I said what we're talking about?
Earth Awakenings YouTube channel. So it's probably about 10 or 15 minutes ago. I don't know.
Does he not remember we had that backwards and forwards about is a video citation what he's looking for? Is a video of him saying what I claimed he said a citation? Does he not remember any of that?
He's disputing it, so I think he's going to go back and try and bring up what he said. Actually,
Well,
I think that's what's going to.
Like I say, I've posted my end of the bargain in the live stream text, and it was actually a conversation between Bev, the main surveyor, on McTunes's
Okay.
entertainment show, because that's all it is just entertainment. It's not actually educational or factual in any way, and Tunes doesn't claim it to be any of that. It's just entertainment.
Oh, there you go. Anyway, all right. Just put this one in your back pocket, DP, and he's gone now, so bring it up again when he comes back online.
No, I really can't be bothered. If he's running away from the point that was made and what he's asked me to cite for him, I went and looked for the citation. It took me a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. But hey, I did ask for time. Time was given.
Yeah. Yep.
I offered him the floor first and he comes up with something completely off topic, and I just don't get it. Now you got Beeble thinking he's the world's God's gift to surveying, look, just because he can post pictures of total stations.
Well, he did go out and buy auto level. Come on.
Yeah, but he forgot to buy the measuring
The
rod.
stick, the stuff.
I don't need that bit, he says to the guy in the shop. I don't need the bit with the numbers on it. I don't do numbers.
I've got my theoretical stick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's forgotten what he said. But yeah, I just thought if we went through it with the video that DP sent in, and then see if whatever Negator sent in relates to what DP sent in.
I don't know what DP wants to do. I think
Well,
it's probably best to do it when Negator is here.
Hey.
Oh, he's back. He's back. I heard Negator,
You ready?
I think, in the background. Yeah.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
So scroll back the tape to. Should I live stream, or are you guys going to trust me that it's true, or would you like to go look at it yourself? If you go back 20. Sorry.
I thought you were going to clip it, but anyway, okay, we're going to go back. Hold on.
Oh, I mean, I could maybe do that. If you go back 2120, I state that because I'm arguing with Travis, because Travis makes the assertion that it's calculated. Talking specifically about reciprocal zenith angles, because if you scroll back another minute, I bring up that to Travis that reciprocal zenith angles are measured. All right. And I restate that it's measured, not calculated.
The angles are
And
measured.
at,
Yeah, we all know
at
the
20,
angles.
hang
are
on. At
Let
21,
him finish.
at 21:13, seconds after stating that it's something as a reciprocal zenith angle, something we measure, not calculate, 3DP jumps in and says, you need to have a word with main surveyor, which to anybody here should mean that he thinks main surveyor said that reciprocal zenith angles are calculated, not measured.
Everybody knows that the angles are measured.
The defense rests.
And what you do with those angles, they are, after all, only singular angles in a plane, as you have freely admitted. What you do with those angles thereafter is nothing but calculations. Ergo,
So,
main surveyor speaking to Bev.
so I'm going to be super petty here, and I'm going to ask that you admit
no surprise.
that you were speaking about the main surveyor and his comments regarding reciprocal zenith angles, which a moment ago, Bandsaw, you guys were about to jump my shit because we were talking simply because you asserted I said, or I was mentioning just geodetic surveying. So was Negator right or was Negator wrong?
And you got to remember the full context.
Am I right or wrong?
You've got to remember the full
mentioned
context
main
of
surveyor
this conversation.
specifically regarding reciprocal
So
zenith
what,
angles.
we're just allowed to interrupt people now, yeah?
Right, until I get an honest
We're
answer
just
that
allowed to
Negator was
interrupt-
correct,
We're just allowed to interrupt people now.
then I
yeah?
will interrupt. Yes.
We're just allowed to interrupt
I'm expected
people,
to.
yeah?
I expect you guys to treat
You're not allowed to talk.
everybody
If
here
you
like an
don't want
adult.
anyone else
Okay?
to talk, then you
Hold
can be able to
on.
talk, should you?
Hold on. This ain't
Fucking
helping.
sort it out.
Doesn't matter. You know what? Just bulldozing people doesn't help when you can hear me actually talking in the background. All right. So I'm not shouting. Like that.
Well, I don't know if you could hear
So-
Negator talking over DP. Maybe you didn't hear that.
Yeah. And I was talking, trying to regain control at the same time. So
It's like these ballers come in and moan about being talked over, but they want to talk over every flat earther. I don't fucking get it.
hey, then stop moaning about it. The control of the room has got again. So Negator's point being was that DP brought it up, the main surveyor's name. That's your point. Yes, Negator, not you.
Yep. It's the topic of conversation was the main surveyor regarding specifically reciprocal zenith angles.
And spherical excess has been part of this conversation since probably an hour and a half ago. And you're getting petty over the last 20 minutes.
That's
This
fine.
is the
but
kind of
you can-
games you play.
No, I'm not playing games. You can scroll
Yes,
back.
Yeah,
and
you
wait.
are.
The
Yeah,
conversation. Look, do you guys? Should I live stream it for y'all?
Yeah,
you can
go
hear it?
ahead, do it.
Yeah,
Yep,
you can do whatever you want, Negator, right? But you are
Everybody
you are
understood.
You are being
Can you live
picky.
stream?
You're being
I think-
picky over the last 20 minutes of the conversation and not taking it contextually for the last hour and a half.
There's because the context.
That is really
of our-
that is disingenuous,
no.
Negator.
See, now you're key. First of all, you lied about what I said. You guys are
didn't
about
lie.
to push. You guys were jumping my shit when when you thought I,
did
made a
not
different
lie.
claim, and now you're telling me that I'm
I
no. Look,
did
you were
not lie.
if you're an upstanding grown man, you'll admit that you were wrong. We're talking about reciprocal zenith angles, specifically when you responded to me about the main surveyor.
And the context of the conversation is spherical excess, which is a calculation added after the fact, as quoted by the main surveyor.
That is not the context of the conversation. Sorry, I'll go back to the live stream. Since you're not going to like stand up and do it yourself and just be a fucking man, I'll do it for you. Hang on.
Man, you know what? You know what's amazing is that this always happens when they say one thing and then we call them out on it. They then backpedal and get out of it.
And
unfortunately, right? I don't want to admit it, but Negator may be getting out of it on a technicality.
Come on, man. You got to do better than that. It's not a technicality.
Well, I think in the context of the conversation, it is rather a technical point. But anyway, we're watching this stream. Is everyone watching?
No, surely he should go back. If he wants to see the stream taken in context, everybody needs to watch the last hour and a half, surely. not just the last 20 minutes, which is the bit that he's cherry picking out of the entire conversation.
Well, surely we should just get Negator to view the video that you posted, DP, to see if it relates to what he was asking for.
Tell you guys what, let's do the
That
live
would be
stream bit
better.
real quick, and then we'll move on. I'm
Well, why
live streaming
can
right
you
now.
do an hour and a half live stream real quick, Negator? Because you need to go back an hour and a half and take it all in context, not just
Okay.
cherry pick the last 20 minutes.
Can you just give me a couple minutes and watch it?
To watch you cherry pick the last 20 minutes out of a conversation. Why would I waste my time doing that, Negator?
Brother, can please, man, for the sake of the conversation moving forward, can you please just watch
Can
the
we
live
all
stream
got
real quick?
Negator, how come
Please let me check.
everyone else? How come everyone else got what DP was on about then, and you're just the only one that didn't?
It's so weird. Like, all you guys need to do is watch the live stream that I'm about to hit play on. Can
Yeah,
we do
you
that,
cherry
please?
picking the last little bit, but we
Okay.
all got.
That's
We
fine.
all got
Hear it.
context.
Listen.
We
You
all
listen
got the
to it.
context.
You listen, and you tell me afterwards if it's cherry picking. Okay?
You're
Here,
taking
I'm
it
gonna
out
play
of
it.
the context of the
I'm gonna
conversation.
play it. I'm gonna play
So
it right now.
it is cherry picked. It is the
Bandsaw, can you
very definition
please?
of
Can we
cherry
just move
picking.
on with this?
It must be cherry picking because he's pushing it so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so
Alright.
if you're right, then Negator, then that means that the video DP sent isn't relevant. Is that what you're saying?
I tell you guys what. I'm gonna play the live stream. Please watch it. Okay?
Can you answer Flatty's question there,
listen.
Negator?
Are we just gonna go around with this kind of juvenile back and forth?
Yeah,
until...
because
So you
you're
haven't
calling
looked
us
at the video.
names and telling us how dumb we are and juvenile
Yeah.
and
What was
personal
that?
insults,
Jim
and you're
Jam.
pushing this
Good
one
question.
little cherry pick video. So it seems to be you. Like everyone is telling you what they
Bandsaw,
heard for the last hour
can
and
we
a half.
please, for the sake of the conversation?
Look,
Please, man.
people, no, well, you know what? I can't make people listen to anyone or watch anything.
No, but you can mute them.
That I can't do. Right?
No,
Well,
but you can mute them.
I'm not going to mute anyone because they don't want to watch something. That's not going to happen.
And was it Jim Jam that asked that question to Negator? Yeah. Do you want to ask it again, Jim Jam? Because I'd like to know the answer.
Yeah, right. So instead of going back into the live stream, you could just view the video that DP sent in and see if it's relevant to your question. You know what you claimed for? What you asked for?
Sorry, I'm watching the live
The
stream again.
citation?
Maybe you should too.
Do you want to answer the question, Negator?
I'm watching the live stream again. You should as
Well,
well.
obviously you can hear me, so you
He
can hear
talk, but
Jim
he can't
Jam.
answer.
Yeah.
It's got selective hearing at the moment, we know.
Must be something he's scared of.
All right. Well, I tell you what, Bandsaw, man, if you want like good conversation here, then we're gonna need to hold people to a higher adult standard. But if that's not
Okay,
gonna happen, I
bye.
can just
Go
like
ahead and leave, Negator.
do whatever you want, man.
Bye, Negator.
No, so anywho,
Negator, there's a-
if you guys,
Neg-
like I
neg-
said, there's no cherry picking. I made a very clear statement about reciprocal zenith angles, and he directly afterwards said, "Well, you should talk to the main surveyor because he thinks differently," which can only to any logical person tell me that his comment was directly related to my comment. If you guys want to argue otherwise, that's fine. It doesn't
Context
make
of
any
the
sense.
conversation.
And the
Negator.
conversation was reciprocal zenith angles.
And
Because
for
that's
the last
then
hour and a
why
half,
would you
context of the
tell me
conversation has been
to talk to
about
the main
spherical exit
surveyor
and spherical
about
geometry?
a comment I made about reciprocal zenith angles? Why would you do that?
Why
This
are
is
you
how.
fucking-
Why? Why?
This is how conversations can't move forward.
I agree. When you've got a crowd of
we
people in
can't-
here, they're lying about what
because-
happened.
Because we can't try and just take things on face value and for what they're said for, and in the context of what things are said, right? Instead of trying to get things out on technicalities and whatnot.
It's
you
not
did
a
ask-
technicality.
you-
Don't
you
characterize
did-
it like that.
No, you did ask DP
Yeah, don't-
for a very specific thing, right, from the main surveyor, right? That's what
Yep.
you asked for, a very specific thing. I actually clarified with you, Negator, right, with either or from the main surveyor suffice you, right? You said yes. Okay, then DP needed some time, right, which you took to go away and find what would suffice that request, and then he came back with it. right, with something with the main surveyor stating exactly what you asked for.
Except it wasn't exactly what I asked for, was it, Bandsaw? Because
Fair
the
enough
topic of
then. So if
conversation
it didn't,
was
well,
reciprocal zenith angles.
that's the thing
Wasn't
then.
it?
Is that, all you need to just say is your video doesn't, your video doesn't relate to what I asked for. That's all you need. You didn't need to go, oh, let's go back through
And
the live stream for 20 minutes, you know.
and it'd be over.
Well, that's fine, except as soon as I came back and started talking about reciprocal zenith angles, you guys jumped my shit about it. But tell
Well,
you
no,
guys
we're
what,
just waiting for you to say that
I
video
will
isn't relevant to
I
what
will
you asked for.
forgive. I'll forgive
And
the lot of you for misrepresenting me.
Yeah,
forgive
whatever,
the
you
lot of us,
sociopath.
whatever.
And
We didn't
3DP,
misrepresent you.
Yeah,
Go-
How
not
many
healthy.
times? How many times
go
did I
right
go back
ahead
and
and
forth with
present
you,
what you want to present, and I'll listen. And then we'll
Bandsaw?
move on to what I exactly wanted to talk about.
Bandsaw, how many times did I go backwards and forwards with you, asking exactly what he wanted?
Yeah. No, I know, and I tried to get clarification too.
Absolutely,
So do you want
you did.
And then,
Alright,
and
then-
then he balled us. Wait, and
Yeah,
then he
and
balled us
it was
out. Wait,
clarification
No,
regarding
no,
reciprocal zenith angles.
Anyway, no, we're going to move on. We're going to move on. Now, DP, do you want to present this? Do you want to present this and play this?
Well, you know, anybody who wants to see it, it's there. It is the main surveyor saying that spherical excess is a calculation added after the fact. Now, spherical excess is what Negator is claiming to get in the video that he was going to present there. So the video that he presented is made obsolete by the video that I present, where the main surveyor says it is a calculation added after the fact. So my video negates Negator's video.
Yeah, and let it be noted, and I'll drop that link as well, DP. I shall drop that link in the YouTube chat. So let it be noted that you were requested for something and that you did in actual fact provide it.
Much, Bandsaw.
So I'll put that in the YouTube chat so people can also reference it. Boom. Done. Happy days. Whew. God, you peoples need bloody coffee before you wake up in the morning.
Sorry. So I actually rewatched more of the live, and after I made the initial statement, I clarified to 3DP when he went ahead and said they calculate after the fact. I clarified, no, they do not calculate reciprocal zenith angles. I said those words, indicating that any citation I'm asking after the fact for is it regarding reciprocal zenith angles. But anywho, what do you
I'm
want
sorry.
to
Did
talk
you not
about,
see
3DP?
You know what? You know
Hold
what?
on, Bandsaw. Hold on 1 second, Bandsaw. Did you not see the refraction calculations that were added to the reciprocal zenith angles measurements?
I'm sorry. Either I need to hear what 3DP wants to present, or I'm going to present that reciprocal zenith angles aren't calculated; they're measured.
Yeah. Did you see the refraction?
Hang on,
that were added?
Jeremy. When have I ever claimed that the angles are calculated?
I would just ignore the things you've been saying. You were going to cite me something. What was it you're going to cite me?
The main surveyor showed they were calculated when he added the refraction
Jeremy,
calculations to it. What do you mean, please? I'm telling you how they're calculated.
Okay, so what part? Let's see. How far is a 1 minute video that you've?
In the end of the thing, he comes out with a reciprocal zenith angle measurement. Before that, calculations to it. Did you miss that part?
So it's weird because 3DP was arguing not reciprocal zenith angles, despite the fact that that was what we were talking about. Now you're again arguing reciprocal. What do you guys want to argue about? Not reciprocal zenith angles.
Reciprocal zenith angles aren't. Are you saying the reciprocal zenith angles aren't calculated? Because I saw the main surveyor calculate the refraction and then give you the reciprocal zenith angles after the refraction had been calculated in.
Oh, so you're even
what
the
I
main
let
surveyor
happen
has even
is
now said that the
3DP's
angles are
feet get
calculated,
held
Jeremy.
to the fire to
Jeremy.
establish what it was he was asserting.
Can I just clarify this with Jeremy, Negator, please? Can you stay quiet long enough for me to speak to Jeremy without you getting involved? Thank you. So, Jeremy, can I get some clarification here? The main surveyor is now saying that reciprocal zenith angles themselves are calculated.
Here's what happens. He takes a measurement of the angles. He calculates in refraction, and then you have a reciprocal zenith angle measurement after that. After everything's been calculated in with the refraction, then you have a reciprocal zenith angle measurement.
All right. Well, this is where my misunderstanding of that I just took the angle measurements to be the angle measurements.
No,
I've not heard.
no,
I've not
absolutely
heard him
not.
say that he adds in
Absolutely
any
not how it works.
refraction.
Absolutely not how it works. He takes a reciprocal zenith angle measurement with his tool. Then he calculates in refraction, and then after all that, reciprocal zenith angle measurement.
Right. Thank you for that clarification.
So when I first came back after watching the video that I cited and linked here, I was actually going to explain what he does to measure reciprocal zenith angles. And in that video all the math, all the measurements, and all the corrections. And not once does he
add it after the measurements. Yeah, well done. This is what we've been saying all along.
Do you mind if I finish my sentence before you input the rest of what you think I'm going to say?
I'm getting there. Well,
because he does not add anything. He does not add
calculations.
He does not
added after the measurements. Well done, Negator.
So
which is what we've been saying all along.
Fucking Christ. He does not add any calculation for refraction. Jeremy is wrong. He does not make any adjustment. What he does, if you would like me to explain it to you.
I'm next.
Yep.
Do you want me to walk you from start to finish?
I'm going next. Go ahead. Go.
So in the video I linked, where he set out to do exactly what I've been talking about, he takes 2 points 1,500 feet apart, and from each point he makes 5 measurements. Right, because we want multiple measurements in order to get an average, right? There is a calculation involved where he averages those 5 measurements. That's true. The difference between each measurement is no greater than 10 arc seconds. On average, it's like 3 to 4. It's in the video. You can look at it. What he also does, when you shoot a 90, or you're shooting to the other point, you reverse it and shoot 270 the other direction, right? So you shoot 2 angles, one forward, one back. And when you add those angles together, if it is greater than 360, there was an error, right? Whether it's an error in the device, or maybe you bumped it, maybe there was some wind. That's why you shoot forward and back. That error is also adjusted for. So if there's an error of 1 degree, 1 degree, 1 arc second rather, then you make an adjustment at half that, so half an arc second. So if you look at the corrections that he made, he applied corrections to the amount of like 2.5 arc seconds. The result was a 17-second arc second deviation, which is more than enough to cover that correction for the device's natural error. Not once does he input anything for refraction. Lastly, and then I'll stop and Jeremy can go.
Oh my goodness! How much? Oh,
the expected deviation was 15 arc seconds to Earth curve. The measured deviation was 17 arc seconds. Now that's after those corrections. Now you can remove the corrections and calculate it as needed. You're still going to get a measurement that is in line with globe Earth reciprocal zenith angles.
Corrections. What are the corrections?
It's literally in the video. Do you want me to read it off to you?
Just tell me what the corrections are.
It's an error correction for the device being potentially off. That's why you make 5 measurements.
Fine. Average. He's not calculating refraction in at all, because the one I saw with Witsit, where he presented his reciprocal zenith angles with Witsit, when he debated Witsit, he had humidity, temperature, and pressure. I went over this in depth with multiple people about the refraction measurement and his reciprocal zenith angles. I just let you go on for a whole story.
Jeremy, it's in the video. Don't talk to me like that.
Finish, Negator. Let him finish. Go, Jeremy.
I've went in depth with these reciprocal zenith angle measurements and the refraction calculations that he used. Now, if he's using them one time and not using them another time, I have questions about how capable he is. Also, from what we went over yesterday, I highly question how capable he is. Doesn't change the fact that there are refraction measurements calculated in with his reciprocal zenith angles. Now, if he's doing it one time and not another time, that leaves me to believe his methodology is all over the place and he's questionable with his methodology.
Is that it?
For the main surveyor, he's shaky at best.
Okay. He measured reciprocal zenith
Find the
angles.
reciprocal zenith angle measurement where he did calculate refraction so you can see.
Why? He did it without refraction in this one. And it shows exactly
Did it
what we
with
expect from
refraction. So one time he's doing it without refraction, one time he's doing it with refraction. Do we need to do refraction? Like, what's going on here? This guy doesn't even know what he's doing. And that's apparent from what we went over yesterday with the wobble in his auto level that Larry said should never, ever happen if you're a competent surveyor using precision tools. This guy does not know what he's doing, obviously.
It sounds like you have some personal beef with him that you should go conclude. Bottom line is I have provided the evidence, the measurements, and shown that they're not calculated after the fact. Again, the defense rests.
So with that video,
any personal beef? Hold on one second. I don't have any personal beef with him. Hold on 1 second, please. I don't have any personal beef with him. It's obvious that he does not know what he's doing from what I've seen from him.
Yeah. Why don't you go show him how to survey, Jeremy?
All I was going to ask,
I'm
is that
not
a
a
no refraction
surveyor.
day?
However, I know what you're supposed to see and what's supposed to happen and what's not supposed to happen. He's not using the same methodology every time. He also has a wobble in his auto level that Larry said should never happen if you're a competent surveyor with precision tools. So me and Larry and anyone that knows what's going on knows that this guy does not know what's going on, the main surveyor. He's incompetent.
Okay.
Yeah, all I was going to ask is that a no refraction day then? That video you sent in where he's not accounting for refraction.
How would you suppose that he adds refraction to his calculations?
He could probably do it the same way he did it when he debated Whitson on it. He could probably add it just like he did then. Methodology's all over the place. This guy's a crackpot and he doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine, man. I set out to prove something. I did it. I got the W.
You didn't prove anything, Negator. Only that you know how to run in the weeds.
So look,
No,
I just
there's no
posted
weeds.
it. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but
It's
I
like
tagged
literally
three-
like a very,
I
very
tagged
basic
DP,
measurement.
I tagged Negator, I tagged Bandsaw in that clip where it's clear that DP brought in the fact that he said, well, you're going to have to talk to the main surveyor about that because the calculation is brought in afterwards. I really don't know why we let these liars
because
say what
2
they
seconds
say,
prior
and
to
then
that comment.
backtrack on what they say,
2
and then
seconds prior to that
gaslight
comment.
us like we're the ones that are incorrect. It's right there.
Yes, it is right there. And if you go back like 30 seconds, you and I are talking about reciprocal zenith angles.
That's
and
where he
after
That's where
that
DP
clip that you
came
provided, Travis, there's another
That's
section
where
I
DP
specifically
came in.
say that. I specifically say reciprocal zenith angles to DP in reference to him citing what the main surveyor said. There is zero confusion about what was expected.
Okay, there wasn't any confusion at the time. You knew what was going on. You and I were talking
I don't know why.
about. Okay, you and I were talking about reciprocal zenith angles, and then DP came in and said, "Well, you're going to have to talk to the main surveyor then because he said they're calculated for afterwards." You didn't have any confusion at that point. You didn't say, "Wait a minute, DP, we're talking about reciprocal." You went right along with the narrative. You knew exactly what was being said, so you're the one who's a liar.
What am I lying about?
You're being disingenuous at the very least, Negator.
It's only logical for
the topic
for
of conversation.
Me to assume, yes, and as I said a moment ago, after this clip that Travis provided, I clarified to you when you and I were talking, and you can roll the clip forward if you like, that the main surveyor did not say that in reference to reciprocal zenith angles. I said those words to you.
He says
that
I don't know
why we're
still arguing. To all surveying. He says that in reference to all surveying, all planar surveying has a spherical axis that is a calculation added after the fact. This is according to him. This isn't
I
written
remember.
anywhere in any surveying manual. It isn't practically done by any surveyors. This is just according to him, and you appear to be singing from his hymn sheet. Now, whether you are one and the same person, who knows? Don't really care. The main surveyor has been proven and demonstrated to be at the very least a fool, at the most a liar, time and time and time again.
Well, it's interesting that we're having these communication issues when you just mentioned spherical excess in the context. Yes, but we're not talking about spherical excess. I don't know why I have to keep saying that. We're talking about reciprocal zenith angles. Does anybody else here confused about the topic of conversation?
What does the accumulation of your reciprocal zenith angles and the calculation given, what does that give you, Negator? What is the end result of those angles and the calculations?
I cited it, and it's in the video. It's 17 arc seconds.
What is that end result commonly
17
known
arc
as?
seconds. 17
What is it?
Real quick, I'm going to post a video. of the main surveyor. DP.
Hang on, Jeremy.
He was asking a very pointed question.
I'm asking him a pointed question, and he's spinning his wheels because I'm asking him what that 17 arc second calculation is related to and what it is commonly known as in the air brackets surveying world. And he won't answer me.
That's actually, you asked what the result was, and I told you the result was 17 arc seconds. Now you're asking something new, which is fine.
It's
17
not
arc seconds
something
difference
new.
on the surface of a curve, right? Arc seconds are a smaller unit of a degree, right?
What's
and
this commonly known as? Why can you not say the
I
words?
literally just. You want me to draw you a picture? I can draw you a
What's
picture.
it called, Negator?
Hang on, I'll draw you a picture.
What's it called? We don't need a troll picture. We need you to answer the question. What is it called?
This guy's literally trying to avoid this.
Why do y'all deal with these trolls, man?
I don't know. I have the main surveyor chat.
I've been the only one that's been honest the entire time here.
They let him in.
I posted a video. Posted a video of the main surveyor in chat. Reciprocal zenith angles. And guess what he's doing? He's writing down the humidity and all kinds of stuff for refraction calculations.
Cool.
Now, if he did a reciprocal zenith angle and didn't measure refraction, say that's fucking stupid. He didn't do it right. This time he is doing it. So we already can see that this guy his methodology is not consistent. He's not consistent at all. This guy's shaky. This is your boy?
Yeah, that's a citation. Can we get him to answer the question what that's called in the common surveying world? Before he lies again and says it's not in the context of what we're dealing with.
I haven't lied once so far. It's
you're not answering the question. Can I ask it to you?
What are you mad about?
Why? I'm mad at you lying, saying you're not lying and that we're lying. So
what am
can
I?
you answer the?
Look,
yeah.
Can
you answer the question? Can you shut up? Can you shut up?
I've already told you it's a section
Negator,
of a
can
curve.
you shut up so I can answer my question?
Just let Ricky ask his question.
All right.
It's the same question that DP's been asking for the last 10 minutes that he's avoiding. That number that he come up with, 17 arc seconds, whatever you want to call it, in the surveying world, and as it's posted, what is that called? What's the name of it?
It's part of an arc. I don't know what the name is you're looking for specifically. Why are we playing?
You don't know what spherical excess is?
It's not
that's in
triangles. Yeah, that's with triangles, Rakia. We're not talking triangles, dude.
He's not measuring spherical excess when he's doing his measurements?
No, he's not. God,
all right, so now
you guys really need to try harder to follow.
Negator, now what you're saying is that angle that he's measuring is not part of a triangle. Well done.
It's never been. God, this is absurd. We're not talking
It's not part of a triangle. It's just an angle out there on its own, and can't be
part
considered.
Of a triangle.
It can't be considered part of a triangle either.
Spherical excess. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, so that one singular angle is not part of a triangle.
Zenith
well done.
Angle.
Yeah,
not spherical excess. Those are two different things. And the source of confusion of this entire conversation.
Answer the question. That one angle cannot be considered part of any triangle in any plane. Correct?
I don't. DP, man, you gotta try harder, dude.
Listen to this guy.
Just yes or
Is your
no?
brain
I don't
melting?
know. What's the question again?
Yeah, you sound silly. You sound like Sean G, actually.
Rocky, you were literally wrong about the topic. And
No, I literally got you to say what we've been wanting you to say and act like you're acting right now. You're breaking down.
What did you want me to say? You wanted me to correct you one more time that we're talking about?
I don't want you to do anything to me. I wanted you to
and
answer.
Not spherical excess. Is that what you wanted to hear? Well, you got it. I corrected you again.
Yeah, you're acting silly, man.
It's hard not to in the face of this
I
absurdity.
know we're stupid and all that.
Let's change the topic.
No, we should keep the topic on sociopathic passive aggressives who spend their time coming into
Oh,
places
man.
like this.
Come on, Travis.
I just want to make a closing statement on all this.
I don't give a shit.
Travis, please.
What you guys?
Yeah, you know you
come
can't
on,
do
man.
that.
You know why we
do
have
that, dude.
Discord. You know why we have Discord.
Anyway, go, Jeremy. Make your closing statement.
You know you can't do that. I just want to make a closing statement. Sometimes the main surveyor is taking refraction into account when he does reciprocal zenith angles. Sometimes he's not. Okay, I don't know why he's using all types of different methodologies. Shouldn't there be like a standard method for doing this? I don't know. This guy's he doesn't seem consistent. He doesn't seem competent either, because Larry told us that when you look through a theodolite or an auto level, if there's wiggle meaning if your horizontal looks like it changes when you move your distance or angle to the lens, then your tool's not set up right. Video of him that he made getting wiggle in his tool and then shows us where the horizontal is, which didn't match another horizontal with a tool right next to it at the same elevation, which is weird. But we already know that he's incompetent because that tool wasn't set up right because he got the wiggle. This guy does not know what he's doing. The end.
Okay. Well, I want to say I appreciate the time and the platform, and you guys let me talk when I was allowed to talk, and I appreciate the moderation. And I honestly, I would much rather have a productive conversation with folks. And I admit that I get out of hand, and I don't like. My goal is not to like talk down and condescend to people. And I will also freely admit that I do that, and I apologize. It's like, and in the instance of Rakia's question, I would much rather just clarify the topic. But it's also very hard sometimes to react in an adult manner when I'm getting jumped on. So
It's
I apologize
tough.
for
It's
that.
tough. We know how it feels like when you go to gyms. We know.
And I won't argue that. I know that's what they do.
So, but in conclusion, you would agree the main surveyor is incompetent at best.
Well, I don't think, let's see. I could agree that he is incompetent, but I could find you another surveyor that's done the exact same thing. It doesn't change the subject matter. But I also don't agree he's incompetent.
Too incompetent.
Okay,
So
can I
we
jump in
see
just
that
real
he
quick
is.
and ask a real legitimate question? So I've got questions written down to ask a land surveyor. Negator, if you could maybe give me one question that I'd be able to ask this guy. Now, I'm not asking him as a flat earther. I'm just asking him as a person who's researching land surveying. So I just have questions about his trade and his tools, right? Just going to be generic. Like, in your mind, because he's a land surveyor, like what kind of a question would I ask him that would incorporate this discussion of spherical excess or reciprocal zenith angles that would, in your mind, be a productive question?
Well, I guess I'd ask him what he does to account for curvature, and what he does to account for refraction, but also what he measures without accounting for refraction, like the raw data and the adjusted data. If he accounts for refraction.
I got two questions. I got two questions I would ask when you're done with Negator.
Okay, hold on. I want to make sure that I get negators just so that I am trying to be as thorough as possible. So what factors do you take into account? Like, say that again.
So I guess what's the What's the raw data compared to the adjusted data? And then secondly, if you're talking about spherical excess, I think most surveyors don't, like, they learn about it in school, but they probably never do it themselves because it kind of requires them to go out of their way to do it. So you could ask
literally. I bet I thought you were done.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I just want to say they literally don't have any data, which means they don't have any of the actual measurements in a spherical excess measurement. I've literally never seen one. I've been asking for at least over a year now. They don't have one. That's what I would ask the surveyor. Do you have an actual measurement from a spherical excess measurement? They don't have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, is that's probably not something they go do just for the fun of it. It's something that I think, and I could be wrong, because I'm not a professional in this realm.
Jeremy, what was your question again? How would you ask that question?
I have two questions. Negator was about to tell you how they don't do this. You got to be like 100 miles apart on mountain. The logistics of it is crazy. Even attempting to do this, I would ask: Do you calculate refraction when measuring reciprocal zenith angles? Okay, that would be one of my questions.
Okay.
Another question would be: do you have any actual measurements of spherical excess? Not an average, the actual measurements that got taken.
I've got a question as well, if you're writing them down, Travis.
Okay.
You ready?
We got a whole list of shit.
Yeah.
How local is local?
Yeah,
What is their local surveying area? Maximum.
How long before the horizontal curves?
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Well, the horizontal
Say
never
what DP
curves,
said.
Jeremy.
I know, but
the horizontal always has an intersection angle to another horizontal. Apparently.
I know, but in their model, you can only get horizontal. That's why you're asking how far is local, because there's local horizontal, and then after that, it becomes not horizontal anymore for them.
Right. So when I asked him last week, just two questions initially, I called him up just to ask him what the difference between local vertical and local horizontal was, and he said, "I don't know what you're talking about."
This is a surprise.
What do you got a rapport going with this guy, and you just call him up once in a while?
No. Well, I called him for the first time yesterday at one of my stops. I just looked for local surveyors in the area, and he was on the other line. Otherwise, he would have kept talking to me, because I said at one point, because I thought he wasn't going to be able to stay on the line, and he just kept talking. I said, "Well, can I start recording?" And he said, "Oh no, I'm on the other line." But he had given me like 2 or 3 minutes where he was just yammering on about his trade.
I think the term local doesn't mean anything to your average surveyor.
Right. I find that very interesting.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't mean anything to me either. Like, it's such a vague term.
Yeah. So the
Very
thing
vague.
is, right. So the thing that I understood from this guy's conversation, the thing that differentiates a local surveyor from a geodetic surveyor is that the geodetic is everything the local is, except he has to take curvature into account. So then it becomes, how does that get taken into account? If it's not a physical measurement, then it is a simple calculation that you just have to crunch numbers for, and that you can make that do anything. You can make the radius as big as you want. You can get the circumference as big as you want. It all depends upon where you're going to set your value at.
Right, but you need the value that makes it so your distant measurements match your close measurements.
Anyway, if anybody has any other thoughts on questions, DM me, because I've got a nice little list going.
Yeah, I got another one. Ask him if he was going to make if he was going to make a horizontal line. How would he do it? What would be the methodology?
Hey, text that to me. I've got to finish my my load stuff right now, so I didn't hear what you just said. Text it to me, please.
Remember, you want a horizontal line that extends into infinity, and it's in line with each or other horizontal.
No, we don't need an infinity Buzz Lightyear line. We just need it to go like a mile or two.
Yeah, but if he's
all right, Buzz.
Yeah, but so what he's going to do is he's going to say, yeah, you just go 100 meters and shoot another shot, then 100 meters, shoot another shot. Because that's, you know, in all practical applications, that's how you would do it to produce what you're wanting to do on the surface.
To extend a horizontal plane, exactly. That's what we're talking about, Negator.
No, he'd make a level line.
That is exactly how you would extend the horizontal plane, yes.
No, he'd be making a level line is what he would be doing. Because that's what most surveyors do, is make level lines, not extended horizontals.
Well, only you have a difference between level and horizontal. Only in your heads. Now, for us, when you talk about the level line and the horizontal, it's one and the same, because practically it is one and the same. Now, if you're saying that the surveyor is extending the level line and it curves, then he's not doing what we've asked him to do, is he? We've asked him to extend the horizontal, not the level line.
Right, and keep in mind, most surveyors have no reason to make a horizontal. They have a reason to make a level.
But they work from an established horizontal.
That's what they're working from, horizontal, every single time.
Yeah, okay. That's what when they do differential leveling, they're not making a horizontal. They're making a level.
No, they're making horizontal.
Well, then why is it called differential leveling and not differential horizontaling?
Because level and horizontal are one and the same, doofus. Why do you not get this?
Right, that's your opinion.
Well, obviously the surveyors are thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it goes against everything written. I don't understand.
Yeah, every surveying text has a differentiation between level and horizontal.
Yeah, doesn't have the calculations for the curve in the back of those manuals though. Funny about that.
It does. The difference between level and horizontal is clearly defined.
Doesn't have those calculations that you should be adjusting for in the back of any manual.
And it's funny, those differences between level and horizontal are only defined like that in a surveying book. They're not defined like that. Funnily enough, where do you go for word definition? Dictionaries. They're not defined like that. It's only in the surveying books that you find them defined in that stupid arse-about-face way.
Oh, well then you should probably contact Merriam-Webster and have them correct their dictionary then.
No,
well,
you should probably...
Guess what surveyors don't have? What surveyors don't have is a copy of Merriam-Webster dictionary in their back pocket when they're going about their job. That's what they don't do.
Okay, but they do have texts that do say there's a difference between level and horizontal.
And none of their manuals have a table that shows them what they should be accounting for. Not one of them.
Right, because the most of those manuals are differential leveling manuals. Differential leveling is stated purpose. One of its corrections is to account for curvature.
Oh, really? And where is that account accounted for in the back of those manuals? Show me. Right. Show me a table. Show me a table where it's accounted. Show me a table where it says when I move my station every 25 meters, I have to account for 1 millimeter of curvature on my marking stakes. Show me where it says that.
I understand you're very excited. Listen very carefully.
Don't worry about my excited and don't be commenting. Hey, doofus, hold on. Don't be commenting on my excitement, right? Comment on the point that I made in regards to what is not in the back of the manual.
I was about to, but you then interrupted me. Okay, let's try this again. The purpose of doing differential leveling in the first place is to establish a reference that, as you carry it along, accounts for all of those possible things that could be messing with it, like refraction and curvature. It is stated for that reason that you do differential leveling to make an easy level line. There doesn't need to be a table for something that doing the shorter method causes you to already account for.
100% you are creating a horizontal line. If you weren't creating a horizontal line, you would need a table that shows you what adjustments that you have to make every time you moved your station.
Why would you need a correction if you're making a level line?
You're making a horizontal line, horizontal level line. That's exactly what you're making.
Okay, we'll try this one more time. What corrections would you need to have to account for curvature if what you're actually making is a level line?
You're making a horizontal level line. That's what you're making.
Okay, thanks for not answering the question.
I did answer it. I did answer it, and you're saying that horizontal line now, that level line, is not horizontal. It's actually curved. So show me in the manual where it says that curve. This is what you do to make it straight. Where is the table that says every time that I move my station, I have to account for this measurement on my markings to make that mark horizontal with my datum point, my initial starting datum point. Show me that table.
Okay, seems you're not listening to what I'm saying. The manuals are describing the purpose of differential leveling. For that purpose, you don't have to make any accounting for curvature to make a level line. There's no reason to have a table accounting for curvature if what you're making is a level line and not a horizontal line.
100% you're making a horizontal line every single day of the week. That's what
That's
you're
your
making.
opinion.
You don't do anything else. No, that's fact. Actually, it's not
Okay.
an opinion, it's fact.
And then
So
you
why
can
is it
start
called
double rodding,
differential
and that
leveling
fucks
and
you
not
completely,
differential
doofus.
horizontaling?
Yeah, what would it matter? I think that's the important question. It would matter, or if it mattered, it would require a chart of some kind. But because it doesn't matter, it doesn't need a chart. So
Of course
if
it
we
matters. Making a horizontal line. Of course it matters. Otherwise it won't be horizontal.
okay,
Right. So why again is it called differential leveling and not differential horizontaling?
Horizontal and level are interchangeable.
Right. That's an position. That's an opinion of flat earthers that be true.
Oh no.
That's what would
no.
require. That would
is
be required in order for a flat Earth to be true. That, however, is not something that you've determined yet.
No, it is not an opinion, doofus. It is 100% fact. I can go out on the streets and I can ask 100 tradesmen, right? And 100 out of 100 tradesmen, if I said, go make something level, right? They would make it horizontal. They wouldn't do anything
I wonder how
else.
many of them would make it curved, Bandy.
Yeah, not one of them, Jim.
Right,
Not one of them.
So when you're doing the differential leveling process, how have you determined that each of those steps is following along the same horizontal line? Who has done that? Who has verified this?
You do. You work off plumb, perpendicular to plumb. You continue your horizontal line. That's exactly what you do.
Okay, if you're working off of plumb, and the possibility, because this debate exists, is that plumb at different locations are not parallel with one another, how have you determined that what you're doing during differential leveling process is the same horizontal line all the way across?
Yep. And plums are 100% parallel to each other. 100% every single day of the week.
You're avoiding the problem. Who's verified that?
People
Every
better than us.
tradesman known to mankind. Every single tradesman known to mankind. Every one of them.
What process did they use to verify that plumb at all of those locations are parallel with one another?
Because they're parallel.
If you brought that up to anybody, they would look at you out of the corner of their eye and think that you were absolutely mad for asking them that question.
So the reason we're talking about reciprocal zenith angles
You're welcome.
Is because of this
What
right
can I
here.
say
The
except
fact
you're welcome.
The fact that reciprocal zenith angles produce are not rather produce an arc between them indicates that plumb is not parallel. And I would also ask you, if I am going to get a bunch of these everyday tradesmen to lay a train track that's 10 miles long, and we're going to assume the Earth is a globe, what do they need to do to account for Earth being a globe, and why?
What would they assume?
Sure. What would they do different on a globe Earth than on a flat Earth?
That's correct. Nothing. They would follow the curvature.
Correct.
Follow the curvature.
No.
Hey,
Answer
just
if,
default
if they
statement. Follow
if
the
the
curvature.
assertion if the assertion is that they need to make a correction or do something because Earth is a globe, what is it?
No, you're thinking about this backwards, right? You get a flat earther to do the stretch of railroad track and one of you guys to do the stretch of railroad track. We're going to build the same track and it's going to have all of the same characteristics. We don't have to take anything else into account except making sure that each of our points are level from the other points, which is a thing that I want to bring up just real quick. I think that the distinction.
No.
Hold on,
not, God,
just real
fine.
quick,
Change the
please,
subject. Just real quick.
You were talking about, I got to catch up. So the difference between level, in my opinion, and horizontal is level is in reference to a particular point. Horizontal is when you connect two levels so that you have a line between those 2 points. That's the distinction that has to be made, and I think that's a fair one.
Okay, look, I'm trying to bring up a practical example for us all to consider the ramifications of Earth being a globe versus Earth being flat. So my question stands, what do you do differently when laying railroad track on a globe Earth?
Oh, you'd have to account for curvature, like they did in LIGO, apparently.
Why?
Yeah,
how would you account
every 8
for it?
miles of railroad track, there'd have to be 8 inches of curvature in it, wouldn't there?
And
Hang on.
how would they, wait. The question is, how would they lay the track differently? What would they do to make it account for curve?
No, you're thinking about it wrong. The flat earther wouldn't have to do anything.
Look, man, it's a question to everybody here because
I'm telling you, you're
topic,
asking the question wrong.
How should I accurately ask it?
They would lay it just like they lay it now, not assuming they're on a curve. They would lay it as flat horizontal section, straight line segment, just like they do now because they're not on a curve.
Keep in mind that railroad tracks is a terrible example because railroad tracks just lay on whatever they're going over. They go over
no,
hills
they
and
don't lay
everything.
on just whatever. No, they cut the grade down to make it flat as possible, not curving.
That's the point, is that the tolerance of the construction materials used is, from my understanding, 3 to 5%. That means a railroad track can bend up and down 3 feet for every 100 feet of track laid. And I think everybody would agree that 3 feet up and down is more than enough to account for a spherical Earth.
Do you know
so when
why,
I ask you,
do you know why
what
that
would
3
what would they
feet?
do differently? Yeah, so that's why I'm asking what they should do differently, is the construction materials are well within the tolerance. And that's true for every building in existence.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yes.
They're not doing anything for the curvature of the Earth.
Exactly.
That's right.
The reason there is only that grade in the railway tracks is because any higher grade would lead to the uncoupling of the wagons.
I agree wholeheartedly.
No other reason.
And fortunately, well, you're missing the point then.
But no other reason. The only reason that grade is the maximum grade is because any more and the wagons will uncouple.
Okay, look,
end of story.
I'm not
Yeah,
arguing.
you're not paying attention to the rest of the point, which is that the amount of grade that they allow is far greater than the curvature of the Earth. So there's no reason to account for the curvature of the Earth when laying rail.
No, there's no reason because it's not curving. They're grading it over a horizontal plane to get the grade less than 3 feet so the trains don't uncouple. That's why they grade it all. They don't take into account curves of Earth because there is no curve of Earth.
Do the thought experiment.
Thanks for not paying attention, Rakia. Jesus.
Quit saying we're not paying attention. I heard every word. They're not accounting for the curve of the Earth. You're exactly right.
There's no reason to, because the amount that rails can bend is more than they would need
I know there's
for
no
a spherical
reason.
Earth.
Seems I was paying attention. There is no reason because it's not curving.
Right, that's not the reason. That's not
Sure
the conclusion to draw from this.
Well,
the conclusion to draw is very carefully. Let's lay it out. The rail can bend way more than a spherical Earth would bend. So there's no reason to additionally account for curvature something that bends far less than maximally allowed by the rail.
Awesome. So not having to account for it is your reason is because it bends way less. My reason is it doesn't exist.
Right, that's your opinion.
I know.
Okay. Rocket,
Don't say I'm not paying.
nobody is arguing that because you don't have to account for it, that Earth is a globe. We're not making
Then
that
why are
argument.
you bringing it up?
Oh my God.
Thanks for not listening. Jesus.
He said it again.
It was all about
I'll
what's the
say it
difference
again.
between.
There's no reason for it to account for curvature that's less than the amount that the rail can maximally bend. In addition, what I said at the start of this was that a railway is not a great example because it just goes over stuff.
And never ever takes into account the curvature of the Earth, right?
Because it doesn't have to. Because
Thank
the curve
you.
of the
So
Earth
the answer is
less
yes.
than
Never
because the
ever
curve of the
takes
Earth
into
is.
account
Thank
the
you,
curvature of the
Rakia.
Earth.
Thank you for cutting in, Rakia.
No, just
Because
answer the
curve of the
question.
Earth is. Yeah, thank you for cutting in. Fuck.
Yeah, thank you for not
Thank you
answering the
for doing
question.
it again. Keep doing it.
You're a
Keep
psycho,
fucking
man.
doing it. Yeah, just
Come
keep
on,
doing it.
scream
Just
for
keep
us.
going.
Scream.
Keep doing it. Fucking just keep interrupting.
Doofus, seriously, come on. Come on.
Oh, I'm the problem.
Yep, you are, Doofus.
Yes, you
Yep.
seem to be the
Yeah,
problem.
okay. Let's see
You
if
got
the
it.
flat earther was the one interrupting or not.
See how easy it is to answer a question when
guys,
you ask if
seriously,
you're
I'll
the problem?
mute
I said yes.
everyone. Obviously, my mic must be off. Why do I got to scream to get control of the room?
You guys let trolls in here.
No,
Right.
no.
So who was
no.
the one that was with the problem here?
Now, Doofus, I was asking you to calm down. Point, right? Trying to gain control. Now, finish what you were saying.
Okay. The reason isn't because the curvature's not there. The reason they don't account for it is because the bend of the Earth is less than the amount that the track can bend. And the whole point of this conversation is to try and find another example which curvature would need to be accounted for.
Yeah, the standing water of a canal.
So wait. So LIGO needs to account for it, but train tracks don't? Okay.
Right, because LIGO has to be straighter than a railroad track.
Gotcha. Thanks. That's got nothing to do with it. It has to be accounting for, right? It's either there or it's not. You either account for it or it's not. We already proved earlier that even though a land surveyor wants to make sure he's going to have the most level ground to build a warehouse floor on, despite the fact that he's trying his best to make it level, curvature comes in and the reciprocal zenith angles are not level. You can't have it both ways, man.
Yeah, that's totally misrepresenting what was said. But
No,
okay.
not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, when you say the
saying-
phrase reciprocal zenith angles are not level, you have no idea what reciprocal zenith angles do.
Yeah, if they're not level, then they're off, aren't they?
Yeah, it's nothing about level is involved. They're referencing each other's. They're referencing each other's zenith angles. You're summing the two angles together. There's no level there.
Right. So you have an angle between. You have a divergence, right? That's the point of what I was saying. Don't you understand that?
Yeah, it
Did
has
you need to
nothing to
catch
do
up?
with level. It has absolutely nothing to do with level.
It does, because earlier the point
absolutely
I
doesn't.
asked the question. Okay, I'll ask you this. A land surveyor is going to prepare the land for a 10,000 square foot warehouse, right? He levels out, he grades out the land. In one corner, he puts a plumb bob, it's perpendicular. In the middle, he puts a plumb bob, it's perpendicular. At the other end, he puts a plumb bob, it's perpendicular. He's got 3 perpendiculars. He's really proud of himself. And yet, despite the fact that he thinks that he's just graded a perfectly level horizontal area, are you going to come up to him and say, hey, man, you know what? Those 2 plumb bobs at the corners, they're diverging.
Okay, what is the
say that
practical upshot of that? Well, what's the practical upshot? That water will hold a level surface over that thing that he made.
Are you going to suggest to him that his 2 perpendiculars at the corners of the warehouse are not parallel? That's my question. I don't know why you're asking me a question. I asked you a question.
Right, because you need to know what it is that he's doing, what the purpose of what he's
Still
doing
not
is.
answering my
If he's
question.
trying to, if
You're
he's
still
trying
not
to make
answering
it,
my question.
yeah, thanks for talking over me. Thank you. If
Yeah,
he's
you're
trying
still
to
not
make
answering my
something
question.
that has it, thank you for talking over me. Thank you for doing it again. If he's trying to make something where a
So
water
do you need to know
surface
my
is,
question again? You
hey,
want me to
let's
ask my
do
question
this
again?
again. Let's see who the problem is. Everybody say it's me. Everybody in this room, tell
It's
me I'm
you.
the one that's
It's you,
supposed to do.
Doofus.
You're
The
the
problem is
problem.
you, Doofus.
Doofus,
Right?
seriously,
Can I
I
answer
just
this question? Fucking not.
Doofus, seriously, you've got to take a chill pill, my friend, right? Because I just asked, right, while you were screaming, right, for Travis to stop it, right? Didn't blame you at all right?
I did.
Continue,
It's your fault,
Doofus. Yeah, of course.
All right,
Travis.
we'll try this one more time. So you've got to ask, what is the purpose of him doing this grade? If he's making it so that water will hold a level surface over it, then he's done his job, and those two corners are not perfectly parallel to one another, the plumbs at those corners. So he's done what he needed to do, and they're diverging at the same time.
So I'm lost there, Doofus. Are they parallel to each
Okay.
other, or are they not
So-
parallel to each
Did I
other?
just fucking say
Diverging.
diverging or what? Did I say diverging? Yes or no?
Doofus.
Why do y'all
And
let
this
these
is,
psychos
hold on,
in here,
hold
man?
on,
This-
Rakia. This is
Is
your
it
very
my
last warning.
understanding
Travis,
you
you
would
are
go
roboting in my
up
ear.
to that
Hold on.
guy and
Hold
tell
on.
him.
Hold on. Doofus, this is your last warning. All right. You shout one more time in my ear, and I'm going to boot you from this bloody server. I'm sick of my eardrums getting blown out. All right. Very final warning. Don't test me.
All right. Could you maybe have DP pay attention to the conversation?
I'm paying attention. You just haven't stated whether they're plumb and parallel or they're diverging and it's flat and level. What the fuck are you talking about, Doofus?
All right. So for the third fucking time, I said they're diverging, right? Those were the words that I used, right?
Okay, fair enough. So this guy has spent time, as Travis explained, he's spent time leveling, flattening out, getting his corner post plumb and parallel, and you're telling him, after all that they're diverging.
Great.
And that's all you got. Great.
Yeah. Because what he's trying to do is he's trying to set up a level surface such that water will hold a level surface above it. If he's done his job correctly, differential leveling across the whole thing, that's what he'll end up with. And the corners will have plumbs that are not parallel with one another.
That's your claim.
Okay. But now, how has anybody verified that what I just said is false?
Because all buildings are made with square corners, Doofus.
Right. So now,
parallel.
when we're talking
all,
about a
all the
building that's
uprights are
maybe
parallels.
Don't hold on.
Travis, you're
we're going to
roboting.
wait for you to robot.
Hold on.
Still.
Real quick, I have the claim is false.
Okay. Anyway, DP, if the building is 100 feet long, which, I mean, a lot of buildings are around, I mean, they're not bigger than that usually. 100 feet
Yeah,
is a pretty big
Doofus, do
building.
me a fucking favour.
Man,
I've worked
all
on
right, I'll
many
go ahead and finish anyway.
buildings that
Oh,
are
yeah,
over a
let's
quarter of a mile
just have
long.
this shit all over
Doofus.
again.
DP.
Thanks, DP.
DP,
You're
don't
fucking
talk over him.
amazing.
No, don't talk over him, DP. Let him finish his point, then correct him, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so now 100 feet is not going to put those plumbs off parallel even on, let's see, 100 feet. Yeah, not even one arc minute, obviously. So 1 minute of arc is 1/60th of a degree, and the amount out of parallel on each corner is going to be even less than that. The construction materials have much higher tolerances than the amount that those two plumbs will be off by.
Are you finished?
Yeah, now I have.
Right, your first statement was absolute horseshit. I've worked on many building construction projects that are over a quarter of a mile long from end to end. Many of them. And the sites, they can be many square miles. and they all work off of datum points within that area. So your original point was way off base to start with. And what was your second point? I kind of lost interest.
Great. Thanks for paying attention.
Well, your first point was a load of shit, doofus. And that kind of leads me to, yeah, your first point's a load of shit. What was your second one? Just remind me again. Go on.
Right. So all of the buildings that
the
we
building
have
materials. There we go. There we go.
So all of the buildings.
You mean like steel?
All of the buildings that we have down our. So all of the buildings that we have down our main strip here in the middle of town, all of them are less than 100 feet long. But you're going to tell me that you have worked on many, and you don't have a percentage, many buildings that are larger than that. Now, all of those buildings that we have in the middle of town, every single one of them has divergence that is less than the tolerances of the materials used to make those buildings. That was the second point.
So what are you saying, that the buildings in the middle of your town are individual buildings built with individual building plans? Yes, of course they are. The buildings I've worked on are single buildings that work from a single building plan.
All right, give me a size to work with then, and I'll tell you why it doesn't matter.
Give you a size to work with? Over quarter of a mile, doofus.
Okay, a quarter of a mile. Great. Now we have
Maybe
something
you
to work
weren't
with.
paying attention.
Now, over a quarter of a mile, the divergence of plumb from one end to the other, a quarter of a mile. Well, that's still less than an arc minute anyway.
15 arc seconds.
Yeah, it's even less than that.
That's your claim. That's your claim divergence. I know it doesn't happen because they use Euclidean geometry in the design process, in the manufacture of the steel beams, in putting it together, the surveying, the ground clearance, everything is done with using Euclidean geometry.
Reciprocal zenith angles is literally this topic, and I explained how to measure reciprocal zenith angles within.
Hold on a second, because I hadn't actually finished my point. Was that over a quarter of a mile, with divergence of 14 arc seconds? That building, I mean, even if it was 10 stories tall for a quarter of a mile, which is absurd, that building, you wouldn't even at the 10th floor be able to have any materials that have low enough tolerance where you would notice that.
They're all made out of steel, and they're all square, and they're all fit together like a big Meccano set. Yeah, I know. You don't tell me anything I don't know, doofus.
Right, so
you are not telling me anything I don't already know.
Those locations are parallel with one another. How have you confirmed it?
They are built, surveyed using Euclidean geometry, and they're
parallel.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Rakia.
Well, perfect. Now you've decided to tell me that you haven't confirmed it.
Dude, we square up every building, not
confirmed that
what's
they're not
underneath
square.
it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you want confirmation that the buildings are not square, doofus? Is that what you want?
Right.
Because I can't give you confirmation that the buildings are not square. What I can give you is confirmation that the buildings are square.
Right, to within the tolerances of the materials used.
It's within the tolerance of the materials, yes, indeed.
Right, so how have you confirmed that 14 arc seconds of deviation from one end of the quarter mile to the other end has or has not occurred?
What, 2 inches?
Not even? No. Because we're talking about
8
divergence.
inches in a mile, and if it's quarter of a mile, quarter of 8 inches.
He's just reworded. Hang on. He's just reworded me asking him if he wanted confirmation of the buildings not being square, and he said no. I can give you confirmation that they are square. Yes, I can do that. Now you just reworded that, repackaged it, and gave me the same question again, doofus. Only this time using arc seconds instead of being out of square. Now. Right. The building is designed, measured, and built square to within the tolerances of the materials they are using, doofus. It is then confirmed to be within those tolerances and therefore square. Nobody has ever measured these buildings to be out of square, either using foot and inches, millimeters and meters, or angular measurements. Does that clarify the point for you, doofus?
Right. So once you said that you've confirmed within the tolerances of the materials, you said you haven't confirmed that they have not been, the plums have not deviated by 14 arc seconds.
Jesus Christ, he's going
Oh
round
my
again,
God.
Bandsaw. He has just doubled back and going round again, asking me to give him measurements that aren't there.
Right, because the tolerances allow for more divergence than what curvature would produce.
That's your
The
claim.
Earth curve is there.
That's your claim.
You know why, DP? You know why, don't you? Because all these surveyors have a copy of Merriam-Webster's dictionary in their back pocket,
In the back
where
pocket.
they can refer to.
Yeah,
Right?
and I wanted to
Nobody
go
else
back
is
to
going to
that.
address the topic.
Hang on, while you're back there, right? Can we just go back to that? And Yossi, oh, what a great guy you are, Yossi, because I asked him he dropped Merriam-Webster's definition 1 of 3, right?
Yeah.
And we all know what that is. And then 2 of 3 is hang on, let's just bring it up. 2 of 3, one of 3A having no part higher than another, right? Level is having no part higher than another, and then it just conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. That is assuming there is any curvature. Curvature has never been measured. And the next part, this is the definition of level, by the way, right? Entry 3 of 1 of 3B, parallel with the plane of the horizon. Horizontal.
Okay. Like I said earlier, DP, you can go ask 100 tradies. I'm actually going to alter that figure. You could go ask 3.7 billion tradesmen out there, right? To make something level, and not once will they refer to equal levels of altitude or whatever they want to.
Imagine if you turned up on a job, Bandy, right? And the guy said to you, "Oh, I want you to make me a driveway, right? It's half a mile to the main road from my house." The guy's rich, yeah. And you say to him, "Do you want that level or horizontal?"
Right, driveways are typically not level anyway.
Oh my God, this guy. I'll tell you what you don't know. What you don't know is when we
in a driveway that's definitely not level.
I opened my mic.
How many driveways have you seen that are perfectly level?
I don't know why this dude loses his shit when people overtalk him. And then the first time I opened my mic recently, he overtalks me. When I'm showing up on a job like right now within 4 minutes, the first thing we did on this job was not measure if the ground is curving or blah, blah, blah. We took a benchmark, and the guy tells us off the highest point of this dirt, he wants it to be 12 inches off that highest point. We take that measurement off that particular point and create a horizontal plane above the existing surface. Now, some parts of that farm are 12 inches, some of them are 8 inches, and some of it's 16 inches off of that point. It doesn't matter what's underneath the horizontal plane you're creating. It doesn't matter if the surface is curved, flat, uneven, nothing. You set your top of your farm to the horizontal plane you're given a benchmark for. I don't know why that's so hard for the smartest guy I know, doofus, to understand.
Right, because it's not addressing what's the point of the discussion. The driveway that I'm currently sitting on is definitely not level. To bring up driveways was absolutely pointless.
So what about my point I just made? Are you going to address that?
Right. If you're working on a smaller scale, like less than a mile, probably fine.
Any scale, that's what you do. You take the benchmark, and whoever sets that, the engineer, the homeowner, wants to be a certain height above that, then your form, whatever you're setting, unless you intentionally put slope to have water flow off of it, which, oh, by the way, hurts you also, the entire form will be horizontal to that point. Do you want to address that? It doesn't matter what's under it. If the earth is curving or the water's curving under it, the top of the form is still horizontal. Do you get it?
Right, that's your opinion.
No, that's not an opinion. That's a fact. I do it every day.
Right. And if you're working at a scale less than a mile, that's fine.
It doesn't matter the scale. I can extend that straight line segment in any direction for any distance. That's not an opinion. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
so differential
Straight
leveling,
lines,
right?
differential leveling is not following the curve. It's following
Right, that's your opinion.
It's not an
Rakia.
opinion. It's a fact.
Well, Rakia, hang on a minute, right? What he's saying here now is that geometry isn't scalable. Okay.
No, that's not what I'm
Now,
saying.
when he goes to do his reciprocal zenith measurements, he's using geometry over greater distance, which is now, according to him, not scalable.
No, it's not according to me. I didn't
Yeah, it
say
is.
geometry doesn't scale. Nobody
Well,
comes in here and
Rakia,
says, from what I
Rakia
said,
is
on a
using
small
geometry.
comes in here and from what I said, nobody comes in here and from what I said pulls away the phrase that you said. Nobody does
geometry's
that
not
except
scalable.
you, because that was a bullshit lie made up by you.
No, it's not. You just said on a small scale, sir. When I gave you geometry,
Right,
perpendicular to plumb, you said that works on a small scale. That's you doing that. I said it works on any scale.
Yeah,
right.
And they're nowhere in the statement that I made did I say geometry doesn't scale.
You said
That
it
was
doesn't
some
work.
shit that DP
You
tried
said it
to
only
poison the
works at
well
the
with,
small
and
scale.
he tried to make the rest of the room agree with that bullshit that he made up.
What do you mean by a small scale then?
I mean
when
that
I was using
at a
geometry, what do you
longer
mean?
scale. Wait, why did you ask me a question?
Well, okay, let me clarify it. When I've very clearly stated that the ground underneath doesn't matter when using geometry to set a horizontal plane, you said that would work over a small scale. Why did you say that?
Right. Why is it that you have to do differential leveling to carry that level somewhere else?
We're talking about scale.
Yes. And when you do it at a large scale, what do you do with that level? How do you carry it from one place to another?
We're not talking about the level. We're talking about the horizontal straight line segment over any scale. You're saying it only works over a small scale. We're going to hold your feet to the fire and say, no, you can extend a straight line segment as far as you want.
With differential leveling, right?
With different, like 3 or 4 different methods. So pick one, and so you're agreeing now that you can extend a straight line segment for long distance. Scale doesn't matter.
No, I didn't say that either.
So you're saying scale does matter then. So geometry doesn't work over large scale.
What I said was, if you're carrying a level with differential leveling, you're following the curvature of the Earth.
that is definitely needs to be proven, because I can double back and I can close the loop. I can double back. I can leapfrog and show you that that straight line segment is not curving. So then, then at what distance would that horizontal straight line segment start to curve, sir? Good luck.
It's
okay,
very interesting.
Can you describe for me what closing the loop?
I tried to get in. It's very interesting how you double down, triple down, and quadruple down on that word level. I've noticed it all night, right? This is what you've been doubling down on, doofus. Differential leveling, because to you, level is curved.
We don't use level when we're talking about hang on. We don't use level when we're talking about a horizontal plane. We use horizontal. The only time we use level in construction is when we're erecting a wall or a shelf. But when we're setting a form and we want it not to be sloped, we say we want it horizontal.
Okay, I'll get a chance to answer Rocky's earlier point.
I'm in line. Can I be in line?
Jesus.
Okay, so when you're closing the loop, you're going, well, okay, I'll have you describe how closing the loop eliminates the possibility that curvature exists. Go ahead.
It eliminates error. It doesn't
Okay. What
care
is the
what's
method?
underneath. Yeah, maybe I'll get a chance to finish my answer if you're not interrupting me. That's how you sound, bro. It doesn't tell you what's underneath you. It tells you that your horizontal plane you're trying to create using the most precise tools known to man, made and designed by man to create that horizontal plane, is without error.
Okay. What is the method for closing the loop? How does that eliminate curvature?
Wow, dude. It does. Did you not hear? Maybe you're not paying attention.
Yeah, you didn't give me
Doesn't,
the method. You just said it does
doesn't,
eliminate curvature. You didn't
you
say
ready?
how.
Are you ready? Doesn't eliminate.
Cutting out, Rakia. You've cut out. Unless it's me.
No, it's him.
It's Rakia.
Yeah,
Must have got a phone call. Yeah, he's got a phone call because he's gone on mute. That's what happens.
Hey, so just real quick, I just got off the phone with my land surveyor, and I'll publish the video. I'll publish the audio, but I tell you what, I wouldn't want that guy teaching me how to do anything. I was very confused by his answers. Like, I've listened to the conversations here, and I don't usually have trouble following them, but this guy was hard to follow and trying to. But you know what was interesting? I said, "Hey, Greg, I wanted to see if maybe later today, if you know if there's a time I can call back better." He's like, "What's this all about?" I'm like, I'm researching land surveying." He's like, "Yeah, but what are you after?" Like, he was really sus, right? And I just said, "Look, I've had some discussions with some friends. I do photography," and they said that. So finally, I said, "Look, you're talking to me, so can I just start recording?" And so I started the recording. I went through some of the questions that you had, Bandsaw, and finally at the end of it, like, he was actually bringing in curvature, I think, on purpose, right?
Right.
Because I asked him, would those 2 points be parallel? And he said yes. And he goes, "Oh wait, no, they refer to the center." He goes, "No," he goes, "No, they refer to the center of the earth. So then no." I'm like, "Okay." And then at the end of it all, because he was getting a little bit feisty with me, I'm like, "Look, is it possible that the curvature of the earth doesn't exist and that they just calculate it?" And he goes, "Yes."
No way.
Nice.
Woo! Boom. And you got this on tape.
Well, I used tape-a-call, so I used it, and I haven't listened back to it. So unless something happens, but yeah, it should be good to go.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's gonna call you in like a week and be like, "Dude, why'd I get fired?"
Exactly. Oh, that's gold.
Hey, yo, I heard somebody mention something about George Hetnick. Did something happen?
He died.
Yeah, he died. Yeah, he died.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like in reference to like, some kind of witty comment or if it was legit. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I was curious, man. God bless.
Shout out George. He was a feisty one.
Yeah, I'll let that rest for right now. But yeah, God bless his family, man. God bless.
He's on to the great surveyors in the sky.
He's on to the circle in the sky, God bless. Yeah, no disrespect either. Like, God bless.
I think he probably has a better understanding of reality right now than we do.
Oh yeah. Yep. Probably kicking himself right now. Damn, I was wrong.
He's like, I knew there was one more surveyor I should have got. That's all. Travis found him.
It's like, I knew I should have bought stock in Etherband.
Bless him.
Yeah, I remember one time he was we had a picture on I think it was one of the first times I met George, and he was like, it was like a picture of a horizon, and he put a ruler, and he was like trying to show me how it wasn't level. Just like, oh man.
I remember watching a video with George and his dog Khan, the German Shepherd. It was a gorgeous German Shepherd car. Just old boy.
You know, who is it that hates it when I ask for money? Oh, Harry. Harry he hates it when I say, if you pay me, then I'll do it. But I'll tell you what. When I asked George for information, before I asked him, I told him I'd pay him for his time. So just to let you know that I know that a man is worth his time.
Yep.
And
actually,
he never did it.
I actually heard you say that on Brandon's. Actually, I actually remember that, Travis.
Well, yeah, I think it's absurd to ask anybody to do something if it's going to take time away from, either work or whatever. Well, you got to pay it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right? 6-pack or $100.
Whatever it's
I
worth.
think a lot of the ancient scientists, so to speak, had benefactors. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
That a king say, go do this, and the king paid him to go do it.
That's exactly right. Think about it. Think about Copernicus and Newton making these observations at night. What are they doing during the daytime? Sleeping. Because if you're up all night taking measurements, you're not doing much during the daytime.
You know what I started thinking about, just on a side note, and just the terms, is like, how there's like light, right? Like daylight, right? Then you have like night is almost like its own version of light. And I was thinking about like, like how like the Egyptians called the night Nut. And so it's like night, you know what I mean? It's like the specific kind of light attributed to evening.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like you have light and you have night. I don't know. I thought it was interesting.
Okay.
Remember that absolute darkness in a cave. You can't even see your hand 2 inches in front of your face. But when you go outside at night, there's plenty of light. It's not absolute darkness.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. It's night. It's not, it's not light, I don't know. It's like just an interesting term.
Yeah, you know what? I thought, though, I don't know if Rakia's here or not, but man, the guy that I talked to, all of his answers, first of all, I asked him how long he'd been in the business. He said about 50 years. So he said that all of the surveying now is just done by statewide standards, right? It's just the information's already out there. You're just referring to something that's already out there. And I said, yeah, but go back to when like you were younger. Like, what did you do then? And he was hesitant to answer the question, like, because I asked him about refraction, like how does what are some variables that affect your tools? He's like, man, we just use GPS anymore. There's no variable with that. I said, well, what about refraction? He goes, yeah, we don't do that.
Okay.
It's really weird. It's almost like going to the store to buy cake instead of making it yourself. You know what I mean? I'd much rather make it myself.
So it sounds like the standards by which we established lines and borders and all this stuff is pretty much been established, and we don't use the method that we got those to begin with anymore. What it sounds like. You understand what I'm saying? Sorry, it's too loud here.
Yeah.
Yo.
It's yeah. That's what I thought about with in college. It's one of the things I thought about when I had to write a paper. Because on this side of history, we have all of the T's crossed and the I's dotted, like all of the theological arguments, like they've been had and decided upon. So, like, they're never going to let us have our own convention and say, look, see if you come up with what we came up with. You know what I mean? Like that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen if we got together. We'd be like, oh yeah, the Trinity's not real. They're like, heretic. Curvature's not real.
No. They're just too slick for their own good at the end of the day.
You know, that comes back to what I've been saying for a month or two now. It's all about faith. We trust that the people before us did the work right. So we are basing the new discoveries on the previous work that we trust that they did, that we can say our new work that we're doing is correct.
Yeah.
We didn't validate any of that stuff. We just trust that it's true. Let's trust that it's accurate.
Well, see, but you don't have to do that if you got math, right? Because math is objective and concrete. That's what it is. There's no question. There's no fudging. Like if you arrive at a different answer, then you got to go back and check your work because the numbers are right.
Yeah, the issue is that it works. Because, like, you plug into your GPS on your, on your boat, follow the course, and it's going to get you where you want to go. So then, the assumption is that everyone understands what's going on. That's what it is. That's all. And it does work, but it also doesn't necessarily mean that they're telling you everything. You know what I mean? That's what it is. I think that's interesting.
All GPS is just is a location finder at the end of the day. Period.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it works. Okay.
Well, yeah. I think my response is pretty clever. If somebody says, "All right, you know that the Earth's a globe because GPS, right?" Like, yeah. How many Pokemon can I catch at that spot? Mm-hmm. Is that real too?
Well, I think what's interesting too is it's always like you're always updating. Like if it's a GPS or if it's somebody on a ship, every hour, right? I mean, how many times are you correcting yourself? You know what I mean? All the time. So it's like there's no nobody sets out and makes a course for 1,000 nautical miles and follows that exact course without correcting for where they actually are. There's always a reheading. There's always something.
Michael Isha.
Sorry, don't mute me, please. I've been waiting to talk for 7 days.
You're muted, Elijah. You're muted.
Hey, go at it, man.
So I then went and looked up the Flat Earth Malaysia group and the Enoch Square Earth group because we were talking about it, and this is really trippy stuff, man. I posted a video and some stuff in the chat. Oh no, I didn't. I just posted just the video in the chat. So check it out. Also, I was sharing my screen because I don't know what this video is. I don't even know if it's he could be looking at he could be looking at I don't know, Venus or some shit. I don't know, but it's just funny because he's just, it's his commentary in the video is just yo, wow, that's crazy. It's whatever. I'm like, what? Look, watch this.
Did you say the Flat Earth Malaysia group?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why?
okay. No, I was just checking. That's all.
Yeah, and then I couldn't freaking I couldn't read anything in there, and I was like, so. Look at this.
Google Translator.
I'm gonna play it again. What?
Hold on. Wait.
I couldn't
If
hear
that's
anything.
legit, I said if that's a legit video, how would the Globers explain that one, right? If that's legit,
if
I don't know if
it's
or not.
Right. But he's like, it's like two of them. Whatever. I was like, yo. So
I jumped. I mean, I wasn't on there all day yesterday, but did they ever resolve the eclipse and new moon issue or the full moon issue? Did they ever get resolved?
But from yesterday,
Yeah.
I don't think so. It was
Are you
with
talking about how much of the moon surface is being lit up by the sun? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm actually more talking about even being visible. Remember my horizontal lines that I drew? How's it even visible?
Remember your point? What was your point?
Well, I mean, to have a new moon, you have to be closest to the sun, right? Or at least a sliver moon, which means the moon is closer. But if you look at your visible horizon from your position on the Earth, it would technically be below, most of the time, potentially be below the your visible, what you could actually see. And then you have the if you move deeper into the night, like somebody said they saw the sliver of the moon at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever. Then how would you see that below your visible horizon that you could see on the Earth?
Muted.
I don't understand.
Well, let me repost it. Let me repost what I posted. And I stole it from Xanax.
Hey.
So. Go ahead.
You're roboting, Travis.
Bacon, since you're here, this was part of a discussion earlier. Am I breaking up?
Not now. You're back.
Okay, what about now?
Yeah, now you're back now.
Yeah.
Okay, do you see what I posted?
So this was a little bit of it.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Travis. Oh, I was listening.
I'm breaking up. I'm breaking up. Go ahead.
Okay, like a full moon on the one video or the first one. This is from, I stole these from other people, so these aren't, I'm the one putting the blue lines in. But if, let's say you had a full moon, which would be the first picture, if I'm on the terminator line and I draw a horizontal horizon out from my feet outward, that would be, the full moon would be below my visible horizon that I could see below. I couldn't see, it would be below it, so I would never see it. And then if I move deeper into the daytime, which would be the second picture, like this, maybe an hour or two into the day side, it would be even less visible. You wouldn't see it at all. And then on the second one, this is somebody talking about the new moon. It'd be the same problem. If you're into the, or even a sliver moon, if you're deeper into the night, hour-wise, your visible horizon would not be where you could see it. So those are my. So what's your explanation if you have one?
Oh, I think if you put that into scale, it's not that hard to make that work. So I mean, your last drawing, the sun is very close and enormous. If you put it far away, and it gets a very small angular size, same angular size as the moon. So
right, I don't think that solves your problem though.
Okay, what was the problem? I'm getting it.
Because I've over exaggerated, but imagine if the Earth was that size, let's say the semi-scale, you would be smaller than an atom, with the size of an atom in scale, which means you're virtually like right now, I'm 6 foot tall on the surface of the Earth, right? And if I throw a visible horizon out, yeah, it's still even if you scaled it, it still would be below my visible threshold. It would have to be. And especially if I start tilting further and further away, that visibility of it would disappear.
Oh, you
Wouldn't be able to
can
see it.
you can get any specific date and time, and we'll check what's the position of moon and sun, and we can put that into scale and see if.
Well, you'd have to
the-
make sure you have all the angles, right? You'd have to know all the
Yes.
angles.
Well, you do.
Oh.
Like, all that's required. Like we have the GP of both sun and moon. At any point, you can get it from an almanac or just Stellarium or whatever. It's a bunch of
So
different.
basically, what I hear you saying, Bacon, is that taking what Paul's saying, we'll put Paul at the top of a ball with a little stick pin. Okay, so the stick pin is Paul, and then we'll get a stick that we can put the moon at the end of, so that the moon is over its GP, right? So then now the moon is at its GP, and then all you have to do is rotate the Earth. And if what Paul is saying is true, as far as what I understand Paul to say is that it sounds like what Paul's saying is that moon wouldn't even be visible according to the angles. It wouldn't be even in our line of sight, but it is in our line of sight. So does that make any sense, Paul or Bacon?
I'm still not sure
You're
why.
still not following it.
Like,
no.
If you're right
Travis
at the sun, if you're right at the terminator line, then you still should be able to see both sun and moon close to the sunset, close to the horizon. So if you get past the terminator line, the first thing that is going to disappear will be the sun, and the moon, the new moon, would be around it. So let's say, I mean, if you want to see the new moon, you have to see when it's above the sun. So after the sunset and before the moonset, you have night and the moon still visible. And
Okay,
I
hold on,
where
Bacon. You're Paul. Can you go on mute? Your noisy kid in the background is disrupting everything.
Sorry, I thought I muted myself. I'll do it real quick. Just bear with me.
Bacon, it sounds to me like you're mixing up evening and morning. New moon only occurs in the morning.
Okay, so it's just flipped. It's the same thing. So we see the moon rising, and then the sunrise. So before the sunrise and after the moonrise, the moon is in the sky. The sun didn't rise yet. So you're not past the terminator line of the moon, but you're past the terminator line of the sun. If it's not a solar eclipse, then they don't have the same terminator line. They are in slightly different directions. So at that edge where you're still behind the shadow of the Earth, you already have a field of view of this. You have sight to the moon, but you don't have yet sight to the sun. But once Earth rotates a little more, then you start seeing the sun. So like, I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, I'm confused by what you're saying right now. I wasn't confused by Paul, but now I'm confused by you. So.
I mean, I think the GP thing is a good way to describe it, because like if I was to take my pictures and I drew a stick, another line, which I'm not going to do, but I mean, in a sense, the GP in the second, the first two pictures, the GP of the moon would be the arrow pointing at the moon. That would be the GP, right? And then in the new moon one to be the same thing. It'd be the GP would be virtually between whatever direction you're going. So I get what Travis is saying, even in his description, because I think he's understanding what I'm driving at. So the GP would have to be the GP of the moon or the sun in either one of those scenarios would have to be above my visible horizon, or whatever. At least that line would be above it. Would have to be above it. I don't think scale would matter in this. Because if something is below something, like if I got a deck right out here, and I can put myself at the very bottom. Hold on a sec. But if I put myself at the edge of the deck and I have a ball, and as soon as that ball, I can go way out. But if I'm really down close, I can probably take that ball far out. But as soon as I hit below the edge of that deck, I can't see it.
I think it does matter because in that drawing, that's a solar eclipse. The moon is on front of the sun. There is no way you're going to see the moon and not see the sun at the same time, because the sun's so close it can't be not being eclipsed by the moon. Like if you have a new moon that is not a solar eclipse, it means that the moon and the sun are not in the same direction. And given that they look the same angular size, you can very well have an angular separation between them. And if you're at the edge, in the terminator line of the sun, and you get past it, you're still not going to be at the terminator line of the moon. Like, you know what the terminator line is, right?
Yep.
Right. So if the moon and the sun are in different directions, they have different terminator lines, right?
Well, the sun doesn't have a terminator line.
Why not?
What do you mean? You never see a shadow on the sun, bro.
I'm talking about the terminator line of the sun on Earth, like the positions where you can no longer see the sun on Earth. That's the terminator line of the sun. It's on Earth. Like whenever I'm talking about terminator line, I'm talking about on Earth. So you have the terminator line of the sun and of the moon. If they're in the same GP, they're in the same direction, then they have the same terminator line, roughly, because the moon is closer. So that changes a little bit. But if it's not a solar eclipse, so the new moon is not in the same direction of the sun, they're going to have different terminator lines. So surely you can be in the terminator line of one and not be in the other. That would be if you're not in the terminator line of the sun, but you are within the terminator line of the moon, then it's night and you can see the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is no problem there. This should happen.
Howard, can you translate, bro? I'm having trouble following.
Well, the terminator line of the moon is not something that I get what he's saying, but we don't really much talk about the terminator line of the moon. I would say just all the area of the Earth, that you can see the moon, and then there's an edge or a ring that is like the terminator line of the sun that we call the terminator line of the moon.
Okay, yeah, that didn't help.
Okay.
It's just an abstract concept.
Okay, let me try to make it different. Let's try to visualize it mentally. So you're in a globe Earth, and the moon is above your head. It's at your zenith. As you walk backwards, the moon is going to start sinking, right? It's going to start setting at some point. So it doesn't matter which direction you start walking backwards. You can pick any direction. That's going to happen, and it's going to happen at the same distance. So that distance that you're going to travel from being behind the moon to having the moon at your horizon, it's going to give you a radius of a circle, in which if you go past that, you can't see the moon anymore. And if you enter the circle, now you can see the moon again. That circle is the terminator line of the moon. And the same goes same go for the sun. But in the case of the sun, the terminator line is also...
Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me back up for clarification. Okay, so you said the moon is above my head, and it has a terminator line on the moon. Okay, so part in shadow, part lit up.
No. I'm talking about on Earth. So on Earth, as you walk backwards from the moon, there's a certain distance that you're going to walk backwards, that it is going to put the moon at your horizon.
Yeah, I get that part. I get that part. But what does the moon look like right now? Because I'm trying to, like, is it a full moon? Is it a crescent moon?
Regardless, I'm just explaining the concept of a terminator line.
Okay, so once once you move back far enough away to the circumference, and the moon disappears over the horizon, then I have crossed into, I don't know why you're using, like, what time of day is it? Like, is it nighttime then? Am I crossing over into nighttime at that moment?
It doesn't matter. I'm just explaining the
Yeah,
whole
it
idea of what.
does. It does
No,
for me
No,
because
but not.
otherwise I don't understand.
But I'm just trying to explain what the
Okay.
terminator line of the moon is. That
Just
happens.
all right.
That happens in
I,
any phase, in any time of the day.
okay, but listen, that's what I'm asking you. Okay, look, when you say terminator line on the moon, that's what
Of
I'm
the
asking
moon,
you
not on the
for.
moon.
of the moon.
Of the moon, not on the moon. This is still on Earth.
Why don't you
See,
just call it the horizon?
because I'm not talking about the horizon.
Well,
That's
here's
the
the thing.
terminator line.
I think that's the communication problem. I mean, you can say like as the moon starts to drop below the horizon, it's terminating, it's disappearing, it's going away. That's what I would. The way you're describing, that's what I would think.
Right.
The typical understanding of the termination
Describing.
line that you're describing, Bacon, when you say termination line, it's usually the shadow as it goes across the face of the moon, or the shadow on the Earth as that's that termination line between darkness and daylight.
Let's say it like this: you understand what the terminator line of the sun is, right?
I've never heard that until today with Bacon.
Well, I mean, yes,
neither.
I'd say too. But take the sun out of the picture, and now you have the moon. The moon also has a terminator line of which it can be seen or not seen, right?
That's right. I know what you guys are talking about.
Okay. I don't know. Okay, you guys know the concept of a circle of equal altitude, right? So let's say I measure the elevation angle of the moon, and I read 45 degrees. So there's a circle on Earth, in which every point on that circle, if I pointed the sextant to the moon, I would also measure 45 degrees. So it's if I go past that circle, then I get a lower angle. If I enter the circle, then I get a higher angle. So what if I measure the elevation angle of the moon and it is exactly 0? What's my circle of equal altitude? It's everywhere on Earth that you would see the moon at your horizon. If you go further than that, the moon sets. If you get closer than that, the moon rises. So you get a higher angle if you get inside of the circle.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so you have that's a terminator line. That circle is what I'm referring to as a terminator line. So you have a terminator line for the moon, which is every position in which the moon is either setting or rising. And you have a terminator line of the sun, which is the same thing, everywhere on where the sun is setting or rising.
Okay.
So if they are in the same direction, let's say on a lunar eclipse or on a solar eclipse, then they have the same terminator line. So if you see one, you see the other. If you don't see one, you don't see the other. They are in the same direction. They share the same terminator line. Now, if they're not in the same direction, let's say on a new moon that is not eclipsing the sun, then their terminator line is going to be offset to each other. So they're going to have an overlap. But at some they have a big overlap, but they have like a thin part of each other, of each one that is not overlapping the other. So some part of the terminator line of the sun is not overlapping the terminator line of the moon, and vice versa. In those areas in which those circles are not overlapping, you might be only on one circle and not in the other. Then you will be able to see the moon and not be able to see the sun, and vice versa. So if you can't see the moon, you're inside of its terminator line. But you're not in the sun's terminator line. Then it's night, and you can see the moon.
Okay, I think I know what he's saying, but I kind of said that yesterday. Like if I put the sun, the only way to see a full moon would be if if I have a straight line, I'm standing on the Earth. If I turn around behind me, then you would say the sun is cut in half behind me, and I look straight ahead of me. The moon is cut in half in front of me by the horizon. That's 180 degree opposite of each other in opposition. But if say the sun rises in the altitude behind me, which means it has an elevation angle in the horizon behind me, and there's an elevation angle of the moon in front of me, okay, neither one of those are below the horizon. So in those scenarios, whether a new moon or the new moon would be slightly different, but you would never see a full moon. It would not be a full moon. You can't see it because it's gone.
When you're talking about seeing the full moon and the sun at the same time, right?
Right. That's what this discussion started yesterday.
But like the full moon is not exactly opposite to the sun. So if it was, that would be a lunar eclipse. And then their terminator line would also be the same, but their center would be opposites on Earth. One would be below the moon, the other would be below the sun, but the terminator lines would be overlapping. If they are not in the same direction, then they're going to start to intersect in just a small range. In that range is where you can see both of them. So every time you have a new moon that is not eclipsing the sun, it's not being eclipsed by the Earth, you can have that share of terminator lines in which you'll be able to see both. So if it's but if it is being eclipsed by the Earth, so you have a lunar eclipse because they're exactly opposite. Then if you're in zero elevation and there's no refraction, then yes, you wouldn't be able to see both of them at the same time.
I feel like Bacon is answering a question that Paul's not asking. I'm really lost. Paul, do you feel like he's addressing your issue?
No, I don't think he really is. I don't think he's getting it. I think this is where sometimes your own bias and your own understanding can get in the way. I think this is happening here. I mean, because a new moon. Let's say a new moon. Let's think about a new moon, a crescent moon. Very sliver, just a small, very sliver of light. Very small. New moon, you never see. You never see it. If I'm looking at the new, if the new moon is at, let's say, 20 degrees off the horizon, let's say 30 degrees off the horizon, right? But the only time I probably should be able to see that is at the termination line between sun and dark. But the deeper I go into night, that should drop and disappear.
Hey, Paul,
it should drop and disappear. Yeah.
Paul, you can hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can. Hey, I had a question, dude. Yeah, what you said about all the Terminator line and stuff. Did you guys see the moon today? How it's, in the west part of the sky if you're in North America?
Okay, if this is gonna derail the conversation, I don't know if I want to do that yet.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, we should pick it up afterwards. This is
It does have to do with the moon and like what it looks like.
This is electric, right?
Because
no, it sounds like Good White or somebody.
Yeah, to me, what it looks like is really oblate. It doesn't look like how it normally looks. It looks like it's changed. But the sun and the moon are up in the sky at the same time. Which how is that going to work on a flat Earth?
Okay, well, right now, that's a red herring question. That's fine if you want to bring that up. But right now, that's a red herring question off the topic at hand. We're discussing the heliocentric understanding, and then I'm trying to analyze it. We're trying to analyze it through even their own understanding. So that's where we're at right now. If you want to bring that up as another topic, we can after this is done. Okay? Fair enough?
Yeah, it's fair enough with me. I was going to bring it up too, so go ahead.
Okay, so now, back to what I said. The deeper you go into night with a new moon, that means like somebody said they saw the new moon at midnight. So that's 3 hours, depending on the time of year, that could be 3 to 4 hours into darkness, right? And remember, I'm on the Earth, so that means it should potentially be below my horizon, my visible, what I can see from my visual. If I draw a line straight out from my feet, it should be below that at some point, you would think. If it's not, then that's on you guys to explain how that's possible. And I get the idea. I mean, if you want to draw an illustration like I did to explain it, have at. Just explain it. But talking is hard because I'm having a hard. Like I think I'm going to do with Travis. He's talking about termination lines and all this stuff. I'm like, just visualize it then, like I did. I tried to visualize it. We can look at it.
Well, to be fair, with Bacon's example, talking about the terminator line of the moon versus the terminator line of the sun, I can visualize that if they're off from one another, they don't have the same terminator line. So after sunset, I would be able to see the new moon or the sliver, the crescent, for a period of time after sunset.
Then that might be another question. How much of the new moon is visible during nighttime. Like,
Okay,
and how's
right,
that modeled out? Go
right.
ahead.
So okay, but who's making the claim that that's possible? Because as far as I know, the new moon only happens in the morning, right? So when the moon is waxing to full, the moon is moving away from the sun so that it will be 180 degrees when it's full. And then as it makes its circuit to new moon, it's drawing closer to the sun. So when it gets as close as it can to the sun for the new moon, that's always in the morning. So then the new moon is going to be always during the morning for 14 days. So I don't really.
Wouldn't the waxing be in the morning and the waning be in the evening?
No. Oh wait. Yeah. The waxing is morning. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Like
that's right.
Well, a new moon. Okay, I'm not very familiar with the terms for the moon phases. Not in English, at least. So I'm a bit confused. But
Well, basically, a new moon.
the new moon.
Hold on a second. I'll just try to make it clear. New moon means it's completely shadowed. Okay. I thought you didn't understand. Okay, if you understand, okay, sorry.
Yeah, there's the new moon and full moon. I know. The other ones that I'm not very familiar.
Okay,
Like,
so sorry.
Waxing is towards full moon and waning is away from full moon.
Waxing is towards new.
No, waxing would be towards full moon, and waning is like going away from full moon.
Waxing is when the moon is going to grow in its luminosity, and waning is when it's going to diminish.
Isn't a crescent moon the one that is like going towards the full moon?
The crescent moon is yes, when it's waxing.
What's the difference between waxing and crescent?
No. A crescent is what the moon looks like. Waxing talks about how big the crescent will grow after new moon.
You can have a waxing and a waxing crescent, and you can have a waning crescent.
Yes.
What the brother
Yeah, I was
said.
going to say that too. Yeah, good point.
Could I ask a question really quickly? Like, who's defined what a new moon is for us? Has anybody looked into that? Because that's what I love this server, because you guys are always talking about the celestial clock and calendar. And I'm learning this. And so I used to be the crescent moon is the new moon kind of stuff. But it's not it. And it's a full moon, fully restored moon. And then every 15 days after that, now the moon is waning. So it's getting smaller. And so on the 15th of so today is the second day of the 7th month of the Hebrew calendar. So now on the 15th day, which is going to be the 24th of this month, there's going to be no moon. We're not, every single month, you cannot see the moon for like 3 days. And we have a solar eclipse on the next day, which is the 25th. So I've been tracking it a little bit. And so last month, September, I think 25th, you can look it up on Stellarium. The moon is so super close to the sun. And I believe it happened. I've only just recently started doing it. I believe it happens every month. And I'm wondering why there wasn't a solar eclipse then. But I'm pretty sure this happens every month. I know definitively on the 15th, so it's going to be the 24th and 25th, maybe the 26th of this month, you're not going to be able to see the moon because it's so close. But I want to know, has anybody questioned who told us what a new moon is? Because when I looked into it, it was the Babylonian calendar. I'll post it. And, there's no secret that I follow the creator's instructions. But this calendar has people looking down, and the creator that I serve wants us looking up.
I don't want to.
So
I don't want. I don't want to.
Hey, Blaze.
Yeah.
Hold on a second, good boy. I don't want
They don't want it. You can't. Yeah, you can't answer questions because they're on a specific topic. So I'm sorry, Blaze. You just gotta wait.
Okay, gotcha.
That's
All
okay.
right, well,
And I
but
was just.
yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
just please, just at some point, define who and what told us that. So I just, yeah, gotcha.
Right.
I was here
Well,
for that. Sorry.
can I say something? Let me say something real quick. I think the words new moon and waning crescent is just a convention we use. If the term new moon came from a Babylonian origin, that's not necessarily a bad. I mean, it's just a language thing, I think. But I think even in the Hebrew calendar, they recognized when the new moon was over by as the rabbis would first start to recognize that the crescent moon would appear, then they would know the new moon had just happened. So that's how they
Right, but the
recognize. They can
rabbis are
never
from
see the new moon.
Babylon.
Well, I
The
mean,
rabbis
either
are from
way,
Babylon. But anyways, I don't
that's
want to get you
fine. That's
sidetracked,
fine.
but
That's
yeah.
fine.
So,
It's just a convention. The words are just a convention to describe something that we're experiencing. So I don't want to get off. That's why I don't go down that road too much. But our discussion now is being able to see a new moon or even a sliver crescent moon, whether a waning or waxing crescent moon at
but see,
certain times.
that's why I brought it up, is because we have to define. It has to be the same for everybody. The new moon. What defines a new moon? If we look about it, I mean, think about it. Like, do you buy a half a pair of shoes? Like when we buy something full and complete. And I'm suggesting us being truth seekers, we need to look into what we've been taught as what is a full moon, because that, full moon, new moon for me is full. And like he was just saying, he was thinking that it was a full. Were you, Bacon, thinking that a full moon was a new moon?
No.
No, I don't think he.
Okay.
I don't think he did that. Yeah, I don't think he did that.
And a full moon is. Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I just want to say a full moon is when the sun, we can see 100% of the moonlit for the whole night.
Yeah,
everyone on Earth. Is that for everyone on Earth, though?
Absolutely, for 9
everyone
hours
can-
and 48 minutes.
Yeah,
just
real
the other
quick.
day.
I don't think we can see 100%
Real quick,
on
it's
the
not
moonlit.
100%. It's like
After the
99,
math we did
whatever.
yesterday.
Well, oh, right. You guys were going in yesterday. Real quick, though, question was, do lunar eclipses apply to the nodes? The concept of the nodes, or is that strictly
I would
solar?
say yes.
Okay. Yeah, it does, right? It's not just strictly for the sun or solar eclipses, right?
Well,
I want to be clear.
Go ahead.
I want to be clear about this because I think it's confusing. I think when they say 100%, 100% of the part that we could see is lit. Like, I mean, obviously,
So
the side that we
but
can
that's
see.
where the problem lies, Paul. That's where the problem lies. If it's 100% we can see that's lit for everyone on Earth for that whole 8 hours, that's an issue. Bacon knows why. We did the math yesterday. You can see two people antipodal. You can see 50.4% of the moon. They did the math in gems for me earlier yesterday on that. So.
Well, I think this is getting okay. I'm not going to say semantical. This is getting straining out a gnat and swallowing a camel problem. I mean, I think there's a colloquial idea here that we all understand is when the moon, like if I'm on the Earth and I'm looking at the moon, it is fully lit. That's the full moon. That means the part that I can see with my eye. It would seem like there's parts of it when it's a waning and waxing moon that is not lit during that time that I can see the moon. And you can do images and filters and stuff to show that the moon is there. It's just not lit up. So I think it becomes a colloquial thing.
It's not a colloquial thing. It's a mathematical, geometrical thing. Yesterday we did the math. You can see 50.4% of the Earth at any given moment with two people antipodal. Okay, so the sunlight only lights up. They did the math. It's 50.0 something. What was the math on that, Bacon?
50.23%.
Well, I mean, if what you're saying is relating to the argument we're making, it's a different argument because we're not talking about. If you're, I mean, if you want to go back down that road again, that's fine. But that's not what we're talking.
No,
we're talking
that's
about
fine.
what
Go
you
ahead.
can see. How much
Go
of what
ahead.
can
Hey,
you
bro,
see the
stop
moon
trying
during
to change
certain?
the subject, homie. You got to keep it on
Well,
on the subject.
Yeah,
of
quit being
Paul's
passive
subject.
aggressive, good white. Quit being passive
Go
aggressive,
ahead.
bro.
Go
is
ahead,
it not
Paul.
good? Is it not good? See, this is what happens on the Discord. That's why I try to keep going back because I don't. It's never nothing gets resolved.
Yeah,
We
Yeah,
go
no,
from one
I didn't want
topic to
to
the
change this.
next,
I
one
didn't want to
topic to the
change the
next.
subject. Go ahead, Paul, please.
Sidetrack.
Yeah. So anyway, okay, I don't know if we ever resolved it, but I mean, I think Bacon understands what a new moon is and a full moon. I think he has the idea of what a waning and waxing is. So now back to our original question. I guess the next question is, what can you see during what parts of the day and how much of the moon can be seen and what phase can be seen at certain parts of the day? So that becomes the next question. Can you see a new moon if you're mostly into the daylight, or mostly in the dark? Can you see a new moon or even a small sliver? Probably not, depending on the angle.
No, I don't think so.
And it's on the Globers to say
they showed
yes,
me
you
a picture
can and why.
yesterday. They showed me a picture yesterday of the new moon. They said during sunset or dusk and dawn, you can see a sliver of a new moon. They said, and they had a picture of one.
Well, how far above the horizon is it, Jeremy? That's the question. That's the next question. Because
From the picture they showed, I have no idea.
Well, that has to be the next question because
so it was probably very close to the horizon.
And you also have to know the GP of the sun because the GP would be below. If the GP I explain this, I guess it had to depend on the angle. You just have to depend a lot on the angle, the GP of the position of the sun, is moon, whatever we're talking about. All that has to be in
all
play.
that in Stellarium quite easily. Like it gives you the GPs, it gives you the elevation angle where the terminal, like everything. Every scenario you want to think about, you can find there, and then we can.
Okay, so we can't do this without. So you're saying we can only use Stellarium to figure this out? We can't do this on our own? Like we were talking about this earlier.
I didn't say we can only use that. I'm suggesting like if you wanna come up with some figures in like a specific scenario, that would be better, so we can evaluate the specifics, right? If you're just talking generally.
Here's the thing. We just brought this up earlier, though. We were just talking about surveyors. What, an hour ago, or not even that long ago? How the current surveyors just trust the GPS. They're almost losing the art of how we got the lines and stuff to begin with. It's becoming lost. So if you're right, and Stellarium is based upon all this, then we should be able to go back and replicate it.
Sure. Yeah, and you can check the stuff against the Stellarium all you want. I mean, when you have a telescope and you want to point out some specific celestial body, many people just go to Stellarium, see what's the azimuth and elevation angle, and then point in that direction. And I don't see anyone complaining about Stellarium not working that way.
Well, actually, let me tell you, I'll complain about it because I've used it. I've got Stellarium on my phone, had it on my phone. I've got the camera on my phone. So you got a GPS, you've got a accelerometer inside my phone. And when I take my camera and I aim it at, and I put it in that position, I have very rarely had what the Stellarium is telling me match what I see in the sky.
Well, I have another issue. I have another issue with Stellarium. I'll go next, though. I'm next.
I gotta go for a while. Anyway, yeah, I'll be right back.
Jeremy.
So there's another problem with Stellarium. Not for me, for the Globers. That whole star trail thing. Come to find out, Stellarium isn't an actual representation of what we see because of the way our eyeballs are shaped, believe it or not. So there's that. So that's a Glober problem for Stellarium. That's not my problem, by the way. So even the Globers are telling you Stellarium isn't actually what we see. Would you say you're not getting the Stellarium's not giving you on your phone what you're looking at, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually used the camera feature, which you can use to line up what you see with Stellarium, and very rarely is what's in the camera match what I see in the sky. It matches. It's close. It's close, but it's not a perfect match.
Yeah, that's not surprising, since in the past week I've had the Globers arguing against Stellarium that it's not an accurate representation of what we see in the sky. So it's funny how this whole argument has shifted wildly. Like they're arguing for shit we used to argue with years ago.
Use this, but it's not perfect. Use that, but well, there's still a problem with it. It's kind of funny.
No, just last week I was having an argument, and I was like, so in the northern hemisphere, the stars are spinning clockwise, and the southern is spinning counterclockwise. Whatever the rotations are, I don't know if it's which one. But they're going, no, the stars spinning all in the same direction, east to west. Like they're literally making the arguments we used to make years ago. I got them like denying the different directional rotations around a pole in either hemisphere. It's funny. I mean, I don't know how serious I'm supposed to take this at this point, honestly.
That's the 3 stages of the truth, bro.
Are we just getting trolled? Is this like a big joke or something? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Yep. It's exactly what this is, man. This is the mind fuck of the century going on right now.
Some kind of sick joke.
Yep. And it's a really good one.
Like, did you ever think the Globers would be arguing for stars moving in the same direction and not rotating around opposite poles? It's crazy.
Yeah, Yeah. You're right. You're exactly. The script is flipped right now.
This is sick. Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, you ever been to Canandaigua?
I feel like you're not saying that right.
Yeah, it's spelled Canada, and then it's Agua, right? Canada Agua, but it's Canada Igua. It's like Canandaigua. Canandaigua?
Dude, I have no idea what word you're even trying to say. Is it near me?
It's near Rochester.
I don't go out to Rochester much. My man in Rochester is the one that used to make my eyeball. Best guy. They paint it right in front of you and shit.
Hey, Jeremy.
Shout out to all the Canadaiguans.
How did you lose your eye?
Shout out to my eyeball maker.
Yeah.
How did you lose your eye?
Hey, Jeremy, you can't change the subject, bro. You got to talk about waxing and waning, homie.
Go ahead then.
No, we have to talk about that. That's the only thing we can talk about.
If you want, Paul was trying to narrow shit down, and I don't blame him because, like he said, we never get to the bottom of shit, so I don't blame him. He wants to narrow some shit down on this waxing and waning thing, so be it. Bacon left. I mean, what do you want me to do, bro?
And also, it seems like the conversation's come to a standstill since nobody's really engaging and responding. So if you want to change the subject, have that now.
That's what I mean. What do you want me to do? What's the point? All right, what's your point with this waxing and waning thing, Paul?
Only talk about Paul's subject, bro. You can't talk about anything else.
Oh my God! Stop being passive aggressive, dude. Either bring up your point or not.
Why are you being petty, bro? Why are you being so petty?
That's my point.
Let it go, bro.
I feel Paul's pain because every time I'm trying to get to the bottom of something, somebody takes it off on a tangent, and we're off the rails, and we never get to the bottom of anything. So, if Paul wanted 5 minutes with bacon or whatever, 10 minutes, it's fine. I wasn't here. I would have gave it to him.
Now the
No,
floor
bro.
is
I
open.
try, I
What
try
do
to
you want? What
bring
did
up
you want to talk
something
about?
interesting.
Now we're
Bethany
talking
just wants
about
Yeah,
to
no,
bitch
I
and
try to
moan.
bring up something current, something relevant. But when I did it, it was like, no, let's stop the presses. You can't talk about what you want.
bro. This is your
And
time to
now
shine.
it's
Just let
like,
it go, bro.
God.
Flat D, this is your time to shine, bro. What do you got?
okay, so we got the sun and the moon in the sky. We got full moon. So that means that we got a direct path to the moon right now. If you look in your sky, I don't know if you look in your sky very often. I'm talking to everybody in here because you guys seem to not talk about that. But you know, past and present, you guys are never, or past and future, you guys are never in the present. Which the only thing that really matters is the present. So why don't you talk about your sky now? And so we got the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. How does that work on the flat Earth? Because just 1 month ago,
You're
at
lame.
the same time, hold on, I'm not
Let
finished.
him finish.
Jeremy said it's my time to go, so I'm going. So don't
go ahead.
interrupt me. So yeah, Jeremy. So the sun and the moon are in the. You can see it at the same time, in the same sky. But 1 month ago today, I was having the same argument with Arma, and the sun and the moon were in the opposite sides of my sky. So the moon was in the east side and the sun was setting in the west side. Well, now it totally flip flops. So it doesn't seem like they're totally what do they call that? When they revolve around each other and they don't move. It seems like the moon is a little bit faster than the sun, so it beats it. And then sometimes it's not, and then sometimes it's at different angles. So it's not always in the same. And it seems like it goes higher and lower in the sky too, if you guys notice. So
Bro, you just answered your own
Dave
question.
Weiss's
Your point.
Yeah, hold on. Dave Weiss's
I thought
app
you were done.
is inaccurate.
Okay, so your problem is that the sun and the moon moved through the sky over the course of a year, or
My problem is you Flat Earth doesn't have a model.
Why do we need
I don't
one?
know. Take it up with the Flat Earth president.
What are you talking about, bro? Of course there's a model. You take like water, right? You pour it in any kind of container you want. I guess you could make it, like a kid's pool, right? And then you pour dirt, right?
I'm not talking about water, dude.
Hold on,
I'm
bro.
talking about
Not
the
your turn.
celestial
Not
skies.
your turn.
I never
Not
said
your turn.
water.
Not your turn.
Let him finish.
Right? You
Yeah,
want
but
you want flatter.
this is a red
Not your
herring.
turn, bro.
Flat
Not your
D, you're next.
turn.
He's telling you. Hold on, Larry. Flat D. He's giving you his model. You can go next and rebut it if you want.
Right. So once you pour the dirt in the kiddie pool, right, then plant some seeds and grass and maybe plant shaped continents here and there, right? Now I want to see you make a water ball in a vacuum with an atmosphere that doesn't expand out into the vacuum. Good luck, buddy.
Right. So that's irrelevant, and this is a red herring to my original argument. This is non sequitur and straw man, all three wrapped up in a pretty little bow. So
Okay, you're going to have to explain all three of those. Wait,
Hold
you
on,
just made an
Larry. Larry,
accusation.
hold on a second. Larry, hold on.
Which isn't fair. So remember, I get to rebut, right? So
This is
I
it. Go
mentioned
ahead. I
nothing
cleared the
about
floor for you.
water. Thanks, Jeremy. You're the man. Anyway, so I was mentioning the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, and their differences of during each day, week, month. Sometimes it's on my east side of the sky. Sometimes it's on the west side of the sky. And they're always different at different elevations, different angles. And why it's different angles, because we see different portions of the moon, which this kind of ties into Paul's question that he hijacked and held hostage, and didn't let me change the subject, but it was
Oh my
partially
God, you're
relevant
such a
to what we're
drama
talking
queen.
about right now. Hey, Travis, I enjoyed what you said a little bit earlier. I totally forgot, but It made me giggle. But anyway. So yeah, that's what I got, man. It's not like Dave Weiss's app where it's always what's that word? It's not antipodal, but it's some other word where it's always convergent. No, it's none of them. Where it's always in lockstep. Let's just say facing each other.
I got a question. Didn't we hear this on the server? Well, I have a question.
Hold on,
Come on, bro.
hold on. He's not done, guys.
Come on,
Let's
I
wrap
have
this up, though. Try to be concise because you're definitely not allowed to monologue. So let's keep this concise.
I'm sorry.
The more times we interrupt him, the longer it's going to take.
I just got accused of 3 fallacies.
This is what he wants. He wants this long, drawn-out thing. He wants this long, drawn-out thing. Finish it up, Larry. You're next.
Yeah, I think I made my point. Is the sun and moon aren't always going lockstep to each other. It's not always the way the flat Earth model depicts it. So you got to throw that shit out, homie.
Are you done? Okay, so you asked me for a model. Yeah, and when you did, I provided one for you. It was simplistic. I'll give you that. Right? Then you accused me of 3 fallacies. Straw man, red herring, and something else. Go ahead and go through that because when you asked for a model, I provided one, and then it was 3 fallacies. Go ahead. How did I commit 3 fallacies?
Well,
Really?
I mean, your models you
Hey,
presented
you still
didn't address his
my
question.
sun and moon in your model, bro. You didn't address my sun and moon in your model, so that's what I have a problem with.
They're over the surface.
You're
Over-
just dodging it, homie. Come on, bro.
How does it work?
Address
They're
it or
over
move
the
on,
surface.
bro, or don't cry.
They're above the
Don't
dude.
cry,
You're
ho.
the one you're the one, bro. You're the one. He's a troll. He's just a troll. He's not here to have an actual argument. How does the sun and moon work? They're above the surface.
No, I'm bringing up a valid point, and you can't answer it. Now you're claiming you have a model, but when I ask you to model the sun and the moon, you just want to bring up water and volcanoes and shit. No.
Didn't you ask for a flat Earth model? Didn't I provide like Earth model? You didn't ask for a sky model.
He did.
Did you?
I did. I specifically did, dude. Now you're being disingenuous and calling me a liar. You're a liar because I did.
Okay.
Or you're just not listening. Maybe you can't hear or understand words.
Well, let's not just attack people and call names and shit. Come on.
Right. That would be petty, right?
I'd like to say something.
I vouch for Hank understanding
No,
words.
they call that deaf, dumb, and blind.
Okay, who brought up David Wise's app? Who brought that up? Did anybody on the server before Good White?
Well, I brought it up.
No, he was the
example.
one. He was the one that brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking for a model, and no one has a hold on. No one has claimed a model. We're talking about a model. I don't have a model. I don't know how the sun and sky work.
Of course you don't.
So, okay, but let's say the discussion we are having can either analyze current models or help you create one. So why not have that discussion instead of trying to say bring up something that no one brought up? Keep that down that you brought up, not what we've been talking about, and have that discussion. Why not do that about what's been talked about on the table?
Globers love to talk about things that don't exist, like their own model, for example, that everybody knows it doesn't work because the math doesn't work out. Because when you try to make gravity work at the galactic level, you get a big fat goose egg. Well, actually 120 of them with a 10 in front of it. But let's be honest, right? It doesn't work, right? Your model doesn't work. So if you have a model that doesn't work, what do you have?
Model. I'm not
no
a
model. No model. Oh, what are you? A robot? You're a robot?
Are you living in human tissue overlooking LA? You're breaking up, Flat D.
Why don't Good White bring up his model and let's discuss his model? Then we can have a discussion. How about that?
Yeah, get some good internet. Come back. Don't be petty. Show us your model.
Why
Jeremy.
are you asking
He was a
about
flat
my
earther
model?
a
I
week
asked
ago.
you about your model, bro. Model the sun and the moon on the flat Earth. Let's go, man.
I don't have one, so we can't discuss
This
something
guy
I
was
don't
a
have.
flat earther about a week ago.
So you
He was a
can't
flat,
do
like
it.
2
So
weeks
you
ago.
can't
He
do
was a
it.
flat earther.
So you
Yo, why are you
can't do
talking?
it.
No,
he wasn't. So you can't do it.
Why are you talking through me?
Well, go, man.
Why do y'all give this guy so many chances?
So last, like 2 weeks ago, he was a dude.
And now he's talking again.
There was a pause.
He was being all prissy
My
earlier about
internet's
people
not
over
bad, and I
talking him,
just
and
thought
now
I'd
he's just
get it out
over
real quick.
talking me every time I talk.
Go, Jeremy. Go. Got ya.
Like literally every time. Holy shit. So, anyways, 2 weeks ago, this guy was a flat earther in here arguing flat earth shit, and now he's, I don't know, arguing for the globe. I feel like he's just arguing whatever just to argue. I don't know how serious I would take this, guys.
You're not listening to me, dude. I said I see the sun and the moon at the same time, and this doesn't depict what the flat Earth model represents. And if you guys don't have one, then why are you calling yourselves flat earthers if you don't even have a model?
Can you
can't
show
even
me? Can
model
you
the
show
sun and
me
the
what?
moon.
I'm gonna post 2 flat Earth models for him. So he
What
wants
flat
models.
Earth
I'm gonna
model?
post 2 of them. Well, I got 2 of them to post for him, so you can look at them in live chat.
Yeah, we already know they're women, bro. Come on, that's nothing new. What do you think?
I've
you
been
are?
listening. Listen, I've been listening. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
Brian's got shit that works with refraction, the bending of light. All you gotta do is change the bending of light, and everything works fine for us.
Yeah, if we count that, I got 3 models. But I just been hearing this guy for the last 10, 15 minutes, like begging for models. So I'm gonna post him a few, or I'll post him 2.
Can you show me his model? Wait, like, can you show me your
Claim a
model?
model? Did I claim
Yeah,
a model?
where's your model?
All right.
Oh, that's how that works, huh? Did we claim a model?
Oh, he doesn't have a model. He wants to present us his.
So you're strawmanning us. You're strawmanning us for a model, which we haven't never claimed one. How's that work for you, buddy?
He doesn't have one either. Hold on a second. He doesn't have one either.
Yeah,
he doesn't have one either.
But he's strawmanning us for a model. You're roboting, buddy.
You're roboting, Flat D.
You're roboting, buddy. If you got a robot, we have
What
to
are
use
we
it.
running for a model? A
That's
story?
weird that you. That's weird. You were trying to grill us for a model and you don't have one. So I mean, you're in the same boat we are. So
yeah, he's
put
the
your
same.
put your life vest on. Put your life vest on.
There's
two
this one.
sides in this argument. Well, 3 with Glory, which is hilarious. But you got
the first.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, robot. You're roboting. I want to talk about apricot seeds. Oh wait, we can't talk about apricot seeds right now. I'm like personally offended. My ego is sore. I'm gonna bring it up for like the next 10 minutes.
You can't change the subject.
There's 2 boats. There's 2 boats in the ocean. Okay, and on one boat there's everyone with a model, and then in the other boat there's people with no model. You and everyone else with no model is in that no model boat.
And it's sinking.
Yeah, but you're in no model, no Earth model. Okay, gotcha, dude.
Yep, you're in the no Earth model boat.
So what are you in,
Right
Jeremy? You're in the globe Earth model. I seen you.
I seen you.
Wait a minute, guys. He asked for a model, and then I posted, and he's still talking. Shouldn't you be looking at the model that you're asking for? You asked for a model. I posted one with terabytes of information. It models Mars, Venus, models all the planets, the sun, the moon, the eclipses. Okay, you asked for a model, and now you're still rambling on instead of looking at the model. I haven't even posted the second one yet.
I'll check it out when I get a chance.
Okay, well, you asked for a model. There it is. So now ask something else if you don't mind.
I don't subscribe to Brian's model because I haven't actually plotted out that information.
It's not my model.
Oh, okay. So why do you give him a model that you don't subscribe to?
I didn't say I didn't subscribe to it. I didn't make this particular model. I have my own model.
All right, then share me your own model. Why are you giving me bullshit?
So you can look at it later. You're just a troll, dude.
Yeah, but don't call names. We can all see what's going on here, but please.
Call me names, bro. I could call
Well,
you names.
if
You
we
look like
can't
Joe from
address
Family, or you sound like
okay,
Joe
okay,
from Family Guy.
he's
Sorry to
valid.
give you another
Sorry.
talking point.
So
Anyway,
he's
All right, guys,
so I've
come on.
honored your request. I've got you a model. Now, can you get?
Okay, yeah. Everybody's talking over each other. Guys, needs to calm down, please.
Can we move on to a decent topic instead of being wasting time with trolls? I didn't call him a troll. I said we shouldn't waste our time with trolls.
No
Yeah,
doubt.
but
Can we
you're
move
implying
on?
me, dude.
I'm
That's
sorry,
not fair,
Rakia,
man.
but that's a passive aggressive way to call somebody a troll.
Yeah, call somebody a waste of time. I mean, obviously,
He is a waste of time. I'm not
and
afraid.
you're full of knowledge, right?
Yep, we are.
You
At least
got
we're
it
not
all
being
figured
passive
out.
aggressive trolls.
Have you not
No, dude, I'm
enjoyed
asking an honest
conversations
question, bro.
this evening, Rakia?
No, well, right up until this, I actually enjoyed the conversation earlier, which we were.
Well,
I
guess I win later.
Why
guys.
are you talking, dude? Every time someone talks, you're talking. It's not about you. This isn't about you.
Yeah, and Travis, leave your pride over there, man. We don't need it.
Well,
Yeah,
listen, y'all. You asked for a model over and over and over.
What'd you say
joined.
to me?
Oh, Brian, just repeat it again, man. Bring
No,
him
I
back
never even
into
got to
it.
finish my sentence. I've not even got to finish my sentence.
Yeah, let me complete it for you because you completed it 5 times earlier. He asked for a model earlier. You provided 2, and were you going to add something to that?
Yeah. I wanted to see his model. He wanted a model.
He doesn't
so I
have a
posted,
model. He's
that
already
was the whole. That was it. That
He
was just
already
them 3
said
more
he
words,
doesn't
He's
bro.
have a
already said he
model.
doesn't have a model. Can we not include him now? Can we move on?
Yeah. Fair enough.
I got a question for you
Nice
guys.
guy.
Thank God, a
SC,
French
go.
Canadian with a
Come
question.
on. Thank goodness. Go, SC.
All right. Thanks, guys. Jeremy, did we finally get a sun, a light number plus 50? Did we ever get that from the moon yesterday?
Yeah, 50 point. I think it was 50.2.
2-3.
However, 50.23. However, I went to Gems, right? And them guys said for 2 people antipodal with the moon in the middle, collectively, they can see 50.4% of the moon.
50.4. So they admitted plus 50. There's light plus 50.
They could see over
Not the
50%?
guys in Gems. The guys in Gems just gave me the math for 2 people antipodal with the moon in the middle of them. They could see 50.4% of the moon.
Oh, it's like they
The guys
skated
in
the
here.
question.
The guys in here. No, I didn't ask them. The guys in here said that you can see. The guys in here said 50. The sun lights up 50.2 whatever percent of the moon. So technically, you should never be able to. There should never be a period. It's completely lit.
Yeah. But my point is, and it's very important, they said that it lights up more than 50% at any given time, correct?
The guys in here, yes.
So that's a yes. Okay. Do you
Guys in
guys
here,
know what
yes.
that means? Do you know the implications of that?
I thought I did 24 hours ago, but I don't even know anymore. I've
Tell
been
us,
down this
SC.
rabbit hole.
Tell us, man.
All right. This is it, guys. This kills one of their things or brings a big doubt on it, right?
Yep.
So if we have sunlight that goes further than 50% on the moon, right?
Yep.
Now, during the solar eclipse, does the moon go in front of the sun?
Yep.
Yes, that's a yes, right? Do we ever see any light or anything, anything from the moon?
Nope.
We just see a dark thing, right?
We don't see from Earth for 50%.
So how is that possible?
It's not.
We don't
You
see
see what I'm
from
getting
Earth.
at, guys?
We don't see from Earth 50% of the moon. We see less.
Yeah, from one point, they're saying we see less.
Yes,
well,
but
that's a double
We
speak.
see 50.4% from two opposing positions. They're saying we see less than 50%. I guess if it's
Yeah,
just
but
one
that's a
guy.
double speak, Jeremy. That's why I took
No,
2 days. I waited for them to say more than 50%, right? So if it's
no,
more than 50%, if we are on one side of the moon and the sun is directly on the other side, that's the only way we can have an eclipse, right? Then we should see that 0.4 of the light, but we don't. All we see is a shadow.
but
Not even.
Essie, I told you we don't see 50% of the moon. We see less from Earth.
Yes, correct.
40,
And
40.8.
why is that?
49.8%.
How come?
Still doesn't even work.
40,
The math still
about
doesn't even work because
49.8%.
So you're saying somehow magically here on Earth we can only see 49.8 when you
It's not
admit it
magic.
that we can see 50.4. How is that possible?
I tell you how. The
No,
sun
hold
is
on,
much
Essay.
bigger than the moon. The sun is much
That's
bigger
not
than
even
the
what
moon.
he's talking about, dude. Hold on a second, Yossi.
I want to get
We
into
can
this
see
too, please.
50.4.
I do too.
We see 50.4% when you have two people antipode collectively. If they were to take two pictures, that would be 50.4% of the moon. One guy alone does not see that much of the moon.
Okay, so let me clarify.
Jeez.
By analogy, there's a building in front of me, and I can only see 49.8% of it. But someone else down the block at a different angle. Are you telling me
No,
that
damn.
no. Travis, you're missing the point.
Okay, that's why I asked. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, I'll explain. The sun is much bigger than the moon. Your retina is much smaller than the moon. This is why.
Ta-da.
Your
What does that mean exactly? What does
Because
that mean?
his example of two observers, this is an example where two viewpoints you are talking about, both retinas are smaller than the object. This is not what we're talking about in the case of the observer sun and moon.
Okay.
We're not talking about two viewers. Yesterday they were showing us pictures of the sun lighting more than half. One guy had a picture, who was it? Arma? 3/4 of the moon was lit. So you can't have it both ways. Either it
Not
lights up more than 50% or it doesn't. Which is it?
Not 3/4. Not 3/4, Essie. That would be 75%.
I know, that's what his diagram showed.
Let's see. My diagram was an illustration, and I specifically said not to scale. It was supposed to demonstrate a principle, not
So
what
you
actually
demonstrated
goes on.
terribly then what you were trying to show, because you showed 3/4 of the moon in shadow. So your demonstration was not good, my friend.
Listen again. It was supposed to illustrate a principle. It did exactly what it's supposed to do.
No, it didn't.
Let
No,
me finish.
it did
Let
not.
me finish. Let me finish. The fact that you think it was supposed to do something else, it's your problem. It's not my problem.
Josh, but there's an issue. Your illustration. Hold on, Essie. Your illustration, Essie, is that it's.
Why are you cutting in? If you give me a chocolate bar and you take 3/4 of it away, that's not a chocolate bar, my friend. So if you're showing me that illustration, you messed up.
Anyways, Essie, his illustration is also, there's a problem with his illustration. He's placing the sun way bigger than the moon, but if it was to scale, it would roughly be about the same size, wouldn't it?
No.
Relatively speaking,
not in that illustration, but as viewed from that angle, yes, you're right.
Relatively speaking, it would not show up. You know, an illustration shows it like 3-4 times bigger, right? But illustration-wise, and if it'll be at a distance, it'll look about the same size if you will be looking at it equally.
Well, no, you can let them get away with that one because you're not looking at it dead on. So that's really not an argument. I understand what you're saying, though. But we're talking about viewing it directly. So when they show it on a side angle, that's different, but I hear what you're saying.
When you are done, I got next conversation.
But you understand what I mean? That technically the rays would not be over it like the way he shows it.
Absolutely. He's showing 3/4 of it. 3/4.
Fuck it, I'll say it right now. Look at the diagram I posted of the eclipse, or sorry, when the solar eclipse happens. If the light is bending around the moon like they say, more of it would be lit, and we would actually see part of the moon lit up. Thanks.
That's my whole point. Thank you, sir. That is exactly. That's why I labored yesterday, and I didn't say what I wanted to say. I wanted to wait for them to say plus 50. So if it's plus 50, their model is finished right there. Gone.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the shadow. I mean, the light being visible are more than 50% of the moon.
Yeah, bye Abra and Canabra.
Well, that's a whole different thing, the Umbra and Canabra. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, it'll be exactly.
hold on,
Because
man.
Larry just posted that, and that makes sense. If their sun is over like the way he shows, the 50% or whatever, well, there will be no Umbra.
That's right.
It's Umbra and Penumbra, not Penumbra.
It's a Canumbra.
There's actually a third
Oh,
one.
I want to understand.
Believe
Like,
it or not.
what do you mean more than 50%?
Well, they were saying yesterday that the light of the sun engulfs more than 50% of the moon.
Facts.
Yeah.
Okay. And
So
you don't
if
agree
that's
with
the
that
case,
because?
well, my point is, if that's the case, and during a solar eclipse, the moon moves in front of the sun, but yet we don't see it approaching. We don't see it while it eclipses. We don't see no light coming around. We just see a shadow, and we don't see it leaving. That's a problem right there.
Okay, I have a question real quick. So if we're gonna say that the sun is directly across from the moon, so that the sun is lighting up 100% of the face that's facing us, then if they're going to say, because then in their model that's half the moon, right? The other half is on the other side that we can't see.
The dark side, that they say. Yep.
Right. So what you're saying is that there's a bleed over of the light.
Yes.
There's right. So how the fuck do they know that if they can't see that other side? How do they know there's a bleed over from the light if we can't even see that side?
It's a geometric. It's a geometric
gap, guys. That's the funniest.
It's a geometric thing. If you have the light bigger than they say the light source is bigger than the moon. Obviously, the sun's bigger than the moon. So if you draw lines to the edges where each side of the sun can see, it would be more than half.
50.22%.
How can you see any more than what you? The sky, I see what the hell I see. And is there a version where you got 40% of the moon and 50% version? Like, what does that even mean?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like when you put one guy on either side of the Earth, and collectively they can see 50.4% of the moon. The sun's essentially doing that same. The sun's essentially doing that same thing. With its light rays to the moon.
That's a good explanation, Jeremy.
No, it's not.
That's what I just tried to say.
You don't have You don't have 45% of the moon. Where are you looking at? Only % of a circle, sphere, whatever the hell you think.
And this is where I feel, Jeremy, that it's a bit of an issue because it's all relative. If you look at their what they're saying and what's supposed to be happening, because they look exactly the same size. So, relatively speaking, it wouldn't be a difference. It's not. In other words, if you have that same light bulb, right, really, really far, would that make a difference?
I don't know if the distance matters. I know the source of the light matters. I know the source of the light. Obviously, the distance doesn't matter, but the light source definitely matters. Like if you have a light source that's way bigger than a ball,
but it wouldn't be, would it?
50%. That's why a demonstration.
The distance matters.
But we gotta stop imagining all this shit, and all we're doing is arguing about our imagination versus theirs. Until they present a demonstration. What the fuck are we?
You could definitely demonstrate this.
Exactly that. I keep saying that. Yep.
You know how you demonstrate this? I just figured it out literally just now. You get a ping pong ball or something, or some kind of ball. You go out at nighttime when there's no light. Get a dumb big light and shine it on a ping pong ball, and it should light up more than half of it.
Right now,
you can just put it.
Go ahead.
All right, go on. You said go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
You just put it in the sunlight.
Yeah, you put it like turn off your TV and put a blank image there, a white image there, and because it has a great area, it's going to lit up more than half of
no
it.
doubt.
I think that's easier to visualize.
Now, what you have to do though to imitate the same thing, you got to put it roughly about the same size. In other words, you have to pick that light source 400 times away or whatever, just to make it equal size.
Oh, that just proves the concept.
Matters.
It wouldn't it?
It does. It does. Distance matters. Yeah.
The farther away, the less it can see, or the
exactly.
So your story kind of falls apart then.
No, like if it's bigger than if the sun is bigger than the moon, it doesn't matter how far it is. It's always going to be more than half. But the further it is, the less it's going to exceed 50%.
You don't have that demonstration.
Oh, this is just geometry.
From imagination.
Do you guys get my argument? Because I think you're
100%.
arguing.
Oh yeah.
Did you guys understand my argument?
We see 40.8. One person standing on Earth will see 40.8% of the moon, and the moon is supposed to be.
Whoa! Why? Why? It's right in front of you. It's directly in front of you and the sun. Why 48%? It's right there.
No, sorry,
49.8. Listen, SE, reality doesn't have anything to do with this, man.
49.8. Dude.
You mean I'm going to put a plate in front of you and you're going to only see 49.8% of it? Come on, man.
I didn't even get to respond, bro. You didn't hear my response.
Go ahead.
Try to power through me like that. When one person standing on the moon sees 49.8% of the moon. However, the moon is lighting up 50.23%. 50.23.
Can I answer them now? Like why?
More moon being lit up than we see.
Past each other, man. When viewing the moon, how much freaking light do we see when viewing the moon? Don't tell me on the moon, side of the moon. When I'm on Earth and I'm viewing the moon directly, how much of the moon am I viewing?
Only see one person standing on Earth. You standing on Earth can see 49.8% of the surface of the moon. You can't see all of it, obviously.
Where's the 0.2 gone?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Right. Have you seen those pictures?
Trying to get in. Hold on. Travis was trying to get in, and then Bacon.
Travis, it's your floor.
It's what?
Travis.
It's your turn to speak.
Your time. Go
What's
ahead.
the matter?
Oh, never mind. Let me answer.
I say something.
I forgot. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I forgot what it was anymore.
Okay. SC's asking, why can't you see half of the moon if you're looking at it? Because Jeremy's saying you can see a little bit less than half. But I'm pretty sure you've all seen those pictures of globes in different distances. When you have a closer picture, you see less. Like this is just something very common in these discussions. For someone to present that, I don't know how you guys haven't seen that. I sent on Livestream one text. It's the same globe. In the picture, is just different distances. The closer picture can see less of that globe than the further picture. It's just perspective.
Okay. All right, I got you. So when I'm looking at the moon right now, or you're gonna tell me when I'm looking directly at a full moon, I'm only seeing 49.8% of it. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I think that's the number that Jeremy gave it.
Well, that is absolutely ridiculous. Okay?
Why?
Because I'm looking at the moon. It's right there. I'm seeing the moon. I'm not seeing 49% of it. Okay?
I know.
What do you mean?
I think I see the
2% cut from my eye? What made 2% of the freaking sphere cut from my eye? Tell me.
Oh, same thing. Same thing. Yeah, same thing that on those pictures. Like you have one picture that is further, you can see more of the globe, and the other can see less of the globe. So the one that you,
Not
the one that
looking at
let
a
me finish.
picture. I'm
sorry?
outside in my balcony. I'm looking in the sky, and I see the moon. How can I see 49.8% of it?
Yeah, the same way the camera that took that picture could only see less than half of that globe when it was closer.
I'm not closer. I'm not a camera. The moon is far away. I'm looking at it, and I see it.
Yeah, but
I'm
you're gonna
not
see the
looking
same
at
amount that a camera sees.
49.8% of it, no matter what you say.
So why
I
are you
am
asking me
not
then?
seeing 0.2% less.
If you're gonna claim your belief again, regardless of what I say, then why you're asking me?
It's your belief. You're telling me I'm looking at my shoe right now, and I'm not seeing half of it. I'm only seeing 49.8% of it. It's your
I know
claim.
the answer.
You got to come up with it.
Okay, you're seeing how that's possible. Well, it's easily understandable why that's possible.
Only in your
Like-
brain. When I see
No,
half of the ball,
I'm
I
pretty
see
sure
half
Jeremy's
of it.
brain. I'm pretty sure Jeremy's brain can compute that too, right, Jeremy?
Well, if your brains can, if somehow in your brain you can remove 0.2% of something, you got a problem, sir.
Or you can just get closer to it, then more of that is
I'm
gonna.
not closer to it. I'm not
Yeah.
closer to it.
Yeah, you're closer than infinitely far. So
No,
you're
I'm
gonna see
not. I'm
less than half.
250,000 miles away from it. 250.
Exactly. Closer than infinitely far.
Not closer. No.
Trying to
Closer
help.
than.
Go ahead, Democ.
Okay, take two pictures. Take a picture, Jeremy, of 50% or 50, and then somebody, Arma or whoever's in the argument right now, take a picture of 48 or 49. Whoever believes you can change it, take 2 or 3 different pictures with different amounts and show us the differentiation. Show us, compare them, because we don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you look at something, you see what you see of it, and that's pretty much what you see of the side of the sphere. I've never in my fucking entire life looked into a picture or looked at a ball and seen different amount of the ball than I look at the ball. So I see what SC's saying 100%. It's up there in the sky away from you. You're not putting it up to your eyeball and moving it back. That has nothing to do with a damn picture at all.
Okay, glad we got that out of the way. So this is how it goes. Yeah, you have a basketball, SC. Remember the basketball we used to show you the thing that could happen?
Oh boy, here we go. Yep.
So you got a basketball, right? You put your eyeball right up to it. You can't see 50% of it, right? Get real close.
Yeah.
Real close. Yeah, you can't see 50% of it, right?
Uh-huh.
Get to where you can just see the W in Wilson or the Nike symbol or whatever. Then back away a little bit more. Now you can see a little bit more of it, right?
Yep.
And you keep backing it up. The more and more you can see until you can see the whole thing.
Okay, that's the moon, right? Now we can see the whole moon. It's far away, right? On your thing now? Okay, now tell me how
my analogy didn't really work.
2.2%.
Can I get a mic check?
There's just a slight correction there. The further you go back from the basketball, the closer to 50% you get.
That's
sophistry.
You're never gonna.
Sophistry.
Mic check.
Okay.
Mic check.
Yeah, Larry.
You're good. You're good, Larry.
Oh, okay. So I've been saying I know the answer for like 2 minutes. You guys just want to argue with each other, or do you want to know the answer?
I didn't hear you. Go on.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Maybe I was quiet. I apologize. So the answer is the only reason you can only see a percentage of the moon, right, is because that's not what's actually going on. You can only see the percentage that's lit. So that's what you guys have been arguing. You're talking past each other.
Well, obviously, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
That's not. I don't think that's the point. I mean, he was objecting to the possibility of you seeing less than 50% of the moon when looking at it.
Well,
there's no reason why
here.
that wouldn't be possible.
There's 2 points here. There's the light that wraps around what you guys are saying and what we see. You're trying to convince me that what I see is 49.8%. And that's not going to happen today or ever. Do you understand
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not trying to convince you that that's the case. But you are saying that you're asking how is that possible. I'm trying to explain you how is that possible. And it's the same thing that Jeremy was describing. The more you get away from a sphere, the closer to 50% you can see. Being very far away means you're going to be seeing very close to 50%. It's still a little bit smaller than that.
Let me rebut that. Please let me rebut that. Yes, if you're close to it, yes, you'll see less. But This scenario has nothing to do with what you're saying. It's a straw man because we are not close to it. We are 250,000 miles away from it. So your scenario means nothing, Bacon. Please don't say that again.
And my analogy with the basketball, and my analogy with the basketball, and you get it far enough away, you're saying we're not seeing 50% of the basketball still, though, right, Bacon?
Yeah, that would require you go infinitely far away.
You see
We'd have
that?
to go
Infinitely far away.
Yeah, like if
Infinitely.
you're kilometers, you're gonna see like you can calculate it would be like 49 point a bunch of nines. So it depends on how you're routing. You're gonna get 50%, but technically it's like an infinitesimal below that, which
Did
for
you hear
practical
that?
purposes doesn't
Absolute
exist.
rubbish. Absolute rubbish. He's saying you have to go forever far away. Forever far away.
Okay, let me ask you something then. At what distance from the moon would you be able to see half of it? Because you're saying you're agreeing that close to the moon you wouldn't be able to see half of it, but you're saying, well,
When
far
are
from
we
the moon.
ever close to the moon, dude? Are you trolling us?
I wasn't done asking the question. So you said that if you were, you agree that if we were close to the moon, you would be able to see less than half of it. But you're also saying that because we are far from the moon, then we should see 50% of it. So at which distance we get to 50%?
Oh, if you were in court, the judge would tell the bailiff to carry you out and lock you up, bro.
Can you answer my question?
Have a valid question. You're not making.
Can you answer my question, SE?
You need to have the demonstration.
Can someone control
you, D-Mark, please, man.
It's really
bro, you keep telling us to go. Fuck's sakes, D-Mark. Bro, you keep telling us to go close to the moon. And I keep telling you, and I'm going to tell you again, we are not close to the moon. So you are just spouting sophistry.
I didn't ask you to go anywhere. You agree
keep
that if
saying
you're close
to the moon, we're going to see less. You keep saying that, and I keep telling you, we're not close to the moon.
Right. So you agree that close to basketball, you can see all of it. But if you get far enough away, you can.
You see what he just did? I'm going to stop talking to you, bro. You're just a waste of time.
Yeah, my turn. I don't know what the fuck anybody's talking without a motherfucking picture.
Oh, I feel the same.
Demonstration. And why does this dude get to keep talking over me every fucking time I speak when he's saying nothing but the same garbage about looking at a basketball and taking it away from your eye? That has nothing to do with the fucking point. You guys can't tell him to stay on point like you do everybody else. This is fucking weird. Jeremy, you made no fucking sense with the basketball. That made no fucking sense at all. That was the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. You're looking at an object that's 238,000 miles away. Show me some fucking pictures at the fucking moon where you got 49%, 48%, 41%, 50%, 52%, all the different ones lined up so we can know what the fuck you guys are making up. Other than that, nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about right now.
That's it. Well said, D-Mark. Well fucking said. Excuse my language.
Yeah, wouldn't they need to know the 100% before they start making conditions on what percent they're seeing? So ridiculous.
No, I mean, if he's asking,
it's retarded.
What is retarded is to say that it should be impossible for you to see less than 50% of the sphere. Just because you're very
the same thing. He's saying the same thing again, man.
I wasn't done talking. You just gotta catch him on this. You're making a presupposition.
Such a bullshitter, man.
Can anyone control this conversation? Because I was trying to get to the end of the sentence.
Holy shit!
Yeah, one at a time, guys. But Bacon, I don't know what happened. But
you're making a presupposition about what the moon is.
Jeremy?
That you know, yeah, you're interrupting me.
I can hear you.
Can I start again now?
Exactly. Right, you're interrupting Jeremy. He's trying to get control, so show some respect.
Was Bacon in the middle of a sentence? I really wasn't paying attention, but if he was, let Bacon. No, it's not what happened.
At the same time. They're all talking
at the same
time.
No, I was starting to answer. No, I was trying to answer SE, and he started shouting at the middle of what I was answering.
It was.
Well, if SE posed the question, let's get it answered, and that guy can go next.
Yeah.
Right. So SE agreed that if you're very close to basketball, you can't see all of it, right? But he's not agreeing that you can back away and still not see the complete half of that basketball.
Of course not. Why would I agree to a nonsensical thing like that?
Because the more you
have to
back
show
up,
it. You
well,
get us a
how
basketball.
much?
Go. Hold on.
Let me
Hold
ask
on.
you.
No, it's my turn now. Please.
Go on.
You just said a scenario, right? Okay, so go close to your basketball, make half of it more disappear, right? Now back off and not show half of it. Show us 49.8% of it. Can you do that?
Bacon, the
Yeah.
bigger the ball, and the closer we are to it, the less of it we'll see, right?
Exactly.
We get a beach ball. We could blow up a beach ball. I can put pieces of tape wherever you see, and then we can do the math and geometry and figure out it's less than 50%.
Yep. Yeah, so
How?
that's the thing. It's
Show
distance.
less than 50% on an object a quarter of a million miles away.
Because it's also
How do
very
you
big.
do that?
Because it's, as Jeremy just pointed out, thanks for that, Jeremy. It's not just the distance, but the size of the object. The bigger it is, the less. Like if you're 2 inches for a ping pong ball, you can see a great more portion of it than you can see 2 inches from a basketball. The bigger it is, the more it's going, the less you're going to see it. So it doesn't matter that the moon is very far away because it's also very big. If you factor in those two things, you get the number that Jeremy gave you.
No, you don't. You
don't know how to factor it. You're just claiming.
Show how this works. Go ahead.
So
Well,
how,
the math is very
basketball and
simple.
show it.
how far away? How far away from a sphere do you have to be in proportion to see exactly 50% of it? How far
He's
away?
It can
Exactly.
never happen
He's saying
unless the
exactly.
sphere is smaller. It can never happen unless the sphere would have to be smaller than your retina, you said?
He's
Bacon?
bullshitting you. That's why I'm
I didn't
screaming
say
right
that,
now.
but
He's
that
lying
actually
through
makes
his
sense.
teeth. He said before you have to go infinitely far to see 50%. Right? He's lying. That's all he's doing. He's lying through his teeth.
The answer is
This is what the math tells you.
imagine.
Yeah, this is what the math tells you.
Hey, how big is your retina?
Tell the math is full of shit. Go
I
to the
think-
math, open the book, and tell you're full of shit, math.
We can measure
I
this
don't
on a
think it would-
beach ball or something. I mean, this is
I-
this thing that they're saying about this more than less than 50%. This is measurable on a beach ball.
Exactly. So, for example, if I ask you, Essie, how much of the surface of a basketball can you see at 3 inches? The math for that is not complicated. That's a number you can work out. You can also test the number. And if it works for 3 inches, if it works for 10 inches, if it works for a meter, then why do you think it doesn't work for the distance that we're talking about? What do you think makes it special?
I'll explain it to you. Listen up. If anything, any map, any human being, anybody, even if you hear it from a god, if a ghost comes and tells you that when you back away from an object, you don't see 50% of it, then
At which point do you see 50% of it?
sin. Okay?
At which
That's
point
my
do you see
advice to
50%
you.
of it?
Yeah, if somebody tells you that if you back away from something, you don't see half of it, and you only see 49.8% of it, run away from that person.
At which point do you see half of it?
Well, at a point, especially if it's like really, really far away, like let's say, I don't know, 1,000 feet or 500 feet, whatever the length is, it's not indefinite. Number one, you're wrong about that. And number two, you will definitely see half of that object. Most
Hold on.
definitely.
Let's say you can see the whole. Let's say you get the basketball far enough away to where you can see the whole thing in one shot. Are you seeing 50% of it?
Yes. You're seeing the one side of it. You're not seeing 49.8 or 49.5 or 49.9. You're seeing the whole side of it, half of it.
At what distance
Yeah,
that
I mean,
happens?
honestly, this is on. Demonstrate this in reality. I almost want to run out to the shed right now and get a ball or something. But
Well, it's like if you think that's the case, that there's a exact distance in which you get to half of it. What is that distance?
It is a distance. Listen, dude, don't play your sophistry
he said
games.
he
over
already
here,
gave you.
okay?
Hold on, Essie. He already
Don't
gave you the
play
distance.
freaking
Once
games
you
with me, dude.
hold on, Essie. He already gave you the distance. Once you can see the entirety of the circle, the whole ball, That's it. You can see 50%, right?
That's what I'm asking. What distance does that happen?
That distance,
Whenever
whatever
distance that happens,
pick a
whatever
freaking
distance
number.
that happens at, that's where you can see the whole ball. As soon as you can see the entirety of the circle, whole circle around the ball.
So at that distance,
I understand that claim.
The whole ball taken. How much of it can we see? When at that specific distance, we're seeing the whole ball. How much of it can we see?
Bandsaw, you got any balls?
You're saying the whole ball, both sides, 100%?
I would say you could see 50% of it, right? When the angular size is the same or less than the distance between your eyes. So between your two pupils, as soon as that angular size gets to that size, that's when you can see 50% of it.
I would say you can see 50% of it when the light is lighting up half of the surface.
Exactly.
But if the light is off kilter, like if the sun is, 93 million miles over there, right, then you wouldn't be able to see it. Or on the flat Earth model, if the sun is, off angle, right, then you wouldn't be able to see it either. Like not 100% of it.
Well, even if
you address
your
Bandsaw's point of with the two eyeball people, their size.
Oh, I think that's his guess. Don't feel like that's a point, but I want to address something.
Oh no, it is a guess. All right. So what do you think about that guess, Bacon? So they just hand wave dismiss it.
Fucking guess to me.
Yeah.
Guess to me.
Yeah.
Right
Well.
there. That was good.
Yeah. How to justify the guess? It's just a guess, a random guess. What do you want me to talk about it?
Well, what do you think about it? Do you think that is correct or not correct?
I have no idea. Do you have a reasoning behind it, so I can check if it makes sense?
Yeah, because the angular size of that object is the same or smaller than the distance of between your two pupils.
Yeah. Well, why does that give you? Why does that give you 50%?
Because I think then you would be able to see 50% of it.
Why?
Now, because then the closer you get to that, right, the angular size is now going to get bigger. So I don't think you'll see quite as much as 50% because you are getting closer to it. And the closer I get to it, now my nose is now touching the moon, right? I can't see 50% of it, can I? Right, just
Yeah,
like
but that's true regardless on your guess. That thing is completely independent of your guess. Like your guess being true or not, that's going to be the case. So pointing out the effect doesn't support your guess.
Okay. So
what is your argument, dude?
I don't have an argument. I don't want to argue with Ben. So he's asking what I think about his guess. I don't want to talk about his guess. I'm just answering because he asked it.
So when can you see 50% of it? Because we can't see something at infinite distance. That doesn't work mathematically. We can't see it at infinite distance.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't.
Is that okay? So what is the distance? Give us a ratio of a ball that is 1 foot in diameter. How far away does that ball in 1 foot diameter from my nose do I have to place it to be able to see 50% of it? Do the mathematics on that because you're a mathematics kind of guy. So do the mathematics on that, and so we can talk about facts. Your mathematics, facts.
Right. Well, tell me the closest number to 50 that you can distinguish to 50. Then I'll give you your answer.
50% is 50%. I didn't say 49.
That's all I'm asking.
50%.
Yeah, I'm asking what's the closest number to 50 that you cannot distinguish from 50.
I want 50%. SE wants 50%. Jeremy wants 50%. Everyone wants 50%.
Yeah, my question stands.
And you're, oh man.
Well, I have a question.
Talking about 50%. Don't get into the weeds and go 49.937 or 50.023. 50% is 50%. There's no ambiguity about it. It's fairly black and white. So do the mathematics.
What do you want?
So
what do you want as that value?
So do the mathematics on a sphere, 1 foot in diameter. How far that has to be away from my nose before I can see 50% of it.
Yeah, there's no way you can do that mathematically.
You just said infinite.
Yeah, and as you said, you can't see things that are infinitely far away. So if you have to be infinitely far away, you can't see things that are infinitely far away. Then you won't be able to see it. So there's no distance that you can do it.
God.
But
So there's
I'm
no
not. I
contradiction.
was
This is
trying to ask.
doublespeak.
How is it doublespeak? What's the
This is
contradiction?
doublespeak because infinite is a mathematical number. Infinite, the sign infinite. You gave
It's
a
not a
very
number.
It's a
Infinite is not a
concept.
number.
It's a number that goes on forever.
No, it's not
So
a
pick
not a number.
So pick a number between here and infinite.
It's not a number.
What is it? Is it a distance?
It's a mathematical
It's
concept, like
not
a
a number.
Is
point.
infinite a distance?
Abstract concept.
It's not a
When
number.
you use the word infinite, what does it mean? How
Well, I
about
said
that?
infinitely far, which means the further you go, the closer you get to 50.
Any number plus 1.
Hey, when did you get that measurement of infinity? Real quick.
That is not a measurement. I'm telling you from the beginning. That's just the math.
It's an
And
abstract
I think
concept, like a vacuum.
even if there is a distance that you can see half of it, the point of you seeing 49.8% of the moon would still stand, because if there is a distance that you can see less than 50, and there's a distance that you can see 50, there's an in-between distance in which you can see 49.8%, right? So if that's the case for the basketball, and you make a basketball twice as big but twice as far, that's still the same percentage. It's still 49.8%. So if you keep doubling the distance and doubling the size of the basketball, at some point you're going to put it as far away as the moon and as big as the moon, and you're still seeing 49.8%. So
That's
even
such
if
a cool
SE is
story.
right, even if it's SE is right, and there is a distance that we should see 50% of it, that doesn't mean that the moon is at that distance.
Hey,
It doesn't work. It didn't work out what the distance should be.
Right. Here's the thing, real quick. The sky has nothing to do with the ground measuring flat, so you're off
I
into the
don't
weeds.
care.
Okay.
I don't
Just make
care.
sure you
He's
knew that.
asking
I'm
how
just
we.
making sure you knew that. No, because you're off into the hypothetical weeds about rocks in a place that can't exist. But we're really just talking about the fact that Earth is in a globe because it measures against the
Essie's
globe path.
questions was also under that scenario. Essie was asking how is
I
it
just want the
possible. He was
audience to
asking how is
I
it
just want the
possible
audience to realize
in
that
that scenario.
because
That's a complete separate point.
the anti-flat earthers can't provide evidence for curvature or a globe, this is what we get. The best we get is talking about the sky.
That's a complete separate point. I'm addressing what was being asked. If you want to talk about something else, we can talk about something else. But that's not what was asked, so that was not what I was answering.
Let me ask you a question now that I'm more calmer. Other people took. You get bandy mad, bro. You know you're doing something wrong. So, Bacon, are you saying there's a specific point where we should see 50% of the moon? You're saying
No,
there's
I'm
a
not saying
specific
that.
location?
I'm saying even if that was the case, even if there's a distance from the moon that you could see 50% of it, your argument was we would still be able to see 48.9%. That should still be possible. That we only see 49.8%.
So, are you saying even at the specific location where you say we should see 50%, you're saying somehow we can see 49.8%
No, not at
of
that.
it?
Not at that distance. Closer. So even if there was a distance from the moon that allow you to see half of it, that wouldn't be the distance that we are from the moon, because you're not factoring in the moon size. Remember the example of the basketball. If you're 3 inches from a basketball and 3 inches from a ping pong ball,
Sounds like you're
which
reading
of
right
those, which one of those can you see more of?
The ping pong ball.
Yeah, but how is that analogous?
No, I'm just trying to build some premises here, because those are mathematically true. The bigger it is, the less of it you're going to see. The
Okay,
further
let
it
me
is,
give you a scenario. We have a basketball. We have a slightly smaller beach ball. We have a tennis ball and a ping pong ball. And we're out in the sun. We put it in a table. Are all those 3 shapes, are they going to have the same shadow cast upon them?
what? What's the scenario? You have spheres on the table.
You have a basketball, a smaller ball, a volleyball, smaller one. You have a tennis
the side of
ball
it.
and a ping pong ball.
Okay. Are they all sitting on the table? Is that what you're
They're
describing?
all sitting on the table. Yeah,
Oh,
same
okay.
height, everything, and the sun is up. at a particular angle, whatever, choose an angle. On all those spheres, is it the same shadow cast upon them?
There's no shadow being cast upon them. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the shadow that they cast on
the light and the shadow, like difference, is it the same? You don't understand what I'm saying, bro. I mean, the whole world now knows what I mean. You don't know what I'm saying right now?
I
think your question is, SC, are they equally illuminated?
Yes, equally illuminated, equally shadowed. Pick whichever one you want.
Yeah, let's say yes.
Yes, so the size has no difference, correct?
Yeah, in this context, there's no significant difference.
Okay, so what you were saying before has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation.
It does.
You just said size doesn't have anything to do with the shadow.
In a different situation. You're giving me a situation in which the size of those spheres don't matter. I'm giving you a situation where it clearly does matter.
How?
Okay, same example. You have a basketball 3 inches from your eye, and you have a ping pong ball 3 inches from your eyes. Which one of those can you see more of?
We're not talking about different distances.
Let's ask it though.
Can you answer the question? I'm going to.
Why though? Why? It's like me
because
saying,
I'm trying to make an argument.
How do kangaroos?
If you don't think that's relevant, if you don't think that's relevant, when I get to my point, you can point it out as much as you want. But can you at least answer the question so I can give you my argument?
Go ahead.
Right.
Please ask it again.
Okay, so if you have a ping pong ball 3 inches from your eyes and a basketball 3 inches from your eyes, which one of those you can see more of?
Obviously, the ping pong ball.
Right. But now you can. So if you pull so there's a greater percentage on the ping pong ball than on basketball. Let's say you see, I don't know, 47% of the ping pong ball, but only 30% of the basketball. That's
only when you're up close, though. That only works when you're really up close. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So as I move the basketball further, that percentage increases, right? Instead of 30, now I'm seeing 40, 47, and then I'm seeing the same amount at the ping pong ball because it's further. It's bigger, but it's also further. So in both cases, I'm seeing 47%. Does that sound possible to you?
I don't understand how that has to do with. I'm talking about the sun, same distance. The balls are on the same table. I don't understand what this has anything to do with what I said.
It doesn't. I don't think what that's the point. I don't think the thing you said is related to what we're talking about.
No, you're the one changing the subject, bro.
No, I'm bringing back the subject. We're talking about if you can see 48.
Oh, I can't do it with this guy anymore, man. Please, somebody, Bambi, take over. I can't. I just can't.
I just want to know the figure at which we can see 50% of it mathematically.
Yeah, I tell you, my answer is there's no distance.
I disagree.
All right, you're free to do so. What's your distance then? Oh, you said the angular size. What is that number then? Because what's the angular size of your? We're talking about the whole of the eye, right? The pupil.
Whatever the distance is between my pupils, whatever that is, I haven't measured it. I'd have to get a ruler out and I'd have to actually measure it exactly. Whatever I'm looking at, that sphere, once it reaches that angular size that is between my pupils, that's when I can see 50% of it. So anywhere from that distance further on, that's when I can see 50% of that sphere.
Are you talking about the angular size between your two pupils, or the angular size of the whole of one pupil?
No, the angular size of the object that I'm looking at, the sphere that I'm looking at.
Yeah, but you mentioned two. You mentioned two angular sizes. One object, one.
No, the size between the distance between my pupils, whatever distance that is, right? So just say, I don't know, it's 6 centimeters. So that sphere that I'm looking at, once its angular size is 6 meters, right, or less, that's when I can see 50% of it.
Well, first of all, there's no way you can measure angular size in meters. And second, what happens if you close one eye? Now you only have one pupil. There's no distance to anything. Can you
Why are you
see
being
it?
ridiculous? Why are you being ridiculous? Why the frig would
It's
I
an honest
close one
question.
Because
eye?
that's what he does, bro. This guy's
It's an honest
useless.
question.
What the hell? You're being ridiculous now, Bacon. You're being
Why?
absolutely ridiculous because I gave you my answer and now you're going, what happens if I close one eye? What happens if I stand on my head? What happens if I do a cartwheel? What happens if I'm underwater? What
Because
happens if I'm throwing a party and got a party hat on my head?
you don't see the relevance of my question. I can try to explain why I think this question is relevant. But don't assume it's stupid just because you don't see any relevance. Just ask me what's the relevance. I'll tell you.
Dude, if
you
you're
think the
saying
distance,
it has no relevance.
well, then why you're talking to me for the past 40 minutes?
Good question. I have to go bang my head on the wall. Good question.
Genetic
Brilliant
fallacy.
question,
Why
That'd be nice to see.
don't you all commit
That'd
to
be nice
genetic
to see.
fallacy?
But anyway, if you're
This guy,
saying
he
that
sees what he's doing, right? I mean, it's obvious.
if you're saying that what gives you 50% is the fact that there's a distance between your pupils, right? Then I like a camera doesn't have two eyes. It works like as a single human eye, right? So what happens in that scenario then? If you have only one eye open, can you then see 50% of it? Or now you have to go infinitely far away? Or is that the distance changes? What happens then? Because
I have an answer.
I
have an answer.
the reason why I'm asking that,
I'm
like
not worried about it. SC, do you understand what I'm saying, SC? Do you understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
I want
falls
to
apart.
mention. I want to mention something that Jeremy. I mean, I'm going back to this where he's got two observers, antipodal, looking at the moon, and they see 50.4%. Consider each of those people an eyeball. So one person can see 49 point whatever. The other person can see a different 49 point whatever. But together, combined, they can see the 50.4. So that's kind of like closing one eye and how it would affect the observation.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, like a composite?
But that's, you see, you guys are shifting all the goalposts here. The original thing was that we can see light more than 50% of a sphere. And then you guys brought it to this thing. Well done, by the way. Well done, Bacon. But now back to the original point.
That's because you had two observations.
If we can see light for more than 50% of the sphere, why, during a solar eclipse, do we just see a shadow? That is the original question.
How is that related? I don't get your reasoning.
According to the math, if we see 40.8% of the moon, if we see 49.8%, yet 50.23% is lit up, there should be a sliver of light, a small fraction of light that's lit up on the moon, and you should be able to see some of it.
That's right. During a solar eclipse.
Right, because in the solar eclipse, you guys got the light bending around the moon to make the umbra and penumbra.
don't.
Now we're getting
No, there's no bending.
Now we're
There's
getting
no bending.
About?
There's no bending required for that.
Hold
What
on
are you
a second.
talking about?
So, does the light travel in parallel?
Oh, here
rays?
comes space refraction. Ready, go. Here we go. Let's do it.
There it is.
Does light travel in parallel rays, Bacon?
If they start parallel, they continue parallel. Because when you're talking about parallel rays, you need at least two, right?
Aristosthenes is good, but the size of the moon, it's only 70 miles in diameter. Thanks for playing.
What is your what that we're talking about?
You don't know about the trichotomy? About how light appears to be...
Oh, can you back up the claim that light has to bend around the moon?
That's not my claim. I'll post it again. I posted
That's
it
whose claim?
a few
Who's
minutes
claiming
ago.
that? Who's talking about
claim
light
of the
being
globe.
curved around the moon? No, it's
Relax,
not.
bro. Yes, it is. I'll post it
Whoever
again.
claimed that?
Or I'll just scroll up till I see what I posted.
All right.
Oh, somebody's posted cat stuff. Yes. Oh, I'm
Actually, while you're figuring that out, Hank, I mean, honestly, if you're saying that the light, 51, 55, or 50.55% of the moon is lit up, then there is an element of the light going around the other side. I don't know why that's in contention if you're saying it in one sense but not in the other. I don't get it.
Yeah, the dichotomies destroy the globe. You guys can't have it both ways. This ain't Burger King. Can't have it both ways.
There's light isn't going
There's no
around.
dichotomy.
All right, here
The
goes.
sun is not a
So,
point source of light. It send light. The moon gets light from the sun from more than one direction.
okay,
So you
so I
can
just
have more of
posted.
it being lit up more than half, and with straight lines.
Right. So if you see what I just posted, right? So the top one is how they explain the umbra and
posted?
penumbra, right? Livestream 1 text
I don't see any message from you.
in the live stream text.
Yeah. Okay, maybe.
From Larry. Larry.
Oh, that's
Larry.
because your profile picture is the same color as Discord.
Yeah, no, I did that on purpose.
Just out of curiosity, if it's not a point source, how do you get a GP position of it? How do you get a local hotspot
at
if
the
it's not a
center.
point? Yeah, but it's got a direct point source of light where it causes it to have a hotspot, if you will.
That's due to the
If you took-
curvature of the surface.
if you took a flashlight and it would diffuse out, you're not going to get a point source unless you bring closer and closer to that flashlight to the surface. So there's a little bit of a conundrum here. How do you get you claim it's not a point source, but there's a hotspot and a GP location of it. So
Yeah,
how
GP
do you
is the
reconcile?
center.
Again,
The GP
there's
is
a
just the GP
hotspot.
at the center.
So
We're
take a
talking about
flashlight.
hotspot.
Take a flashlight. It goes in all directions. But if you're not close enough to the surface, you won't get a hotspot, right? You won't get a point source to it. So if you claim that it's not point source, well, that's not true because you have a GP position of the sun.
He's talking about a specular
That's not
highlight. I think.
required. That's not required for like the sun having a GP doesn't require you for having for being a point source light. The only thing that matters is that there's a point on Earth that the sun is right above you, and that's when the center of the sun is right above you. That's it. That's what the GP
You
is.
have the GP. You have a subsolar point of the sun. The only way to have a subsolar point of the sun is you have an actual direct point of light to that position. Which, when a case, if you take a flashlight and it's far away from the surface, you don't get that GP position. You don't get that center point position. It doesn't work. So, can you demonstrate that you can get a GP position with this this claim that you just made, that it's not a point source light?
Sure. I mean, if you have a sphere close to another sphere,
Do
you
a
can
video,
surely get
Bacon.
3 bit.
Show it to me.
Oh.
Show it to me, buddy. Do a video. I don't want
I
words from you
was
anymore.
speaking. You can.
I
You have
don't
sphere.
want words from you. I don't
So don't
want
ask me
words.
questions.
Oh,
Don't ask
that's
me
what we
questions.
do here,
I don't
Data.
work for you.
That's what we do here, Data.
Hey, buddy.
Quit
I
talking
don't
over
work
him.
for you.
Quit talking
I put
over him.
videos up. I put videos
Quit
up.
talking
I
over
show
him.
you.
Quit
I
talking
show
over
you
him.
your model.
All right.
Good for you. I don't work for you. And if you want to ask me something, I'll answer you. If you want me to do
All right,
things for you,
I'll ask
I'm not
you.
going to do that.
I'll ask
So
you.
let me answer Larry.
Yeah.
Larry, yeah. So
You saw the diagram, right?
yeah, I see that. Yeah, that
So which
picture.
one is accurate?
None of them, because none of them are up to scale.
Okay, I
That's
didn't
the
ask
thing,
about the scale. I'm asking about the model. Does light travel in parallel rays or is it converging?
Right, the first one would be the correct one. But once you put the first one in
Okay,
scale,
so
those lines, once you put the first one in scale, those lines, the difference between those lines get much smaller and they become much more parallel.
So
and they
if that
become
one-
parallel enough that we can treat them as parallel.
Oh, wait a minute. So it's not parallel, but we can treat them as parallel. Is that like gravity
They're
is not a
parallel
force,
enough.
but you can act like it's a force? So it's parallel enough, right?
Yeah. For example, for the intent of celestial navigation, that's parallel enough.
Yeah, I don't really understand that because according to Aristophanes, it has to be like 90 degrees, not 90 degrees enough, right? So if he measured it accurately, right, and that's the size of your globe based on all those assumptions, which is fruit of the poisonous tree violation, then how could it be parallel enough?
Well, if you calculate the difference between it being parallel and it not being parallel, and you wouldn't get any significant difference for any of those experiments.
See, every
or
time
for
there's a
celestial navigation.
confliction or double speaking with your model, you
What's
guys
the
are like,
what's double
it's
speaking?
negligible. It's negligible. Oh,
that's
okay.
the case. I mean, we
Negligible
have
is
to-
like saying I'm a married bachelor.
But
Right? I'm a
let me give you an
bachelor, but I'm
example.
also married.
Let me give you an example. So in celestial navigation, we have a correction for the moon. That we only do it for the moon. We don't do it for the sun or for the other celestial bodies. Do you know which correction is that? Can you guess?
I didn't understand the question.
Right. In celestial navigation, we measure elevation angle of celestial bodies, right? And we compute that to figure out our location.
Parallax.
Right?
Parallax.
Yeah, well, let me just explain to Larry what the question is. So there's only one celestial body that has an extra correction, which is the moon. And as Brian just mentioned, that correction is the parallax correction. So if you don't do parallax correction to the moon, you're treating the direction of the moon as parallel to everywhere on Earth. So you get your position is off if you do that. When you apply parallax correction, you're not treating the light as parallel. You're treating moon as something that is close to Earth, and you're correcting for that difference between being very far from Earth. If you do that to the sun, the correction only changes by 1 arc second. So this is not something we're making up. This is the exact same math, exact same correction for both celestial bodies. One gives you a couple arc seconds, sometimes arc minutes, but the sun only gives you 1 arc second. So that is what should be the difference. You can even do this parallax correction for the sun celestial navigation if you want to, but it's just an unnecessary step that is not going to change your results significantly.
So you're basically saying that it's so close that it doesn't even matter, right? It's so close to parallel that it doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying?
That's how it is in celestial navigation. Like the distance of the moon does matter. The moon is a lot closer than the sun. It's still very far away, but it's a lot closer than the sun, so we have to correct for its parallax. But the sun is like thousands, almost thousands of thousand way further from the Earth than the moon is. So the light is much closer to parallel. So the difference becomes just an arc second in the worst case scenario.
Assumption. It's a basis
No,
assumption.
it's not an assumption.
Okay,
I
how
do
did you
know
measure
that.
it? Can you show me the tape measure that you measured it with, or was
I'm
it just a
telling you what's the
calculation?
implication. Well, I did celestial navigation using moon sites, and when I don't do parallax correction, I get like 100 miles off. If I do parallax correction, I get back like just a couple miles, 3-4 miles off my backyard. And I never did for the sun.
Maybe
It's almost like one's further away than the other.
Yeah, the only thing that the only celestial body that we have to do this correction to get an accurate position is the moon. And surprisingly, in the heliocentric model, that's the only celestial body that is actually close to Earth.
Yeah, over 10 million miles away, it really doesn't matter anymore. Not for celestial navigation.
Okay, so now you got to do is prove that it's that far away.
Well,
That's a
kind of
complete
evidence.
separate question. Like, at least you agree now that we don't have a problem on the globe with the light being parallel and not
there
parallel.
is a problem, right? So
What is it?
when I viewed, I don't know, probably 10 or more solar eclipses in my lifetime. I'm 40 now, so I've checked them out like every time they were around, unless they were too far away. And when I see the solar eclipse, what I see is right through the looking glass that it's like it starts to partially get blocked, partial, then it's like total for like less than 2 minutes or less than a minute, and then it's partial, and then it's gone. During that total eclipse, right, the moon's shadow, which is a better estimate of measuring it by its shadow than just looking at it, right, because we don't know how far away it is. It's only 70 miles, sometimes 100 miles in diameter, which the moon's supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth. So during that totality, that would be the best time to measure it, right? You're not going to measure, and I've never seen like the penumbra and umbra. I've only seen it. It's not like, an hour before it's like partially dark.
It's
right?
been
That's
measured
just
as
when
little
it's
as
partially.
sorry.
Go ahead. You're good.
It's been measured as little as 30 miles, a little over 30 miles before. But I did
Right,
so what
so
I did
what-
was a laser beam. I took a laser and I went far enough away where it was big enough to cover a piece of cutout that I've kind of sized the moon up to the Earth. I did a quarter of the size, so I proportioned it out and did the ratios, and then I put the moon right by the Earth to see what shadow we got with parallel light, and then I started moving it away because there was a certain distance it was supposed to be. Like I think it was like somewhere like 9 or 10 or so Earth diameters away. I forgot what it was, but it's in the video. I'm about to post it. But you could see that no matter how far I went toward the laser, I never got the umbra penumbra that they're
You're not going
discussing.
to with a laser beam, Brian,
Why not?
because it's not a big enough light source.
The
Well,
laser
no,
beam has to be bigger
I
than
was
your
like
object.
about 1/8 of a mile away, though. I was way so.
Don't matter.
The light encompassed the whole entire moon. My moon
Well,
cutout.
I mean, just because the beam diverged doesn't mean that the source. You got to consider the source of the light.
Well, that's about as accurate of a representation as I could get. It's a big long distance with a laser and a moon, moon cutout and an Earth, pretty much proportion. But I'm gonna post a video anyway for anybody who wants to see.
Yeah, I mean, if it was bigger than the ball, I mean, how much bigger does it need to be? If it was 100 foot bigger, would it matter then? If it was 200 foot bigger, I mean, just as long as the light is going around the modeled moon.
Except it's coherent light, so it probably would have a little bit of a problem, I would think.
Yeah, at first I tried
From the
to.
top side,
I'm sorry.
The stuff from the top of the sun is going to be coming across. That's the half a degree deviation you see in sunlight.
That's what I tried to do at first. I tried to use 2 lasers to simulate the sun's diameter, 800 something thousand miles wide. But one of the lasers went out. It didn't last long enough, so I just had to do it off one laser. I'm curious to see if I would have. You think I would have got a umbra and a penumbra if I'd have used 2 lasers? Kind of, what do you call it when you're ratio and shit out, man? I'm brain farting. What do you call it when you put everything in proportion?
Scale.
Scale.
Yeah, scale. So if I scaled it right, from about a quarter mile distance, or let's say 1/8 of a mile, but 1/8 of a mile distance, if I use 2 lasers and so I proportioned, scaled the diameter of the sun so where light could come in, from either side, I guess it could from that angle, but I don't see how it would. But you think that would give a number for number if I used 2 lasers and scaled it right?
I'd say it sounds good, but it would be a real persnickety setup.
Because I don't see how y'all. I understand the principle of light coming in around the moon and there being just a tiny little bit. The math actually checks out sometimes. It didn't check out every time. I've seen it check out. Like
I wanted to ask Larry. He talked about his experience and the solar eclipse. You didn't experience your area getting darker as the eclipse progressed?
Well, it's going to get partially darker, right? But that's not measuring the whole moon because the whole moon hasn't covered the whole sun. At the moment that the moon has covered the whole sun, that area is what you actually would want to measure, right? Why would you want to measure part of the moon?
Well, that part of the moon would be the penumbra, or the whatever. It'd be the one with the less shadow.
Yeah.
But why would you measure that, right? Because everybody can see it partially eclipsed. The accurate measurement would be when it's in totality, because that's the actual size of the moon, not the partial size of the moon.
Now, the people outside the penumbra can't see the eclipse.
I'm talking about totality.
Yes, they can. They can see partial.
So they're in the penumbra then.
Yeah, in the penumbra. No, in the umbra, it's partial. Sorry, the umbra is the full, and the penumbra you see a bit of it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're right.
Sometimes the umbra doesn't touch the surface of the Earth, and you have an annular eclipse.
Yeah, I've seen that one too. Barely. I saw it as it was setting. Go ahead.
I was just mentioning that there's one next year.
Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that, but yeah, the penumbra would be larger than the Earth.
So we know the moon's not larger than the Earth, right? So why would you use that to measure the size of the moon? It would make sense that you would use the totality shadow And that would make a more of an accurate measurement if you were just trying to measure the size of the moon. Because how else would you measure something? Like, let's say that you had to measure an object. You don't know how far away it is. You don't have anything that you can compare it to. You can't put a 2-liter Coke bottle beside it, or a man that you know is 6'3". So you can't, like, use calculations of triangulation and stuff like that. Well, if you could cast a light on it and measure the shadow, right?
Well, anybody that sees any part of the sun eclipsed is going to be in the penumbra. That's where some of the light is not hitting Earth.
I want to see a ball with 49.8% shadow, please.
Okay. Put a ball in front of your car and go like 5 degrees, 10 degrees away from your car until the ball's partially lit.
Well, B-Ball posted a picture of him with a basketball with his tape on it, laid out in tape. I thought he was going to post another pic of us seeing more or less of it, but he only posted that one pic. I don't know why. All right, scroll up in chat. You could see B-Ball's got the tape on the basketball. That one pic,
Okay.
I thought he was going to move it closer or farther away and show us.
So can I call out somebody? I want to call out Yoshi for 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Is he
You there, Yoshi? Because he's talking big on I have incredulity and this and that. Tell me, what is my incredulity, Yoshi?
Basically, what you said, not exact words, but I can summarize everything you said is, I don't believe that, therefore it isn't true.
That's what I said. You're absolutely. So you weren't listening at all. What I said, zero. Tell me my argument.
You said
that I came in with today. This discussion is because of my argument. Tell me my argument.
I just told you.
What is it?
I don't believe that.
That's my argument. So I just exposed this guy as a troll.
You said another thing, but I just summarize it to that point.
Right. So you had absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. You just want to throw insults in the chat. Gotcha. Everybody heard that?
It's not an insult. I'm just
showing you what this guy does.
Okay.
So what's my argument? What's my argument? What was my argument that I came in with today?
Other than incredulity, you've shown.
You see that? He doesn't know. He doesn't know what my argument is. He just says I'm incredulity. I have incredulity. What was my argument, Yoshi?
I just told you.
He doesn't know.
Okay, so that's enough of him. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Yoshi, you're saying that your argument is Montreal's incredulity? Is that what you're saying? So you actually don't know the argument or position? You just want to use a word?
No.
Well, yeah, it's called
no
religious zealotry.
When
he's one of my haters. He's one of my haters.
The argument is religious zealotry then. So you still don't know his position.
I said 5 times what his position was with regards to how much can you see the moon.
Tell me what the position is, because I'm listening to you and all I'm hearing from you is words, incredulity and religious zealotry. What is the position?
I said religious zealotry, just to clarify.
I don't know, like 6 times. I don't believe that the surface of the moon viewed from Earth is not 50%, and because I don't believe that, it isn't true.
No, that
so you
was
disagree
not my
with the
argument.
mainstream.
Okay,
Negative.
Correct me.
Negative.
Correct me.
So you're critiquing me without even knowing my argument. So just I want to show you who this new guy Yoshi is. I know him from other places.
Please correct me.
Okay, you want to be corrected. He wants to be corrected, man.
No. Correct me. Prove me wrong.
Wow,
what
man.
is
Why
your
are you
argument?
freaking out, man?
Settle down.
He can't do that.
Proof reversal.
He can't do that because he's I'm right.
Yeah, yes. You're the only one freaking out, man.
That's right.
Yes, because he Sorry, I'm not native English.
It's okay. Just chill
He
out.
hates me so much. Look
I
at him.
don't
He
hate
hates
you,
me so
Essie.
much he can't speak properly.
I don't
This is
hate
what
you.
we
You can
have.
back up your claim. You said that's
Do
not
you
the
hate-
argument. Go on.
You hate
You don't
SE,
even know
bro.
what my argument is. Everybody
So
here
tell me
knows
what
what
your
my
argument
argument is. No, I want to show that you don't know what my you're just a hater, bro. That's all you do.
What your argument is.
Hey,
Play back
Yoshi,
the
I want you
tape
to
and
do.
find
I
out,
want you
and
to
then
do
rejoin the
something.
conversation. How's that? Go back, find out. Don't interrupt the conversation. That's my suggestion to you.
You called me out.
I called you out because you're interrupting the chat and saying I just have
Interrupting the
incredulity.
chat?
And I asked you to tell me my argument, and you don't even know my argument, bro.
Yoshi, can you at least be fair and admit that he has a valid point if true? Like, if you're critiquing the argument, but you don't actually know what his argument is, then that's pretty baseless,
No,
right?
I told you what his argument was. He telling me I'm wrong. I'm open to hear where I'm wrong, but he's not saying that.
So he
Because
says your argument is
I want to
that
finish
he's-
because I'm not saying that. I have no way to
Gotcha.
retract my position.
I haven't heard his argument, I guess, but he's saying your argument, SE, is since I don't believe it's 50%, then it's not 50%, or something like that. So
No, let me say my argument so I could, we'll get to the bottom of this. My argument is we were asking the ballers yesterday, how much more of sun do we see more than 50% on the moon? And they came up with 50 point something. And then I told them, okay, so during a solar eclipse, when the moon is directly in front of the sun, why don't we see that 0.4% of light? That was my argument. Do you understand my argument now, Yoshi?
Yeah, and you indeed had this argument, but I wasn't talking about that in chat.
So you were not talking about my argument.
No, I was talking about other argument you made. If
You
it
see
wasn't
what he's doing? Do you see? Anyways,
No.
I don't have to say
this is a bad
No,
look,
no, no,
SE. I don't like it.
Essie, you said, I don't believe that that's true. You said it's impossible. How you tell the people? How can you believe that you don't see from Earth 50% for the moon?
You see, now he's changing. Now he's changing it. See that?
Oh, maybe he was making an argument, Yossi. You know how those work?
Bro, you don't have to hate so much.
I never said that.
Put that hate away, bro. We're not your enemy.
Through his entire life, only made one argument.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
If the Earth were truly flat, like a plane, and it was stationary, would you want to know?
Well, the silence is golden.
Oh, that is weird.
He's not here to learn anything, bro.
I guess
leave the person, like, you don't gotta. Yeah, it becomes abundantly clear in and of itself, right? I mean,
that was nice, bro. I like that.
yeah, like, wouldn't you want to know, bro? Like,
I'm answering your question.
Okay, well, you took a long time, so go ahead.
I'm guessing that yes, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you think so? Well, what I would say is you need to know for sure that you would want to know before really being able to look into the conversation, right? Like, because the mere possibility that it could be flat and stationary, but you wouldn't want to know is really weird, right? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
He said he wanted to know if the Earth was flat, so we're letting you know, bro. It's flat.
He said he thinks he'd want to know, right? I mean, for me, if the Earth was a trapezoid, or like,
you think that I joined this debate like yesterday?
No, I think that
his
you
ego's
joined
hurt,
the
bro.
debate,
You heard his
but
ego.
not with the intention to figure out if the Earth truly was flat, only to ridicule those who dare question what we've been told the Earth is, and as a form of like confirmation bias. You know, now I don't know you personally or anything, but that's what my intuition tells me.
So you judge me based on like 2 minutes, 5 minutes. I don't know how long.
No, we judged you on what you said, right? You said you think you would want to know.
Yeah, I'm judging you based on what you said and what you were saying in the chat whenever I woke up and came in.
I have a really interesting question, in my opinion.
Is this Bacon that I'm talking to?
No, it's Yossi.
Oh, well, okay. Whoever it is, the Glober in the room. Would it be devastating to yourself somehow if you found out the Earth is flat and stationary? Would that be like a bad thing? Would you be like, oh shit?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, thank you for being
Thank
on.
you. That's
That's
what
how
we
you
call.
know
That's
it's
what
not
we call
science.
being. Hold on. That's what we call being emotionally biased to a subject without having fully considered it. Thank you.
I have fully considered that. You
Well,
can't
Yossi,
make.
I got another,
You don't know.
another follow up for you. Okay.
You don't know whether I've considered that or not. You don't know
Well,
that.
you just said that it would be terrible for you, and that you only think you would want to know if it actually was. But so my follow up for you is, what would you do? What would be like the first thing you did if you found out the Earth actually was stationary and flat?
I guess I would freak out.
Like how? Like what do you what detail that for us?
That's the thing. So
Left Lane, you don't gotta save everybody, bro.
No, I'm not
Let the
trying to
man
save him.
talk for himself, man.
I'm not trying to save him at all. I just two also, if I mean everything that I understand, everything that I've studied through my 60 years, everything that I observe indicates to me what my position is. And if that were to be presented to me and demonstrated and proven to me that I've been wrong all these 60 years, yeah, that would be a devastating blow to my understanding of my reality. Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you for answering, but no one was asking you. And you know what I think is funny about that is it's just a baseless thing to say, because if the Earth actually is what we were told and it's a spinning globe, what you said still isn't true. Where you said everything you've ever observed for 60 years, that isn't the actual position of the globe model, though. The globe model says even though it locally appears flat and it feels stationary and the stuff in the sky looks like it moves, it's actually the opposite of all of that, but despite what you observe. So that is just a really disingenuous thing to say. But Yossi, I want to give you a chance to answer without someone trying to save you. You said you'd freak out.
Yeah, I resent that you calling me disingenuous. I was completely honest. Thanks.
That is a disingenuous position, just objectively.
If that's true, Left Lane, what observations have you done to prove the Earth curvature?
Wait, let Witsit finish with me.
If you're
let's let
genuine, Left
Yossi.
Lane,
Hold on, Dada. Let Yossi go.
Witsit, just one little thing. Don't make it too long, please.
No, I'm just wondering, like, when you said you would freak out, you think you'd freak out. Like, I'm asking, like, detail that for it. Like, what exactly does that mean? What exactly would you do?
I can tell you in details. Like you asked me to predict something that I never faced before.
No, fair enough. It's just a speculative question.
But what I guess that I would freak out, probably, like anxiety attack of some sort, probably at the beginning.
Right.
Probably many thoughts about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I guess I will venture to, trying to understand how I was deceived, whether there are many, possibly other, such historically, globally scaled lies like that,
Gotcha.
I guess.
That's an honest answer. That is somewhat the process, just so you know. Like, I think everyone that figured out, they had a moment where they were like, this is too big to wrap my mind around, and it was kind of intense maybe for a second. But then you do what you said. Well, you just try to figure out how they pulled this off, and then you looked into you want to look into the details of what actually the Earth is. You kind of didn't say that part. You start wanting to figure out, well, what's really going on. And then you step back and you're like, I need to be honest and realize that I may not know as much about the world as I think I do. And I need to re-examine all these things
didn't
I hold to
everybody,
be true.
when you first accepted it, didn't you think you could show everybody the evidence and they'd be like, damn, didn't you feel like at first, like for a day or so,
Yeah,
that
for
you could tell everybody, like, look, let me show you what I found out. and spread the word, right? And then you can tell people, and they you get like a reaction that you didn't expect.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I'm showing you
Yeah.
right here, 120,000 feet. It's look at this fucking balloon, bro. It's flat as fuck, and
Brian,
it says, oh, it's curving.
Brian, I imagine I would do that, but I don't think it will happen right at the beginning.
Yeah, everyone's different, right? Like I did do what Brian did. Like I immediately told my friends and family. Like because I thought for sure, I thought that the thing was no one had heard about it. I thought they did such a good job with the lie that the trick was that no one even thought to question it, and that's why it worked. And now that it got out of the bag and we thought to question it, that if someone got to see the evidence, they'd be like, "Whoa." But that actually isn't what happens. A lot of people just like frantically go to Google to find something to tell them that it is a ball.
Right. Once I showed them the NASA blunders, just the obvious ones that we all seen. I thought when I showed them that, and then high altitude, like, look, this is what they've been showing us fisheye lenses. This is what it really looks like. I thought that's all it would take, and I was sadly mistaken.
Well, at least an honest person would admit we were deceived.
The things that I think. The things that I think are interesting is, I would shout out with the evidence, but I'd have a lot more evidence because if you swayed my opinion, you would have some really solid evidence, not the fact this video is grainy or whatever. So I mean, I would shout out to the rooftops that hey, here is why it's flat.
I didn't need evidence.
The video isn't the evidence. Sorry, the Earth itself is the evidence, right? You see a model on TV, you see a model on paper. Right, it's just a model, right? But the actual Earth itself is the evidence because when you go outside, you try to detect curvature night and day. It's not there. When I went,
this is the problem, though,
that's
right?
where I disagree completely, though.
Moyak, listen, this is what I don't like about what you're saying. An honest person has to admit certain things, even if the Earth's a globe. It's sketchy that they showed us the picture, for the video of Felix Baumgartner, and then he did an interview saying, up there, you can see the curvature of the Earth. But it objectively wasn't what it would really look like. Even if the Earth was a ball, they showed us way drastic curvature. And then we look at the videos and it's like all kinds of glitches. And then when we send up high altitude balloons, we don't see what they claim that we see at that height. And there's a bunch of stuff like that. There's a bunch of stuff like just sketchiness where at the least, like the fact that we can't privately and freely explore Antarctica and that was signed within a year of founding NASA, right after the government went and explored that area. An open-minded, honest person that had never heard that would be like, that is suspect, even if the Earth's a ball. But what we get is the Globe zealots denying all those things.
Okay, why the huge discount?
He can't listen to a minute without his brain going forward and trying to answer one little segment. He can't listen for a minute. He had to cut you off like 3 or 4 times.
That's helpful.
You're not helpful cutting people off, dude. We don't need you saying he's galloping right in the middle of him expressing his feelings.
Well, I'd like to comment on some of the things he's saying before.
Yeah, we'll take notes and then comment at the end.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, I know. You're the one cutting people off, dude.
I did cut it.
Rakia, you're extending the problem. You're contributing, Rakia.
Right, left lane, I'm the problem.
Yeah, I mean, how is he the problem if he's just asking
He's
someone
contributing. He's just extending on and on and on about it. Let's move on.
Exactly.
Well, if he's contributing, then Moyak was the problem then.
Yeah, I'm pointing at you didn't nod, so I'm just stepping in and pointing that out. And now you're taking up for him. Again.
Exactly right. He was pointing out a problem. Have you finished with it? Saying what you were
saying? Yeah. My point was just like there's a bunch of stuff that even if the Earth was a globe, an honest person would be like, yeah, that's kind of suspect. And we don't really get that from like the Globe zealots. They deny all of it.
Well, that's because let's go with the simple thing that you said first. That you see the horizon from 120,000 feet. That it doesn't look like it's supposed to. Yes, it does. It looks exactly like it's supposed to. It's predicted to be that. Almost flat. Only measurable with relatively with straight edges and stuff like that. So yes, that is what we expect from 200,000 feet or from 100,000 feet. That's what you expect to see.
But actually, the first thing I said, Moyak, was they showed us this Felix Baumgartner jump.
Right.
And it has this super dramatized curvature, exaggerated. And then he did an interview and said, seeing the curvature up there, and everybody in the world that watched that thought that was an accurate depiction of Earth curvature. Every single human, including you and everyone in this room. And only once it was pointed out that it wasn't accurate did anyone even consider looking at the land masses and thinking about how drastic it was curving. Everyone assumed, wow, that dude's like in space. He's at the edge of space. That's what they called it. And you can see the curvature of the Earth. And then we find out that isn't accurate. Okay, now an honest person's like, that is kind of weird. Why would you show that to people if it's not accurate? That would at least insinuate maybe they're trying to trick you. And an honest person would admit that, and only someone that's dishonest would deny it.
Well, first off, no, I did not think that that was the Earth curvature. It was obviously it was obviously a wide angle lens. It was obvious because as it moved, it changed shape and morphed. So no, even if I had gone for a split second and saying, oh, wow, look at that curvature, and then I thought about it for even a second, it would be like, no, it's obviously a curved, it's curving because of lens distortions. So
my point was that no one thought about it, and like it's just like this is. See, you can say whatever you want. I know the truth. It's just like with the blue marble picture, like that was the default picture on the iPhone. Everyone in the world, and I mean literally everyone in the entire world, just assumed that was a real picture of the Earth. No one had any reason in their mind to ever even question it or think, is this not a real picture? No one thought that. They just thought, wow, this is a beautiful picture of the Earth from space. It's the default picture on the iPhone. No one thought about it at all. And until flat earthers found out that NASA admits it's not a real picture, no one knew that. And the question to an honest researcher is, well, then why did they kind of let the whole world be misled then?
Where does NASA say the picture itself is not real?
They say that it's just high altitude composite imagery stitched together on a flat map surface and then wrapped around a ball, and then an artist is brought in to do an artist rendition to paint on the clouds and to paint the colors to match what the observer expects it to look like. That's what NASA says.
Awesome. So with it, if I make a composite image of a car, does that make the car not a real car because it's a composite image?
No, but if you take a picture of a flat sidewalk and then you take it in composites and you stitch it together as a flat sidewalk and then you bend the sidewalk around to a ball, it means, yes, the sidewalk is not a ball.
What if I live in a cul-de-sac and I bend the picture to match what the cul-de-sac shows with a panoramic view?
Why couldn't you just take a picture of the whole entire cul-de-sac with a drone?
It's manipulated.
Why do I not want to take it the way I want to take it and have to do it based on what a flat earther tells me to do?
Because you're exhibiting what's its point
this
precisely.
Is what's so frustrating about Globers. They're so disingenuous because I didn't say, this is why you have to interrupt me, because I'm going to expose you. So I didn't say because something is composite, that means it 100% doesn't exist. I never said that. So you jumped in with your script because that's all you have is a script. And your script is, if I take a composite of a car, does that mean, if I take the composite image of a car, does that mean a car doesn't exist? That's your script. Implicit in your script is I'm saying since it's composite, it's fake. That's not what I said. What I said was they let the whole world believe it was a real picture when it objectively isn't.
No, they used a composite images of the Earth taken from satellites, and those satellites, those pictures were stitched together, and they put the clouds, which I agree, the clouds themselves were fake, but the picture that the satellites took are real. They're not fake. They're not. It's just like a composite image of the sidewalk.
What are you doing, dude? You're like, well, I have to give them some benefit of some doubt because I need to get.
Of course, you're going to mute him, right?
Dude, no one muted anybody.
No, I said, of course, you're going to mute him, the guy who just stepped all over Leo.
I didn't mute him.
No, I said something.
He's saying you interrupted, which it really didn't sound like you interrupted too much. The dude was finishing his sentence.
You're just scrambling for a reason to keep believing. You're like, well, the clouds are fake, but the rest is real. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Here's my honest advice to the Globers. It's like, this is a bad look for you guys, because if the Earth really is a globe, you don't have to do stuff like this. This is just objective. What I'm saying is just objective, which is that they say they took high altitude pictures Right now, I used to work at an airport. You can take high altitude pictures with cartography. No, and a lot of fighters don't deny you have something up in the sky that they call satellites, right? So you take high altitude pictures. Now, the pictures that you take are flat. They're in such small segments that they're flat. And then to stitch them together, you put them in a flat map. Okay. And then you take that flat map with the pictures that were flat, and then you wrap them around a ball, a presupposed ball, and then you have an artist come in and paint on it. Now, objectively, that's not a real picture of the Earth being a ball from space, but they let the whole world assume it was a real picture the whole time. My point was, an honest person would have to admit that is at least a little suspect that they let the whole world think it was real, when actually it wasn't real until the flat earthers went and found out it wasn't real.
And they specifically state that clouds are not real. So, I mean,
the whole thing's not real.
No, the picture itself can be real and the clouds can be fake. And the picture demonstrating that the Earth is a sphere is a true picture.
That isn't what NASA says. They say they took flat pictures, stitched it together in a flat map surface, and then wrapped it around a ball.
Show me where they say that. In those exact words.
Yeah, how do you not know that?
Show me where they say that in those exact words.
That's not the part you want to argue about, bro.
They took pictures of the Earth. They took pictures of the Earth and wrapped them around the wireframe of what Earth is.
They stitched it into a flat map surface first.
Believed it to be.
They stitched it into a flat map surface first. Admit it. Admit you're lying. Admit you're wrong. They stitched it into a flat map surface first.
With it. Also to meet
What's up with the lies? What's up with the lies, bro?
Lies.
If the Earth's a ball, you don't kind of lie about it.
Can I ask Witsit a question, please? Witsit.
Can you tell me why it's 7 years in? You guys are lying.
Witsit, please. So let's say that on the iPhone screen there was a disclaimer, not a real photograph. Would you say, okay, no one tried to mislead anyone else?
Yeah, if it said animation, if it said like in the bottom right credits animation, or like on whenever you see that picture on all these magazine covers and stuff, it had credited animation, like animation credits in the bottom, then I'd be fine with at least credited animations. But they didn't do that. That's not what they did. Everyone thought it was a real picture.
And do you think that?
Guess what? Until now, I didn't even know the iPhone had that picture on it as a default. You know why? Because I don't own an iPhone and never have.
Okay, I'm sorry that you don't use the best phone in
millions
the
of
world.
other
What do you
people have
Great
never
point.
owned an iPhone also. So how would they know about this issue?
It wasn't only
Or
on the
supposed-
iPhone, okay? It was just the default picture on the first generation of the iPhone, which did sweep the nation. It was a very popular phone.
Why
It's
can't
also
you
on
guys
all
post
kinds
the
of
actual
magazine
article
covers.
instead of
It's
posting the
on all kinds of
screenshots that no
TV
one can
shows.
read?
It's on this is what I'm saying. Like, if say I caught my ex-girlfriend cheating, and as I go to call her out, she impulsively has to interrupt to spin the story. The reason she's doing that is because she doesn't want to hear me lay out the full story of what she did, because she knows she can't defend against it. That's the only reason you would ever need to fundy interrupt someone.
I disagree. If you were saying something false, somebody would want to interrupt in order to keep you from going down a false trail.
You would
If
let
they
them
lack
get
the
their full little
capacity,
story out, and
right?
you'd be like, "This is not true, bro." That's what you would do.
You know,
Yeah, see, you guys say stuff that's wrong all the time, right? And I try to patiently wait, right? And when I do that, like I'm taking notes of like everything that you said is wrong, and then I try to address them either backwards or forward, right? Knowing that I'm probably not going to get to address all of them before you interrupt me again, right? So that's why I pick which way I'm going, backwards or forward, which one's more important. So when you guys just take notes, guys, instead of interrupting. I mean, I interrupt people too. I'm not perfect. I'm not preaching to the choir myself here.
So the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface. The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of data. Then we wrapped the flat
Witsit,
map.
you misread
No,
that.
I'm not done.
You misread it though. Please don't leave out words in what you're quoting. Will you please read all the way?
what it says.
Hold on, everyone. I'm here for 10 more minutes. If people are going to continue to interrupt, I'm giving you a warning now. I'm going to mute you. You're going to have to ask to be unmuted by someone else, because once I'm gone, I'm gone. I'm not going to be unmuting anyone. So everyone be on warning. right? Give each other space, right? You don't agree with what someone says, address it after they've said it, but don't be interrupting. It's audio chaos. Go on
The
with
hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. My part was integrating the surface. Wait. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble.
The ball that he created out of nothing. The concept,
so NASA died.
Right?
How come you purposely left words out?
Which word did I leave out?
You left out a whole sentence.
Because I'm not reading the whole part of
Why?
Of the names at the Swiss Federal Office of Meteorology and Climatology did much of this work. You think that the fact it's meteorological data helps you? I'm making my actual point help. Because I can't even read one sentence without you guys interrupting me. Now you can't respond to the fact that you've been intellectually eviscerated and refuted and your claim was wrong. You have to then try to find something else to shift the goalpost to that I didn't read enough of the words.
I think it was interesting that you left out the word satellite data because this information came from satellites orbiting the Earth. But when you originally read it, before I corrected you, you wanted to leave that word out, saying that this information came from some other source.
No,
you're upset he left out words. They left out the fact that that's not the actual Earth. So you're worried about a couple words he left out, but not the fact that NASA told the whole world.
They're doing anything they can to not address the actual point, which was that the globe earthers in here tried to say that it was a lie, and they took composites of a ball, and then they just stitched the composites of the ball together, and they used the analogy of a car. And I said, no, actually, they took flat pictures, stitched it together in a flat map surface, then took the flat map, wrapped it around the ball, and then an artist came in and touched it up. And they let the whole world think it was just a picture of the Earth being a ball from space. And this is just objective. And any honest person, even the people I know in my real life that I hang out with, because I don't hang out with liars, right, that think the Earth's a ball, they would think it's so lame that you guys are doing this. That's my point.
Could you remind me again where that data came from? Just where did the data come from?
Altitude satelloons.
Not according to NASA.
No, it didn't say that.
What does NASA say it came from?
You're a
Can
grown
a satellite
man,
exist on a flat Earth?
They're floating around in the air.
Can a satellite exist on a flat Earth? Okay, so can you guys address the actual argument, the actual point of the argument?
How could a satellite? Hold on, guys. How does a satellite exist on a flat
We'll
Earth?
answer that once everyone admits they were wrong about claiming it wasn't a flat map.
I missed the part about flight.
So you admit that it was actually flat map and flat
No, actually, he didn't
pictures.
say that. You gotta let somebody speak before you actually interrupt them to tell them something they didn't say.
This room needs to admit they were wrong when they said it wasn't a flat map.
I admit you were wrong when you misread it and left words out.
I'm muting you.
I completely admit you were wrong.
I'm muting you until you can be honest. Anyone else want to try to actually answer honestly?
You guys, before you get too far, what's it? Come on.
Answer the question honestly, or you're getting
how
muted
do
too.
satellites exist on a flat Earth?
No, that's not the question. So don't jump in unless you're going to address the actual.
No,
Zanuck, I'm going to mute you.
Run away.
And by the way, I'm going to give you my first warning that I've given anyone, right. And you're going to end up getting banned from the server. So I'm tired of this. It's a very simple thing. If you guys want to move on to the satellites, that's cool. I'm perfectly. Now I'm going to have to mute you because you're interrupting me on. Why do you guys think you can all interrupt mods?
You're on a power trip, Witsit. You need to actually rein it in a little bit and actually have a conversation.
All right.
No, y'all are all interrupting him, period.
All right, I'm just going to stay calm. I'm not raising my voice. I have a little baby girl in my wife's stomach. So I'm not going to scream at you guys because you're children. So now he's muted, then he left because he can't be in a room unless he has to act like if he has to act like an adult. So I'm happy. Lel, you also get muted because I never mute anyone and I'm tired. Because since I never mute anyone, what they've now done is even though I'm a mod, they all interrupt me constantly. So now I have to mute people. So this is the problem, right? The conversation was very simple. I was trying to have an open-ended, easy, bridge-the-gap conversation. At least the Globers need to admit that some things do seem kind of suspect because that is the truth. Then I pointed out the blue marble and how it was actually flat.
I can't hear you, Austin. They're hot mic.
Hold on.
Pointed out it was actually flat map pictures. Okay. And then they stitched that together on a flat map surface. And then they wrapped that around a presupposed ball. And so,
Can you repeat that, bro? We didn't hear you. That dude was hot micing on purpose louder than you were talking.
yeah, so I was just pointing out that the truth of the matter is that they took pictures, flat pictures, small portions of flat pictures, and they stitched it together on a flat map surface, and then they wrapped it around a ball. And then all the Globers in here said I was wrong, I was lying, that's not what it says, that's not true. They just took pictures of a ball and then stitched it together. And that's not what happened. And now the room wants to, instead of admitting that that was correct and I was correct and that the ballers denying it were wrong, they want to change the subject to satellite. I'm happy for the room to go talk about satellites, but you guys need to admit you were wrong first.
With
Yeah,
it, I
either
will
answer
admit,
honestly or don't answer at all. They already admitted it.
That's what they do.
with it, I will admit, I am sorry. I do see that they wrapped a flat map, which they took pictures of the surface of the Earth from space, from satellites, used satellite data to get those pictures, and they used that, and those pictures were flat. I agree, and they wrapped those flat pictures and stitched them together around a ball to represent what the satellites actually see from space.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know where it actually says that there were pictures. It says data. So if there's a paragraph, in there that says picture, can you point it out to me?
Witsa said they stitched pictures together. I'm just going with what Witsa said. So, do you want to correct Witsa or me?
Yeah, you can correct. I'll be corrected. Sure.
I got a
Like
question.
they took the data, then formulated pictures via computer generation, then stitched that into a flat map, and then wrapped it around a ball.
Hell no. Mic check.
Yeah, you're in, Elijah.
Because I'm speaking before people, it's just that y'all are pretending y'all can't hear me jumping in before y'all.
No, we can't hear you. You got too much background noise.
It wasn't the
Your mic
case.
is absolute rubbish. Your mic
Yeah,
is
you-
rubbish.
No one heard.
No,
me.
I heard every word he said. Y'all need to shut up and let him finish.
Larry, you're going to actually amp this up. Objectively, Elijah, no one could understand what you were saying.
I know nobody could understand what I was saying because they were trying to talk instead of listening.
No, dude, you wasn't being heard. Sorry. I'm being
I
heard.
know, because every time I said, hey, hello, mic check, hey, let me
Nobody
get
heard
in.
you, bro. Nobody heard you.
For the 5th time, Brian, I know that because every time I said, hey, I'm trying to speak, people just started talking instead of going, oh, who was that was trying to speak? I know.
Nobody heard you, dude. I'm a
God,
Glover.
Elijah,
Nobody
sorry,
heard
I'm
you.
sorry,
Elijah, man. Sorry about that.
Quiet that I was hot micing. How could you hear me hot micing?
Everyone shut up and let Elijah talk, please.
So, Bandsaw, did I not just get muted for quote unquote hot mic? And that means y'all did hear the audio coming through my
Elijah, all we heard was the wind. All we heard was the wind.
Hold on. Elijah, your mic is absolutely rubbish. It sounds like you're driving, the window's open. You can't actually hear you talk. All
You
right?
can hear me talk right now, right?
You need to
Yeah,
go on
we heard
mute,
it
bro.
earlier. All we heard was the wind.
Elijah, let's not argue about it.
Elijah, just stop talking. Fuck.
What was
Oh, he
that,
doesn't have to
Ben?
stop
You got a whole
talking.
bunch of people interrupting you, and that's actually what I'm complaining about. The same thing happening to me. What'd you say?
You don't have to stop talking. Go ahead. I'm just explaining what happened was when I was talking, all of a sudden I was threatening to mute the Globers, and then we heard this crazy sound, and so that's all that we heard. So like now no one's talking. You can go ahead.
Yeah. What does it being satellite data have to do with anything? First of all, you can pull up on NASA's website that for conventional conventional altitudes or conventional use, you can pretty much take the Earth to be flat. That's fine. But aside from that, actually, with a lot of the satellites, I mean, they pretty much say obviously just Nevada isn't like the whole of the Earth. So it's like the satellites themselves don't have a large field of view. They can't see the Earth as a ball at all. Like the ones we're talking about, the ones that they claim took this data aren't high enough to see a curve at all.
Right.
So what difference does it make that they use data from satellites?
More importantly, do they flatten the information for curvature? Do they capture curvature and then flatten it? Nope. It's flat and then they make it into curvature, because all radar, they don't flatten they don't flatten the curve. It is what it is.
There is
so
no
you're telling me
It's pretty simple because the article says they use satellite data. That's why that's important. They use satellite.
It's important you understand the satellite data information.
Interrupted.
Do
Can
they
I finish
flatten
my statement?
No
without
interruptions.
being interrupted.
Right? You're saying they
No.
flatten the
You
information.
can't interrupt him though, dude.
Yeah, quit interrupting me. Okay, they're using satellite data. That's why satellite data is important in this discussion. And what's correct, they use satellite data and they stitched that data together, or however they did the modeling for the data. They stitched it together and wrapped it around a ball, which is correct. The article does actually state that. And I apologize to Witsit for misrepresenting their position. And I was wrong.
All good.
Does anyone have this flat map? Does anybody have this flat map that they stitched together?
It doesn't matter.
I'm not asking if it matters or not. I asked a question. That is not a place for you to say it doesn't matter.
No, we don't
have
it.
Okay, so you have no idea. That could be a bunch of little streamers going off in all different directions, like a spider web, that would be necessary to wrap it on a flat ball. It would be that all those images would have to be not adjacent to each other. So I'd be interested to see what it is. The flat map should represent the Earth exactly as it is. So we should be able to take measurements from it, see distances between continents, direction between continents, and stuff like that. So it'd be interesting to see that. That would be the map of the Earth.
None of that matters, right? So like the argument was that they were denying that it was flat, and you just said the word flat ball. Okay, but that's not what this says. It says a flat map wrapped around a ball. Okay, and so the fact of the matter is that the talking point of can I take composite of a car and stitch it together and that means the car's not real is not an adequate argument, because that's not what happened. They didn't take a picture of the ball and then stitch it together. They took a flat map picture. They took flat data from meteorology and they stitched it together. And then they wrap that data around a ball. That's what happened.
I get that.
People's expectations, not because it was actually observed.
Okay, I get that. But now if I took a flat picture of a wall and I wrapped that around a ball, this could be wicked distortions. So why don't we see wicked distortions in the placement of the continents?
You lost
They touched it up. Admittedly. They touched it up, admittedly. That's the whole point.
How do you touch something up that's completely
Photoshop?
It's a huge ball.
Then you don't.
You wouldn't see distortion.
If I take, you would absolutely see distortion.
Not on a ball that big. Not when the continents.
Are you going to say that we're technologically behind? We can't even put that shit together, but we can make movies the way they look? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Okay, go ahead. Show me any example of you taking a building and wrapping it around a sphere and having that building in any way, shape, or form reflect the actual shape of the building.
That's not an.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. What are you talking about?
Never happened.
Wait, that's not analogous because
you could definitely wrap. You could
analogous
definitely
though, bro.
You
Because
could
the Earth on this ball picture is so big, right? The continents are so big and it's so zoomed out that you would be able to eliminate a distortion purely based on the ratio. Right, purely based on how small the continents are compared to what the data is getting, you'd be able to get an overall continent and then wrap it around the ball. You would have slight change in wrapping the whole continent around a ball.
Can you take a satellite and get it far enough to get one full photo of the Earth? Is that possible?
Who knows? They can't leave low Earth orbit, bro. So who cares what the fuck they're claiming? They admit they can't leave low Earth orbit. In Livestream and live text, I just posted a video. I mean, not a video, a picture of what they claim they could see from the ISS, and it's barely all of Florida and Georgia. That's what their viewing radius claimed is. So
that's wonderful, but they don't say that they can't go out of low Earth orbit. They do it all the time. They don't do it with people.
Okay, let me ask you this:
Why distinction? Shut up.
Let me ask a question, dude. Chill out,
Yeah,
bro.
don't interrupt, bro. Don't
Fight
interrupt.
goes again. Where's Bandy when you need
Well,
him?
Brian shouldn't have interrupted though.
Don't need the extra color commentary, man. If somebody's getting interrupted and then you talk over him, saying something colorful is not gonna help.
And then he left. He left because he wants to complain that we don't mod fairly, but we clearly just were modding fairly. So, but Moyak left. But it's whatever. I mean, the answer is no. The answer is So Brian, actually, you're wrong. They claim they can send stuff to past low Earth orbit, just not people. They claim they can't send people past low Earth orbit. So there's no need to misrepresent what they actually say. Okay. And in addition, the answer objectively is no. They don't claim they can get a full picture of the Earth. And normally Globers bring up Himawari, and you can go to Himawari yourself and zoom in. And once you zoom in on the way, you'll see the stitches together. And you can go to their website, and they admit that they laid that over a blue marble data set as well. There is not one single alleged real picture of the Earth in entirety being a sphere, as in one entire half of a sphere. It doesn't exist. Except for the alleged 1972 picture from the moon. Yeah.
Yeah. But, the thing about it is that we have all seen the movie with Bart Sabrell, right? And they got the reel dated that day that they were supposed to be halfway to the moon when they were clearly in low Earth orbit. Now, this is from NASA themselves, but I know that you guys don't believe it because it comes from NASA. Oh, wait, you don't believe it because it goes against your preconceived anchor bias, sunk cost bias.
Hey, can I finish what I was saying? I never got to finish, man. And look, here's the thing: is they claim that they can't leave. That's what I said in the first. Yeah, I should clarify that they can't leave low Earth orbit. But what I was going to simply ask him, real quick, I didn't. I was trying to get to my question before I got cut in on. Is that I wanted to ask him why can't people leave low Earth orbit? Because that's what it comes down to. They claim that it's not dangerous to humans. They said the Van Allen belts. It's not that people can't enter that region. They said that the circuitry, they don't have the shielding for the circuitry to go through the Van Allen belts. So they're stuck either way. Because if they claim to have all these satellites outside of the Van Allen belts, then that argument's dead, and that's what they have to claim, or else people never went to the moon. They got to admit it.
Okay, but Brian, this is the problem. For one, you didn't get cut in on. You interrupted Moyak in the middle of his sentence, okay? And then number two is, in the context of the conversation, was Glatflobe asked, can you guys get a real picture, like a full picture of the Earth, a single picture of the Earth being a sphere? And then you jumped in and said no, because they claim they can't even get to low Earth orbit. So in the context that you brought that up, then what's insinuated is that they couldn't get a satellite out there to take a full picture, and that's not true. That's not what they claim. They claim that they can't get humans past low Earth orbit, so that is different. Yeah.
My bad on that, but I pointed out that I posted a picture in lab text, but I'm fully aware though. I'm fully aware that they claim their satellite million miles.
Well, yeah, I just got to be more tactical with what you say.
Yeah,
I mean,
and maybe I did long pause and let him.
Well, no, Warlock was in the middle of talking. But this is just like how Globers kind of lie when they don't need to, right? Like if the Earth's a globe, it isn't you don't prove the Earth is flat just because they faked a picture of the globe. It's just at the
I definitely
least,
interrupted Moyak, man. And Moyak,
that.
if you're listening, Moyak, man, my bad, man. I'm not.
As he interrupts you, what's it?
I knew he was done, but I knew I got a little passionate. Moyak, if you're here and come back, man, I'm not gonna keep doing that. They muted me for. I ain't the only ones who get muted.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe he was looking for an out, but anyway, like I'm just saying, it's the same thing. Flat Earthers also kind of exaggerate scripts that they don't need to, and I don't like it. I don't like when people do that on the other side, because now I don't even know if I'm not saying that was your intention, and normally the ballers are very meticulous and intended, but it doesn't matter. It's like, it's very disingenuous from either side to like exaggerate or misrepresent. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying it's not necessary. The Earth is provably flat, so we don't need to make up any stories.
Give me 1 minute with Zanuck, and I'll show you why I wasn't.
You wouldn't what?
But Zanuck, why can't we leave?
He needs to set first.
Just real quick, man. I'm gonna make a quick point.
That was important there, Evo. Come on,
Zanuck. Why can't people leave low Earth orbit? Why do they claim?
They can. With the equipment they had at the time that video was made, we didn't have equipment that would leave Earth orbit. We have left Earth
Why
orbit
though?
many.
You can verify them going 25,000 miles an hour, can you?
Yes.
No, I'm asking why. Hold on, let me get to this point, guys. I'll keep it concise.
Yes, this is the problem, guys. You ask a question and no one shuts up. Just let me speak, and everything will be great and cool.
Just tell me why, though.
So we can. Just because someone says we can't use it, and in the context for which he said it, means with the equipment we have today, we have still sent probes out. We have went out of Earth orbit and we've landed and crashed into things. We've taken pictures of things, comets, asteroids, etc. And we also had the Voyager 1, 2, and the Pioneer 1 and 2 that were released in the 70s. So I don't know what the heck you're talking. Oh, as far as humans going out of Earth orbit, or is it actually objects? Because we've left with many probes.
I'm sorry.
We've gone to the Sun. We've gone to Venus. We've gone to all sorts of.
No, haven't done any.
Why are you talking?
Hold on, man. Damn.
Why is
I'm
that-
asking
why is
Janik
that
why.
necessary?
Because it's not verifiable.
No.
You can't
It
interrupt.
is
It doesn't
verifiable.
matter.
My God, it is verifiable. We can actually see the car from Tesla. We could see for a while out of Earth orbit.
Janik, I'm asking why, brother. Why? Why did they
I just
claim they
told you
couldn't leave
it's
low
not
Earth
a
orbit?
logical question. We do leave Earth orbit all the time and have for 30
When?
years.
Who?
No, right,
Who
trial by
left low
fire.
Earth
Are you
orbit?
talking about people
Astronauts.
or
Yeah. Who left low Earth orbit?
Oh my, there's a
Because
litany
you said
of
when they
people.
said it at the time, right, bud?
There's
So
a
now it's
litany-
different time.
yeah,
Now we can go.
A litany of people have gone. We orbited the moon many times.
Bro,
Many
Orion
times.
trial by fire.
Have you been
Real
not,
quick,
have you
Janik.
been not
Listen,
paying attention?
God damn it, man.
Come on, guys.
Orion trial by fire said we cannot leave low Earth. They didn't say whether it's
with the technology
I'm asking
they had
you what
at
the
that
answer
time
is.
the video was made.
Zanuck, do you know that a person up in low Earth orbit ages about 10 years and 6 months? Their arteries are hardened.
Oh my
Did you know
God!
that?
Another
didn't know that.
complete.
Why don't you tell me where you got that information from?
Look, no, before you tell him where he got that information, like first of all, Zanuck is saying two things, and it's like, instead of like the room blowing up and arguing, just like point out, he literally is talking about the astronauts that orbited the moon. Clearly, Brian's point was after that, like, why can't anybody right now leave low Earth orbit? Obviously, Neil deGrasse Tyson and everybody else that we know has said we have not left Earth orbit. That's what people think because they see these wide-angle lenses, but no one has left Earth. No one has left the low Earth orbit. Not the ISS. Not so.
Man, are you going to stop, Elijah?
Zanuck, I'm going to mute you next time you interrupt.
Why do you let?
No.
All right, you're muted. You're muted.
That's basically the point. I'm just asking, Zanuck, based on what Brian is saying about right now, after the moon landing, who actually was beyond low Earth orbit? Who?
Thank you, Elijah. And why can't they leave? Why do they claim they can't? That's all I'm trying to find out.
I thought I answered. That's not cool. I was just trying to engage.
I didn't even get to you. I didn't even get to mute you. Someone else did, but you kept interrupting. I was about to mute you. So because today is the day that I'm. Today is the day. I'm tired of hearing you guys, both sides, interrupt. It's unacceptable.
Right. Let's do it fairly then. Because even before
I've interrupted more.
Elijah,
I've muted more flat earthers so far.
I know, but even before, when you're threatening me and telling me I'm muting or give me warnings, Elijah was in there complaining about how people were wrongly talking over him when no one could hear him, and he went on and on and on about it. You should just got in there, shut him up, tell him that no one heard him.
You're reliving it.
No.
You're reliving
Zanuck,
it.
you talk.
let's
You think
move
you're
forward.
allowed to
Good.
talk for 5 straight minutes, but Eli can't talk for 45 seconds. You're
I listen
delusional.
for hours and here all you do is talk.
Please answer why, please.
Let's move forward. We got to keep on moving forward and getting better. I'll respond to the questions that were just asked of me. No one has said we hadn't been to the moon. They said with the technology today, in the context which he said this, that representative from NASA said that today's technology, we cannot leave Earth orbit. He didn't say that we didn't. He said it today, at that point in that video was filmed, that we
Why?
can't. You can't help yourselves, can you?
Don't interrupt him, man. But Zanuck, answer the question specifically. That's why they're getting
Specifically,
frustrated.
the context with that. Well, he wants to be. I'll be specific. The context which he responded to the question, "Can we leave Earth orbit?" was today at the time that video was played or done. We do not have the technology at that time to leave Earth orbit then. Before that, we did. Now we
what
do
technology
as well.
was needed?
Can we now? And if so, what's your evidence for that?
We're as a person or equipment. What is the point? The point of your question?
No, for a person, bro.
Yeah,
He's saying we. He's not a robot.
We will be going to the moon with people very soon.
They've been saying that for like.
It's being prepared. What?
How many years? Okay. How many
Well,
years
that's not
have
an
they been
argument.
saying that?
That's just because it's taking a long time for us to do it again is not an argument.
No, you keep changing the goalposts. Or we'll do it in the 80s.
I'm not moving any goalposts at all. Okay,
Not you, NASA. Not you,
Okay.
NASA. They said we'll do it in the 80s. Then they were like, we'll do it in the 90s. We'll do it in the
Hank,
10s. We'll do it in the teens. We'll do it in the 20s.
Hank, you gonna keep on going?
I had one
I'll give you
follow-up,
the answer.
Danik. Let me know when I can get in.
Are you gonna let me talk, Hank? You asked me a question. You keep on
You
talking.
asked me a question. Are you going to keep on going? So is NASA going to keep on going?
That's not. Those aren't relevant either. Let me answer your question, and don't talk over me. We went in the 60s and 70s. We haven't gone 80s, 90s, and to now today, and we will go later in the next year or two to the moon with people out of Earth orbit.
Can I ask my follow-up,
Danik? The rocket. As soon as that rocket gets fueled, man, we're gonna so go as soon as they can just figure out how to get fuel.
We can't get fuel because it's all the embargo, the oxygen is settling embargo.
Danik, let me ask my follow-up, Danik. That wasn't a one-question thing. My point is, I've asked 100 Globers this over the course of 4 years, and they all told me, and Jim's room and Jose's room, because they didn't want to deny the moon landing, they all new circuitry, the new semiconductors and the new capacitors and circuit boards. They said it ain't that people are harmed by the Van Allen belts. They can go through them real fast. Okay, so they said it's the shielding for the circuit board. But at the same time, they weren't answering the response. So I thought we already had all out there in orbit in Lagrange 1, Lagrange 2, Voyager, Epic, all these other ones. So which is it, Danik? I'm asking you.
Wow, that's a long way
the video.
But yes.
Why? That's my question. Why?
My God, you asked me, then you stop, then you start talking again. Just let me answer the question. Why are you so frantic? So the question, as I understand what you're saying, is that people can't go out of Earth orbit, but we do have probes and other things that have, and we have recently left Earth orbit. Are you talking about people, Brian? Or are you talking about our physical materials?
I'm asking you to specify. I'm asking you to specify. I'm not freaking out either. I'm just asking you to specify. Is it because people, or is it because it's shielding? Obviously, they claim that, but they don't say whether it's people or circuitry. Which is it? Why? I'm asking why. Which is it?
Brian, we haven't had a requirement for any planned mission to go out of Earth orbit with a person, a human, or a dog or a monkey. We did that in the 60s and 70s, but we haven't done it since then. And we have the technology today to do it. It's very different, and it will be put up very soon, leaving Earth orbit and going to the moon.
Okay, so it's people then. People, we didn't have shielding for the people.
No, we haven't had the equipment for the people. We have the shielding for the people. That's been done before, as I mentioned. It's like you're not listening willfully.
I'm listening, bro. I'm just trying to get you to specify because
I'm
Blue Marble
specifying.
Science
My God,
and Bob
Brian,
the Science
it's
guy.
simple. We went before with people. We shielded them fine. Yes, the technology has changed. Semiconductors are more prevalent in these technologies today, and that has already been dealt with. They have no problem shielding them for the Van Allen belt. The reason that quote was said a few years ago, I don't know when that was, probably 10 years ago now, that we couldn't leave Earth orbit. We didn't have the technology at that time that video was taken to leave Earth orbit with anything that could carry a person, because we didn't have anything made. There was nothing created to do it.
Thanks for interrupting me, bro.
Thanks
for interrupting me.
He keeps
But
on
my
talking.
question, you interrupted me, Danik, and I don't even think you realize it. So I was just trying to specify. Like I said, right when I said specify, you jumped in on me.
Somebody else is talking.
What I'm trying to specify is what Orion Trial by Fire said. It says before we could leave, it says shielding will be put to the test before we can leave this dangerous region of space. Okay, so my question is, was it shielding for people or circuitry?
I don't know. Once you find out, once you go do some research on that, what he was referring to.
According to Blue Marble Science and Bob the Science guys, they all say that it was because of circuitry. They said it ain't because of people. The modern
could be it too.
Okay.
I mean,
I guess
there's
his
plenty of
question,
things
his
that are
question
different
is,
that they have to take into
right.
consideration before they
Yeah.
leave Earth orbit and go through the Van Allen belt, which is not a very long period of
So
time.
Zan-
You go through the Van Allen belt. I hope you're not talking over me right there.
Right, Zanuck,
So they are making strides, and they have probably got that problem solved or any kind of challenge solved by now, and that's why they're planning this mission to around the moon within the year.
Right. So why wouldn't they use the circuitry from Voyager 1 nowadays?
Because it's completely antiquated. It's much
But it
faster,
works.
more robust
But
today.
it works. That's the problem. But it works now.
Yeah, but we
Still,
don't have
apparently,
like why
we're
don't
getting signals.
they make vacuum tube amplifiers anymore? I mean, they probably doing some
Well,
special.
no,
No.
no. Hold on.
Hold on,
Hold on.
I'm
If they
responding to you.
didn't have,
I'm
if they,
responding to you. Let me respond.
you said vacuum. You asked
Let me
me a
respond.
question.
Let me
You
respond.
asked me a question
Let me
about vacuum
respond.
tubes.
Can I respond?
Did you ask me a
Well,
question, or was
yeah,
it?
they have a lot of technology that has not been used in a very long time. They don't make 8-track tape players.
Why?
They don't make VCR. They don't Betamax because
Wait, I know.
Why
Why don't we
don't talk
use
over? It
8-track?
doesn't make it any better when you talk over me. I don't know why you're not being muted right now. So yes, there's a lot of technology that was available that they could use today to do this task, but they won't do it because the new technology is so far superior and better, more reliable, including the semiconductors, including the SanDisk type memory sticks and things.
Zanuck, let me interrupt you 2 seconds. Can somebody unmute Elijah? He's asking to get unmuted. Thanks.
Yeah, so it's circuitry then, Zanuck. Is that what you're claiming? Because Himawari has modern circuitry, so does Epic. And right after they were launched, Orion Trial by Fire came out saying that we can't, this shielding is got to be put to the test. They didn't specify
I'm
whether
sure
it was
it would be
human.
put to the test.
Wait, almost done, bro. They didn't specify whether it was human or circuitry, bro. And that's my point. Is Blue Marble Science, Bob the Science Guy, all the Jose's channel, Jim, they all say that it's the circuitry. But like I said, Himawari was launched right about the time as the Orion Trial by Fire video came out. So which is it, bro?
Forget about Himawari. Epic was like 1 million miles closer to the sun.
Zanuck, you said why don't we you're right, we don't use 8-track tapes because CDs exist. But no one is saying we don't
CDs
use
anymore.
No, I know, but the point is that if why would you have that as an excuse if CDs are being used?
Because CDs aren't being some people use them, but the new technology.
I still use them. I got
It's also-
wires hanging off the bottom of my
Right,
computer.
now, Hank, is that the time to talk over me? Really?
Sorry,
Is that
sorry,
really the
bro. I
time?
was just disagreeing.
Was that
Sorry.
no?
Go ahead.
Don't make it excuses. We have to be all
Oh
consistent.
my
or we're all
God,
gonna get
Zanuck, you're
muted.
such a drama queen.
No, but it's a shit
yeah.
show, and everyone just jumps in. Just let me
Okay,
fucking
all right.
So
talk.
here, I just have a real quick question,
Zanuck,
right? We're talking
Zanuck,
about, hold on, just real quick. Hold on real quick. We're talking about like radiation and equipment. So how many of you have ever had a CD get warped the way an 8-track or a cassette player did? Or a cassette
Guys, Zanuck was right in the middle of responding to Larry.
Yeah, that was your time to jump in.
Come on, Jeremy. What the heck, man?
Yeah, why we
it
do
wasn't
this?
your time.
Well, no, it's.
I mean, I'm interested in your Travis.
Zanuck's
question.
in the middle of
I really am
responding.
interested in
Let him
Travis'
go,
question.
and then someone
CDs
can
are
go
different.
next.
They're reflectors.
Talk through me the whole way.
There are reflectors on a plastic substrate. You have metal that is reflecting and making the ones and zeros, which is completely different than magnetic tape, which is completely different than a semiconductor memory device, which is like a SanDisk memory stick or something. The solid state memory is completely different.
So Zanuck, real quick, right? I got you. I understand that technology develops like this. I get it. 100% agree. Now,
the question
if that technology, if someone says, we don't have the technology to make those ones and zeros on the disk anymore, or we don't have the technology to do that, we're going to just continually using 8-track tapes, right? Until a new
I don't understand your
viable
question.
system comes out. Why would anyone say that? Why would they would just be using the same technology sent out in Voyager?
No,
if
we
they
don't
didn't have, you wouldn't have the excuse of saying, since we destroyed the old technology, we don't have a new one, we're just going to stop.
There was no mission that incorporated the old technology. They didn't.
Right, so we're just going to.
They would never make something. For example, today you wouldn't make a tube amplifier. If someone wanted a certain type of amplifier or a preamp that had tubes, they wouldn't make it with tubes today. I mean, there could be a specialty shop that could do it, but big companies will not go backward and regress because there's so much.
Of course they do.
So
No, I know,
I know that some companies do it. Large companies do not make tube amplifiers. Like Sony does not make tube amplifiers anymore. They
That's
do not
because we
make
got better
tube-based
shit, bro.
TVs anymore. They don't. You make vacuum tube. Can I finish?
Yeah, some
Can I finish?
manufacturers do make the tube type amplifiers to recreate that nostalgic sound.
So
that's all
I
though.
think that's
Hey,
a lot
say
of color.
tube
That's
again.
not needed. I already told you there's some small boutique and obscure manufacturers that can do it. I'm talking major manufacturers. Our industrial complex Hank, not the time also.
Every major guitar manufacturer of amps.
Okay,
tube amps.
Static's in the middle of something and y'all
I
keep
know,
talking over him. What's going on,
the
y'all?
point. The general push of the industrial complex on the planet.
Because his mic is shit.
Okay, there we go. Time to interrupt again. Can I send this out, guys, without being interrupted 7 times?
You got this.
Is it possible?
That's true, man. Let's let
You
him
get a
finish.
sentence out, but can you get a monologue out? Like, no, share the mic, bro.
Since the question. I know, because I have been fighting to just get the answer out. These companies do not go backward to make new products with old technology. Just like NASA would not, it'd be ludicrous to go back and make God, that was very volatile technology and not reliable. As you can see, they had all sorts of problems, even on some of the moon missions. So they're not going to go back to that because it's dangerous and it doesn't work as well as stuff today. The shielding is not a problem.
All right, that's enough, Zanuck. You spent way too long on monologuing. I gotta cut you off.
Watch. This is how it's done. My wife and I buy records at Walmart. Mike out. See, it's your turn now. That's how it's done, Zanuck. You just don't understand.
Right, and the question is,
I would whenever you talk.
My whole question he still hasn't answered because. So, are you saying that we don't have the shielding for because we are obviously had that shielding? Are you saying it's circuitry because they've been sending shit up with new technology before, and after? So that's why I'm trying to get you to specify what they lack the technology for. Shielding for people, or
that's just a portion. That's just a portion of it, Brian.
See,
that's what was keeping them from going, though. That's literally what was keeping.
Brian,
or we can traverse this region of space. We need to test the shielding. So I'm asking, testing it for what? People or circuitry?
Where's the radiation plan to start?
See, Brian, the thing is that what it doesn't make sense what Zanuck said is that, well, pretty much what their whole story is that we got rid of that technology. Usually you don't get rid of it. You improve upon it. In other words, if you make something, you don't just say, oh, that's it, I'm done with it. That we throw it in the trash, don't make it better. You always make it better.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why we're building new rockets.
So they agree. They don't go backward.
Who's muting Elijah? Elijah just says, yeah, I'm sorry. And somebody just mute him automatically. Who's that?
Yo, my bad. He was hot micing on the end of the sentence. Yo, you keep opening your mic up in the middle when people are still
when I open my mic
like right now. I don't know why you're over talking. I'm answering elbow. Yo.
No, I muted you, Elijah, because he's trying to.
When people are still talking, you're opening. People are still talking. You're opening your mic up. You got a lot of background noise. I kept muting you because you kept doing it.
Jeremy's right. Your background noise is worse than maybe any.
Brian, he does not need your help.
Is happening. That's not what just happened. Don't fucking mute me when you see me open my mic and you hear something. If it's like 5 seconds and you're like, yo, Eli, your shit is open, I'm gonna mute myself.
No, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, you do.
You leave Eli alone. Instead of making a whole big conundrum about it, like what's happening now, when people are hot micing, we just mute them. We don't make a whole big conundrum about it and stop the whole conversation.
I'm not hot micing though.
I just muted you 3 times because you opened your mic up when people were talking and you have a hellacious amount of background noise. Elbow wasn't done talking. He was at the end of his sentence. Elbow was at the end of his sentence. He was still talking. You opened your mic up. I muted you real quick.
There was no sound coming out of my mic.
Bro, if you got something to say, now's the time. Go ahead.
No.
Oh my God, it's horrible, Eli. Go on mute.
Dude.
Yeah, I think we'll all hear you argue more with Elijah.
Elijah, right now your mic is horrendous.
Elijah.
Oh my God.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
What in the world,
guys?
y'all?
Hold on, guys. Elijah, I'm talking directly to you, buddy. I'm not muting you just to be muting you. I can't hear what you're saying because your background noise is so loud it's overpowering your voice. So that's what the problem is.
It was
I
it was
agree with
good.
that last few
It was
seconds that
just
he was talking.
it was
I
good
couldn't
until
hear him
he
at all.
actually was about to make his point.
Which is hilarious,
Yeah, but
right? Am I
I
right?
know how to mute
Just
my
let him
mic.
make his
But
point.
if something goes by, you see what I'm saying, fam?
Elijah, make your point. Go
Elijah's
ahead,
a
bro.
nightmare, a complete nightmare.
Shut up, Zanuck. Make your
shut the
point,
fuck
Elijah.
up
This
and
is your
have
chance.
See, watch, he's gonna whine about something.
Can we before we
No,
get
my
too
bad.
far
I
from the
have to
point?
wait
Oh, go.
until there's literally zero sound in my background, or else I'm gonna be muted immediately. Not like I have friends that are like, I know he's working, and I know. All right, it's gonna. He opened his mic, which means it's gonna be 2 seconds before he starts speaking.
Tell us more about your problem.
That can't be understood here, because I don't
get
really
it.
have.
Just make your point,
Go.
please. This is your chance. We don't want to go on and on with this. That's why we just started muting people when they're hot micing instead of telling them so this don't happen. Go ahead, make your point, please.
You don't have to be in a hurry everywhere, Jeremy. It's 24/7
Not
as
in a
well.
hurry.
Take it
This is
easy.
locking down. The whole VC's locked down now over this. Elijah, do you have a point to
It's
make or
fine.
no?
It's fine.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. But see, like every time y'all start talking, I gotta mute my mic because the sound from my phone, from my speaker, is gonna
Bro, make
feedback.
your
And you're
point
gonna
right
mute.
now. Make your
So, like
point.
right now, like if I don't mute myself
What's
fast
your
enough,
point? Go ahead and make your point.
I'm gonna make my point if I'm not muted.
We're in a hurry into the next moment. Come on.
Yeah. Like anyway, this question, this whole thing had a conclusion. Like I tried to get shit back on track the first time I said Zanuck is actually answering a different question, and actually that happens to all of you red herring Brian's point. By the way, this is not the first time it's been done. He's trying to make a point. Y'all are talking about how other shit is more relevant or better to point out, and it's like he's just asking a question. Just answer the question. Can the cameras and the equipment survive space, or can it not? If the answer is yes, guess what? The conversation would have been changed a long time ago. Downtown local 6. I'm going on mute.
Hey, Elijah, go on mute. We hear something in the background.
So Zanuck, Elijah's exactly right, because the direction this conversation goes depends on what we failed to shield. If we didn't have the technology or the equipment, that's very important, bro.
Are you guys still surprised that the Glober is always going to try to obfuscate?
No, exactly. That's why I'm trying to hold him down to the point is we understand that before you go into another whole diatribe about how companies don't go backwards in technology, that's exactly the point. They don't go backwards in technology. They use what they have until a viable new version is good and ready to go, and they use it. They don't say, well, we don't have a new viable solution, so we're just going to stop making tubes because the CD isn't invented yet. Seriously, like they invented, they still made horse whips right up until the time where they were making cars, and they still made horse whips after cars came out.
Yeah, technology can't technically. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, yeah. Sorry, go.
Okay, yeah.
I mean,
Technology can't go backwards, right? The only thing that happens is there's a dead technology, right? So, for example, like nobody uses records anymore. By and large, most everybody's just downloading music, right? That doesn't mean that if I go and buy a record, because I literally buy records from used places and also brand new records still wrapped in the plastic from Walmart. Like I'm not going backwards in technology. I'm just still using dead technology. And the only reason it's dead is because there's not a whole lot of money to be made in it. Now, as far as NASA, allegedly, if they had so much success with the Saturn V rockets, they could make one today and go back with the analog technology, right? The only thing they lost is the telemetry data. They didn't lose the blueprints for Saturn V rockets. They still have one.
Exactly, and that's the point. This is more important than people think. This is way more important than people are thinking. Because if Xanax says that, because they claim they didn't have the shielding, so if he says it's to protect people, which none of them do, then I say then they went to the moon. No, that's what I'm saying. So if you say it's to protect the circuitry, then I say, well, how do you have all these satellites if you can't protect the circuitry? How did you launch Himawari right before that video came out, right before Orion? And how'd you launch Epic and Discover all these satellites? So in other words, it's very important to isolate this conversation down or watch them dance around it like Xanax do. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is a good point. If we've had the technology this whole time to protect the circuitry, since we've been sending shit out past the Van Allen radiation belt this whole time, then the protection must be for the humans, right? Because they don't have the technology to insulate for the humans to get past the Van Allen radiation belt.
You forget, Jeremy, Don Pettit said they destroyed that technology and it's a painful process to build it back up again.
Yeah, but Brian's trying to figure out which
destroy technology, right? Can I just like take the screw away from the world? Or let's say that I had like a product, right? Let's say I invented something that only I got. Well, as soon as somebody got a copy of it, they could backward engineer it, right? So you can't destroy technology. Now, I suppose that if there was a cataclysm, like, you know, hypothetically, if there was real thermonuclear war, right? If that was a real thing, I suppose it could be lost, but it wouldn't be destroyed. It would just be found again, right? As soon as somebody dug it up, like, oh, here's a Coke bottle made of glass. Like, glass Coke bottles couldn't be destroyed. Like, they would only be lost temporarily.
My question is to Don Pettit, though. That's my question, is to Don Pettit. Which technology did you destroy? The protection, the shielding to protect people, or the shielding to protect circuitry? That's my whole point, Travis.
The computer power to take them to the moon, right?
I just want to throw this out in the ether that a lot of flat earthers deny because they're crazy, but we're going to create a flat earth trivia game. It's going to go on the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Clock Zodiac app. If anybody wants to add questions to the trivia game, like from the Flat Earth or Globe Earth perspective, they can be questions about the globe. They have to be multiple choice, so they have to have 4 choice answers, and ideally concise. No one has to do it. Just throwing it out there. If you want some of your questions you can have within the trivia game, then you can shoot them to me, email or DM.
Can you list an example?
I would love. Sorry.
Yeah, what's the radius of the Earth? 7,400 miles, 100,000
All right, very
miles.
good.
Yeah.
Did you already?
I would like to see my 2-car.
Why would they
I have
lie?
a question. Do people in Australia shit upwards? Yes, no, maybe.
No, they don't. But I would like to see my 2-mechanic 2-car scenario in there, right? Because no matter how much talking Smooth did, right, with the smooth talking, it's still a multiple choice question, right? One of them is a pseudo mechanic, and the other one is a mechanic.
It's got to have 4 options.
So can I jump in on this?
No. I'm just kidding.
It's actually a
I
brilliant
don't
question
care.
to ask the general public. So all basic questions that they should know about their ball earth model. So the idea is to get them to question it. But if you ask someone, do you believe right now, how far have you traveled? Do you believe right now, in person I'm talking about, do you people in Australia on the dongy or having a poo, are they pooping upwards? And they'll go, no, they'll laugh at you and say, well, you could put that in your, what do you call it, in a joke way, but it's still a big blast to people. Most people will say no, even though they say they're ball earthers, and that will soon get them to think, okay.
That's not the objective. Yeah, the objective is just to show people not they know the model and the actual flat earth argument. No one has to do it, but if anyone wants to put something together, they can. You know, I can't promise you anything out of it other than you'll be on that. Yeah, that was my Jeep. All right, anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I want to interrupt.
I got a hell of a question, y'all. I got a hell of a question. Y'all, check this out. This is kind of a subject changer, but I think everybody will. So if we can spin a turbine with an ox, so just by making that ox just spin in a circle regular, acceleration, whatever you want to call it, why can't we spin a turbine with something accelerating downward? If an ox is steadily moving and we keep him away from the carrot, we dangle a carrot in front of his face, shouldn't the weight alone, downward acceleration, be able to also spin a turbine? What's different about the two?
What are you
That's my
talking
question.
about, Brian?
It does. We do. It's called hydroelectric.
Water can spin a turbine and create electricity, but the water has to go back up to the top, and that's usually by rain. So that's why hydroelectric is so powerful, but it only accounts for half of the renewable.
They also have something called a gravity battery. When they have excess power, they'll lift a heavy weight up high, and then use that to extract the energy.
Damn you and your simple, concise answers, Jeremy.
Yeah, Smooth, instead of asking a question, you could just answer the question. It's been 3 days now. You've had time to think about it. So which one is a pseudo-mechanic, A or B?
I muted Smooth because he was out micing.
I think he got a pretty good point. Just the downward force of just the. What about the air downward force? Isn't the air being pulled down according to them?
No,
It's not being pulled down now.
Pressure is.
Air doesn't have weight.
Air has weight. It's not moving downward. If there's an equilibrium, there's balance of forces.
He said, "Is it being pulled down?"
There's balance of forces, and there's pressure. Pressure is scalar, has no direction.
Is it being pulled down?
There's an attraction down, but there's also a force acting up by the other molecules and the ground. So all the equilibrium is reached. So there is just a resultant pressure, a hydrostatic pressure from the ground all the way to the top that is exponential.
You answered my question right there. So wait, you answered my question with equilibrium. So anything for me to consider a force, if I consider something a legitimate force, it must be able to spin a turbine. If it can't spin a turbine, then it's not a force.
Ryan,
it's just something trying to reach equilibrium.
There has to be something that tries to reach equilibrium, like you said. If there's a balance of force, no work can be done. It has to be a imbalance of force.
Yeah, but electromagnetism, I can spin a turbine with, and in return, I can make electricity with that. Gravity is snuck in because look, hold on, you're saying you answered your own question because until you reach equilibrium, like basically, if it's a force, if it's mass in motion, I'll even call mass a force. I'll call electricity a force. I'll call electrostatics a force.
Well, that's
okay.
Correct for half of the things you just said.
Well, gravity, you can't spin a turbine with it until it you can only get potential out of it.
Well, there's something called potential energy, and then there's something called kinetic energy. So when you lift a weight above your head, that weight has potential energy based on wherever you want to establish the ground. I mean, you could have it in your room, and then if you're in a 4-story building, you hold out the window, it's a different potential energy. It's all relative to wherever the ground is.
Yeah, but the river, like say, I want to say this. So electromagnetism, okay, basically, or something moving, moving is a continual force. Okay, I do agree that everything reaches equilibrium, but as far as a force, okay, so in other words, gravity, I'm just getting in. I'm only getting out what I put into it. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, there's nothing continual. There's nothing constant about it. I'm only getting out what I put in.
Okay, yeah,
that's the same thing with temperature.
Okay, good.
That's the same thing with temperature. Same thing with pressure.
How does pressure and temperature relate to getting something in, getting something out?
Well, if you look at weather, it's constant. Weather is pretty much constant. Like
the temperatures have been relatively constant over the last 1,000 years.
Tides and rivers and shit like that, man, that's constant. And
the water cycle, yep. All the cycles, all
they say gravity
fairly. They've reached equilibrium for the most part. They don't change much. What's the point? Take the rainwater and use power. Make power with rainwater. Oh, we do that already. It's called hydroelectric.
So Janik, you're saying that gravity is sort of irrelevant. What height does gravity change? And my question would be, is it easier to send a rocket, let's say, a mile into the air from the ground, or a mile further into the air, let's say 50 miles up? I know your answer, but can you justify that if gravity is pretty much the same and it doesn't matter what height you take something to, it will fall at the same rate, meter per meter?
I don't understand your question. Why would you shoot something straight up when you can go with the spin of the Earth and use the centrifugal force as a little bit of a helper?
How do you have centrifugal force if you're not actually connected to the Earth? If you're just free floating or cruising around in the medium. Like, does the medium have centrifugal force?
No, you're constantly, if you are following a curved path, means by definition there's a change in momentum. That is one of the factors in why there is a centrifugal force. So even though you're floating the medium, you still are making, if you're in the atmosphere and the atmosphere is curved and it is spinning one revolution per 24 hours, that is a change of direction. Every motion you have going forward, you are also turning, even if your speed is constant. That turning, the change is a change. It's also considered a change of velocity.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome if you could.
No, don't go off of that point. He said no, and then answered a different question. Or he said no, but the answer was really yes. That's what I heard.
The train goes by.
He said, why don't, okay, so Elijah missed the question. Why don't you ask it again since he missed it?
Hang on. My point's this. I can take a magnet and spin water.
Peter, he didn't get it. He says, why do you not go straight up and you go out 50 miles to the east? Is that what your question was?
Yeah, but look at the image that I just posted, right?
Yeah.
How is that like a circular path? It looks like somebody threw a rock. Like one time I was walking with my friend, and he came across a couple of Mexicans, and it was the ones that beat up his sister, right? So the Mexicans were like walking away from us, and he threw this rock, and it took that exact same trajectory, and he hit the Mexican dude in the head from like 100 yards away almost. And I was amazed that he hit him because it was just a rock.
Yeah, but you
just
said
lobbed
two
it.
things. So, Hank, you said that's exact same trajectory. No, it wasn't the exact same trajectory. It probably looked similar to that, which is an arc. There's lots of different types of arcs. So taking off eastward, you were trying to utilize whatever momentum the Earth has, whatever angular velocity the Earth has, and add to that so that it's easier to get into orbit, easier to get to the orbit at 17,500 miles per hour.
The rocket already has a momentum.
I think you mean 25,000
because it's on the Earth. So the quickest
17,000.
17.
way would be to travel directly upward because gravity is always an influence. 1 second.
You're being talked over,
Can I
Pete.
get my
I can't know what the
consideration
guy's
out?
saying.
Know
What did you
that.
say?
Can I get my consideration out for Zanuck, please, momentarily, because I don't believe anyone else will raise the same point.
Well, no, I want to hear
Zanuck, if we're under
I wanna hear
constant
that
forces
question.
of gravity and you swing and loop around the Earth, surely the best way would be to go up however many miles, 200 miles up the ISS level. Then you are free of the Earth's gravity and you can put the rockets and jets in motion in space without any resistance, and you just take it from there. And isn't it already in possession of the momentum of the Earth as it's spinning around, as everything on the Earth is?
Of course. So if you could take off and land on, meet with the ISS and then leave there to go into space, sure, that would be a nice. But how do you get there? The whole idea is, why do you need to stop when you've already got to the ISS? There's no advantage by stopping at the ISS.
Yes, these are good considerations, and you're one of the best people to have an answer. What I would ask is, if we just think about the momentum contained within a rocket of many, many, many tons, hundreds of thousands of tons, on a spinning ball Earth of a given radius is massive. You calculate it by multiplying the mass times the velocity of the Earth, right? Let's say 1,000 miles an hour, or whatever, and then by the radius
tangential
itself.
velocity.
So leaving that effect, leaving that field, you will have this massive built-up potential energy to distribute some way.
Why does that have to be
Or
distributed?
kinetic energy, even.
Well, yeah, you build up
Potential
kinetic energy.
kinetic. How about that?
Well, when you build up kinetic energy with your mass times velocity, that's momentum, and what velocity squared times half the mass. So that's the kinetic energy. But you're talking about these pictures, and the pictures look like they're going down, but that's perspective. It's actually not going down. That capsule does not lose any altitude. There's telemetry on that particular launch, and you can actually see a launch that looks like that from the ISS, where you can see it taking off and going toward them, underneath them, and going into orbit that way as well. So it looks like it's going down, but it's not. Perspective.
Here was my point. My point is, I could take electricity and spin a turbine. If I put it in water, I can get a vortex going, right? Until my electricity runs out, I can keep that vortex going. You could show it by sprinkling pepper on top of one of the poles, and I could keep a turbine going until the electricity runs out. Gravity. Why can't I keep a turbine going with gravity?
And I don't have no idea what you're asking. I don't mean to be, a jerk about it, but that makes no sense, Brian.
Well, like I said, to me, you require being able to spin a turbine. To call it a force, you got to be able to spin a turbine indefinitely.
How
So
does a
with
turbine? Let's go back to how a turbine works. You have a momentum.
Oh my God!
Hold on. You have momentum that's imparted into the medium, which is the water or air, whatever turbine you're speaking. I assume you're talking about a hydroelectric plant. So you have water, and you impart a momentum to that, and there's a force that's created by that. And through these forces, you're not going to. It makes the impeller move, and the impeller moves and moves a generator, and the generator creates electricity. It's greatly simplified there. So
I'm calling electricity a force, right? So if I use the electricity, and as long as I have the force of electromagnetism, I can spin the turbine. However I get it, or what's resulting by it. What I'm saying, but like I said, if I put it in water, I can create a vortex in water. I can show that by sprinkling pepper around the anode or the cathode.
Oh my God, you can't be serious.
Why are you interrupting me just to try and get off my point?
What you're saying. It doesn't
I know,
make
and I'm trying to define it, and you're cutting me off. I don't get it. Okay, do you agree that I can use electromagnetism and get a vortex going around the anode and cathode?
What?
Do you agree I can use electromagnetism to get a vortex in water?
First of all, anode cathode is not electromagnetism.
Do you agree I can use?
I don't agree.
Electromagnetism, okay, to get a vortex going in water.
No.
Around the anode and cathode.
Where's the anode and cathode going to be? And how are you going to create a vortex?
In the water, bro. In the water.
How is the water going to respond to any the electric current which is flowing from the anode cathode? Not electromagnetism.
Take some water, okay? Add some salt. Put a battery in there. Put a car battery even.
Pepper.
Okay. Now add some salt, and then sprinkle some pepper on top, and you'll see a vortex. As long as there's power, like I said, as long as I have the electricity, I can spin a turbine. I'm asking you, with gravity, why can't I keep it going? If gravity's a constant, why can't I keep a turbine going with gravity? That's my question. When I can do it with electromagnetism indefinitely.
Gravity causes a force in mass.
In other words,
how do you?
In other words, well, I was almost done. In other words, the force of gravity is only the force that we create.
No, the force.
I know you can say the same with electromagnetism, but by lifting something up, that's the only.
Yeah,
there wouldn't be a force.
You have to create a potential, an energy potential, and that energy potential is when you lift a weight up, and that is you can measure that in joules. Like how much energy is in potential energy in that particular object. Because when you drop it, it's going to accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared. And if it doesn't accelerate, that is creating a force, and that force can be used also to create energy, transfer energy, transfer the form of the energy, which is a potential form into the kinetic form somewhere else on another object.
Is that a way? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Xanax, sorry.
So that's how we have certain types of weighted mechanism, that you have huge weights that are lifted up and then they drive things. The best example is a clock. The old Big Ben clocks. They had huge weights on chains with lots of gears, and it would be constantly making those gears because the way they were geared, the mechanical advantages and things of this weights hanging down there and on the gears, and they would move at a very, very slow rate for days before they have to be lifted up again. But it did the work of moving the hands of the clock over a period of a week.
Are you done? Brian, don't ask Zanuck questions that don't have an answer, because he's going to take it as an opportunity to monologue.
Because we'll never get there.
Yeah. All right. I'll ask another question then.
Hold on before.
Would a hydrostatic motor be considered perpetual motion? If I had a buoyant balloon holding up a wire and I have a corona motor down at the ground, as long as I can contain that the gas, the lighter than air gas in that balloon, that motor will spin indefinitely, right? Perpetually.
No, there's no perpetual motion devices, Brian.
Okay, what would stop it?
The ionosphere wasn't charged anymore, but say you want to make to capture energy of gravity, just stretch, but not really. But if you were to capture the tidal forces of the moon, which you could do with tidal generators, if you put generators in the ocean and captured the energy from the tides, that'd be one way to capture for a very long time the energy imparted to the Earth from the gravity of the moon.
Okay, can we talk about gravity not being a force?
Yeah, and how's that no work being? I thought gravity didn't make work cause work to be done. So we're generating energy, you're creating work from a force, but I thought you couldn't do that.
So to be clear, I don't remember your name.
Okay,
Who just
Google it
spoke?
quickly.
Stop.
That's Paul. It's Paul. R2R Paul.
Sorry, Paul. Yeah, I remember you, Paul. I just couldn't remember your names. My brain is stupid. So, yeah, my question was, you're not saying that these things don't exist, right, where you can harvest the energy from the tides. You're saying all the bullshit that you said after that about gravity being a force causing, the moon causing the tides. Is that what your question was referring to?
To you, Paul. Back to you, Paul, I think.
Yeah, the more I think about it, for what you just said, I was like, I think like magnetic fields don't impart energy or don't do work. And it would also say could say that the gravitational field doesn't do work. But if tides are being caused by the moon and they're being moved, which work is basically acceleration or something moving over a distance, then you would have to argue that at that point, then the gravity or fields can do work. That would have to be the logical conclusion. If you can pull energy from tidal forces, then yeah, work has to be done. But I thought you couldn't do that. There's a contradiction there somehow, and I don't know. Explain to me why that's not true, or how that's true.
Well, I'm not claiming the moon's gravity is causing the tides. I'm going to be honest and say I haven't done any experiments with tides, so I don't know what causes that. I don't know what they're called, but something in the water that uses the motion of the tides to somehow create energy. I don't know exactly how that works, but that's real. That actually happens, right?
Right. I'm just saying that, but I'm talking about from the explanation of the moon causing tides, which means that's tidal forces, right? Which means the gravity is pulling the waves up and down or pulling the tides up and down. But I didn't think a force could impart the ability to do work. But it seems like if that's the true, I'm just talking about this to the Globers, not you, Hank, but to the Globers, then you were saying a field or some kind of field or forces can impart energy. But I thought that means it has to be creating it out of nothing. Where's that energy coming from? So it could be potential energy. I see what the other guys are saying, because it would be a potential perpetual motion machine because you're creating energy out of nowhere.
Right. And I wasn't thinking you were responding to me. I was just clarifying the question for the audience, and I wanted you to clarify it for them because he didn't respond to your question.
Well, good Kosho or Zanuck, how do you get where's that energy coming from to create tidal, it work from or energy from tides? Where's that energy coming from originally?
I have an answer, by the way, while you're waiting for those people to get in. For flat earthers, though, more than bowl earthers. But off you go, Zanuck, or why are they so slow to jump in there? Come on, time is fucking valuable. Jeremy, where are you when we need you? Mute them if they don't answer.
That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't make sense. We're not in a rush. I'm only.
I mean, is Zanuck still around? Because I've been waiting for over an hour to ask him a question, but too many other people were talking.
Let me answer then.
Yeah, I'm still here.
If they come in, I
I'm still here.
will. Let me answer the question. And it's based on anecdotal evidence I met a guy called Jim. So this for flat earthers, how I work in reality. I met a guy called Jim, a ship's navigator for 25 years. He's dead now, and he thought the idea of spinning ball Earth was ridiculous because he'd sailed the 7 seas. Yeah, the one thing he gave me, it was like a concession. You know what I mean? And we didn't know each other.
You're roboting, dude.
Things. Anyway, my point is, he said the one thing I'll give you is that in open ocean, listening, in open ocean, and this is taking us away from the land where the tides can all be at variance according to the path that the water has to take. In open ocean, all tides surge from the north. Now, pay attention to that. So there's something going on at the north. I have developed thoughts on that. He said that years ago, 6 years ago, or something like that. So there is an energy source at the north which seems to be generating everything: the tides, the climate, the weather, the stars, the rotation, everything. So that's my answer. I'll be jump in, Kosho. Yeah. He's having a shower. Kosho's having a shower, so he'll jump in after that. I think of my answer though. That's for flat earthers, for Paul, for flat earthers, and yes, there seems to be something generating this force at the north center. But what do you think about that?
That's good. Hey, is anybody aware? Can we get a vortex going with just a strong magnet in water?
Well, hey, before we go too far off into another topic, I mean, I know that Goodwife might not like this, but what is the explanation from the science? I know from the science guys, from Zanuck or Kosho. I mean, literally, I was just thinking about this after I went quiet. From high tide and low tide, I could put just a float in the water and create an action of up and down, which that's work because it's moving up and down. Yes. And I can take that water, that energy, and I can do something with it. If the up and down tides are caused by just the forces of the gravitation, where is that energy coming from? That's an honest question. Where's it coming from?
Yeah, at first glance, it seems like it's perpetual motion, but it's not. There's always a give and take. It's the decay of the orbit.
Okay. That's okay. The decay. Okay, but that's the top. So it's the decay of the orbit, but it's
speed of the orbit, decay of the orbit, everything. Yes, energy's not free. Even the tides seem like they can do work. In your example of this buoy that goes up and down with the tides, where's that energy coming from? It's coming from the motion of the water. Where's that water moving from? Coming from the tidal forces acting on the Earth because of the moon. How is that happening? Because the moon is orbiting. So where is the give and take? There's going to be a slight tugging and a slight slowing or decaying of the orbit that will create that energy.
Okay, so the orbit is. So your argument is the orbit is decaying, so your energy is being taken out of the orbit.
Let's just say it's coming out of the motion of the two bodies in question here.
Yeah, I get it, but it's belief based.
No, it's not belief based.
It is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
you don't know that the heavens are not a perpetual motion machine. Have you tested them?
Yeah, have I tested professional motion machines? I've seen them.
No, the heavens. Have you tested the heavens to see if they're a perpetual motion machine?
No, he hasn't.
Well, we do subscribe to certain laws of physics that seem to not have any exceptions, but this is one of them. But if you want to think that there are exceptions, you're welcome to try to show that there could be somewhere in the heavens that does this.
Right. When you say laws of physics, all I hear is orthodoxy and science. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, people. Nathan goes on and on about following the law, the major laws of science and physics. The second law that cannot be broken, and we all know it's true.
Well, there's
entropy. You hear people talk. Right? So when it works to their favor, I'm still talking. When it works to their favor, they use it. But as you're saying, Hank, you're not going to believe it because it ascribes to authority.
So why can't you extend your imagination to consider something outside of your paradigm? Nathan Oakley, why do you mention him? No, he doesn't necessarily speak for anyone here.
Of course
the whole entropy thing came from his forum. You know that, right?
Well, Nathan says.
What do you think about?
What do you think says?
Entropy
you heard it before. Is a law, and everything has to. You cannot have vacuum next to pressure. It's entropy. That's what you heard. And everyone parrots that. It's wrong.
Stop having a different argument. What do you think about, to bring us back on track? And Paul, I'm including you here because you asked the question, as Anik is back. What do you think about what I had to say from the ship's navigator who said that old tides surge from the north and open ocean? Johnny B also claims the same thing, and when you get closer to the north, pool. Let me just say this, right? Get your bathtub, put your finger, let's dip it in an inch below the water, and just spin it in circles now, right? Notice the perturbations and the disturbances of the water surface. Now, while you're doing that, at the same time, move your finger up and down, right? And see the different annotations of everything. At the same time, then, move your finger in and out. So hang on, that's all then. So if you're moving your finger up and down, round and round, and in and out, see the difference in terms of perturbations against the sort of fixed confines, or imagine it anyway.
I would like to make a comment about your first point you made about the tides.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
In open oceans. I've been on ships and boats all my life in open oceans around many different captains. I've never heard anyone say anything in open oceans about tides. Always current.
Well,
and currents go in many different ways and can switch directions on a dime. And I think it's controlled by the weather, because I'll give a real world example. About a year ago, we were headed out to a fishing spot, and there was a storm on radar right over our fishing spot. When we got there, there was huge amount of current. We couldn't even put enough weight on it to get our bait down, right? But once the storm got far enough away, the current slacked off, and we were able to fish with hardly any weight. So I think it has something to do with some type of electrical charge that the weather system is putting into the salt water.
So to respond to that, Jim, remember I said he sailed the seven seas? Have your friends sailed the seven seas? There's no doubting that there's currents. It's like when you're traveling along on a calm day and suddenly you run into a weather storm. Well, the general prevailing condition is such, and then you meet this sort of extraneous condition. But he, as I said, mentioned this in general. He traveled the world. He said all tides surge from the north. Johnny B, I think we all know Johnny B as well. He was a sailor for a while. He was also a captain on a fishing boat. He also makes the same or agrees on that point. I don't know that, Dave, but I get what you're saying as well. And actually, can I say this as well? Because we're in an enclosed boundary, because it's a doldrum area, there's a doldrum area around the Earth. I think there's an equivalent doldrum area in the sky, so a null zone, and this is where they put a lot of their satelloons up. So yeah, thank you.
Hey, why do you guys think it's called current?
Yeah, because it's
no, that's why I said that. It's an electrical term, and salt water is more conductive, I think. That's what I've always been taught. So that makes sense why we have more current in salt water.
The Mediterranean is also a salt water, massive body, and the tides massive. The tides massive as they are. I've been there. They're tiny. They're tiny. They're only about like 3 or 4 inches apparently. I reckon that's because there is this massive block between the Straits of Gibraltar. So it's only a tiny gap. So if everything is surging, I think actually this is the difference between tides and currents. Yes, with it we have the major tides, and then we have prevailing currents according to the energies that are distributed around. But that he said that all tides surge from the north, I think is most significant, because that's the thing he granted me, and I'm a flat earther dumbass because he sailed around the earth.
I got a question for Zanuck. What would be your evidence to show that the energy is being transferred from the moon in its decaying orbit to the tides? That may be a logical deduction, but that's not necessarily proof.
Take a little bit.
They would take all the movement they measure, and then look at all the movement they see of the moon, its distances and its change in its elliptical orbit, and then work out the calculations. It's not going to be an easy calculation, but they've done that to the point where it's reasonably plausible that's the main reason why.
You just whistled past what he said. He literally just said just because you can perceive a correlation doesn't actually prove causation, basically.
Yes,
and you said,
and
then you said, oh well, we can do a lot of math to show the correlation. That's what just happened.
That's the evidence. No, so the correlation, no causation. And that's not substantiated by the correlation. I agree. That's an old thing that we've heard for a long time. However, every time you have a correlation, you say, "Well, it doesn't matter. We've correlated this. It does." But causation is not substantiated by correlation. No, that's not how it works. You just don't correlate. You have to have basis behind it. So you would do the statistics and have the correlation based on this R-square value of how the data matches the predictions, etc. And then you start saying this is the evidence now based on this correlation that substantiates this causation. So
Harvard says that there's all kinds of discrepancies with the tidal theory, and that it doesn't actually correlate perfectly with the location of the moon in the model. So
Right,
seems like
everything
you
you
should
apply there.
No, it's not perfect. Nothing's perfect, and that's the best they have
No, it's
so
not even
far.
close to perfect.
They're
It has
narrowing it
major
down. They're
discrepancies.
narrowing it down, and they have a good idea that that's what causes it: the sun and the moon. Why? And logically, if you're just looking at first class, logically, why are the tides high as well on the opposite side of the moon side, closest to the sun, to the Earth?
Why are you telling me a point that I've used to destroy you before? Now you
that destroys me. No, there's a reason for that. I don't want to, dude. Just because you can't think,
Can't even
not,
establish
you're so far outside the box. You can't. You've
I'm
left
just
the
saying,
box
you gotta
altogether.
admit it's funny that I brought that point up to Zanuck a
No,
couple
dude,
years.
that has been.
Zanuck,
We
stop
talked about that
interrupting
in
me,
high
man.
school. Come on.
No,
Really?
objectively, what happened was I was talking to Zanuck back in the day, and I said, well, then why are there tides with the same magnitude at the same time on the opposite side of the moon then? And then and then I ended up telling him the globe answer. And now we fast forward to now. He's invoking it as if he's teaching me that it happens. You gotta admit it's funny. That is hilarious, bro.
I gave you the answer then too. You forgot our interaction. I remember it. Yes, I do remember.
Admit it, Zanuck. Is it true?
Zanuck will never admit that. It's whatever. But anyway, yeah. So they Harvard admits, like Harvard and many other people, even NOAA admits that like there's a lot of discrepancies with the current tidal theory, and it has to be like drastically improved.
But with it, it's not perfect. It's it's negligible. Just ignore it. If it goes against our model, it's negligible.
Yeah, I mean it's like drastic, but it's negligible for sure.
When you look at the tides, there's zero correlation. Like it's so far off from anything that you could try to tie it down to. The best thing you can do is say there's maybe a correlation with the moon phases, but not the position or anything like that.
No, there's nothing with the phases. No.
That's
How'd
the
you rule that
only
out,
actual
Zanuck?
correlation.
How'd you wait, Witsit? How'd you rule that out, Zanuck?
We've looked at the phases, and that's doesn't follow the same pattern as the tides do.
Does the position?
That's even worse for you.
No.
Yeah,
So
it's
is it the
worse.
position or the phase?
It's the position. It's where the moon is with respect to the Earth and the sun.
That's
what causes
wrong.
the tides.
Wrong.
I just now read Harvard saying that that doesn't actually work. What are you talking about?
It doesn't actually work where, and in what respect does it not work?
Yeah, it's not
have to
consistent
embarrass
based
you
on
again.
Put it in the
location
chat.
of
I'll
the
read it.
moon.
Go
It's
ahead.
not consistent based on the location of the moon. So the current best theory, this is kind of like how I have to teach you your theory, and then tomorrow you'll bring
You're
it
going
up
to
like
teach
you're
my
teaching.
theory. Here's the
You're,
guy that thinks
Zanuck,
that everything electrostatic.
Zanuck, you know that if you get too many warnings, you'll be kicked out of here, right? Don't make me give you a
Now,
warning,
Witsit,
dude.
leave your moderating status out of this. You can handle
he's
it.
willing to
Well, it's
talk.
crazy.
Don't
It's
be a
every
tough
time
guy,
I say
right? Don't be a
something,
tough
Zanuck
guy.
starts
as much as he can.
impulsively
So
interrupting. Every single time. This is 5 times in a row. I've started to talk, and Zanuck immediately starts talking through me every time. And then you have a Glober in here with the audacity to try to white knight for him as if he's a victim. Okay, so now this is the point I was making, was I'm about to have to explain this to you, Zanuck, and then you're going to turn around and pretend that you actually are teaching me it, and it's really lame. But anyway, they claim that the moon, there's a delay, and so it's the moon's actually in front of like the climactic effect, meaning like the peak of the effect between the moon and the tides is actually not a direct correlation to the position of the moon. The moon's always in front of it. They say it's because there's like a drag or a delay behind the actual position of the moon. But even further than that, they explain that based on where the moon is, that's not actually where you get the highest tides. Because again, you have the same magnitude on the opposite side of the Earth. So what they claim is that right now, the current theory, which Harvard admits, for example, admits that it is just a theory and they have to improve it. It has discrepancies. And they claim that basically, in layman terms, the moon pulls the Earth. So it pulls the ocean water closest to it, and it pulls the Earth in entirety over towards the moon as well. And it pulls it right to the middle, to where there's a distribution of the same amount of water on both sides of the Earth. and the side of the Earth away from the moon, that water is being affected by the pull the least. So then its centrifugal effect continues outward, spinning outward. And as it continues to spin outward, the Earth is pulled in the middle of that and the side closest to the moon, and it's roughly exactly in the middle, so that you can have the same magnitude on both sides, although random and not directly proportionate to the relationship of the moon and the position of the moon. And even when it is, it's actually in front of the peak. So that's what the actual.
I agree with everything you said, except for the fact that you're saying insinuating that there's a movement of the Earth, like some kind of wobble that it would have. It would be spinning and also moving back, like having oscillation back and forth in its orbit. Pete, and by the way, while you were talking, Witsit, everybody was blasting over you, except for I had said 3 words, and everybody else was
No one
chiming in.
blasted. He got to say exactly everything he meant to say was Annick. So stop causing trouble, dickhead.
Pete, stop calling names, Pete. And
Okay, sorry about that. That's okay. Yeah, that's a colloquial term. But yeah, hey, I heard everything Witsit had to say.
No, Pete, it's a scientific
term.
Dickhead's a colloquial term.
Yeah, that's
not. Well, I don't want to get another warning. I'm close to 24-hour ban. I don't know what I say.
I'll give you props for that rebuttal, but please don't call names.
But I heard no one tried to interrupt. Witsit got heard absolutely, Zanuck, and we were all here witnessing that. So why are you bringing that in? Now that you understood everything he said, though, let's based on what Witsit just said earlier on, he had a conversation with you, and you came back and then told him what he told you earlier on. You said that you understood everything he said. Can you repeat it in like 30 seconds or something?
In a week, Zach's gonna jump in and teach me what I just said. I'm just saying.
Just what you said there.
He said there were new theories, and yes, I've read those new theories. However, this lag. Okay, Pete, are you gonna stop? The lag is not anything new. They know there's a delay, and there's different reasons and theories about what happens to the Earth as far as moving. I don't agree with that. I mean, that could be the answer. It could be the truth. I don't think that's the answer. I don't think there'd be a detectable wobble of the Earth going back. You're saying that the water stays in position, the Earth moves, and the water is lagged behind, and so it's doing centrifugal force. It'll continue to move outward and move and bulge on the opposite side, and also be still attracted to the moon on the.
Well, it's the water on the opposite side basically bulges out and it continues in that direction.
That's what I said.
Because it's affected the least, but the Earth itself is pulled towards the moon
so you're
with
saying
the water.
Moving.
Well, yeah, but it's like
it's got to move, right?
Wait. It's not noticeable. This is your model, dude. This is your.
I'm not model. It's not my model. I just what I've read. I don't know. Why are you talking about it? I don't care. I can give a shit.
Top accepted title theory right now, and it's that the reason. Listen, you can't tell that it moves because since the water moves with it, you can't actually tell. Okay,
why not?
That's because it all moves with the water, so that there's not enough of differentiation. But the way that you'd be able to tell a difference is the tides itself. So you want to
why can't we measure this wobble if the Earth
you
is
tell me
independent?
Derek.
Okay, I don't care. I don't want to talk about it because I don't even know about it. So fine. What we do know, what we can agree, is that the moon is responsible for the tide and how it actually.
We can't agree on that.
We can't.
Okay, forget it. Let's just move on.
Zanuck, can I say one thing? Zanuck, just because you say that the delay that the moon's ahead of the effect that we're seeing is nothing new, doesn't mean that you've refuted anything to do with the fact that the moon is ahead of what we're seeing. Just because you say this is nothing new, we knew about it. That's not a refutation as to why that's taking place. So within your model of gravity, within the model of gravity, what is the time delay and how is it calculated as to the effect that gravity has on another mass?
The moon's not ahead. The tide is.
No, the moon's ahead of the tide, actually. So try again.
No, the tide's ahead of the moon, I think.
No, the moon's ahead of the tide, actually.
And I asked Zanuck the question, by the way. So, Zanuck, did you have an answer?
We already agreed, and I've already admitted that I don't have enough information about this phenomenon. I do know that at the root of this, all scientists, all physicists would agree that the moon is the root cause of the tide, the moon's position, and the sun. Both. So
we all agree that it's
hold on. I'm still talking.
Without any evidence.
Hold on, I'm still talking. The mechanism for which this happens, I'm not that clear on. I'm not going to profess to be that clear on. Let's move on to something else. Why is that funny?
Nice.
Well, you guys move on. When I say I don't have, when I don't have some knowledge that I'm admitting to, suddenly you chuckle and laugh when you have no
Well, the
clue
reason
about
that
how
we're
does
laughing
anything
is
work.
Give an
it would
explanation
be
as to why that
if
might
it
be an
wasn't like
explanation in
if
terms
it
of
wasn't just a
solar.
few minutes ago that you were talking like you were an expert about it.
No, when we talked about it a couple of years ago, we just basically were talking very high level about the reason that there was a bulge on the opposite side,
Now,
and we both
let
had
me answer
our explanations for it.
briefly. Let me answer briefly to Witsid as well, especially Witsid. We can throw out the ball or the blue marble.
You're roboting, man.
I want to hear the question that someone had for me earlier that was trying to chime in. Paul or somebody wanted to ask
So the barrier
something.
isn't circular
Someone
itself.
was waiting for
So
a
we're
long
getting
time, for an
this-
hour. They were waiting for an hour to talk about something. What was that question that you had built up?
Anik, why are you over talking me when you bowed
Because
out?
I'm talking to the person that was asking me a question. I was trying to get in for an hour. So
An
get a
hour and a
question for
half
me.
now, actually, but
Yeah, but
I mean,
Zanuck, we can move on from the issue. I'm just
What was
giving
that
my
question, please?
interpretation of the ball scenario given to us. So the moon's a reflection, but it travels against that an oblate barrier, right? So ultimately, we're brought back to what is causing all of these motions. I think it's going down in the north center where the energy travels differently to the atmosphere than it does through the water. That's why we have the delayed tides as opposed to the ether or the starlight movement on a regular basis. So yeah, off we go now, Zanuck, if you want.
Tide is ahead of the moon.
So what was the
said
question you had earlier that you were waiting for an hour, half an hour to ask me?
Okay, all right. You said earlier that you can verify a rocket going 25,000 miles an hour. And me, back when I used to believe in a globe, how would you begin
You can
verifying it? How would you begin?
you can track its position.
Yourself.
You can track it like
No,
I measured the
no, not reliance on other items or anybody else.
No, me. I have tracked the ISS. I can see its
You
transit
track
across the
it
moon.
going 25,000 miles an hour.
17, the ISS going 17,000 miles an hour, roughly.
Dude, I can't do that.
Well, I can do it. You need equipment. You need like a camera.
How?
You got a radar?
God, are you fucking for kidding? I'm trying to answer you, and you keep on talking over me.
No,
Dude, what's
somebody
wrong
else
with you?
is talking in.
If you have patience to wait an hour and a half for his
Okay, then there's
question,
me to jump into. Okay, fuck you. I'm done.
See that? See that? As if no one else
I'll
is
answer his
listening.
question. To quote George Michaels, you got to have faith.
Looks like the tide has turned on Zanuck.
No, all you need to do is get some reference points. A camera would be good, so you can slow motion things and look at pixel counts and look at the rate at which things progress across known entities like the moon or anything else. And so at that point, or even just the fact that you're allowing yourself to witness it to come around every 90 minutes, that can give you a relative velocity. So we know the height of it. We know the transits of the moon. We know the velocity based on its period around the Earth, and we're assuming obviously and have calculated the circumference of the Earth. But you don't even need that. So there's lots of ways you can actually calculate its speed yourself with a camera. Take one of your P900s or 1000s and go figure it out. It's not that difficult.
So you got to have a reference frame, right, Zanuck?
Because that speed.
Not a reference frame. Stop confusing. And this form has been quite a bit. Reference frames. Hold on. Reference frames with reference points. They're two different concepts.
Please check the chat for Zanuck testing reference frames.
Hank, I don't think you don't even know what a reference frame is. Do you know what one is? Why don't you tell me?
Your mama's a reference frame.
What's a reference frame, Hank?
A frame of reference.
What does that mean? That circular.
Well, right now I'm about 3 feet from the stop sign. I'm about to take a right and circle around the stop sign. The stop sign's a reference frame.
No, that's not what a reference frame is.
Yes,
no,
yes, it
it's
is.
not.
Because I'm referring
you can say
to
that all you want. Go look it up.
I'm referring
to
it. Pendejo. Sorry, Brooks.
That's a reference point, and you don't need to call me names, all right? Just because you're frustrated.
And Zanuck,
So I'm referring to the stop sign, but it's not a reference frame.
Not a reference frame. A reference.
Okay, I would just like to point out that Zanuck, earlier you said that it only takes 17,500 miles an hour for craft to leave Earth orbit.
I didn't say that at all. Why do you guys
really?
misquote me? That's the orbital.
That's
velocity.
not a misquote. I heard you.
That is a quote. The ISS I said 25,000 miles an hour to leave.
Yeah, after I told you.
No, why'd you tell? I've known that since the fucking 9th grade. Stop it. You're not listening. You're clearly not listening. So I'm done with you. You're being a jerk. I'm not going to do it.
I'm going to mute myself for calling
taking
names.
center stage here, away from greater conversation. For goodness' sake.
I don't want to deal with liars. He's
Well,
clearly
either
lying.
no,
I don't
I'm
want to deal
not a
with him.
liar.
So you better stop
You are
talking
lying.
to
Go
every
back to the
Glober
tape.
in
I
here
never
then.
said leave the orbit at 17,500 miles. I said you can measure things going 17,500, like the ISS that are
measure
orbiting
it in your mind,
What?
in your imagination, not in real life.
In real life.
Oh
Tough
yeah,
guy.
no, your claim that it's real life.
It is real life because you can
And
see it with your eyes. Don't you trust your senses like the rest of you?
That would be like me saying,
do?
"Oh, a hot air balloon is going 25,000 miles an hour."
How is a hot air balloon going 25,000 miles an hour?
And how is a rocket?
Dude, you seem like you're like seriously got some issues, so I'm not gonna deal with you.
No, you have some issues, but
Zanuck,
you don't
take it easy.
prove anything you're saying. It's just claims, belief-based claims.
Not claims. You can see
We're
a
gonna try to
transit
keep
across the moon.
personal attacks to a minimum.
You can see the transit across the moon. You can calculate its distance, its actual
Oh,
size,
these are
and its
computer
velocity.
programs?
Why are you talking over me? You can do this
I'm asking
very
you a
easily
question.
yourself with a camera.
Yes,
End of
you should at
story.
least leave 10 or 15 seconds for an answer. Come on.
Stop interrupting. Let the other guy respond, Zanuck.
Sure.
It's like being at school again with
Yes, he doesn't want to
50 years of
respond.
age.
There's nothing to respond to for my part.
Because you're not thinking this through. You can actually get it. For
There's
example, the
nothing to
ISS.
think through when you
Are you
can't
talking? Are you
verify.
talking through me? Really? I told you you can easily do a transit of the ISS across the moon when it happens. You can go find out when it's going to happen and go look for yourself. Take a camera, zoom in, watch it transit the moon. Are you talking over me again? Are you seriously still doing that?
Everyone, please stop interrupting, man. I'm trying to put together something, and you guys are giving me a headache.
There's knocking going on in the
Who is this
background
guy?
as well.
Who
It's just
am I
going to give
talking
you
to,
more
by the
of a
way?
headache.
Who is that guy I'm talking to? He is obnoxious. Who is that?
And his name
Yo,
is
have a little
actually
bit of
not his
self-awareness.
screen name. That's funny.
Who is it? Is it Derek Nelson? Who is the guy?
Yep.
Yeah, dude, you're completely out of control. I'm not gonna deal with you anymore.
No, I'm
Sorry.
not out of control.
I'm not running away. I just don't like you because you're a jerk. Everyone else I like. You, I don't like.
All right, Zanuck, you can't call people names. Didn't I just say
You
that?
can't say you don't like someone. That's terrible. You only met him.
I was using
You
the
can say you don't
colloquial
like
term
them.
of
Don't
not-
call them names. You're like, what are you,
Okay,
5?
all right. I don't think I've ever
I
called
messed up
people
with
names
that
that often.
sometimes too, so I'm trying to be lenient
But-
here, but you got to just come
Yeah,
on.
yeah. But he was pushing my buttons. You got to admit, he's just
I
really
did
going
mute
off.
myself when I called Zanuck a pendejo, and I apologize.
Yeah.
And you just called me
It's all
again.
okay.
You're
Pendejo.
smooth with your ability to get the word back out in the ether, huh?
Yeah, thanks for reiterating the pendejo. Okay, I'm muting myself for calling you
No,
a jerk.
I was apologizing
I'm
and announcing
apologizing
to
for
the room that I
calling you a
disciplined
pendejo.
You were pretty
myself.
smooth. Your apology was an opportunity to kind of reiterate the insult.
Yeah,
So
you know what? I want to apologize for calling him a complete asshole as well.
Thanks, Zanuck. Hey, can you go on mute for 5 minutes? Zanuck.
Well,
I'm muting myself for calling him a
5
complete
minutes.
fuckwit.
Just set a timer. 5 minutes. Thanks.
Guys, lock this shit up. I'm listening, and I'm also.
Well, Jeremy, I've been modding pretty well, honestly. Honestly, I came in today and I've had to really put my foot down. This has got to stop turning into a game of Pandas. It's not as bad, of course. Oh, isn't it crazy that electrostatics can explain everything to do with gravity and
Okay.
it can actually be
would say,
proven?
in the spirit of reconciliation, because Zanuck just met Derek Nelson, and he doesn't like him already, and he had a few things to say. So let's forget. Let's wipe the slate clean. Derek, can you make your point to Zanuck in 10 or 15 seconds, and hopefully allow Zanuck a further time to respond because he is asking your question.
Pete, why are you
Zanuck's
bringing
on
Zanuck
mute for
back?
5 minutes. Yeah,
Pete,
Pete, what the hell, dude?
Could you stop?
Why would you
talking
bring
over
Zanuck
me?
back into the conversation right after he agreed to go on mute for a sec?
Okay, because I didn't hear that. But I think, well, when it
So,
put him off
what's
mute,
everyone having for lunch? Did you
if it's
guys
an
ever
informal
meet?
mute.
You
I
guys
had
together?
barbecue sandwich.
See, this happens
That's
every
what's up.
I was just trying to
Homemade?
spread the
Or-
love with it. So I was trying to change Zanuck's heart. He already doesn't
Yo,
like
yo,
Derek
yo, Pete,
Nelson,
I'm
and you
trying to
only
talk
met
to
him
Rocky. Come
5
on.
minutes ago.
Yeah, Rocky, was it homemade or store bought?
Well, it's store bought, but a local family owns them. They're called Hi Ho Barbecue. I ate them when I was in college. Believe it or not, I went to college. They were $1 a sandwich. The fry was $1 and the drink was $1. That was 30-something years ago.
Why are you
They're
eating
so
pork,
good.
man? You wanna fight?
Fuck, does that have to
I
do with
love
anything?
pork.
Yes,
I will
love to
say that
fight,
barbecue
and I
sandwiches
eat the
are
shit
really
out
good.
of pork.
No, okay, to each their own. I was just trolling him, man. I don't eat pork anymore, but it's not like I'm going around telling people they can't. I'm just joking.
Yeah, but if you're not a flat Earth vegetarian,
That's
you're
why
not a
you look
flat
like
Earth.
you do. It's it. You don't eat pork.
I do.
Oh, okay. I used to love barbecue sandwiches, but that was my favorite. Like Tennessee has some of the most fire barbecue in the country, hands down. But I
Oh
don't.
yeah,
I just
Memphis.
don't eat.
We fly to
Yeah,
Tennessee
you
sometimes just
vegetarian.
to eat the barbecue, and my brother's got a condo there now, so
Oh yeah, it's Memphis's
Yeah,
Memphis's barbecue is
it's
insane.
legit. Yeah.
yeah. Memphis has the sweet barbecue, and the Carolinas have like the mustard barbecue, and then Texas has the vinegar barbecue. All three are
Am I
equally as
speaking to
good,
flat
in my
earthers
opinion.
here who are all
How
Go
does
ahead.
enjoying
any of this
the
equate to a
loins of the
craft
animal?
traveling 25,000 miles an hour?
Well, have you
Whoa, why are
ever
you
seen
so
a
My
cold?
pig
goddamn
fly?
question.
Have you
Why are you
ever
so
seen a
triggered?
pig fly?
Well, how
Yeah,
do we
chill out,
stop
man.
it?
Shut
And
up
get
with
that
your
pulled
fucking
pork
barbecue.
sandwich?
Why?
Hell
Hey
up.
man,
In a
hey man,
lunch
you
break.
gotta calm down,
Hey,
man.
Wow.
That's
somebody needs to
Moyak.
get a life,
That's
man, and some
Moyak with a voice
friends.
changer.
Dude,
Somebody
Nate
needs
was
to get a
just trying
life.
to. Nate was very smoothly transitioning to some peaceful interaction, and you just lost
Yeah,
it,
man.
bro. What the?
Well, he doesn't like barbecue, obviously.
Rocky, I
Some
said
people
get your weight up, not your hate up.
gotta understand. Some
Have you
people
ever
just
seen pigs fly? No one heard. Have you ever seen pigs fly when he commented about the ISS going so fast? Come on, man.
this is
Those
some people
Yeah,
cops in the
great.
helicopter over
hormonal
LA, I've
reaction.
seen pigs fly.
Dude, we rode an helicopter this morning. It was awesome.
With the
Hey,
cops?
No, I was with
hey.
a friend.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't with the pigs flying.
I mean, they got helicopters. Fuck.
Yeah, I know it is crazy that everything's electric and can
You
actually be
guys need to
tangibly
sit
proven.
down
And
so I can pass this joint to you, and we'll have a much better conversation.
but they
Then
just
you
want to talk about how space time bends and warps to save their
Well,
model,
then
even
you
though
can,
electricity can be proven.
hey, use that bendy space time to help trim some marijuana. Come on, I need some help on the farm. Who wants to work?
I'll go work for you, bud. I'm in Ireland. Where you live? Where you
Hey,
at?
we'll
I am
ship you
too.
I
some
see what you did there,
immigrants.
Pete. You see, you
We'll
used
ship you.
Bud in the conversation. That was cool.
We'll ship you
I
some
assume there's
immigrants.
free bud as well for this bud. But
According
yeah,
to Nancy
I'll do
Pelosi,
that.
the farmers need the immigrants, so we'll ship you some.
Hold on, where is Michael at? Because I'm down to trim some bud.
Michigan, man. I've been giving my son $120 a day plus an ounce of weed. You got to trim your own ounce when you leave, motherfucker. You got to trim
Deal.
your own shit. When you
That's a
leave, you
sweet
take
deal.
your shit with it and you trim that shit at home. I need too much help. I grew too much fucking weed this year. I was high.
Michael, can I just build a mud hut on your land, bro? I'll put the veneer in later.
I've been thinking about doing some of them survival things in the back 40. I got plenty of food out here, turkeys,
You plenty of
fish,
weed as
ducks.
well to make the time pass quicker.
Right. Plenty of
I bring 3
deadfalls.
skinny helpers. I got 3 helpers.
Well, they can collect firewood, I guess. But they need a fire. The fire
But they
becomes
don't
sacred.
eat much.
Fire becomes
Don't eat
sacred
much.
when you live outside. You want to cook some shit, you better keep the fire going.
Is that the future, though, bud? Is that the future that we're sort of attracted to? Hank, you can grow weed in your own back garden, right? For your own consumption, whatever strains you like, no restrictions, ultimately. But is that the future we hope for? To earn
My
a living out
ultimate
of making
future
another
would
man a
be,
profit and providing a service that's illegal in most places?
I don't know, it's legal in my state, but I would be self-sufficient would be my heaven future, where I'm running a generator on hemp fuel, plus creating solar, making my own gasoline, growing my own weed, food, everything, even medical herbs, not just bullshit.
That's man.
There's
I
nothing
mean,
here that Earth provides for us. Everything you can
that's
get
brilliant, man. I'm serious
you get
about that. I mean,
anti-inflammatories out of the field growing wild.
I wonder how long before you're shut down, though, in the sort of dystopic age that may be to come. It seems to be hinted on all fronts. It seems like that if you're inviting people in, you have a little commune going yourself, which is self-sustainable and
Become a
heartfelt.
cult.
Yeah.
Yeah. My
That's
family
there,
goes
man.
all the way back to Ruby Ridge, bro. That shit's people who's ready to go to war over not being able to live the way they want to live without being labeled, just so a government or a police force can come in and treat them any way they want. They label you something other than human. They're cult
Didn't that happen the
members.
day before
Then
9/11?
society watches that shit on the news and they're like, yeah, bust them fucking cult members' heads. They're human beings trying to live their own ways. They don't want you to know you don't need them.
You know,
Yeah,
Ruby Ridge, and then they had the David Koresh Waco thing back to back, huge FBI fuck up.
Ridge was
I was thinking
really
of
bad. I mean, Waco
I
was
was thinking
bad
of William
enough. But
Cooper's death. Yeah, sorry
That's my
about that.
family. Timothy McVeigh was my second cousin.
Get the fuck out of here! No way. Is that true?
Yes.
You just broke Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
You're an agent. You're an agent, Mike.
Well,
That's
hang on
it.
one
Mike
second.
from
One second.
Michigan.
That's, hang on,
I'm
please.
Mike
He made
from
the claim.
Michigan, and I'll blow this
Mike from
motherfucker up.
Michigan.
Don't get
He made the
McVeigh.
claim now, hang on,
That's
please.
from Money Talks. That was hilarious.
Hang on,
Hilarious line from
Jeremy.
Money
Hang on,
Talks.
please. As usual, PJ can only ask the questions PJ has to ask. Now, we're all in conspiracy world, and I believe I've talked to you before, Mike. Have you been on fakeologist.com years ago, and you're maybe still on it? I think I've talked to you before. PJ here,
talked to me
if
before,
you are not. But it doesn't matter. Now,
Aristarchus, bro, what's up?
oh, okay. Okay, let's not go
talked
there.
to you, PD.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Somewhere, we talk to so many people. There's so much shit going on in life. You almost forget sometimes. But yeah, there's somewhere deep down. I remember.
Forgot you.
You never said that Timothy McVeigh was your second cousin.
Oh, I did, but there were so many people that were yelling at you saying, "Teach us further. What does Aristarchus got to do with shit?" Citation.
You said
Remember
David
that shit?
Koresh? Mike,
was
you
one
said
of the
David
only
Koresh
people.
or Timothy? You
Timothy
said David
McVeigh.
Koresh or Timothy McVeigh? I thought you said David Koresh.
Timmy.
Oh,
all right.
I never said nothing about David. He's not family.
Hey, by
There
the way,
were
I
so
just
many
wanted to
people that wouldn't let you talk on 24/7, and being an original member and a mod, I always let you talk, PD, and they got mad.
Okay,
about it.
okay.
Well,
It's coming
Pete,
back
but
to you
Pete,
now, Mike.
Pete, this is out of love, okay? Pete, this is out of love. Sometimes you get a little carried away. I'm just saying. But hey, I want as in you just. Yeah, I maybe do too or something, whatever. But I just want those out of the ether. So the Bryant guy, I don't know if anyone saw the BSMA physics former professor I debated, but he's been emailing me since then, and he wants to do another debate in about a month. And he said he wants to do it where we have our opener and then we just go live time back and forth for an hour and a half. So I don't know if anyone watched that, but I guess one of the main complaints was that we didn't get to go back and forth very much. So yeah, I guess I'll be debating him again.
and broadcast it with it. Brilliant.
No, I'm having it on my channel, man.
I've been watching you with it.
Have a live sort of co-broadcast with here. It'd be brilliant.
You've been putting out some quality entertainment. I love the debate with the professor. He seemed a lot more chill this time. So I think that as he begins to mature in debating you, it's only going to get more golden than it already is.
Now, just to get back to Mike, the suspicion is, Mike, we're all conspiracy-minded people. That's why I said here, and we've been here for years. That's why I got to thinking about you and where I've heard you before. But yeah, suspicion is Oklahoma, like 9/11, just a staged affair and a whole dramatic story given and delivered. So Timothy McVeigh himself was an actor playing a part, and of course, if you remember so I do remember this. I saw it. Timothy McVeigh given the lethal injection as he was being rolled out. Yeah, he's definitely dead. He's rolled out. A big smile comes up in his face. Now, I'm not saying whether that's so or not, but that these things are out there for years and years is definitely so, and it sort of combines with all the rest of the fakery that we're experiencing anyway. So, Mike, if you're his second cousin, is he still alive?
It's like this. I was in service when all that happened, and I haven't seen Timothy since the execution. It's that simple.
He turned up at a building collapse in Florida as a chief detective there about a year back.
Show me, Pete.
You should listen to IPS a little bit more.
No, that guy was weird. Show me, Pete. Show me Timothy McVeigh showing up as a detective.
Oh, see, okay, how would I actually direct you to that? First, I went over what I'll do is I'm a member of IPS's forum. I'll actually ask a question. I'm going up the shop right now. I'll ask a question about just a side-by-side Timothy McVeigh and this Florida investigator where the building collapsed into its own footprint, very 9/11-ish so I will ask the question, and they might post an image and I'll post it here. Otherwise I can't do it myself because I don't give a fuck about it. But just because Mike came along and said that, it reminded me of lots of things. Oklahoma was a hoax, right? Mike, you know Oklahoma was a hoax, right? I don't. Well, see, what am I going to do there?
I wasn't home when that happened. I can only know what I researched. So
yeah. So it's definitely a hoax, right? A la 9/11.
I really the jury's still out on me for that. I'm not sure.
If bags of fertilizer were to Oklahoma as the planes were to 9/11, any conspiracy-minded person come along and go, "Hang on."
Oh yeah, it looks like the product of it looks like the product of a direct energy weapon. Yeah, it really does.
Same thing with 9/11, right?
I blow shit up with fertilizer, and I don't see anything just incinerated or annihilated.
Your second cousin was executed for this. What if he was a stooge, a patsy, a setup?
The no fertilizers are crazy.
They burn forever, but they don't have a real big. They don't have a real. They don't. They're not quick. They don't explode quickly. It's more of a anhydrous. I mean, it's a long burn, not a flash burn. If you know the difference, and you know what I mean.
What about the Zeppelin that blew up in the sky? I mean, slowly, wick candled, like burned up. Oh, you man.
Well, Hank, here's my point, Hank. Mike has just come in here and said this definitive. I know now one of the biggest crimes in American history. Your second cousin directly related. What's the second cousin as well? If it's your brother's sister's child's uncle, I don't know. Anyway, it's close enough. So it'd be the talk of the town. It'd be talk about the family. Anytime you get together, especially early days, you'd be talking about Timothy and the real Timothy, and no one knew
my cousin's kid.
Have you any insights to offer then? Have you? What did you meet Timothy?
Yeah, family reunion.
Yeah, what was he like? What was he like? Was he a flat earther?
He was kind of like me. We were both going in the military, so I went to service, and when I came home, all this was over. So I didn't have any direct information on it. But I mean, the last time I seen him, I was 17. We were just kids.
Okay, so yes, I have a second cousin. So,
you know what I mean, then?
Cousin. My second cousin was actually my mother. So my mother's father's brother's daughter. That's my second cousin. Is my mother's first cousin. So yeah, your second cousin
is just my cousin's children.
First cousin. Okay.
He's my cousin.
That's pretty close, Mike. That's pretty close, bud.
It is. You know, there's about 6,500 of us when we have a family reunion. A family chairman, secretary of funds. We have silent auctions. We sell stuff. We do a bunch of stuff to raise money to fund our family reunions. We got a book of life. We got a book of death. If your dad dies, you come up and write his name in the book. If you have a child, you come up and you write their name in the book, and we add them to the bloodline history.
That's mad. I mean, this definitely deserves a big, long conversation.
Yeah, I know a lot of my family and closely, and I really wish that other people could have enjoyed the family that I grew up with. My family.
Now, I will say to Hank, it might be quicker, and even yourself, Mike, it might be quicker for you to just type in recent Florida building collapse. I don't pay attention to the news. I'm an auto hoaxer, but Tim Osman, IPS forum is not just Tim Osman. It's lots of other people. But yes, just type in the chief investigator of the incident itself, and that will be who is suspected as being Timothy McVeigh X number of years later. He died in.
You're an auto
died at 33. Timothy died at 33. By the way,
so you're an auto hoaxer. You're an auto hoaxer. So everything on the news is fake. So what about when the news and CNN and everything is reported that the hurricane destroyed Florida? Did Florida really not get destroyed?
Well, that's a hoax.
Everything on the news is fake, right?
Of course everything got destroyed. Like the buildings in 9/11 weren't there before.
Whoa, are you changing the subject? I'm asking about the hurricanes in Florida, man.
Oh, Sorry, I didn't hear that because the rain was actually outside. Oh, I'm not talking about. I don't know anything about that.
These hurricanes,
I
I'm in
hold
Florida.
it.
These hurricanes
There
are.
is real destruction. I hold it. There is real destruction, but I haven't looked into it so much yet.
The place
The
that caught me
hurricanes are
down here.
greatly exaggerated, y'all. The hurricanes here in Florida are way, way, way over.
You weren't
Yeah, but there
even
has to
where
be
the
some real.
hurricanes hit. So where Kai and I got married objectively got destroyed. Okay. So I
No,
don't
I ain't
know
talking about.
why
I don't mean this hurricane. I mean hurricanes in general.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
don't
about
doubt. One
that where
second, Brian. I don't
Sanibel, the
doubt that.
bridge to Sanibel. I can't.
What's it? 1 second, what's it? I
Card,
don't
isn't
doubt
it?
that, but here we have a second cousin of Timothy McVeigh, who was charged and executed for the collapse of the destruction of the Oklahoma building. So I think that's more significant than you asking me, is anything real, like a baller?
No,
I
it's
assume
not.
something is real, but I also listen to Brian there,
All
and he
right,
says it's
Pete. I'm
greatly
going to say this
exaggerated
one
because there's so
time.
much
Pete, I'm going to say this one time.
attention.
If you interrupt me this time, Pete, I'm going to mute you. Okay? Because this is the 4th time in a row I've tried to calmly talk. I don't want to be screaming to talk. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so all I'm saying is the comment that I'm an auto hoaxer and everything on the news is fake. RV True says that a lot. It's pretty stupid to say that, okay? Just because it's on the news doesn't mean it's fake. That was my point, okay? I just gave you an example.
Okay.
Obviously, Florida got hit with the hurricane and got destroyed. Sure, they lie about a lot, they exaggerate about a lot, they make up a lot. It doesn't mean everything's fake. Did you get
Okay, but I never said it was, man. So you're putting something on me and you expected me to say, yeah, RV, who, whatever, you don't know what I know about RV or my relationship and over the years with lots of different
Give me a
carriers.
lot
But you
of
did ask me a
gaslighting
question.
in
So yeah, I
here.
assume there's something real going on, but maybe it's greatly exaggerated, as you and Brian agree as well. So is that okay? We're talking to Timothy McVeigh's second cousin here. So there should be lots of questions from everyone asking and finding out about the validity of this as much as they can.
He
That's
just
all.
said he
We're not
didn't know
conspiracy
about when he
people.
died. He was in
Yeah,
his service. So,
it's
I
it
mean, hey,
no.
I will say this, though. Battle Matt, have you ever heard of, there's a dude named Cody Snodgrass, and he claims he was first approached to do the Oklahoma City bombing
Yeah.
and by the CIA. And they came with like $500,000 duffled up. And he had been doing all kinds of different CIA operations for decades. And they came up to him, they said, look, we'll give you $1 million to uh, get away with blowing up the Oklahoma City building. You'll get $500,000 now, $500,000 afterwards. He said he knew that they were trying to use him as a patsy because clearly he was getting older and he wasn't as useful in the field. So they just wanted to take him out because he knew so much. So he turned it down. He said, give me a couple days to think about it. And then he just took off and like left his house and went on the run and went and got another house in the middle of nowhere with trip wires and all this crazy stuff. It's a really interesting story. And he says he was the original person that was supposed to do the Oklahoma City bombing. So that's why I know the whole thing is kind of weird. Like where I don't know that the person they blamed actually did anything because it was a setup by the CIA.
I have an
That's my whole
interesting
point.
fact about the
We'll be
Oklahoma
right
City
back,
bombing, if
guys.
you don't mind. I don't know this, I wasn't there, of course, but the word going around in the military is that they had a bunch of lawsuits that were coming up with the Gulf Wars and all the vaccines that they gave the soldiers that were making them like really sick. So the soldiers were suing the government and were fixing to go to court over it. And Hillary Clinton moved all those files into that building like a week or so before it got blew up for no apparent reason. And here again, just like 9/11, when the Enron case got blown up and no case ever came, they never went to court. They never, the military, those files got destroyed and somehow they weren't backed up anywhere. And the military that was going to get sued, the government was going to get sued. Those men and women never got their day in court, never got their money.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Right. Well, hang on, please. Let me respond to that. So yes, this is.
Oh yeah, Pete, you have to respond to
information-
everything.
Yes, I do. It said because I am talking. That's why I mentioned we're all seasoned conspiracy people here. So that's the story I learned 10 years ago or more. Now it all seems so. What are you going to call it? Weird is the word you use. If it's all scripted out and all of these are faked events, right? Then there's a greater metascript to be decoded, and that's exactly what Tim Osman, who remember he entered the scene with I am Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent arrives with his clues. That's what he takes up the baton, and then yet we're forced with understanding that these are all faked events, but there's a greater thread running through it all. right? And that's where I'm
Okay,
at with
okay.
it. So that's fair
That was
enough.
just a general. That was just a general statement, though. So, as specifically to what, like, there were also a lot of documents about all the trafficking that Bill Clinton was doing that was in that building.
Right.
So there was a bunch of documents specific to the Clintons themselves in that building, like all the trafficking in Arkansas. And yeah, just like they did with Building 7, right? They just destroyed all the evidence. I don't see that there has to be something deeper than that because it
None of the
makes
babies
perfect
had to
sense.
die. None of the babies had to die in Oklahoma. None of the people had to die in 9/11.
See,
That's the whole
you
point
just
here.
interrupted with it. What's it? Would you
I'm
like
not
to
saying
continue,
that
Nate?
there was a childcare facility where loads of children were said to have died, and this is my whole point about decoding this. As we come to conspiracy land, then we soon associated with the story about the Clintons. How do we get to hear that? How did you get, what's your man's name, Snugras, the guy who was offered the job that Timothy McVeigh took up? How do we get to hear about this? If it's all scripted out, can we glean anything from the names, from the locations, from the narrative especially chosen? I say abso-fucking-lutely, and if you're not there at this stage as a seasoned conspiracy person, well, you're just lost in the weeds. You're back in Judy Wood camp.
Ironically, you're actually lost in the weeds, and
That's
you
fair
gotta.
enough.
It'd be great if you don't interrupt me, but so like, what doesn't benefit people is just to say, "Oh well, I think that's just the first level of the conspiracy, and that's also a lie, and there's something deeper." And you're like, "Oh yeah, what's deeper?" "Oh, I don't know. I just know that can't be it because I'm a veteran." I'm like, "Oh, okay, so
No. So ask me
nothing."
what's deeper then. Ask
Yeah,
me what's
what's
deeper then.
deeper about Oklahoma City building bombing?
Okay, it was a prequel to 9/11. 9/11 was the greatest blockbuster of our time. Symbolic in nature, it represented the division or this unbirthing of the two divided twins, right? The state of us, our divided state, and the material capital of the world. We came to recognize that we are greater immaterial beings. So our lives are being symbolically played out through all of these episodes, and everything provides its own fucking clue for us because there's a greater, higher power in play writing the script. How about that, Whitsid? I delivered
That
that
doesn't. That
Whitsid-esque.
didn't. No.
I
No.
delivered
That
that
didn't.
Can I?
Whitsid-esque. I leave it there.
That
That
was
didn't
pretty good. I
satisfy
got to
me.
admit that was. I mean,
No, that didn't satisfy me at all.
Oh,
That
he just
doesn't
diverted
answer.
it to 9/11 instead of actually talking about the deeper meaning of Oklahoma City. It was before
Yeah.
9/11, so here's all the things about 9/11.
Exactly, dude.
I've been
Exactly.
trying to get in since Pete said he was
Do
an
I
auto
love the
hoaxer. Can I
dodo?
please
I
get
hate the dodo.
Pete?
Hey, can we let Hank talk, man?
Off you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to get in, and I don't really care. My wife's calling. She's going to have to wait. Okay, so I really don't care if this offends anybody. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. So I think auto hoaxers are one of our worst enemies as truth seekers. And the reason for this is that when something happens, an event happens, and people wait 3 months to make a video about it, they do diligent research for like 8 hours a day, every day for like 3 months, and they compile all the evidence that they could find, all the different resources, and they put it in like one video. Or 8 people get together and they make like a compilation documentary, right, of 8 different videos in one, and they take a few months to put it all together and get all the evidence. That's like really research, right? That's like seeking the truth. But auto hoaxers who turn on the TV and like, oh, the news is reporting this. Oh, well, I think it's a bunch of bullshit. It's not doing us any favors. It's actually hurting us more than anything, right? Because the auto hoaxers are conspiracy theorists by label. So are truth seekers by label. And then they lump us together with these auto hoaxers who aren't doing any research, right? They're just, verbal diarrhea expressing their pareidolia without any, anything to back it up, just making
Why are
baseless
you giving your
claims.
game away so easily, Hank? Why are you giving your game away so easily? That you think there isn't fucking tons and tons of work gone into the people who auto hoax now because they've seen so many hoaxes in the past, and they look at it as a communal effort, and already
Yeah.
the indicators are there that we're dealing with
I'd
another
rather
hoax.
talk to my
Why are you
wife.
so dismissive? Why are you so dismissive?
You're freaking out, man. The point he's making is just auto hoaxing is the easy way out, where you don't have to do research. That's what RV Truth does, for example. Every single truther except for him is actually a Mason. He's the only one that's legit, and every single thing is fake, no matter what. And it confirms a stereotype that people that are labeled conspiracy theorists don't actually do diligent research, that they just automatically auto hoax everything and say everything is fake. And I think he's correct in the sense that it's more detrimental, as opposed to if I'm like, hey, look, here's the truth of 9/11, and then I hit you with like 5,000 facts. right? As opposed to just saying, nope, it's all fake. No one died. Nothing
Fair
happened. Nope,
enough.
I
No,
just
no,
know it's
no,
fake.
no. Hang on. Fair enough, Witsit. That's absolutely fair enough. But me, myself, and there's only me, myself, and I already worked out all Russian vids from the start. I worked him out from the start, and he knows it as well. He's playing his part as well. There's many fucking cabins and stalls up as we exit Plato's cave. You got to realize the limitations of one that the road continues. That's what I would say about RV, who never showed his face. Right? You've been on face with. Actually, can I say this before I take a break? You were talking about in how you enjoy barbecue meat. I do as well. I loved it. I loved it. But I'm a vegetarian now, coming to Flat Earth. Are you a vegetarian with it, and is Kai a vegetarian, or do you still indulge in animal? That's
Yeah,
my question I wanted to ask
I'm not.
earlier on.
I'm not vegetarian, but we only eat clean meat, so I don't eat like pork or shellfish or anything like that. I did go
Okay.
vegan for a little bit, and I did feel really good, but then I started having these weird bumps pop out everywhere, and so
Okay.
at the moment I eat meat. So, but
It's a
we don't
process.
eat.
And thank you for
Yeah, we
thank you
don't
for
eat a
answering
ton of
that.
meat,
Dave
and we
does
don't
it.
eat dirty
Yeah.
meat.
Thank you for answering honestly, and yeah, I would love to eat meat, but I guess I can't. Every animal I look at now has great intelligence and great sort of connection. They do what they do to the best of their ability. We are the ones who are retarded in a sense as human beings, but that's the benefit of us being born with this potential to change. Which we're born in beasts. That's why Jesus was born in a manger. We can become the best. So you know what I mean. But I think, yeah, I think, well, you're on the path, so you know yourself. And at least clean meat, I don't know, animals brought up healthily for the slaughter. It's a conundrum, right? But getting back to the main point about auto hoaxers, there's so much work. September Clues. If I ask you about Clues Forum research over the years, or Let's Roll Forum, or Fakeologist.Clues Forum, Witsit, I guess you're going to give a dismissive answer. These people were on hoax possibilities from day one. And I say that all of them are actually actors. Simon Chack, would you believe, when the idea of flat Earth came up? I know you know who Simon Chack is. New Perspective does, a Snack to the Future does, and Hoi Polloi. When it comes to any other open mind, the most open mind in history. When it came to flat Earth, the most closed mind in history. The most closed mind. He didn't. He not only rejected all talk of it. I got banned from the Clues Forum for that. Another talk about chemtrails or other stuff. But not only did he reject that and refuses to entertain all thought, and I'm going back 5 or 6 years ago when last time I was part of the forum, even beyond that, but he came up with his own, and here's the thing, right? He came up with his own, or a communal effort, come up with their next best model as I got regarded. But the thing is, they have the Earth stationary and they have all the satellites moving around, and it's the very next model to reality, even greater than the blue marble heliocentric model. But yes, it lacks flatness, I think, so I think we're led. So the last thing I will say, we're led along all of these different stalls, and no matter how far you move along, there's always going to be another stall until maybe we reach, I don't know, the apex. There's always going to be another layer to the pyramid. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, thanks for that, Pete. Holy shit, you talk, dude. I was just going to add on the end of it that I do feel that the truth carries a certain resonance, and when you hear it, you know it.
I agree with that.
The
But to be able to
time,
convey the
friend.
truth to
When
others,
is
you
the
have
time if it's not now?
to convey the truth to others. You also kind of have to, give them some real deal research.
You're kidding. Witsit, at this stage, someone else has to fucking educate you. Are you kidding?
No, I'm saying like if I'm trying to wake someone else up, I'm not just going to be like, hey, look, this really resonates with me as true. Although I actually do operate primarily on that very thing, I still want to be like, look, here's all the evidence, right? Because it's not really about, it's about breaking through their cognitus, and then they're able to accept what resonates as true. You have to kind of get them in that position.
Yeah. Well, for you personally, go over to Clues Forum and read all of the different threads, exposing all of the different hoaxes, up until including, you can be sure, this present day. Take about a month off if you're genuinely interested in sort of progressing beyond just dismissing the auto hoaxers so glibly. That's what I would say. And
I
who
can't
knows
take a
when
month off. I do this as a job now. So, but yeah, like I said, I just don't think it's a good look if someone, without looking into it, says everything is fake, because that's kind of the stereotype that they want to pin us with. That's my point.
Okay, I get that. Whoever they are is another consideration. I'll see you in a bit.
How dare you guys? Yeah, I know, it is crazy. Everything's electric and can easily explain all phenomena, including downward acceleration. Isn't that crazy? I'm telling you, it's wild. Yeah, I totally agree. That is crazy.
What's up, Tim? You don't believe in nothing anymore? What's going on, man? You don't think truth has resonance? I think human beings recognize truth inherently. Everyone says it differently. Same concept, dude.
Yeah, I agree. But do you also agree that sometimes you thought that something resonated with you, and then you've come to find out that you were wrong? I mean, it doesn't happen that much, I think. I think when you really, really resonate with it and know, then you're almost always right.
Right? Like, I can't remember an instance where that happens, but I can't say it would never happen, right? It's definitely possible.
Shane, Shane, what's your problem? You want to fight?
What's your problem, Tim? What's your
You
problem?
wanna
I wanna
fight?
you, Tim.
No, I'm just kidding. This is me and Andy's relationship. We do this.
Shut the fuck up, Tim.
What the fuck? You want to fight too?
You're like, stop talking about the Bible. Stop doing all this. And I don't believe in truth resonance. I'm like, Tim, I got to get some details on what you believe.
Maybe I don't have any belief.
Well, your
maybe
perspectives.
Maybe when we come to the topic of belief, maybe I'm just agnostic, because how can I tell? But when I look into my dog's eyes, for example, do I feel a connection? Sure. When I'm in the woods, do I feel some sort of connection? Sure.
See, some people would call that woo-woo, dude.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I wouldn't.
You can resonate with truth, man. Let's be real.
I can taste it.
Fucking Tim.
Hey, Witsit, last night after you, I guess, had left the room or whatever, and I got done doing some work, I was able to talk, and one of the gentlemen that you were speaking with yesterday, his name is Almost Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a conversation with him trying to figure out, what his biggest contention with, what you were putting forth as far as electrostatics being involved in the up and down vector. And he was really hanging on something that you said that may have been you kind of misspeaking, was the bees and the pollen being a natural experiment. So he really honed in on that terminology. And,
yeah, well,
was trying to say that there is no experimentation at all, and all you can put forth as an experiment is something that a bee's doing, not something that an actual human being was doing. But
well, I tried to explain to her that you can actually what they did was they actually introduced charge to different flowers to see what happened to the bees based on manipulating the charge of each flower. But he wasn't interested in truth. All I know is when I ask, okay, well then, do you agree there's downward acceleration? Then that acceleration requires a force, and you think that density is a force. That refutes the whole thing that FED says, right? So, but yeah, I may have misspoke. I don't remember the specifics.
Yeah, you don't have to in your experiment. You don't have to use the actual phenomenon as far as you don't have to manipulate bees and shit. You have to observe a natural phenomenon and make a hypothesis. Okay, so if the hypothesis is what's causing it is electrostatics, then you vary the electrostatics, and by that you have to use man-made equipment. To do an experiment, you have to use like a Van de Graaff generator or a laser, a pump, argon pump laser, or fucking a thermometer.
I was pointing that out to him. I was just trying to correct him because he was trying to hone in on maybe the terminology that was used and trying to say that you were putting forth just solely observing the bees doing what they do with the pollen as being an experiment, and I was correcting him on that.
Yeah, that's probably what happens when you impulsively interrupt via emotion. You probably won't know what I'm saying. I mean, I may have misspoke at one point, but I know for a fact that I was clarifying it. So, what can you do, man? Like, it's just so funny, too, that we still have people saying that Oakley destroyed me. I'm like, yo, one thing this has showed me for sure is just because you know the Earth's flat, that doesn't mean you're cool.
Well, people who listen to Nathan is also disturbed by the resonance he is giving out.
Yeah, that show's a joke, dude. Why does that bother you so much? I gotta ask. Nathan's a joke. Everything they say is a joke.
Well, what bothers me is other people following me around talking about how I got destroyed, and I can tell they actually believe it. I think it's the idea of the other flat earthers, like, because the way they present their show is they intentionally lie about me and they present a different argument than I do, and it's not really them. I don't care about them. I haven't for years, but it's like all the other flat earthers genuinely believing it and then being deterred away from this truth I'm trying to highlight, which I think is like incredibly important. It's the missing piece. It's the piece Flat Earth has definitely dropped the ball on. It's a huge portion of the conversation that we need to come together and create a working model for, even though models aren't reality. We need to address it and figure out what's going on. And so I just get triggered whenever I see such a huge portion of Flat Earth being like deterred away from arguably the most important part of it all. So,
Right. I mean, there's a lot in there. Absolutely. They definitely poo-pooed the most important aspect that makes all the rest of us that kind of fit together. And they need to know that. But I mean, when they said you're an embarrassment to the flat earth community, I was like, I'm out. This show's a joke. Nothing they say has any relevance. But they do have a big like YouTube following, right? Isn't it Oakley's like professed mission to make as much money off flat earth as possible? Didn't he say that?
yeah,
Isn't
he
famous for
literally
it?
said that he's just in this for YouTube success to make money and that he's a trained actor.
Right. Well,
So,
yeah, dude, it ain't even that to me. To me, it's the way he treated me when I was on there, and but by the end of it, he had me emotionally attached to the ether. Like I even really give a fuck. But it's just the way he treated me, dude, and the way he treated other people.
it's the way he treats everyone.
I mean,
Exactly.
I can take a quick list, but I don't think I have to. The way he treated people, and what he's defending is like insane. Like, dude, listen to what y'all are defending. It's like crazy. You know, we're putting out an idea, a fun discussion, and get treated like horse shit. You know, that's what bothers me. And that's the only thing that bothers me is the way he treats.
I was always skeptic about Nathan because he was part of that hot potato show back in the days. And everyone who came from that show has shown to not be honest about their content. It has been for clicks, you know. It has not been.
I mean,
for...
he's honest about it being for clicks and for money. That's why it's like it's glaring.
Yeah, I mean, he might have said these kind of things, but it doesn't. When he is putting on his show, he is deceiving people, as Widget was telling before, because they actually believe his words. They might not have seen the clip where he tells about clicks and money and blah blah blah. They just see, they have the householding questions. Oh, it's all about the truth. Oh, he muted Widget, so he won.
Right.
You know, these kind of things. They just see what they want to see.
Dude, also, how many people in here have been accused of quoting Oakley without knowing what the hell they were talking about?
yeah, dude, so many times. I guess you can't even talk about science or you're regurgitating Oakley. It's crazy.
I didn't even know who that was. I had to go look into him retroactively, right? Because I came from the other side, not from YouTube. I was like, who the hell you think I'm quoting? Oh. And then
That's too funny.
Yeah, I basically stopped listening to that show now. Just after that stuff with you, Austin.
It's just toxic resonance.
Yeah,
I just can't be doing with that sort of. I isn't asking questions the backbone of science. It seems to me that these questions Austin's asking are making certain people uncomfortable.
Like to call anyone
see
an
why
embarrassment.
drama's needed.
Right? No one is an embarrassment, especially pinnacles of the flat Earth community like Whitson over here. If he's an embarrassment, oh, get the hell out of here. You just.
I mean, a lot of new things does at first sound like some woo-woo, but the more it gets explained and quote-unquote demonstrated that these things are actually, you know, not some woo-woo, I mean, then people, then it just gets more and more, what's the word? Whatever, I lost the word, but yeah.
But like that's what I'm saying. I'm actually anyone that actually has kept up with me at all knows I'm like extremely tactical with how I present any argument. Like I've presented it in such a way most of the time that it's like pretty irrefutable. I'm not trying to like brag or anything, but like I say it in a very particular way. That's why it's so weird to me that people think all of a sudden I'm just running around just making stuff up and like, oh my God, it's just weird to me. I'm just trying to help Flat Earth out. I know that this is the big piece of the puzzle that we're missing.
To be fair, your YouTube comments must be a nightmare for you to go through, man. Because I get some shit on
Yeah,
BitChute, but your YouTube must be 10 times that. It must be like
it's pretty
mostly
bad. Yeah.
trolls. Even your live streams have trolls. Like, dude, if you think it's stupid and you hate it, why do you bother coming wasting your time here? What are you doing?
Yeah, like obsessively stalking my content while claiming I'm stupid.
Right? How much time have you spent going on Glober's videos to post how much stuff you don't care about things you don't believe in? Is
Yeah,
it zero?
exactly. Never. Yeah.
The whole thing is a damage control campaign, right? So like everyone involved on the anti-flat Earth side is, um, they're it's a campaign, dude. It's just damage control, right? There has to be another side to like prop up the model.
That's
And,
that's a good way to put it.
But it's just weird because this is the point I've been driving home lately. Without the censorship, those people would literally mean nothing. Like the anti-flat earthers would mean nothing. It's only the fact that we're censored and then put into a corner that they're able to so consistently interact with us. Because if we weren't censored, it would just be this huge growing community of people that are like honest and stuff and like really just trying to figure out the truth, and then they would be irrelevant. But since we're like censored by the government, admittedly, and then they get to like have so much more of a voice.
Right, that's the media's power, making the small minority seem like the majority.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. And then think about it, like imagine like making content and you being solely dependent on some other subject or movement, right? Like anti-flat earth. Like that seems so insane to me.
Right? It does. Your whole purpose is to make sure something else looks bad. Interesting.
Yeah.
And then simultaneously claim it's like easily debunked, Well, why have you been
Right.
doing this for 7 years, day in and day out then?
Right, but listening to all the debates, man, there's a whole lot of stuff, as Gio said the other day, that works on both models. And the fact that nobody really can identify, no one has a good, clear idea of which concepts work on which model, because most of them work on both. There are a few that work only on flat Earth, and there are none that work only on the globe, right?
Exactly. Other than some of their claims about space.
But I mean, they only work on the globe if you're thinking about that single specific thing, not in the great picture.
Right. Well, their complex model is their advantage because it's so overwhelmingly complex and ridiculous that they can make just about anything fit into there, right? So definitely
Yeah,
an
like that
advantage.
physicist, dude, that physicist has been emailing me. He clearly is kind of spiraling. And so he's like, I'm like, dude, look, here's a kinematic equation to solve little g. You don't ever need anything you're talking about. Here's a kinematic equation. It works every time. The only difference is we can actually verify all these variables, height, time, initial velocity. You can verify those as opposed to the variables you have to invoke, right? Which is like the radius to the center of mass of a globe and stuff like that. You can't actually verify that. So even on the surface, my equation is significantly more viable than yours because it can be verified. And I was like, in addition, you were saying that I can't derive big G from electrostatics. You're also wrong about that. Here's papers where they actually use electrostatics to derive big G, which I don't even need big G, right? I don't need your fairy tale. It doesn't matter. But here, actually, you're wrong. As a physicist, you're wrong about how you can derive big G from electrostatics. You're wrong. Here are papers doing it. Then he rebuts with, you're such an idiot, flurf, like just like all the flurfs or whatever. You have to, he's getting more toxic. You can tell he's hanging out with anti-flat earthers. And he's like, just like always, the flat earthers invoke something that refutes themselves. They used a spherical earth in this paper. I'm like, yeah, that's not why it was invoked. I didn't invoke it saying, look, they proved the flat earth. I said, you made a claim that you can't derive G from electrostatics, and you're wrong. Here's how you can do it. The fact that the people that did it assumed the Earth's a sphere and integrated it into that assumption doesn't mean anything. That's non sequitur. You know what I'm saying? And then he just keeps on saying it. I'm like, bro, you're out of your league, my guy.
He didn't call you a flurf on your show, though. Was that in the emails afterwards as
No,
he
in the
spiraled?
email. Yeah, in the email, yeah.
Because like he was definitely spiraling, and then when he's like, "Would you have a peer-reviewed paper?" and you're like, "Dude, I just showed you." Yeah, but is it in a peer-reviewed paper?
And I actually see
where's your
saying,
equations?
I've emailed him equations and peer-reviewed papers since then, and he's just walking past all of it. So I'm like, you're just dishonest. He did say he wanted to do another debate. So I'm like, okay, what I'm going to do this time, I'm actually put together all the freaking evidence, all kinds of like different papers
and then just like bombard him with it. That way he'll just kind of shut down.
I would love a round 2 with that guy. That was a really good one. I really liked watching that.
We're supposed to do it in maybe like a month because he had to move because of the hurricane. So
Did he make his own freaking
PowerPoint? Yes, he did.
Bank? No.
Yes, he did. He made an anti-Witsit PowerPoint. I'm pretty sure that's what he was.
No. I'm talking about his own website because I think he made his own website. The Brigadier.
Yeah, he has an anti-flat Earth website he made. Too funny, man. So I agreed. I was like, okay. So it'll be like, as opposed to just like the big segments of, one person talking, it'll be 10 minutes of him presenting, 10 minutes of me presenting, and then an hour and a half or so of just open discussion. I'm like, perfect. That's
Right.
perfect. That's what we need.
I mean, the opening part was just succinct and perfect, dude. Right? You had it knocked down. I was like, nice, that's perfect. Played just enough of the right video that backed it, right? And then
Yeah. Well, what is so funny is he claims I presented no positive evidence. I just used words. I'm like, dude, you know how stupid? He's saying this in the email too, right? I'm like, what? I presented all kinds of positive claims, and they can all be verified.
Isn't it funny that we're hearing that on VC now too? That's just words. Like we've heard that 4 or 5 times this past week. It's
You're
like they
just
have the
saying
same
words.
script. Yeah, you're just on VC talking to me using words.
How can you have a verbal debate without using words?
That's what I'm saying,
You're
dude.
just using more words, Napalm.
One time he said that because you can tell he wasn't listening to what I was saying. And he was just like waiting for me to stop and then talk, right? He wasn't in any way listening to what I was saying. So one time I said something, then he's like, so he already had his response planned, and he says, "You're just using words," and then he goes, "Oh yeah, you're right." So like just proves that he wasn't listening. He just had his predetermined response, and then he goes to McToon's, which I didn't watch much of that, but someone told me he admitted on there. Brian told me that he admitted he didn't really understand or know about most of what I was talking about. And then, of course, MC Toon probably said something like, "Oh, well, he just makes stuff up. Nothing he says makes any sense. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's Dunning-Kruger or whatever."
Yeah,
but the truth is, he admitted. He basically, I was talking over his head. Like, he doesn't know what incoherent magnetism is. So he's like, "Oh no, it can't explain. It can't explain the Cavendish or the nuclear force because it's attractive only." But you don't know what I'm saying. That's why.
He did that a few times. He was like, "No, yeah, but
no, yeah. That came out a bunch. You're
Too funny, bro. I'm like, dude, I don't know where you got your degree, but they would be disappointed in the amount of intellectual dishonesty and fallacious reasoning that you're debating.
You guys know Phil Bell, right? He's that crazy. Like, he's wrapped up in this anti-flat Earth stuff. But like, this guy is even more of an ego identity that depends on the globe than anyone else, right? He wrote books on it, right? He's a physics teacher. If the Earth is flat, his whole life is meaningless, and he's majored in nonsense. That's a hell of a road to come back from, dude. You know what I mean?
But you could still be a legend. You could be a legend that's like, look, dude, within this paradigm, I crushed, but I've discovered otherwise. So now I'm like a legend in the sense that I'm going to show intellectual integrity, and I'm going to show you guys what's really going on, and I'm going to try to work it out from within that. That would be such an epic thing to do, but most people can't see past their pride and ego of the first part.
Right, he has to walk like 20 miles backwards before he can even make that clear decision. That's what I'm saying. Like, he has to come back from 8 years of extra indoctrination and all the extra, and not only that, but his self and ego identity. He identifies as like, oh, I'm a physics professor, or whatever. I wrote a book, right?
It's a brotherhood.
Yeah.
It's a brotherhood. Like in college, Theta Xi, and they get tattoos on their ankle. They all get them in the same spot. They swear allegiance, right? Surveyors, people like that do the same thing. They have these huge conferences together, right? Where they all get together and say, this is what, this is the upcoming year. This is what we did this year. This is our talking points. This is how we survive. This is how we, create jobs for ourselves. It's a brotherhood. So it's like a biker gang. They're not going to go against each other just on a whim. I promise you that.
The other one that really helped me was the survey one. When he went against Maine Survey, right? You demolished that guy, like, on the fly in 2 seconds, and ruined his whole life and his whole ego identity. And he didn't want to buy it either, right? He gave you the same. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I literally that was the craziest thing. I taught him what he's doing because he knows what he does, right? But he doesn't know like what he's doing at the same time. It's like I'm explaining what his profession does to him, and it's crazy.
I had to show someone that today because they were like, "Well, this survey says the Earth's not flat." And I went, "Hold on, Watch this interview. Everything you need to know is in there. It's perfect.
Yeah, and he's like admits like, yeah, well, we throw out all kinds of stuff, and if we didn't, then the radius would be way too big. And I'm like, okay, good.
And the
Welcome to
measurements, you make your measurements, and then you compare it to the globe model from the first measurements, and then you add the factor to make it backwards a globe. Perfect.
crazy Texas sharpshooting.
Yo, what you know who, like Matt Walsh is?
Yes, the Republican dude.
Republican what?
He's like a Republican spokesperson that's like on TV basically.
Well, no, he's just he wrote a book called "What Is a Woman."
Okay, well I know he has a show too, a podcast that's like a Republican podcast, I think, but I didn't know he wrote that book.
Yeah, it's like his whole, it's like a documentary too, and he like it just made me think of like, you know, you're having these intellectual conversations, like he's literally posing like, you know, the question of what is a woman to, like, you know, scientists and shit, and they're like can't answer it, and he's like, what the fuck is going on, you know? It's like you should just check it out, man. He's an interesting. It just makes me think, like, you know, if we're having such a dilemma, like, you know, the basic level of what is a woman, you know what I mean? What
Then
makes
yeah,
you?
is it really surprising?
All right, yeah, bro. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, right.
Yeah, it's too funny.
A woman is an adult human female. I actually watched that documentary. It's quite good, and he seems pretty cool. Don't get me wrong, but who's he associated with? That's what makes me a bit iffy, because Ben Shapiro, them sort of people. Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Well, I mean, he pushes back against flat Earth too, but I mean, yeah, I think at this point we're in such a crazy paradigm. You got to take what you can get, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You spit out the bad and keep the good. Like, if there's someone that's at least got millions of people listening saying, no, this stupid stuff you're being brainwashed with as you're 18 and 19 is ridiculous, that's better than not having them there, right? I mean, that's kind of how I look at that. You know, Candace Owens also associates with Ben Shapiro and just came out and said the moon landing was fake. So, I mean, you know, could be worse. If Ben Shapiro asked me to have a show on his thing, I would do it. And I'd burn it to the ground and be fired in a week. But, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I think that if we look realistically, like what Alex Stein is doing is a good thing. Sometimes you just kind of gotta take the opportunities you get.
If we look a little deeper, though, perhaps we could look into these poor gender confused people, bring a bit of compassion to it rather than just, I mean, if it's from microplastics and lowering of testosterone, I mean, these people are among us, and this is just more division. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I see it anyway.
I like Alex Stein, though. Just big up Alex Stein. But yeah, I don't know about.
Yeah, he's funny. He's funny. Don't get me wrong.
No sympathy for the degradation, man.
So, I went to McToon's to see what he did. So at 2 hours 20 minutes, I think he was watching your debate, and then he went into his thing. So he's talking about the guy's talking about you just making quotes. I don't even think we proved it. And the guy McToon disrespectfully just starts playing with his cat and just brings him in the thing. Just starts like it totally ignores what these guys are saying. It's so hilarious.
That dude's just wildly lame to me.
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
I can never watch those guys. It's like a cheese grater on my ears.
Yeah, same.
Right. Imagine talking to him for 4.5 hours or something. But I think it's funny he had to go do a debrief, right? He had to have the Anti-Flat Earth Brotherhood bring him back up. It's okay. It's like he just got knocked down and they had to bring him back up again. Dude, get up. Come on. It's okay.
How long, Shane, did you talk to Matthew a week or so back on your show?
Oh, like 3.5 hours. That was way too long.
I know. I quit after 10 minutes. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it any longer.
He was good to have a talk with, though.
Yeah.
Reasonable, at least. Even though he's got permanent globe-shaped glasses on.
But he admits, like, yeah, I just assume it, basically.
Right, like when you get to the end of it, if you press him on any issue, the end result is, well, it's because I choose to believe there's the globe. That's why I was like, well, I can't argue with that, man. That's the most honest
Yeah,
answer I've ever heard.
yeah,
Fine.
fair enough.
I choose my Earth curve calculator to show a radius of 1,100,000 with a circumference of 7.4 million because I use 8 inches per mile and I use it 300 times over 300 miles and I don't take into account 35, 39, 59, so it ends up being 1,100,000 for the radius. Thank you very much.
Well,
You can
the 8 inches per mile squared is based off a parabola. We know that, right? That's why we say there's a certain distance that you can. It's only becomes irrelevant after a certain amount of miles, right?
Yes. Isn't it 1,500 miles?
I forget. Someone here probably knows it.
But you can respect that answer. If I just believe, it's what rings true to me. Like I respect that a lot more than the ones that come in here and just defend the nonsense over and over again with the same exact answer.
Right? He'll repeat the regurgitation stuff to a point, and then when you get him on a personal level, like, what? Well, why do you think that is? He always defaults to, well, because I choose to believe that. I'm like, well, that's very honest. All right.
Yeah, we were
That's what we all
talking
say
to Matthew Lurs yesterday about his YouTube channel, and apparently he's got 600,000 subscribers. Does
200 and
anybody
some,
question these things?
222 million views, bro.
It's like,
Yeah, but did you
what?
know that it came from like some random little video that went viral, and
Yeah, that
he
video
was telling me about that.
had 115 million views itself. Yeah, I checked him out, dude. But it is a really great video. He put a lot of time into breaking his class. It's like a minute and a half. It's well worth watching if anyone hasn't seen it.
He has 600,000 subscribers, but when he goes live, he has maybe 20, 25, 30 people listening to him. So it makes you wonder. It's kind of like not Professor Dave. He has all these subscribers, but when he goes live, he has so few people listening.
Well, dude, like here, when Craig Fight the Tight Shirt goes live with his 50,000 subs, he has like 20 people. When McToon goes live with his 17,000 YouTube subs, he has like 60 people. What the hell does that say?
I mean, when Austin goes live, and seriously, when he did his little recap the other night about his 2-hour debate with Bryant, he had like 300 people listening. It was like I mean, that's genuine. I mean, that's genuine. People showing up, going, "Hey, I want to hear what Austin has to say."
The actual debate itself, I think there must have been about 800 or something, maybe more.
Yeah, there was like a little between 800 and 900.
That was epic. That's a lot on YouTube when that shadow banned you to hell.
Famous Witzard. What do you reckon? Can you handle the fame?
No.
Witzard. Imagine Neil deGrasse. Imagine a top scientist was to come in and try to debate you. Neil, any popular name, you would destroy them in moments. The best opposition you have are the likes of Zanuck, but you already destroyed 2 times today, or the Rumpus, who've been consistently in the debate. So yeah, I think you're famous in your own way, bud.
Well, that's why that Brian guy was important, dude, right? Because he's more than the actors that they represent to claim. He has the credentials that they proclaim they have on TV, right?
Yeah, exactly. And dude, I talk to him all the time behind the scenes. That's what's crazy. But see, I want to keep it sorry, I was walking. I want to keep it really cordial, right? Where it's like other people with credentials will feel comfortable coming on. And because that's what I want to do is start having like every week or so, I want to have some astrophysicist or professor or physicist come on and debate, because I think that's the best thing for people to see, as opposed to debating like the anti-flat earthers who have literally watched every second of my YouTube to try to come up with some way to I mean, I'd rather be with like actual people that have credentials and show like, oh, this facade that they would just destroy a flat earther isn't real.
Hey, Austin. Hey,
I
Austin.
think the problem is, yeah, go on.
Yeah, real quick, Austin. Do you think Danny Faulkner would ever come on with you?
I don't know much about him.
I don't know about him at all. Get about all the big names anyway. The problem is though, once you get so far, and if he's still in a professional setting, if he starts to believe some of the great arguments, not just you make, Flat Earth makes, right? and he starts to enact it, it's only going to cost him his life. So please have
Right.
a sensitivity for the matter, because yeah, of course, if you take flat Earth seriously, you're going to have to leave behind your whole life, and especially an academic life, because it's so strewn in deception.
Right. If you major in stuff that's particular to the globe and then you find out it doesn't exist, that's a hell of a burden, man. It's a hell of a thing to come back from. But dude, you
But
did
what's
end it.
crazy? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say you did it on a good term with him, right? At the end, you had pleasantries. You were like, "Oh, you want to come back?" He's like, "Yeah, you did a good job too." Like, thanks, we'll do it again. Like, that's the kind of rapport you need to have more people come on and do it.
Yeah, I agree. I want to, and that's why I'm disappointed in his go bash me at MC Tunes and then email me kind of spiraling. But it's all good. I kind of smoothed it out. He wants to have another conversation. And then I think I've had a few people reach out to me. I know this physicist, I know this chemist and stuff. And so
Nice.
hopefully we'll really start setting up a bunch of credentials. Like I may even have Professor Phil on there. I haven't decided yet because he is actually an anti-flat earther, right? But still, it doesn't really matter. It's the point is he won't be allowed to interrupt, just like Jaron was moderating. So I mean, you have an astrophysicist who claims he's worked on Himawari getting destroyed.
Yep, I had him on my show, dude. I had him on my show talking about that with no moderator. He's really chill, actually.
I've debated Phil. I've debated Phil. He's cordial, man. He's cool.
Yeah, you should definitely
Phil Bell? Are you talking about Phil Bell?
Yeah. Yeah.
Kidding me? You fucking kidding me?
Well, I've heard him be very interruptive, right? Like I've heard him like, stop interrupt.
I thought you were talking
every
about a
day
serious
in my
professor.
server. You can come over there and kick.
No, I'm telling you, one-on-one, he was about the platform.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, he would have to show his face and do a live stream. That's what I'm saying. I just want to debate the people with credentials live with the moderator with their face showing, right? Because that's what's good is that people can watch, they can read the body language and the facial expressions of the people arguing and all that, and that's what's going to wake people up.
Yep.
He's in my server. I talk to Phil all the time, bro. You know what's up.
Phil Bell would love talking to you. Yeah.
I'll tell him to message you.
Well, he already incessantly messages me, just so you know. Me too.
Me too.
Well, the problem is, hang on, with it. The
He
problem is,
incessantly messages everyone.
This isn't as big a catch as you might imagine. Phil has been doing Phil Belland, I call him, has been doing the rounds for years. So adding an official phase to it. I thought you were talking about some serious contender.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm only on the fence about Professor Phil. He's not really that impressive, but it's still an astrophysics professor for the normie to see get demolished in flat Earth. But no, the rest of them are these other people that are like just legit.
Professor.
We did that years ago, though. I guess there's new normies coming in all the time, I suppose.
So I'm saying I've got, I think, like tentatively 4 different people right now. So like if I have astrophysicists, astronomers, like physicists in the field of like electric theory, and then I have like different professors. These are good people to debate, right? And then I'm also going to have a former NASA employee on who's actually he's actually a flat earther. So to interview him, then I want to set up a debate with a SpaceX engineer and a NASA employee, and I also have the number of another NASA employee, which I debated him at the SpaceX launch for like an hour straight and just destroyed that dude. And dude, I destroyed him so bad. And then I'm like reached out to him on like this personal level where I'm like, look, man, I know it may be tough and stuff, but blah, blah, blah. And he started tearing up, bro. And I just like gave him a hug because I felt bad for him. You could tell he was like having the realization that like his whole life may have been a lie. And so I just like gave him a hug, you know. So conversations like that are what's going to actually change, like make ripples for flat Earth. It's not screaming at Xanax for 4 hours, frankly, right? It's not.
Absolutely.
It's going to be these kind of combos.
Here's a problem and an issue, and I realized this a good while ago as well. You look at your phone, anyone's phone, especially younger people's phone, they don't get any of this stuff promoted for them. You know what I mean? It's a completely different a software set up for your phone. So in a sense, we could be sort of caught in a loop here and just making the same arguments to the same people. I get your optimism about talking to noobs or newbies, but Phil Bell is definitely one of the opposition. I'm not sure. I'm taking it the rest. Anyone who ventures to have an open debate with you is definitely someone on the books, right? Because a working professional can't do it. He'll be embarrassed. He'd be mortified, and the only intellectual and honest position would be to leave globe Earth completely, you know, and leave his field of studies, which are corrupted
Yeah.
according to the heliocentric model. And I
What's
don't think
crazy
that
is like
one.
so like
Well, that has
Globus.
never changed his mind. In other words, over 3 years,
I
he's
don't
just a
want to
Xanax
change
with
his mind.
a doctorate or something.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I
not
don't
the
want to
target
change his
man.
mind. Yeah, he's not the target, right? But so like I will say, Globebusters, for example, is in contact with like an Ivy League physics professor that knows the Earth is flat and gives us an idea for different experiments and stuff. But usually the people that have realized it, they can't come out and say it. And so they just kind of stop pumping the globe so hard in their classes and stuff like that. But you need the other side. Like what we get all the time, right? Like when I go to modern day debate, it's like where you're peer reviewed, oh man, all the scientists, blah, 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 right? And to destroy that narrative, which is the primary cog diss that people have, it's to have one of these people with credentials, one of these quote unquote experts, voice the side of the globe and get destroyed, because the truth is they don't know the arguments. Now, like the MC Tunes and the Xanax, they've been in here for years keeping up with flat earth arguments, and they know how to, they've come up with something, some excuse for everything. But these
Exactly.
professors don't, dude. They think that we think we're a disc in space flying up 9.8 meters per second squared and all this crazy shit. So when they debate us, they're like, whoa, like we're
Right.
like, I'm getting destroyed. And when I talk to these people behind the scenes, bro, they concede so much it would blow your mind. They're like, oh, wow, I guess that does true. Okay, I'll be honest. I mean, I don't know much about that. That does make sense. When I talk to actual professors with intellectual reputations behind the scenes, like I had a beer with one time, dude, it was just nothing but concessions, where you could tell he was just like amazed that I knew as much as I did. And that's the real tea, as
I'm with you,
opposed to like
bud.
these zealots.
I'm with you. I think the real difference happens on the ground, and anyone, no one can handle me in reality. Of course, you have a proper way of presenting it, but once we get into the intricacies of the argument, they don't know what they're talking about, and they can't confirm it. So they're always sort of guessing at what they actually know about their argument. Whereas, of course, we're well familiar with it. So to cover those basic levels is always easy. I always like to sort of slip in where I've landed up immediately, or sorry, through all the process at. But yeah, to be able to embarrass them, which I don't think is good as well. You know what I mean? You don't want to be going out rubbing it in, but just to show them up, I guess, in a sense, because they're representative of something that's so distorted, isn't it? It's a lie for all of us. And can I just say this as well? The vast majority of people are not necessarily in the lie. They just went along with, like we all did before we were encouraged on this pathway, and we became flat earthers from questioning the narrative. So yeah, very good, very good. It's always an honourable effort, but a more honourable effort is when the people you meet on the ground and the people you say what you have to say to, come hell or high water. You know it's going to cause controversy. So fair play for that. Yeah. Well, imagine facing losing your career though with it. Did you genuinely hug the professor, or was it sort of an internet hug?
Wait, what?
Did you genuinely hug the professor you were talking about, or was it
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of an internet hug? Oh, very good,
No,
man.
no. Like it was the NASA employee, and I saw him tear up, and I gave him a hug.
Well,
Nothing to
that's
do
so
with the
cool.
internet. I haven't even posted it. I have like a really well edited video. I mean, like a nice angle, high quality video of it, and I haven't even posted it. But like, yeah,
I
it's
can
it's
just
just
imagine.
he
Yeah,
was
I was
crying,
just
bro.
gonna
He
say I
was
can just.
trying not to cry, dude. So like,
Yeah.
I could tell he was having a sincere moment in his life, and so I gave him a hug, man.
That's why we're
I can
supposed
just
to be here.
imagine. I could just imagine sort of the kind of a scenario. So we have your great testimony here, and everything is happy-go-lucky. He goes then into work. He's having this existential crisis. He goes into work, and he's more bothered and dark inside himself because he's around people that he can't say a word to now because he's sort of down a rabbit hole that he can't go out of. So you could sort of develop his immediate future from there, and all the losses that it has to entail. I think in a sense, when we come to flat earth and the greater, obviously important nature of the creator and our connection to it, we must lose all physical attachments in that way, or at least certainly reevaluate them, and that can be a dark night of the soul awaiting all of us, you know.
Yeah, Whitson, I have to agree with you, bud. Yesterday, I kind of took a break from the server, or tried to anyway. And, I did a little research, watched a few videos, and went to other servers. And one of the servers I went to, there was a guy in there saying that he was a third year physicist student, or theoretical physicist. I think is exactly what he said. And I was like, oh, theoretical physics, like that's my thing, right? And I was like, yeah, I've been debating this for 7 years. And we had a really nice conversation. There was other gentlemen in the room who were loving the papers that you posted. I think you posted like 5 papers to do with electrostatics gravity model. Yeah, so I was posting all that stuff, and we were going over science and talking about how it proves things, and we were talking about the car model, which they all agreed to immediately, without hesitation, that one was a pseudo mechanic, and cosmology isn't like a science like you normally would say, right? And I got to say, when you're talking to normies rather than anti-flat earthers, and all the sophistry is missing, it's a totally different conversation. Right. So when I said that the debate isn't, as clear cut as you think, well, there is no debate when you're not talking to anti-flat earthers. Right. So when you got all these anti-flat earthers who have all these arguments based on tactics and sophistry rather than merit and experimentation, right, it's a totally different conversation. I wish I would have recorded the conversation last night, because the only time they disagreed with me was when I was talking about the electric model of gravity, like you talk about. And then when I cited my source, they started reading and they were like, oh, this is interesting. We talked about the Schumer effect, and they about the Casimir effect, and we were talking about all this stuff, and we were all not disagreeing with each other very much, right? And it's a totally different conversation we have on here today. Sorry for repeating myself. My God.
But yeah, that's very true, bro. It's
You'll be
sorry.
viewed. You see, the thing is, Hank, and hopefully there was a great appreciation for your role to play in all of this. You'll be the man that stands out over your whole. I'm not going to say even your family, your neighborhood, your vicinity. You know what I mean? So hopefully there'll be great reciprocal love for you from the people who listen to your words and choose to pursue it further. Of course, the anti-flat earthers are well familiar with the anti-ball earth sort of rhetoric, so they're capable of defending it till the death. But it's because they have vested interests. Whatever we associate those interests with, maybe a job, maybe a yeah, who knows? You know what I mean? I want to go into that, but yes, they definitely have a vested interest, and they're doing a gig. They're trying to provide the best arguments in defense of the model. I think people like Zanuck always say this, or Moyakman or Kosho. They're presenting to you the model itself. They don't necessarily say they believe it. That's why your questions are more poignant these days, or are more pressing these days with it, and asking them, well, if you found out, like you asked Yossi today, the Earth was flat and stationary, how would it affect you? It would blow his mind. I think his answer was, but yes, otherwise, I already hold, by the way, that these people, returning anti-flat earthers here and in this arena, already knew the Earth was flat before I did. I don't care if they did or didn't, I already know that they did. I already know that's how it can defend it so vehemently, so consistently, continuously on a day-to-day basis over the course of years. But for the average person, yes, you are definitely going to be looked up to, Hank, and with it into a massive degree. But we still have things to learn. I actually think that the trap in all of this is because the Creator gave us the greatest of minds connected to His mind, is for us as seasoned investigators to see through the different layers, and ultimately we're on our own personal journey here. You know what I mean? So to put those pieces together is the ultimate mystery or quest of life. So yeah, very good, very good.
Well, I'm certainly not looking for renownedness and stuff like that from men. That's definitely not what I'm looking for.
Oh, I know that.
For me, it's giving people the opportunity to ask the questions that they didn't know that they could ask.
Right. Very good. And you reminded me of a story. Whitsett, you like this? Hank as well, of course. Everyone's listening. But I actually met my secondary school teacher from physics, and he had great reports. So how I met him was he somehow described to my mother one of the smartest students who went through the school, or he ever taught, and he was explaining to someone else who didn't know. He didn't know that the lady he was explaining to, and actually he was talking about her daughter as well, and he mentioned another person just in relation to the daughter's mother, and Peter Sheehan, and her mother and my mother are best friends, or were good friends at the time, so word got around anyway. And yeah, I remember Mick O'Dwyer is his name. St. Nesson School, if you want to type it in, Limerick. Mick O'Dwyer back in the 80s. So anyway, He taught me physics, and great teacher, very laid back, very relaxed. Always a pleasure to go into his class, and everything finished on great terms. Except I got a B in the Leaving Cert. I definitely should have got an A, but it's okay. I met him as I was a flat earther then. In the meantime, he had left school. Remember, 30 years had passed. He had left the school while I was still in there. So when I was 18 or 17 or 18, but I think he won the lottery or something, or he won some lump sum of money, and he went invested into property. So at the time I met him, because he was looking for my email address, so I gave it to him, and I actually agreed to meet him. At the time I met him, he was probably a multi-millionaire, but it didn't matter. That's what I said. When we met inside in the pub, had a great chat, and of course Flat Earth came up. And by the end of it, I don't think he liked me so much because I was sort of passionate about it, and the way I phrased it, gentleness and kindness, but with a little bit of insistence as well, is at the very least you can do make us look seriously into flat and stationary Earth as opposed to spinning globe Earth, because you were responsible for teaching over the years so many children the official line. And that there is that sort of, you know what I mean? There is, I really did feel, because I love the man, I really did feel that there is that onus on him to look into it seriously, but he didn't like that. He's one of those people that certain things are established, and it sort of changed the relationship since then. I could have got a job with him and made him money and myself money, but yeah, I won't cross that line. But yeah, that was it. We left then. We didn't see
Did
each
any
other
of
again.
did any of my little rant come through? Did any of my little rant come through, or was I not coming through?
While I was talking, I don't think anything you came through.
No, before. So I was talking about. So sorry. I guess I got the phone call.
Ivy League professor?
All of it came
No,
true.
no. What I was talking, I was saying that, like, yeah, I agree with you, Hank. And then what this guy's basically saying to me, the Bryant guy, is like that I have to come up with a working model, right? And that these use the R value. And I'm like, yo, I invoke this to debunk your claim. You can't derive G from electrostatics because you're objectively wrong. You can't, even within your own paradigm. And I'm like, and you keep on saying my equation, my model, blah, blah, blah. You haven't done anything, right? You haven't done anything. You're using what other people have done. Millions of dollars, hundreds of years, or millions of people, billions of dollars, hundreds of years. Right? And like, if you have one little story, then it's built upon like 50 different models. You integrate special relativity and general relativity and this theory, and everyone gets that, builds upon it. And then there's one other person that does it. And now you're just touting it, right? Even though it's constantly changing, you're touting it like it's yours. And you're basically saying, you're like trying to somehow ridicule me because I haven't come up with an entire replacement of hundreds of years and millions of people by myself.
Thousands of years. Thousands of years.
Well, allegedly. And then we have all these like billions of dollars in grants to universities and all this crazy equipment, and right, to do this. And now I do plan on doing it, but then I also have the frustration of I want to make a model basically where we explain like the electric flat earth top to bottom, acceleration predictions up to say 60 miles, all this different stuff, where we can have like definitive equations that really are like legitimate, because that's the next step flat earth needs to take. And not only do I not have a bunch of we should have hundreds, if not thousands of flat earthers working with me to make this a reality, to make the model with all the equations and all the experiments. Not only do I not have that, I'm having to fight like desperately just to be able to talk about it within the community.
Yes. So what's going on with it? What the fuck is going on then?
Yeah, it sounds like we got controlled op J-Trig motivations somewhere.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Actually, by the way, Whitset, if you're genuine about that, I have so many things to say. I could have produced. I actually challenged Tim Osman, OSMAN, who's he's very very efficient at Photoshop and all of that, graphics, and Dean as well. Give us a month. I'll come up with a flat Earth model for you. With some I've come to find out. Why am I not bothered so much? They wouldn't do it. I know they wouldn't do it. Like Tim OSMAN wouldn't compare to a professional standard Will Smith with Barack Obama. They wouldn't do it because they knew or they were afraid of what they might find. But with it, if you're genuine about that, let me know about it, and I can give you some of my thoughts. I'm not bothered about it. The reason I'm not bothered too much about it, let me just finish by saying this, is because the truth of our reality is already known. So what we are doing is we're taking the spinning ball Earth, the heliocentric model, and we are unfolding it or decoding it to give us the model of the Earth that's already known. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm talking about like like how they have like predictive equations for how fast something will fall and all this stuff, like the math and the theory behind it, the conceptual backing, and then the experiments to verify it. And like I'm talking very intricate replacement of physics. And like I plan on doing it. Like this is not me trying to brag or anything, but like one of the things the dude said to me was like, from what I've seen of your ability to do math, you just are incapable of getting this or something. I was like, what have you seen from my ability to do math? Because I actually took an entry exam to a college preparatory high school and scored the highest ever recorded on their test and the math section. And in Algebra 1 and 2 honors, I was consistently accused of cheating because I would finish my test in a matter of minutes doing long form algebra in my head without writing out the steps. And I'm like, so all that to say, it's been proven I have an aptitude for math. So why would you say that, right? Because I don't really say that publicly much because I think it sounds super arrogant or something. But it's like the fact that the dude has resorted to saying that I just can't do math. I'm like, dude, you're objectively wrong, you know? So I think that the next step is we need the smart people that have certain aptitudes to all work together within Flat Earth to help me make this model, to help me do experiments to find the differences, right? Just like one of the things I showed him was that universities have proven consistently that during rain, thunderstorms, lightning storms, and wind, that how fast something falls changes. And that's within a vacuum chamber in a gravimeter using interferometry. So the wind's not blowing the object or something, but the wind still changes it, right? And I'm like, how do you explain that? And for 4 emails, he still hasn't answered it. He first in the debate, he said he didn't believe it. Now he's saying, oh, well, it just doesn't change much, so it doesn't matter. I'm like, no one said that. It doesn't matter how much it changes. It's why would that change within your model? It doesn't make sense because the mass is not changing, right? Now, but this is actual observations on the Earth, right? Now, this is what a bunch of flat earthers say. Oh, it's a vacuum chamber. There aren't vacuums in nature and shit. You just go sit over there with your crayon book then, because I got a coloring book. I think that's stupid. I think you sound stupid, right? But this is what my model actually does make sense with those observations. Like there's something called ionic wind, and you can repel gas with electrostatics. It's electrostatic wind, right? And so if there's huge amounts of wind, it'd be based on the actual electric nature or electrostatic field within that area. Rain actually happens because of electrostatic charge, as do thunderstorms and lightning storms, right? So that makes sense that it would change how fast something falls. So it's like these are the kind of stuff we need to work together to like show exactly what's going on the best that we can, so that's going to take it to the next level. Where when I go up to an Ivy League professor and I debate him on camera, I'm like, oh well, here, check out my model, and he's like, damn, this is legit. Like, so I don't care at all what other flat earthers say trying to stop me from doing this. This is what we need to do.
Well, see, if every other flat earther is stopping you, then they are not part of the we. Who are you going to show your model to after the Ivy League professors, the mainstream media, Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser? If you can convince Quantum Eraser, well then, I take it seriously, kid.
Pete, have you seen my response to my haters video?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, it's a minute long. I'm gonna drop it. You should watch it. It's pretty funny. It's got both of them. It's got both of them in it. Yeah, but my video is
the
pretty
fucking
funny.
flat earth haters, though, is the point here.
Was his name Pete? The guy was sweating.
We
and
understand
just
the ball
interrupting.
earth haters, and we can understand the anti-flat earth haters, and we can understand the Ivy League haters. They all have something to the government haters, the agent haters, the military haters. They all have something to lose. What's with the flat earth fucking haters, though, that you can't get off fucking the blocks? You can't get off the blocks with them.
What about that guy named Pete? P-E-T-E.
Yeah, him, exactly. He's my favorite.
That guy.
Je suis Dodo is Piche.
He was on like the physics one, right? On a 2v2 round, you guys did. I forget. But he was so upset at you. He hated you. He interrupted. He was sweating, moving his finger, jumping up and down. It was funny as hell.
That wasn't me. Yeah, that wasn't
There's
me.
no coincidence. His last name is Shea, though. P-E-T-E, Shea.
What are you talking about here? Hang on.
Sounds corny, doesn't it?
How encouraging I was to Whitsitt. So Whitsitt is no one to talk to in the flat earth arena. Every time I talk to Whitsitt, I agree with vast majority of what he says, especially when it comes to expansive ether talking, electrostatic relationships. Whitsitt, the question I would ask is, Ken Wheeler, Why? I'm not associating you and your thoughts with him specifically, but why did he come out as being a flat earther? If everything has a source, well, if you don't have the proper context for your thinking about a source, how can you be on point?
I think he's
I
actually
just want to
agreed
say,
to come
what's
on
it?
my. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, what's it?
I was saying I think that he may have actually agreed to have a conversation with me on my channel as well. But go ahead.
Oh, nice one.
I just want to say, what's it? Hold on, Pete. I just want to say, Wit's absolutely right. You can sit there and say, beg the question or models are free for Alice, whatever you want. That ain't getting us nowhere. We're not getting nowhere like that. We need to do stuff.
Yep.
What's it? That video was hilarious.
Jeremy,
My favorite part was the Terminator skeleton melting down.
Yeah.
So very funny.
Dude, that part and Arwen's part is so funny to me, bro. Like, me and Kai watched it like 10 times. We thought it was so funny.
Kai, with it, I hope you're having a great beginning to your lifelong relationship. I know you got married. I think you got married, didn't you?
Yeah, we got married and then she immediately got pregnant. So, we're
Oh,
gonna have our
that's
first.
man! You're talking
Just
about
like
tears.
the old
That always
days,
brings tears
bro.
to me. That's so wonderful. That's so wonderful. Give Kai
Just
and
like
the
the
new
old
baby a big hug from Pete in Ireland here. King of Era, by the way. That's wonderful.
So, what's your prediction, Austin? Christmas or the baby first?
I think she's actually gonna be born on Christmas.
Okay.
Oh,
very cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, so that way we can kind of raise her without having to worry about that holiday. That's kind of the plan. But our family's going to kind of still try to give gifts. But yeah, because the predicted due date is the 26th. So we're like, okay,
kidding?
she's gonna come on Christmas. Yeah.
You kidding? You have to hear what PJ has to say about Christmas. Sorry about that. I know someone else. You have to hear what PJ has to say about Christmas Day, if that is your expected arrival date. Oh, wonderful.
Congratulations, and thank you for your stance on home birth and that stuff in the syringe that nobody should ever take. And I really, really appreciate you for that stance.
Yeah, no problem, man. Like, we're not that's what we went to. We want to do home births after this one, but since it's our first time, like, says she's really comfortable, we're just doing like a birthing clinic. But they're like all natural. They don't push anything on you. Like, whatever you want to do, as long as you want to keep the umbilical cords, like, keep your placenta, all that, and water birth. I'm gonna be in the tub with her, so yeah, it should be cool. And we're taking like the spiritual approach. Like, we're talking to the Father, right? And we're gonna trust him for like the pain aspect and all of that. And I think that's like the biggest thing is women are so induced with fear that it's painful for them. And I actually truly believe that birth doesn't have to really be painful like that. It's intense but not painful. So like we're gonna test out that theory.
Let me respond there, just because I have my own child, and I actually wanted to see my child's birth, and they called me and they treated me so badly, honestly, but it's okay. Let me just say, with it, well, there's still time. I would say, after years of considering home birth, get all the appropriate people that you trust around. You're the authority, you and Kai, and of course the child. The child picked you, the child picked you, Austin and Kai. But get a pool. Just think about it yourself. To pick a room, get a pool that Kai can sit in and have the temperature of the water the exact same temperature as what is going on inside. So when the time comes, there will be a natural sort of transition, and indeed it will be orgasmic for the, I don't mean that in a dirt, you know what I mean, orgasmic in a sense for the mother, and it will be a beautiful delivery for the child as well, and leave the child underwater as well. Let them do their own thing. The child already knows better. So yeah, they're already in existence. Last thing I would say, I always told my son, how old are you? He'd say, I'm 12. Oh, and then he'd think again, because he was already in existence 9 months before his official birthday. So that's wonderful.
I'll be quick. One of the greatest things we did when we have 3 kids, but we were always on the water and stuff. And babies are amazing. You can take them underwater. You just have to be careful with their fragile ears. But they know how to hold their breath and to look around and to see their eyes like underwater, just in amazement, right? Like, and to see a baby holding their breath. And when they start blowing bubbles, you just bring them up. Like, it's a natural function to hold your breath and to let air out as you're losing that breath. So you just bring them up, but you do have to be careful with their ears because they are fragile at that time.
Would you believe we breathe water? Would you believe we actually breathe water? Two
Uh,
lost souls living in a fishbowl.
I
I think
believe
we
air
are.
is water. So of
Yeah, yeah, and
course
it's
I believe
ether,
it.
water, air, heart, not air, ether, water, earth, heart. But yeah, so the child has these innate abilities. We are all adults. We are fools. We are dodos. The child knows best. So just provide the obvious circumstances for I don't even like using the word delivery. You know what I mean? The child makes an entrance when his or
It's a
her time
birth.
is right. You know,
It's
exactly. Well,
birthing.
no, see, this is a problem as well. The birth, God, who gives us the breath of life, the breath of life. So this
Well,
is
I
a
think
problem
the
as well
spark and the
between,
breath
yeah,
comes from the same creator.
but
So the
that's already
spark that
there.
sparks the heart. Yeah, well, but it has to be started, right? I agree that it's all around us, but it has to be started. That organism has to be made and functioning properly, and then given the admission, right? The energy to
Right.
start pumping.
And then a pre-existing soul, if you want to call it that. I think we should be careful about our words, but a pre-existing spirit enters this machine, this bodily experience, and this is why the letter B is so important. To be or not to be is the greatest question that's posed to all of us, because we have to understand that we're coming into a divided state. Now, I'm not going to hold you to the fire in any way, Rakia, but I'm guessing that your response will be the same as 10th man's or Paul's, or I think I asked loads of. Do we have the potential to exist forever? But did we come into being from a non-existence? Were we nothing before our delivery, if you want, delivery of the sperm to the egg, and that whole yeah expansion?
Well, I think the spirit or the soul lives forever, one way or another. But the flesh has a shelf life, just like everything else. Entropy, I believe, is a thing. Everything, decays. So I
Atrophy.
That
believe
means we know. That means we knew
what'd you call it?
everything.
What'd you say? Atrophy?
Atrophy. Yeah, atrophy.
Yeah, the
Atrophy.
body atrophies. That means we knew everything then. If we were eternal spirits, we knew everything before we existed into this time period, and also into our own shells here. And maybe life is about us considering our relationship between ourselves and then our spirit, or the greater power or love that's eternal.
Something else I'm really excited about is I personally am under the idea that children are born with like way more spiritual intuitive understanding than we actually have. And
Yes.
so I don't want to like teach her like all this stuff about like the earth and stuff. I want to try to learn from her while she's still really young, and like let her vocalize to me what she thinks the moon is, for example, right? And like I know that sounds crazy, but I kind of want to just like learn from her. Now, as from my understanding, as you begin to speak and really convey stuff, that's when you start to lose it, some of this really intuitive aspects they have, but
Right,
they still have
right.
more than us, I think, up to like 7 years old. And that's kind of my idea. Is I don't plan on like teaching her what to think as much as how to think.
Don't
Well,
let her
with the
Still with
don't let
the
her watch Sesame
with
Street,
the.
man.
Okay, let me. Okay, one second, one
Can you
second. Let
hear
me
me?
state
Is
this
my
from my
mic
own
even
memory, because I
working?
haven't
Can
spoken to
someone
Witsit about
confirm if my
this.
mic is working or not? Because I've
Yeah,
said things like 5 times in the
You're
past,
good.
and I don't know if
We
it's
hear
coming
you
through.
now.
yeah,
We
Okay.
yeah.
haven't heard you till just
Okay,
now.
one before you come in, bud.
Go
Let me just
ahead,
say
Pete.
to
It's your
you,
turn.
Austin. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is without going into detail. I absolutely agree. I more so when I came into this world. I mentioned the story many times on my own channel and other places. I mentioned to my mother. She said, "You can't remember back that far because I used to only park you there when you were early doors." I remember shaking myself into reality, or not shaking myself. I sort of shook myself, whatever, and I came into reality. My eyes open, and I looked up at the corner of the room, and I'm as I'm saying it now, I can relive it. I looked up at the corner of the room and looked up at the back corner, sorry, across the room, and I thought to myself, "Where am I? What's going on?" My mother says you can't have been more than like a couple of months. I reckon I might have been a couple of months, maybe 42 days or something like that. But my consciousness, my awareness has always been there since then. in vague form or in explicit form. But yes, absolutely agree with you. And yeah, to treat your beauty, you gave the game away. And I was going to ask you, I wasn't going to ask you, but it's a daughter. I think it's going to be, so you're with Sid as you're working on your great project here, which defies all of the giants of science, human history. And I don't say that in a diminishing way. Your daughter at the age of 2, Witset, Witsette, will be here helping you along and teaching you more than you ever learned in 1,000 conversations.
All right, go ahead, guy that got your mic fixed. You're up.
Yo, I was just gonna ask, why do you want to do it at a clinic or whatever? And like, is this like, do you know that midwives are like completely, like, I don't know, how do I say, like, it's just as good to have a midwife as a doctor for a birth.
Yeah, we have a midwife. I just said that. So
okay, never mind. I thought you were going to a clinic for like to have a doctor or whatever, and I was just about to say like,
well, no, but so just
yeah,
we have midwives, but like I said, just because it's her first time, she's like more comfortable at least being where, in theory, if something happened, then she'd be fine. And it's her, she's the one giving birth, right? So I'd rather her just be comfortable, and then I think our plan is after that just to do it at the house. But it's like a natural, quote unquote, clinic where it's just midwives and water birth, and everything is natural. And then you can do whatever you want. You can just give a birthing plan, and you can do it however you want. So that's kind of
Will you give her the coronavax when
it's up to her, man. It's definitely up to the woman.
We're not talking about that, Pete.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. That was a joke.
I don't see.
No, they
I
know
don't
we
see
don't want
half a dozen.
They didn't even like at the hospital. They're gonna like, how dare you, and ask you 50 times. Like this place is like no questions asked. Whatever you say goes.
Very good. You're the boss. With Austin and Kai. Is Kai her first name? A real first name? Like
wait till you see her open her eyes, man. That's something you'll never forget.
Well, hang on, please. Hang on. I will definitely go on mute here. I will definitely go on mute here. Remember, Austin and Kai, that your beautiful daughter, who's in existence right now, is the boss. So you follow your natural instincts and you follow her rules. So on that note, best wishes to you, Witsit and Kai, and thanks for the engagement.
So our plan is, I'm going to be in the water with her, and then see from now on, what I want to do, I want to be the one that actually delivers the babies from now on. I think we want to have like 5 babies at least. So, but anyway, and then the baby's just going to go straight to the mother's chest, right? Straight skin to skin contact on the chest, for all that like quote unquote chemical transfer of like oxytocin and stuff, and then let her like try and get on the nipple like from the rip, and then leave the umbilical cord for longer than it's pulsing. And so like we've done quite a bit of research into it, so we want it to be really, really natural. And then the idea is from then that point forward, like maybe we're outside, like we on a front porch with a nice yard, and she just gives birth like outside in a pool.
It's hilarious, bro. You're exactly how I was with my first red every and all that shit, dude. It is special, man. Remember, dude, the first my firstborn, dude. It's just that first eye contact, really, with all of them, but mainly that time, dude. Something crazy. It's a miracle, man. Because of lack of better words.
Witted, what do you think? I have lots of stuff to say about this. What do you think about placenta? So you mentioned about the placenta is yours. Of course, everything that's you and your wife's there. I would actually say you have a wedding ring, right? So we have the 2 rings on the 4th finger of the left hand, and the 2 brought together brings us the 8. We all know light water here with his 8 avatar. But what do you think about the benefits to you yourself, your Kai, the deliverer, of consuming the placenta? placenta. And here's my secondary question. Obviously, you can't send your child to school. Your child is way too precious to be indoctrinated. But at the same time, it's a balance between knowing that life is about something, that the only way we can come to the truth is via the lie. So you can't be ever protective because you'll drive yourself mad. But what do you think
Holy
about...
shit, Pete, man.
Last thing, okay, last question, especially to Whitson. I'm finished now, but what do you think about? And here's the point. I think the first thing we're told in general, me having a mainstream, bringing up.
Pete, you just ended your
The
conversation with him, and you
the
jump
first thing we're told to
again,
be
bro.
disgusted by is our own urine. That's the first thing we're told to be disgusted by. Where children have this sort of fascination with their own bodily fluids. But these are deeper questions. I'm talking about consuming placenta or viewing our bodies differently as this greater vessel.
Pete, shut up, man. Let somebody else talk,
I'm done
bro.
now,
Damn.
Brian.
Okay, Pete, you're monologuing a question.
I'm
He
not
literally
teaching my
just
little
said, he
girl.
literally just wished him luck and signed up and said, okay, and jumps in with a monologue. Sorry, Pete, but damn, dude.
I'm not going to teach my little girl to drink piss. So, I mean, as to what was, I forgot, you said so much, man. You had another
Eating
program.
the
I will
Are
be
you going to
teaching
grill the
her.
placenta? Smoke it.
So we're so it's going to be like ground down into capsules, and then she's just going to take the capsules because it's really good for the first cycle of birth milk and for postpartum recovery for her body. That's why a lot of women suffer postpartum depression. And then we're going to, of course, be homeschooling her. Yeah.
Hey, you know what, dude? Because I didn't go to high school, but you know, I would homeschool my kids too. I would do like a hybrid.
Yo, it shows.
It
shows you didn't go to high school.
Yeah, because my mom made my diploma. I know, dude. In crayon, as Jeremy was about to say. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I would homeschool, like, as far as like learning goes, but I would try to like you know, for my kids at least, I try to keep them involved in something like social, like sports or after school
for
stuff
sure.
with that.
Yeah, I agree big time.
Sports, Cub Scouts, and Girl Scouts. That's what I
Well,
do. I homeschool my youngest.
She's probably going to be like decently athletic, so we'll just let her play whatever sport she wants to play, and then we're going to teach her instruments early, and then we're just going to find other truther children. Like where we live, we have a bunch of like based truthers making babies right now, so she'll just get to hang out with all them. So yeah, I think that the only detriment to homeschool is like no social interaction. I agree. So but I mean, I'm not going to send her to a school. I'm like, she's just not going to go to one.
Well, I'd also
be careful. You gonna be athletic with her, bro? I rollerblade, I bicycle, I do all that crap. I'll even watch Barbie and girly shows with my damn daughters.
Yeah, that homeschool not getting the social aspect is a myth, dude. Two of my kids were national gymnasts, and you know, like state champions and all that. Like they get plenty. They have plenty of friends, and it's just
sports.
Yeah, they love it.
Yeah, recreation department. That's open to all children, not just ones in public school.
Three kids, not one of them set foot in the classroom, you know, in a public school. And then two of them have their masters now from a college.
True for
they have master's degrees from a college and never went to school. So just add that up.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think I can teach her better than the school will. Like, I went to a college preparatory private school, full ride to a private university, and I found a lot of what they had told me was just absurd and wrong. And that was actually, I went to a Christian private college preparatory school, so they didn't teach me evolution, and still a lot of stuff they taught me was wrong.
I was gonna ask, was it a private platform? Because it was either Adventist, Christian, or Catholic or Protestant.
It was called Trinity Christian, so it was it was like Protestant.
They tried to send me to a preparatory college, man. They tried sending me to like Stanton Preparatory College and shit when I was young. That's before I was shot out, though.
Went to Lumen Christi, and it's the same school system as you.
Wait, what?
In the same class and category.
You never know that. Oh, sorry, bro. I was gonna say you never know if they're gonna be athletic, though, bro. You could have two left hands and two left feet, bro. Be just athletically gifted, or you could be like captain of the team, bro, and they freaking beat. You never know, but they will have
Well,
their
we'll
skills.
see. Yeah,
They will
we'll see.
definitely have their skills, bro, and they could be good at anything.
Oh,
Their
yeah, I'm
natural
saying I'm
talent,
pretty
you got to
athletic.
see where the ball falls, just what their natural talent.
Yeah, well, me and my dad and my granddad are all pretty athletic, but and so is my sister. But we'll see. There's no telling, I guess.
All I ever prayed for was a healthy child.
Yeah, of course, and I want her to do what she wants to do.
You can
We are
teach
going
her
to teach her
martial arts,
instruments,
bro.
though.
Bring her down. I got women that'll teach it to her. My oldest daughter and my youngest.
So I'm going to drive 13 hours for martial arts class, Michael.
How about for the summer?
Mm.
You got an RV? You can park that motherfucker out here by the horses or by the car barn, right next to the bar.
We do plan on we do plan on taking the children to travel a lot when they're young.
I got a pool, and I don't expect you to swim in the river. We got a pool. We got ponies. We got all kinds of shit for kids to do out here.
I'm excited about it, honestly. I think it's going to be cool, and I want to give her a lot of the opportunities I didn't have, where I could teach her how to think and give her all kinds of real information, where she can, like, for science, she can go, like, I can show her to do experiments and demonstrations way more frequently than they do in schools, and I just want her to, I want to set her up, to
You
succeed.
know what I think? I've always been a real picky father in my daughter's life and my kids. I think it's cool that you think it's cool. Not a lot of men are. They're all like, we're going to have a kid. You plan on being involved in your daughter's life as a godly man should be.
Yeah, for sure. Like nonstop. And we both are blessed where currently our jobs, we work from home. So homeschool won't be too difficult for us.
There's a lot of subjects that are, that are good, like in elementary school and all that, but obviously we're all going to see the subjects that are kind of questionable. And so you could put your own twist on it, man. Just thinking about that, man, it makes me wish I could go back. But
yeah,
like math is obviously important, and English, grammar, and stuff like that. But like social studies, man, and history, you'll be able to.
So homeschooling, you test on the computer, and each state has its requirements, but you can teach classes that aren't part of the curriculum, but you have to fulfill the state curriculum.
Yeah, she just has to pass a test. But actually, I heard that I can get an affidavit of status, and she actually doesn't even have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he can oversee what's taught. Like, look, this is what's claimed. Columbus.
I know.
Sailed the ocean blue. He can teach you the rhyme and all that, but here's the facts. He can put his own twist on everything. I like the idea, man.
Dude, what we plan on doing is maybe actually creating a truther curriculum as we go. A homeschool truther curriculum as we go, working with other parents so we can we want to like spearhead the new, honestly, baller or flat earther, you should know that the school system is absolutely trash now. You should know that. And
completely.
Yeah.
2 words. I'm a core.
Yeah, I know, man. Like, how could they still even teach that Columbus discovered America? I mean, like, literally, that's like the first truth anybody learns, and they still teach it. Like, really? So every teacher and every student in the whole damn world, whatever, and knows that that's not true, and they still teach it. Like, what the F, man?
Wait, what do they teach that's incorrect about that?
What are you talking about? What's incorrect about it, man?
The way you stated it, or what they
sailed
teach?
the ocean blue, like he discovered America. Like he discovered America, dude. There was people already here in America.
They teach that though.
Okay, good. Because I mean, that just stuck in your head when you get a rhyme in 1492. Columbus sailed the ocean blue and all that. And let me ask you, Coach Joe, did he think it was flat? Did he know it was a ball? Why did he think he was if they knew so much about the world and they already had the longitude latitudes from back then from Germany right about that time, why did he think he was pulling it? Why did he think he was shoring on to India?
He thought he was finding the fastest route to India, or another route to India. That's great. There was this entire continent, just like when they went to Antarctica. There's a bunch of land that they didn't know about.
The globe is
America,
the reason
there was a bunch of land they didn't know about.
The globe is the reason he messed up.
Did he discover anything, Coach?
He knew it was a
I want
globe.
to go over that Columbus thing. So the age of discovery was basically started by the Pope, and he basically said, that anybody who discovers land where there's no Christians there, you can take over the land and you have right to the land, right? So what the 5 tribes, they're called the 5 civilized tribes, what they did is they accepted Christianity and therefore didn't fall into that category. The Cherokee people came up with their own constitution, their own Bill of Rights. It was like, oh, okay, we'll play the game by the rules so we don't get treated like everybody else. Unfortunately, that ended in a trail of tears, literally. But yeah, the age. I'm trying to talk about the age of discovery. So they don't explain this to you, right? They just say that he discovered America, which is kind of like a lie by omission, because if you're a child, you think discovered means like I found it, like finders keeper. I discovered a dollar bill in the merry-go-round. Nobody claimed it, so I kept it. No, you didn't discover America. It was a legal term, right? And the legal term means that they discovered land that wasn't inhabited by Christians, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but okay, so if they teach that there was people here, go ahead, Michael.
Too many white
Bro,
men.
how did he call them Indians if he never even seen them, Kosho? If he never made it to North America, how did he call them Indians?
So anyhow,
So in other words, hold on. My point being, that was stupid for me to stop there. But my point being is that obviously other people followed him and still thought it was India the whole time. So what about your globe now, Kosho?
You guys are still welcome at the powwow. We're not mad about it. We're not mad about it. You can come to the powwow. You can come to the res. Buy you some artifacts.
I think the globe killed Amelia Earhart.
That's a good theory.
I've wondered about Amelia. I have.
Yeah, I think the globe killed her.
Since this conversation started, I've wondered about her.
I think that they actually did start to try to use the globe back in the day. And dude, I found a Rosicrucian book for the order talking about the Copernican principle being wrong in like the 1930s.
That doesn't surprise me. You know, if you think about it, if you were like legit, like talking about the globe, right, it'd be like accepted. But if you're legit talking about the flat earth, it'd be like, you guys kind of need to take that shit underground. Like, nobody wants to hear all your speculations about the earth not being a globe. We know it's a globe because science is settled. Right, close show.
Pathetic, man. Pathetic.
I stopped paying attention when you guys started responding to shit that was happening in your head. I'm talking about Columbus, and you're talking about the Trail of Tears. They're not even in the same,
my head.
They're not even the same subject of conversation.
So Columbus discovering America and all the people that lived here, you know, they didn't discover it first. Columbus did.
Yeah, so that's the other weird thing. It's like when you guys say he discovered America, they teach this. Everybody knows that they teach you that there was people here already. So regardless of what the phrasing is of how you remember it, we know that when they say he discovered America, it doesn't mean that he was the first person here because there was already people here. So
yeah,
there's not some confusion. There's not some confusion there.
They shouldn't say that. Like to say discovered, it's obviously just European centric history. That is pretty clearly a good critique.
Yeah, but that's also it's clear though. It's clearly
even that.
stated.
Yeah, it's a fruitless argument too. I mean, Indians aren't mad about it, and then we don't even like being called Indian.
I know it's not.
I'm a First Nations person.
They shouldn't say he discovered it though. I was just saying, like.
Okay, discover. Transitive
legal.
To notice.
Legal.
Oh, you want the legal definition?
Yeah, Latin legal definition of discovery. It should be a papal decree, but
yeah, it is.
And didn't he land in Cuba anyway?
I just think it's funny that wait, I just want to point this out. So there's this girl that watches my channel. She was her brother was looking through their attic, and they found this letter, like this order given out from the Rosicrucian order about how the Copernican principle is wrong, and it goes in depth with like all these irrefutable facts and then deductions from that, saying that the Copernican principle needs to be re-examined and it needs to be sincerely reconsidered because it looks like it's wrong, and everyone needs to send it out to their newspapers and all this stuff, and that's what needs to be taught within the order. So yeah, it's really crazy. She's got the actual copy from the 30s. It's pretty dope. I just wanted to say that. I think that's interesting with the narrative that we knew the Earth was going around the sun forever, and everyone knew it for a fact. No, actually, like high level people in the 30s were disputing it.
Oh yeah, one of my first videos on my YouTube channel. It's no longer there, but I met a couple of farmers on the side of the road, doing it old school, like selling crops out of the back of the truck. But I interviewed them for like 15 minutes and asked them, hey, do you remember the flat Earth debate? They were like, oh yeah. And then they had some negative shit to say about flat earthers, and they were like, oh yeah, the debate. Yeah, we remember. And I said, when do you think it pretty much ended? And they were like, well, I guess around the 60s. I don't really remember much after that. And I was like, oh, you mean like the moon landings? And they were like, oh yeah, it definitely ended after that. So everybody saw it on TV, right? And, it's kind of like the World of Worlds. I heard it on the radio, Mars is attacked. Oh my God, I better kill myself. And I heard, people like actually killed themselves in the Mars attack thing. But, yeah. So they saw it on TV, which is like worse than hearing it on the radio. They had visual and audio hallucinations, right, by the television. So they saw it on TV, right? So they all bought it. So that pretty much squashed the flat Earth debate, right? And it's really interesting, because I kept interviewing the guy to show, because he was 83, right? So I wanted to show that he was like mentally sound. So I started asking him questions about his life when he was younger, and he started telling me about how back in the day he would come in with his crops, drop it off at like the train station, go into town on credit, buy everything that he needed, for the next day, and like come back through and basically like pick up the money from the train station from, everything based on the honor system. He was telling me like they don't do it like that anymore.
Yeah, they do here though. Like I just now left Ace Hardware and I'm getting these bolts I need, and I've been there 3 times today because I'm trying to figure out the right length and stuff. It's really annoying, but anyway, I go up there and I say I got 16 of these bolts that cost 65 cents each. I got 30 of these that cost $1.43 each, and they just, dude, bam, put it in the register. It's not like they're like, no, I got to fact check you. So there are still some places that do that. Like where I'm from, if you shake someone's hand, I got this dude to mow my yard yesterday. I shook his hand, agreed for $60, and it was no questions asked. He's going to do it. I'm going to pay him. I actually went to give him the money in the middle of it. He's like, I'm not done yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it does exist.
You don't pay till you're done. I don't collect money until maybe a little bit. If $1.43. Oh.
That was actually too high. I think that the
I know, dude. I know you were making a point, bro.
Yeah. They were too expensive though. Some of these are like right at 89 cents, I think.
But yeah, when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that, this has been settled for like 400 years, no, the fuck, it hasn't.
We should be able to say to anybody, listen, I know you're a well-renowned person. I'd like to pay for your time to talk about the shape of the earth. But you know what? That should never be an argument against globe and flat earth, because that's a false dichotomy. Flat is not a shape. So we should, number one, pay people for their time to talk about the belief we were brought up in. And it really shouldn't become this why it's not a flat earth thing. It should only be solely based on how we've come to determine it's a globe and is it a justifiable claim.
Yeah, something else you just reminded me of when so Jared and I are setting up this summit, and then we're getting this like really nice software to do future things like this. And one of the things we want to do is like epic debates, like say like 4 epic debates. And so I'm really hoping we can get both the flat earthers and the globers to pitch in to pay like the more prominent, higher level debaters to go do this like professional debate showdown. It's going to be dope.
Hey, you got a link to this so I can advertise in my server?
Yeah, I got a link to the summit. Yeah, just
Hit me
a
up in the DM.
Okay.
Try to
Alright.
get James to co-sign it because he's always trying to help. Like he wants to piece you off with the super chat. Tell him, hey, it would be a big favor. This is my idea. If you could kind of float it out there, because I'm sure his audience would love to see Professor Dave finally fucking put up. Or not, even though that's not who I really meant when I meant like a legitimate person, but
Yeah, I don't want to pay that dude at all. That dude has agreed to do it on a non-biased platform. He's a man up to do it on a neutral one. But I'm talking about like actual professors, astrophysicists, astronomers, and like higher level people. And then we might be smooth with it, right? Like if you can get not Neil deGrasse Tyson, but someone that's really prominent, like a really prestigious university professor, just to debate heliocentrism and geocentrism, right? Not even get to the flat part. Just having really epic debates. I think it's going to be dope, man. I think that what Jaron and I are doing is super cool, and it's going to be an app you download. You can interact, questions and answers. The best questions are voted on by the group. It can only hold up to 2,000 people at once inside the app, but it's still like super fire, and it's really expensive. But we're hoping that we can at least make some money on this, because what we did is set it up to basically support the speakers themselves for the most part, but if we can at least make enough money to pay all the speakers and to just not be like in the negative, and then whatever we get, we're going to try to just throw to the really nice software, and then we want to start setting up like these epic online things like these debates. And I would think that maybe some Globers would also pitch in, right, to get like the really prominent professors or whatever to come and debate. Some of these people are going to want like $1,000 at least to debate, and I think that would be epic if we could like really elevate the conversation. We need to think of like big things like this instead of like, oh man, I got a new argument. Where's Zanuck? It's TEMMS.live.
Well, I can solve it right here with just myself.
Oh my God.
If you just open your mind, did some research, use some tools that are at your disposal, you can figure it out for yourself. But you're chasing your tail with it, trying to reinvent the wheel.
What are you, the Candyman? Somebody says your name.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
I think Eli's trying to talk.
Yeah, I appreciate that input, Zanuck. Thank you.
You said you wanted to know about the evidence.
Zanuck, shut up.
I thought it was my turn.
Never.
No, you already said what you said, and I said thank you. Appreciate it. We don't need you to rehash all the things you've been rehashing. We heard you the first time.
Okay.
Okay. Damn. Now, what was I gonna say?
You were gonna say that's an awesome idea, Austin. You should definitely do that.
Yeah. Sure. That's true.
Does anyone have any suggestions as to like who we would get to debate for the Globe?
Oh, I just remembered. So I was like, yeah, because I got two moon arguments. I don't even care to ask any of these people because they just act like they don't understand what they're talking about. Remember that day that when we were talking about the stars, and they just could not accept the premise that was before. Is that I'm standing in one location, looking, and here it is, and they're just like, well, if you move, no, I'm standing. Well, if you move, like all of them, I don't want that. I forget that. Like, so I sent you something in your inbox, I think. So look that over. Because the whole argument is that, well, in heliocentrism, all of the movements of the main bodies that we see, well, I mean, let them tell it, even like comics and stuff like that. Recurring. But
well, here, just go around calling it.
As far as the moon situation goes, this whole thing where it jumps 10 degrees more or less in one day, that like is not something that's explained It can't be
Well, look in the
explained.
crevices of the couch.
Hold up, Witsit, you're hot micing Witsit.
Hey,
Oh,
Elijah,
my bad,
can
my
you
bad.
Elijah, can you reiterate your question you had me earlier regarding momentum of the air, momentum of the water, and the fish can't keep up? What was that about? I was really like incoherent. I'd like to understand what your
No,
question was.
it's incoherent. Leave it where it's at. Thank you.
No, what was your point about the momentum of the water and the momentum of the impeller? That's not really what you consider momentum, but what was the
Don't worry
point
about
of the fish not catching up?
I think he's saying
it.
he
Don't worry.
doesn't want to engage with you, bro.
Well, he never does because he knows that he makes statements and he can't really even articulate what he's trying to say, and then he
Bro, have you never
declares
read Green
victory.
Eggs and Ham? He
Hey,
doesn't consent, bro.
Well, no,
Zenik,
this is supposed to be a debate
Zenik,
server, I
is it
thought.
possible that there's another reason that he doesn't want to engage with you? Is it possible that there's any other reasons?
Sure, there's
How
always
could it be
reasons.
the reason that I'd never want to engage with him when the last time I engaged with him, I destroyed him on his idea of
What
what
was
a
it? What was that
hypothesis.
about?
So,
What did you
like I
destroy
said,
me on? I was curious.
no thanks.
Well, no,
It's
you said you
recorded.
destroyed me. It was funny when people claim victory and they can't recall.
Does
Or
science
something.
prove things, bro? Zenik?
You literally, no, that's not the question. Look, you dragging him into a conversation.
No,
That
I
ain't
don't want
even
to have
what
a
it's about.
conversation. I just want to know what I'm
Everybody,
curious.
if you keep on interrupting me, I'm just gonna mute you.
I just said I'm curious.
And I'm just gonna mute you.
So I'm not interrupting. You're not talking. Can you tell me what the area of the discussion was that you destroyed me on? I'm just curious what that was.
Well, technically, you're right. You destroyed yourself by presenting contradictions within your argument.
Can you tell me what it was regarding?
Well, you told me I didn't understand what a hypothesis was, and then when I gave citations of what a hypothesis
Okay.
was,
No, that discussion. I don't think we either can talk past each other or we're not taking things in proper context. But yes,
yeah,
that was a good discussion, and
that
we're
was
talking.
me and not you.
Okay, yeah, you can take the victory. I don't really care. I don't have a dog in the race here. I just like this discussion. But you
Hey,
said
Zenik.
something today about. I said you had something today about the momentum of the propeller and the momentum of the water and the fish not being able to keep up. I just when you write things like that, I just go I'm puzzled and I'm scratching my head like, what did you mean?
Hey, Zenik,
Yeah,
have
no,
you ever been proven
when
wrong
you leave,
by a
I'm
flat
gonna
earther?
bring it up. When you leave, I'm gonna bring it up. Don't worry about it now.
Mic check, mic check.
1, 2, 10, 4.
Hey, Mike, are you all right? He wants to check on you.
Mike, are you okay?
You okay, Mikey?
See, the thing is,
Mikey,
I
are you
want to say what I
okay?
have to say. I want to say what I have to say, but I know Zanuck is gonna make it a confused conversation
I
by
promise I
interrupting.
won't. I promise
Okay,
I
then
won't.
just shut up. Then just shut up and let him make his point without jumping in.
So you mind if Witsit mutes you then while I'm talking?
I will absolutely be muted. You can dictate the conversation, Elijah. I give you that privilege and right. Anytime you say
He's not
stop, I'll
trying to
stop.
talk to you at all. You
That wasn't
understand?
the question. Are you okay with Witsit
Yes.
muting you right now?
Yes.
Okay. Witsit, mute him.
I actually can't on my phone because he's at the bottom. If
I
anyone else can
promise I
do it,
will not say a word. I promise.
then shut up.
Nah, because he won't know when I'm done. He's just gonna assume that I'm done.
I
And
will
that's
count to 10 before I say anything.
no. I just want
No,
you to.
try. You know what? You got to give people second shots. You're a religious person. Always good to forgive and forget. Let's move forward. Give me a chance to show that I can give you that.
Thank you. So they keep talking about this idea of conservation of momentum, and earlier I think it was brought up about propellers, in the water. And I was trying to understand because I guess that was supposed to be analogous to the air being dragged along by the force of gravity and the centrifugal forces and blah 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 blah, and you would use that as propulsion or to help you reach escape velocity to get out of the earth. And then the idea of the propeller was used as an example. So I thought, well, if the propeller is supposed to be rotating like the earth and the water is supposed to be flowing, well, at least some of it, with the propeller, then my example was, so you're saying that that a fish could swim in that current and somehow use it to propel itself faster than the spin of the propeller. Just like with the spin of the earth, you can use being in the air, which is holding or conserving momentum or energy. You can use that to propel yourself faster than the earth. So I said that doesn't make any sense. That was the whole point.
It's a good argument.
All right, I'm gonna unmute the impulsive guy.
Would you like to respond, Zenny? Good 10 seconds.
Well, I mean, can I like respond? I don't know too much about this, but I mean,
Yeah,
doesn't
hold on.
Okay.
No, I was muted. That was kind of
The
uncool because
second he got unmuted.
well, no, because you said you weren't going to mute me, and I told you I wouldn't talk for 10 seconds, and I was being really patient.
You said it like
No,
10
no, I
times.
said I
I'm
wasn't.
And then I got
Yeah,
muted.
exactly.
Then I got
Wait,
muted in
Xanax,
the middle of
listen,
it. So
listen
why would you
carefully.
do that?
Xanax, listen carefully. You said you were gonna stop, but then you had to reiterate that you were gonna stop like 7 times, which is not stopping. So I had to mute you. Yeah.
After he's already started for like about a minute or two, then you muted out of nowhere.
Hey guys, I want to ask
You
you
guys
guys a
just
question.
being
You
real.
notice,
It's kind
you
of a
notice
fucked
that
up
I don't ever
situation.
get
You guys
muted?
act like this, you know. It's
You
not
notice I
really
don't ever
fun.
get muted?
Taking the fun out of it.
No matter what server I go into, they don't mute me. You wonder why that is? Because I'm not perfect, right? God forbid. I'm not saying that I'm perfect, right? But I don't actually force them to govern me and mute me. You ever notice that, Xanax? You guys just don't understand how to govern yourself.
I offered to do it, yet I was still muted. So there's no going back now to the perception and the
So
power
stop
trip that
talking
some people
about it,
own.
dude. Stop. You
And you
said that
just
you were
talked over
gonna
me right there. So
Yeah,
there's
because
a lot
you're
of
getting on
protection
my
going on here.
nerves.
Now, do you want me
You're
to
just
respond to
crying about
Elijah
the
or not?
format. Just shut up, dude. I'm a fair moderator and everyone knows it. Just stop.
Appeal to consensus. Why don't you let Bacon talk enough? Because if I can't talk, he was going to respond.
It was Armand.
Or Armand then. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna because I don't know too much on this, but I remember there was an argument though about like winds in the south or whatever, like planes being able to fly on that, and that the wind, allowing the plane to actually travel faster than it needs to be. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is if who was it, Elijah? If Elijah is saying that the fish can't swim along this water or whatever, that I mean, like I don't know, it just kind of destroys that other argument, but that it's sort of. I wouldn't say irrelevant, but it's just weird. All right, it's just weird. I don't know if he follows that logic.
Yeah,
With
it
the
is.
plane flying in the air, and
well, there is a conservation of
It is a
momentum.
oh my god.
Well, I thought you went on. I thought I was going to respond to you in your
Well,
statement.
you let him respond already, so I
But
have
he
to
didn't.
respond
He
to
was
him now.
making an anecdotal. Okay, go ahead. You tell me when you want me to talk, and I'll talk.
Yeah, it's wholly irrelevant because it's non sequitur. It's not the same argument. I was using his example as a parallel to his claim. Talking about how fast the air moves, independent of the ground, is not the conservation of it. That's different.
Okay, so can I respond to you, Elijah? Because it's pretty simple. And I can see where you made a mistake in your drawing your comparisons and your analogies.
It wasn't my comparison or my analogy. It was yours.
I think your analogy was that since we use the atmosphere and the spin of the Earth to help us accelerate faster than the Earth's spin, you then equated it to a propeller that's spinning, but then of course that's imparting a linear velocity to the air, a linear force, and you do have a rotation, and water does follow that propeller as you mentioned in your statement. But there wouldn't be a fish that could use any of that conservation of momentum, as you said, to do anything other than follow the accelerated water at a higher velocity than the stagnant water or the ambient water to go faster than it. There's no forces there to do that. Just as there's no forces to make the airplane go faster than the speed of the Earth, the rotational velocity of the Earth, unless there was a force applied, which is the rocket engines.
Ugh. Hey,
Yeah,
dude,
I didn't understand why you made I said, yeah, I know. I agree with all of that, except for when you said it was my analogy because it was yours. But now you're saying what I'm saying. So yeah,
Okay.
just like you lost the hypothesis. Yeah, same exact thing. So now
Wow.
you agree
Okay.
with
Well,
me.
that, you want to claim victory again? Keep on beating your chest and saying you're winning, but you know, you're winning. I was
Well,
real
it
clear
was
about the hypothesis, and I was real
it
clear
was
about
your
this.
analogy. It was
Okay.
your analogy.
So you do agree that in our model that makes sense that we have an angular velocity, that we have a tangential velocity, which is going to be its momentum at the surface. When we leave the surface, we retain that momentum, and we can use it because we're changing direction to create centrifugal force, because changing direction causes a force, or is required to have a force.
Well, the fact that the Earth is moving, and that the fact that we experience no air lag because of angular momentum retention,
I mean,
that's the claim that you have to support.
we're not
With what?
talking about. Oh, we know that whatever the Earth is doing, the air is roughly doing the same thing. It's following us. We can send balloons up and see that it's going straight up pretty much. Now the lagging is very, very slight, but if we even acknowledge and admit to this possible lagging, if there was no other forces involved, that's fine. We only are using the momentum of 1,000 miles an hour. This 1,000 miles an hour times the mass. That is the momentum. It's conserved, and we will take off going eastward, gaining that momentum, and then having this increased force due to a faster rate of turn than the Earth. That creates centrifugal force, which is v squared times mass divided by the radius, and that will keep. The faster we go with the jets or the rocket engines that are firing, that will go and make the rocket faster and faster, creating more and more force as it's going faster, because that's part of the centrifugal force equation, and eventually gets so fast that it creates a force that balances its weight. When it balances its weight, it is in orbit. It is not going to go away from the orbit. It's not going to go toward the surface. It'll be in perfect equilibrium. And that's how an orbit works.
Right. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
In a vacuum of course it does. In the vacuum of the belief that we were all brought up in, I understand that. Now you were
Or
supposed to
vacuum of
provide.
belief or vacuum of space?
Now you were supposed to provide justification for what you said, because again, it's just a repetition of what we all know. We're asking, okay, since there's no effect to observe, well, how do you expect to justify this? You gave an example of propellers and water, and I thought to myself, that's not analogous in any way.
I think you gave the propellers in water analogy. I gave you a description of what happens with the imparting of momentum to the water.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. You gave
I
it.
wouldn't have brought a propeller in this type of discussion.
Well, you were the one that was trying to explain the conservation of momentum with the propellers in the water.
No, you spread up propellers and fish and all that. And I said the propellers. How does it? How are you applying the conservation momentum to propellers? They spin.
No,
They don't have momentum. They have angular momentum, but that's not really what we're talking about here. They're spinning and have a airfoil or a hydrofoil on there, and that hydrofoil imparts a negative momentum to the water and it accelerates it. And that acceleration is a force is required. So that force acts on those propeller blades and pushes the boat or the propeller in the water at a faster rate than it's.
I think we agree. I think we agree that that's not
Okay.
analogous to the claim that's being made about the Earth spinning and the air moving with it. So I agree with you. That's not an analogy. Because if it was, obviously the fish wouldn't be spinning faster than the propeller due to the momentum of the propeller. But that's not the analogy I gave. I just said, well, if it was analogous, then a fish swimming in that stream would not be moving faster than the propeller. I didn't give that analogy. I just
I
inserted
copied it
position.
and pasted it and said, "What did you mean by this?" I never brought up the propeller.
I didn't bring up the analogy. I talked about the fish because that would be the most analogous portion of it. The fish going into the conserved momentum of the water and then moving faster than it, because it's analogous to the rocket that needs to reach escape velocity. Again, I didn't bring up the propeller example. I just said, well, in order for it to be somewhat analogous, you would need to put a fish that was moving faster than that propeller because of the water it was propelling.
Well, the analogy falls apart because when you're going into orbit, all you're doing is going at a faster turning rate, not necessarily a velocity.
Exactly.
You have a velocity that's fixed, but that turning rate is what you care about, and that turning rate happens at a certain altitude, because as you get lower, that velocity is going to be a lot higher. So they go higher as they can, and then they have a certain amount of, because they don't have a certain amount of power, they don't have the optimal amount is at in space, because you don't have the air resistance, and here's the power you need, here's the speed at which you need to travel tangentially, and then they can get the angular change because you're following a circular path. That angle change gives you a centrifugal force when it's matched during orbit. Now, to leave an orbit, as you mentioned just now, that would occur if you go even faster, meaning either you can't just turn at a greater rate because then you would go down into the earth, so you need to have more thrust. So more thrust will give you a higher centrifugal force too, and eventually that centrifugal force is so high that you leave the orbit. And that happens at 25,000 miles an hour. Clear, cleanly.
That's why you and I both agree that the propeller analogy is forward. Yes. So now the justification for what you just said, I don't know what that would be, but you can believe that if you want to. I no longer believe that.
So we can now send things into orbit. We also have things you can see in orbit that are large enough, like the ISS. They are circling us. Now, if you wanted to say, well, it could also work on a flat Earth, that's a stretch, because if it is circling us, you need a centripetal force. I ask you what you think that centripetal force could be, rather than I don't know, it just is.
The ether moving.
The ether moving is the centripetal force. The ether moving is the centripetal force inward to some point axis of rotation that keeps the ISS or anything else that we see circling us every 90 minutes in this circular path.
Well, you know that a circle is a plane, right? Like, not.
A circle can describe a plane, yes.
Yeah. So when we see things circle, it could be circling over the plane of the Earth.
Well, we don't see it circling.
So yeah, of course we don't. I know, but it comes back around.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. If you're going to say that that's due to the Earth's spin, well, again, that premise has to be validated
That's due to their
first.
spin.
But is it? I don't care, man.
Yeah,
like
who
I
cares?
said, believe
I
it.
didn't want to say. I want to say this to flat earthers though. There is something up there that goes fast, by the way, because you can go and look at it transit in front of the sun, and then you can be damn far away, and see it transit the sun at the time predicted within a couple minutes of the predicted time. Sometimes you can't see it. Use a solar filter. You can see it when you play it back though, and so yeah, it's very interesting. If there's like some type of superfluid, then you would have no impedance, and if you were able to utilize a natural electromagnetic field, I think that you may be able to attain some pretty crazy speeds because you would have no impedance or friction in the superfluid. So I don't know, but I mean, I'm just saying, piece of advice to flat earther. You can randomly go, you can tell no one, keep it top secret, go look at the predictions, then go out and look, and you'll catch it going across the sun. So, there's definitely something in the sky.
I'm more inclined to believe that. And we see it in the sky. We see it going really fucking fast. That's all you basically said, and you gave a reason as to why that might be. It might be some superfluid up there. But I'm not gonna. I can believe that. I can't believe what I'm looking at is because I'm spinning in it. Nah, you can have that.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's crazy what they're saying. So it's free falling around the ball effectively, but I'm just saying there is something up there like.
Because
and that's their baby, dude. That is their baby. Like that's their quote unquote home run at the Ursa Ball.
Well, why can't you set a balloon up and try to figure out if the superfluid is actually moving? If you send a balloon up, it'll go straight up, and people do this all the time.
Balloons only go like 120,000 feet.
That's close enough to a vacuum. That's still 0.015 psi.
What are you talking about?
150 thousandths of a psi.
Nobody was talking about a vacuum. We were talking about a potential superfluid and 120,000 feet.
Well, so would a
120,000
superfluid?
and
First of all,
Derek, you have to mute you.
and at 120,000 feet, obviously that's not where the superfluid is. It's there.
Exactly.
It's that. Just cut it out.
well, it's
Stop
150,000.
being so strawman-y.
I'm not. I'm saying it's 150 thousandths of 1 psi, so it's pretty close to a zero vacuum. We can't go much higher with that balloon, but we can shoot things up and measure these. See, why do I get interrupted and no one gets said anything? Be that when I say
Yeah, no one interrupts.
So when you can send these things up like rockets and measure this pressure and see that it is. And we've had things at 300,000 or 400,000 feet. Planes actually went to 300,000 with some jet assist controls, but still we've had the X-15 going 5,000 miles an hour or something. But that's not the point. The point is we're up there. While you're up there, if there's some superfluid or some area where it suddenly changed from air, because it's a pretty natural distribution or even distribution of the mixture of CO2 and oxygen and nitrogen as you go up, and we get up to that level, why aren't we measuring some other substance, and why aren't we getting some kind of forces that are moving it left or right, which we don't see? We only see, and these satellites go the opposite direction, by the way. So
dude, you're just being ridiculous. So
I'm not being ridiculous. You don't think satellites go the opposite direction?
Dude, listen, you don't understand things, I guess, okay? But what was said was that at a certain undefined altitude, there could be something like a superfluid. We have lots of evidence of characteristics similar to that, including sprites. All kinds of electromagnetic phenomena going on up high. Like how high you send a balloon is not anywhere. It's not anywhere close enough to high enough to potentially see what's up there. The point is that speaking from like a mechanism perspective, right, like a physics perspective, a superfluid offers a medium void of impedance and friction, and is highly conductive. You can have crazy efficient electromagnetic propagation without impedance in a superfluid. Okay, that's all it is. I'm not making definitive claims. I'm just saying that there is something up there. Some of us are open-minded enough to want to figure out what it is, and we know what you're saying is just stupid. There aren't humans on it either.
I'm stupid. You make up some things that nobody would agree with.
I didn't say you.
You didn't say you were stupid.
Hold on. Wait. You just said I'm stupid. I'm giving you
I didn't.
The logical explanation of what happens and giving you backing it with basic physics. You mentioned physics about how things would ISS we see how large we know how large it is. Very easy to determine how large it is. Whether the Earth is round or flat, we know how large it is, and we know it's going 17,000 miles an hour roughly, even if it's flat or round. So you're being disingenuous and totally intellectually dishonest by saying I'm stupid, calling me names.
I didn't say
you're not supposed to do. Hold on.
Why are you
and yet
lying?
you make up something that makes absolutely no sense
You're
to
muted.
me anyway, and probably to many people, that there's a superfluid up there that's
One,
highly conductive that provides no
two,
resistance for something to move through. Yet, hold
Okay,
on,
I have to
almost
mute you.
done.
You're actually
Shut
gonna make me mute.
Fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
The last thing I was going to say is that they go both directions too. So why would a superfluid would it matter whether it is low risk?
Okay, so we all heard him say that your argument is stupid, which is not offending the rules of the server, right? We can all say that what you said is stupid, right? Because what you said is your argument, right? So don't take it personal, right? Offenses taken. Right now,
I think it was the day. I think it was the day before yesterday. The exact same thing happened. Glober said some flat earthers' argument was stupid.
Yep.
And he was muted because it was considered that that's also calling the same person stupid. I'm not saying which one is the case.
Well, he's
I'm just
muted
pointing out
because
that
he
the
can't
exact.
shut up.
Okay, so if someone
just
says
pointing out the exact.
no, then they shouldn't have done that. If you want to get some specifics, I'm sure you don't, right? So
I can. I have it recorded. I have the timestamp when
who
that
did
happened.
it? Who did it, and who said it?
Geo did it. Yeah. Oh, Howard also remembers.
So if you say I think that argument's stupid, that's against the rules. No, it's not.
I don't think that should be against the rules. I think Geo made a
Saying
mistake.
that, I'm just pointing out that the exact same thing happened, but in the case of flat earthers' argument being called stupid, and then the Glober got muted, and the claim was that that was the same as calling the flat Earth stupid. I'm not saying which one is right. If Jill was right, if you
He's not.
I'm just saying.
I did. So we heard you, dude. Please say it 15 more times. Okay, so this is what I would say the nuance should be. If you say, like, I think your argument's stupid, but you go on to expand why, then that's cool. If someone says something and you're just like, that's stupid, that's so stupid, you just don't understand, you're so stupid, then that's not cool. But if you're like, I think that's argument stupid because da-da-da-da, that's not an insult to the person personally. So, I don't know the context of the other thing. I'm sure it was a Glober just saying over and over, nuh-uh, handily dismissing and saying it was stupid with no specificity. What
Well, we
I
shouldn't
would,
assume that if you weren't here.
There's no reason even to argue that. The reason Zanuck was muted is because Austin was telling him, no, I'm not saying that you're stupid. But he continued to talk and didn't want to. He kept saying that you did call him stupid and then wouldn't shut up. And then Austin said, I'm going to mute you, and even did a countdown and then waited 10 seconds after that. He wouldn't shut up.
Yeah, because just saying it 5 times when I obviously didn't say that is ridiculous. So
Right,
anyway,
sorry, just real fast. Here's the difference, right? So if, someone like Napalm interrupts somebody, right? Napalm barely talks. He barely talks in here, and when he does, he's super concise and makes points. Someone like, let's say Elijah, right? He's always on topic and addressing what was said, and very good, probably better than anybody else in here, or at least as good as anyone else in here, at staying on topic and keeping the topic on point, right? But it's when people are interrupting each other and they're off point, talking about everything under the sun and super long monologues, right? I know that I get kind of monologuing sometimes. Please interrupt me if I'm carrying on, like right now. But if you're
both
being
sides
quiet
do
for the
that.
most part, yeah, both sides do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying both sides do that. Sometimes, this happened 4 times a day with a flat earther, where someone's bringing up a point, then a flat earther just brings up some other point and interrupts the conversation in the middle of someone talking to bring up another point, right? And that's not how conversation takes place. The overarching thing should be everyone should try to keep it concise and specific and not interrupt. These are very simple parameters for conversation. A lot of people want to say, oh, that's so rich coming from Austin, keep it concise. But if I talk for 30 seconds, I say a lot in that 30 seconds specific to the point, and everyone knows that I do. So, that should be kind of what people try to do. Be specific and concise, and don't just repeat yourself 17 times in one moment that you're talking. If it's your turn to talk, you shouldn't say the same thing 15 times. And that's just basic conversation.
I wanted to piggyback on something Austin said a couple minutes ago. When I was into my outer space religion about 15 years ago, my TV in Indianapolis told me to go out back and see this International Space Station go over, and it went exactly how it said, and so I believed it. And then my TV a couple days ago told me to do the exact same thing. But the thing is, we know now that from 245 miles up at 365 yards across, you're not going to see it, even if it was up there. And so obviously we know better now. But it's interesting. My TV still tells me to go outside and look for it.
That's wrong, but all right.
Okay, thanks for the substantive remark. So,
let me guess.
Yes.
The sun's reflecting off of it as it's moving 17,000 miles an hour across my sky, but isn't shimmering or shining or anything. It's just a light in the sky, right, Arma? Script 101. When someone says that you can't see the ISS, just go to page 1, paragraph 2 of the script and say the sun's reflecting over it, no matter where the sun is. It's a done script, man.
I don't think it's
sure.
done.
Yep, script.
Well, anyway.
Put any reflective object anywhere moving across your field of vision with a light source and see what it does. Thank you. Thanks for playing, man. We know your script.
First off, that's not okay. So when you do that with an object, whatever.
Now
right?
you're going to argue that the ISS isn't reflective?
Well, no,
so
I'm not
how can
arguing.
we see it?
No, I didn't say that. So first off, when you have something right, like an object, and you're doing this,
Don't argue with you. We don't need. We have your script.
Well, no, you're making a point. So you want me to address it, or you're just gonna say words?
I'll say, Arma. What do you think about this?
Well, it's just like, I feel like what you did, Arma, like, and it's not just you, it's Xanax. Like, when we make a point, you'll say no, and then answer a completely different question, not justifying why you initially said no. Like, so
Oh,
Hank, Larry's basically saying, well, all he said was the ISS, one of the arguments is that it's reflective. But that's why you can see it. Doesn't matter where the sun is. Like, that's it. What about that did you respond no to?
I don't know, but
hold on.
he's allowed to
Oh, my bad. You go.
respond, guys. Don't interrupt, please.
Jeremy, no one said he's not allowed to respond.
I don't know.
We're looking
Rakia cut him off, then Eli went. Let him respond.
No, I did not
so
cut him
what?
off.
Now
I said
respond to
I
what I
wasn't asking him. I didn't need him. I
No.
knew his script. I didn't ask him a question to respond to,
Still allowed
Jeremy.
to talk here. Dude, he's still allowed to talk here.
I never said he
was in the
wasn't.
middle of a sentence,
Don't
and
do
you
it.
cut him off.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Jeremy. He's allowed to talk. That's why I asked him a question. That's why I asked him a question, because typically people say no when they don't really mean no. So if you meant no to anything that I just summarized him saying, what about it is no?
Yeah, Jeremy, did you actually hear what happened? So Rakia said something, then he just
Ridiculous.
jumped in and said no, that's wrong, and then stopped talking. And then someone else went to talk, and he started interrupting. And now you're saying he got interrupted. That's
Yeah,
not what
It sounded like Rakia was It sounded like Rakia was talking.
Yeah, call me out again,
Rakia
Jeremy. The
was
first time I
talking.
open my mic, I get called out every time. How about you control Zanuck? Like, give him like 9,000 chances. The first time I open my mic, I get like chastised. Rakia. No, I didn't ask Arma anything.
YouTube back.
I was in the middle of
Back,
my
all right?
sentence. I was in the middle of my sentence when Arma butted in with a response to something I didn't ask him. Anything else you want to know?
Well, it's just also, I think, Arma, if you want to talk, that's cool. Everyone can talk, but no one needs to interrupt anybody. And I heard what happened, and I've actually been doing a premier job of modding all day. So I'm not showing any bias. So,
Okay.
Jeremy, you don't have to give me, so just relax.
If that was crypto or whoever just said that, didn't come through very well.
Yeah. I think you're like in an. Like, this is not me taking the piss out of it, but it sounds like you're in an auditorium, like a really big room. Oh, you are okay.
So twice I tried to stay on point. Thank you, Jeremy, for derailing it again. I say one more time, based on my summary, what about that summary do you disagree with?
All right, I just ran it.
Shut the fuck up, Jeremy.
Whoa, what the heck?
Ran the tape back. Right? Arma was in mid sentence. Rakia said thank you, and it sounded like he was done. Arma was responding mid sentence. Rakia cut him off. All right, let everyone cut people off.
It's a great job, man. How about run back the whole day and see how many times we were cut off when you didn't jump in and say anything? I mean, is that what we want to do?
Jeremy, if you go right before that, then you're going to hear what happened was that Arma said no, and then someone went to respond to him just saying that. I said a very substantive remark there, and then Arma ended up interrupting. So if he got interrupted after that, neither person should be interrupted, but that's what happened. I don't know why you would leave it out. Who cares anymore? So, like, if Arma wants to answer Eli's question, we should let him, and then he was about to, then you jump back in with talking about it. So, yeah, whatever. Like, Eli, just ask Arma the question, let him talk. No one interrupt. Seems pretty simple.
I don't think it was. Was it Eli? Who was it? That it was someone asked. Well, I don't even think it was a question. I think it was.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
I'm gonna give a summary of what happened. This is what I think happened. We can all replay the tape. Rakia was finished. Arma responded with no, and began answering a question that wasn't asked. Obviously, it was annoying. Rakia was like, fuck you. He didn't say that specifically, but he did interrupt him, and I was also interrupting, saying, no. Jeremy, you're right. We shouldn't have interrupted. Now that that's cleared up, though, I just want to know what you were saying no to, since you were answering a completely different question. So based on the summary I gave about the reflection of the sun's light on the ISS, what part of that do you disagree with? Why did you say no?
Okay, so let me real fast give my just real fast like what I remember. So I just remember someone saying, "Oh, that I looked outside, I saw the ISS or whatever, but then I found out that 254 miles or whatever is too far away for you to see it." And I said no, and I was gonna pretty much give why you could make it out, or you could or you could see it. That's why I said no, because they pretty much said you couldn't see it, and I'm pretty much saying, well, no, I think you can see it.
And I don't think that was Rakia. I don't remember being.
Yeah,
I think it was
it was
someone
someone
else that
else.
said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
That wasn't me. The only thing I said is I don't need you to respond to what I said. I know your script. Sorry if I cut you off, but I don't. When I ask you a question, as in Arma, what do you think about this? That's when I'm talking to you. That's all I said. I didn't say you can't talk and all that. I said there's no reason to respond to me because I know your script. I'm allowed to say that, right?
Fair enough.
Again, sorry for cutting you off. Now, someone else asked you a question. Do you want to answer that?
All right. Well, what was the question? Because all I
He
remember is
summarized it 4 times, dude. The sun reflecting off the ISS. That was his summary. You
that's
said no
not.
to that.
But what's the actual question to that though?
Oh my
What is
God.
Because I'm saying it should be. You should be
So
able to see it.
he
So
said,
what's the question now?
okay, I'll say it. So what you just said was you just told a recounting of something I completely don't remember, because I remember it could have been Larry talking or Rakia talking. I'm pretty sure it was Rakia who spoke before you, and then spoke after you to tell you he doesn't need you to answer what he had just said. So based on what he just said, which I just summarized, you gave an accounting of some other shit that I don't even remember hearing in the last 10 minutes, to be honest.
I do.
Yeah, this is really hard to follow on the YouTube.
I feel like
It's really petty. It's
we all
really
just
petty.
like
So I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, who really cares, bro? Just move on.
Yeah, moving on.
yeah.
Can we see the ISS 250
All right.
miles away from the ground? And
All
why?
right. All right. So I was gonna say I think so, and it has to do with the brightness, right? Of the light. It's obviously we've went over this before. Obviously, angular size wise, it is. I believe it's too small to make out with your eye. I think, or I forget if I did the math right now. But if it's bright enough, though, that doesn't matter, though. All right. The idea is that a pixel of your camera or your the angular resolution of your eye, your eye will still pick it up, but as like a little like pinpoint of like light. You know what I'm saying? It'll still pick it up as long as it's bright enough. All right. That's all that matters. All right. If it's bright enough, you'll still pick it up. You just can't resolve it.
What
So
about
when
when
you
it's a
see like
shadow
a
silhouette?
look
Excuse
at
me, go ahead.
If it's a silhouette, then I don't think you should see that with your eye. But if you zoom in though with the camera, that's fine though, because then you have, you're making the smaller angles bigger, visually in in your camera.
So how do people know it's the ISS? Just because they're told when it's coming?
See
They
the
don't
whole
recognize it.
the whole thing of Boeing 747 is supposedly 245 feet across, and we can hardly see it from 7 miles up. But you have something that's 365 feet across that is 245 miles up, and we can see it. And it's moving at 17,500 miles an hour. And I actually thought I saw it 15 years ago. And so you just kind of start thinking to yourself, you go, let's throw off my globe indoctrination about my outer space religion and look at the facts. And the facts are you can't see that 365 feet across from 245 miles up when you can't see a Boeing 747 from 7 miles up, or barely can. That's all I was trying to say.
Made out of shiny aluminum. Highly reflective material, 7 miles up. Can't see it with your naked eye.
Where's that evidence? I'm out here on the road all the time. I know my distances. I know roads that I'm approaching. I see 80-foot long trucks at 10 miles away up on the interstate.
Good thing that's not what we're talking about, Howard. Talking about a 747 7 miles up. Look up right now.
Be easier to see the 747.
Look up right now and see how many planes you can pick out in the sky. Then go get on the internet and see how many. Yeah, keep cutting me off there, guy. Then go get on the internet and see how many planes are actually above you that you should be able to see according to you, because you
I
can
see them all
now
the time.
cut me off again, because you now are saying that you can see a 18 wheeler from 250 miles away, apparently.
I didn't say that. You're straw manning me.
Right. Well, as you cut me off, I got a little confused, Howard.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It was only about 5 times in the span of a small sentence.
I think it was 2 though.
You do? What if it was 3? Would you be wrong again?
Two and a half.
So you're
Guys,
admitting,
don't cut it.
Or you're going to cut
Yeah.
them off, say 2.5?
Yeah, mods, don't cut
each
people
other
off when
off.
they're speaking, man. Whether it's
Yeah.
2 or 3 or 5.
Come on, guys,
Guys,
please.
let's elevate the conversation. Hey, you ever notice that the ISS can be directly overhead and you still cannot see it? Or if you actually observe the ISS often, you notice that when you do see it, it'll be the brightest object in the sky, and then at some point it just disappears completely. Not because it's out of sight, because it just seems to completely vanish. It might be because you can't actually see this object on its own. You actually see a very bright glare that it's reflecting from the sun, only at opportune times when the sun is at a position to do that. Same thing with airplanes, actually.
Maybe it's just the fact that
Yeah, but
maybe it's
allegedly,
Jesus. Maybe it's just the fact. Fuck me. It would take 3 seconds for me to finish. What's wrong with this server?
I see a doctor.
What if it's just a fucking hologram? That's why it's disappearing.
Good point.
yeah, allegedly Howard saw it for the entire transit across the sky, coming from the west, mind you.
Yeah, nearly the entire transit across the sky. It came up on the west horizon and went below the trees, and it did blink out, but it was behind the trees. It almost made the entire transit across the sky and went nearly straight overhead.
Nice. You got that video of Earth curve from Arizona, Howard, or is the dust still in the way?
I'm going to change the subject. I don't know.
No, it's not a change of subject. It's like, how we believe anything you say, man?
Seen what he said he's
I don't
seen.
know. Yeah, just giving a witness account.
Yeah, like you said you had Earth curve. You were going to video it. Video Earth curve. And then when I asked for it, you said it was too dusty. Then when I asked for it again, you said you didn't have it because you weren't going to give it to me now.
You're not ever going to get it, Rocky.
Right, because you don't have it.
Can we go back to the topic, which is can you see something or not? And we have the transits of jets and the ISS across the moon. And does anyone understand why we see two things that are about the same angular size, and they're both supposed to be the same distance? Although someone who wrote this meme got it wrong, like I think you guys are getting it wrong. It's not that this jet is 7.2 miles away from you. It might be 7.2 miles off the ground, but it would be far larger if it was 7.2 miles away than that angular size-wise.
Well, I'm talking about right now, very shiny jets are taking off from New Orleans and Baton Rouge Airport. I'm in between both of them. There's probably 100 planes in my view right now, or let's just say 20. I don't see any.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be reflecting light?
Yeah. No, because you have light all around it. If you're looking at something like straight up, like a plane that's 35,000 feet or even 40,000 feet or even 50,000 feet above you, your head.
Hey, wait.
See it.
Just
you will see it
go
clear
back
as day.
to what Howard said. Howard saw his, and there was light all around his.
You're 10 miles away.
No, the sun was the sun had set, but so it wasn't like the sun was up.
Yeah, you can easily see things 10 miles away. A semi, see cars moving 10 miles away. I was on the Bay Bridge the other day, looking across the southern bridges of Dumbarton. You can see the trucks going across it.
So now was Howard changing the subject? Because we were talking about planes and the ISS in the sky reflecting the light of the sun, not a semi on a bridge 10 miles away.
Yeah, so I want to address that. Good point, Raki. Let me expand on that. So when you have something traveling, it's nighttime now, but it's so high and the sun has just recently set, it still can see it's like when you go up in a high-rise building. It's sunset, you go up higher, you can see the sun. Same thing happened with the ISS. It's so high, 250 miles high, that it gets a lot more of a view of the sun than we do. It can be really dark. In fact, it can be late at night, 10, 11 o'clock at night, and still have an angle where the sun will be shining on it. Now, it's interesting. You see satellites traverse the sky. They'll be lit up like a star, and you know it's not a star because you can see how fast it's moving. And all of a sudden, at some point, just right above your head, it just will go dark as it's going away from you, away from the sun, maybe not west or more eastward or southward. Sorry. It'll stop because now it's in the shadow of the Earth now, and you won't see it ever again. So only when you see it reflecting off the sun do you see it when it's at night, a satellite or the ISS.
Snoop Dogg fallacy. It's so high that you can see it. Oh, come on, bro.
No, you see it high in the sky. It's so high that it has a better angle on the sun. Gave you the logical reasons as to why. And when it's going in a direction that's slightly south, it will, or actually south, it will suddenly be out of the sunlight and into a shadow, and it will disappear instantly.
Do you have video documentation of this happening? Because typically it's people seeing something like the ISS come into their view on like their west coast horizon and then see it exit in the east coast horizon. And you see it reflecting sunlight. I'm doing air quotes while I'm doing that. Reflecting sunlight from that whole entire position that you can see it.
Well, I've seen things going from north to south because they're north. Hey, excuse me.
Sanic, I didn't ask you the direction. I'm just asking you, do you have video documentation of it these things blinking out immediately?
As it hits the terminator line. As it hits the place where it's not reflecting sun anymore. That's
correct.
Hard for you to imagine. You need hold on. I don't need a citation for that?
I don't have a problem imagining it. I'm wondering if you have any documentation of it, because typically people are saying they see the ISS come into their viewpoint on the horizon, and then it goes quickly across to the other horizon, and then it's gone. So I very rarely, I actually never heard anybody talk about seeing a satellite in their field of view and it being visible and then appearing to blink out like anywhere above their head or anything. Typically, it's
about a 45-degree angle, it's gone. Sometimes, depending on how high the sun, depending on what time it is, so where the sun is in respect to this object, and where it is, what direction it's traveling. Now, for me, it was going roughly north-south, a little bit. Hold on, a little bit.
Man, you gotta like put a break on. You just keep talking, dude. Howard said that he saw the ISS, the entire transit of the sky after the sun had set.
That's not a problem.
After the sun had set.
Yes, because I'm talking about after the sun has been down for a long time. So you do have a point where it'll be visible, and if it's continuing going south and slightly southeast, it will go into the shadow of the sun. If it's just a sunset, for example, or maybe an hour after sunset, it'd be illuminated from horizon to horizon, north to south.
So you're telling me that this illumination can happen because of what? The sun's just hitting it, so it appears to be like a very bright light in the sky. Typically, if you see something
like
having it like a bright light, like a star or something like that, it would be a very translucent. It would be a very reflective surface, right? Something like you can see somebody blind you when their watch happens to catch the sun and it hits your eyes, right? So you have this very high intensity reflection of the sun coming off of the watch. But when you have something like the ISS or a satellite that's in the sky, what surface would give you this bright reflection back to you as it transits hundreds of miles?
It's just illuminated.
It's just illuminated. So is it self-illuminated?
So you see the watch when it's illuminated by the sun. You only get that bright flash when there is a direct line between that surface and the sun, where you have the sun being reflected directly back to you. Like how this works. If you have a mirror or a glass or something, an object, a car, for example, is not giving up. Maybe you have one spot on the windshield that might be a reflection of the sun, but the rest of the car is muted that way, but it's still illuminated. We're seeing an illumination of this satellite. It's not that bright. It's bright enough to where you can see it. It's like a faint star. You see it buzz around. Now you don't see that kind of effect when it goes in front of the sun or in front of the moon. Then it's a black object. It's a shadow that you actually see because it's blocking the light that's been reflected from the sun. So
right.
So hard to understand.
We know from experience when we have something like, let's say, mountains that are 250 miles away, that when we're trying to observe those, the reflection off of those mountains is attenuating as it's trying to get back to your eyes to be able to see those mountains 250 miles away. And I'm using mountains 250 miles away because that's the alleged distance to the ISS, right? So it's something very similar. So we can't see light that's reflecting off of the mountains or any type of surface or anything that's on the mountains that gives us the appearance as though mountains are even in the distance, right? Until they're backlit by the sun, and then we can see the silhouette of the mountains, right? So we know that we have an issue with light attenuating at about 250 miles when it's being reflected back from the sun. So what would lead you to believe that we have something as bright as what we see the alleged ISS and satellites, which are even further away, being as bright as they are in the sky and reflecting back to you from horizon to horizon? What kind of surface is that, and how can it reflect back that many different degrees, basically direct sunlight?
It's just illuminated, and it's 250 miles away, and you can see light like a lighthouse. You can see in the daytime, you can get up to 35,000 feet and see very clearly the Mount Shasta with snow-capped mountains that are over 200 plus miles away when you're flying. You can see about 250 when you're flying at a high altitude. Mountains.
Right. Do those mountains look like, do those look like lights?
No. Now let me shift down to lights. Now, hold on.
They don't look
now,
illuminated, right?
Hold on. Reading Airport now is about 200 miles away at some points when I'm flying up that far in a jet. And you can see the not with the naked eye that well, you can see a light. If you zoom in with the binoculars, and you can see it very clearly that that's a blinking light, green and white. You can see color, what kind of color it is. But that's at night. So the reason we see things that in the sky is it's very faint. It's reflecting the light like it would be like any car would be lit up by sunlight that far away. And we're seeing that little spot traverse the sky, and then it disappears when it gets into a shadow.
Did you just say you could see the green flashing light off the tower of the airport from 250 miles away?
You can tell it's green with the binoculars.
Say it one more time.
You can see it's green. Green and white flashing.
You can see the airport flashing green light off the tower of the airport.
Green light at the airport, about 200 miles away.
You seem to cut me off. Maybe. I mean, I probably cut evidence off at one time, but I've heard Zanuck cut me off like right then. I don't know.
I'm here.
We get it.
Zanuck, I'm right here. I got it. I'm right here, guys. All right, Zanuck, what are you doing? I just unmuted you. Stop cutting people. Nobody cut anyone off, guys. Wait. We got plenty of time. Wait till everyone's done with their sentence. Okay, give it a second, and then you go.
Can I go? I wanted to say something real fast. This might be slightly off topic.
Nothing came through.
All right,
let Rock
and Rakia was trying to say something, so that's not the time to jump in and say, "Well, can I go and change the subject?" Rakia is going to say something, so Zanuck can maybe answer after he says it. Zanuck, stop interrupting. My God, you guys are acting like children.
Well, I want to know what type of binoculars he has in his airplane because, well, I've never used binoculars from an airplane. I'll be honest, but when we're trying to find an airport, they do have I actually drawn a blank, but it is a green light. It strobes around white, green. So you can pick it up easily out of the lights that aren't strobing, right? But it's very difficult to find most of the time. And from 250 miles away, I'm doubting that anyone's seeing it. So that's why I was asking him to confirm that he's done it. Because I'm gonna ask around and try it next time.
Just bring up. I have Bushnell glasses. They're not very high magnification. You get up around 35,000 feet on a clear day, you can see Reading Airport, and it's 200 miles. Not 250, 200.
Can I jump in? There might be Sorry.
Go ahead, Larry.
Can I get in? There might be Oh, it's actually Paul. Larry, I'm glad I'm in good company.
Here,
Okay.
Try it again, bro. One more time.
You want Paul or Larry? Which one?
Whoever wants to go.
You go, Paul. You're good, Paul.
Okay, sorry. Well, you were breaking up there, so I want to make sure. Anyway, I was thinking there might be a way to scale this. Like a LED light. Like I have some LEDs at my house that we use for lighting up stuff. You could take one little LED light. You can measure the distance across that and see probably a few millimeters across, if that. Just the actual light itself. then you figure out the scalar of it, or scale, like you could figure out, it's so many millimeters across, and figure out how far you'd have to be to mimic the sun, or the ISS, like in miles. And then you could firstly see if you could see it or not. It might be one way to do
So
it.
the
To make
argument
it
is the Atmos is thinner, right? So you couldn't just do it in like horizontal dense part of the Atmos.
well, I mean, that's the thing, though. If it scales to be about a mile or two out, I think that would be sufficient, though.
Well,
A few millimeter size LED going over a couple of miles might be sufficient.
But Paul, the point I made earlier was that we have the transits already. We have already the data. We know how
He
big
did
the
say
jets
he
are.
was at 30,000 feet. To be fair to Xanax, I'm gonna have to try
30
that.
yeah,
We don't
30,000.
fly at 30,000 feet. Yeah.
No, it was a layer 25.
Who's
So
we?
30,000. It actually goes 40,000, but we were probably somewhere between 30 and 35,000.
Starts at what and ends the ceilings at what?
The ceiling of what? A Lear?
What air traffic though?
What do you mean air traffic? It's a Learjet.
Civilian?
Air traffic?
What type of air traffic? Doesn't fly at 30,000 feet. Yeah, that's what the question was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Learjet. It's a private jet. Even 20,000 feet you can see around 150 miles. But the point is, we don't need to even go there. We need to just look at the transit of the sun and look at the transit of the moon, especially the ISS and a jet, as I showed the picture. And whoever posted that meme was, can I just finish this one sentence? I'll be really quick, I promise. When you look at, we know how big the jet is, so we know how far away it is. It's not that hard. We know the angular size of that moon. We know the angular size of the airplane, and we can figure out the distance to it by the angular size of the airplane. We can also do the same thing with the ISS when it transits the moon, when it's down low in the sky. And it'll be the same distance. It's slightly larger than the airplane, than a jumbo jet or a 767.
If all the dimensions are correct, yes, I would agree with that.
We know, we see the
If
jet.
we have
We can pretty much tell.
dimensions are what we can't actually verify.
Why are you interrupting me? We know pretty much what the size of the jet is, and
Why
we
you
know
ask
by the
why?
angular. Hello, we know the angular size.
Well, it's not.
Okay, why even bother with you, Mike? Seriously, you're being really rude.
You know the
No
answer.
interrupting.
I just wonder why they always ask why. I mean, interrupt again and explain why. That's the point. Come on, man. Danny, lighten up, bro.
Not why.
I
Not
love
look,
you, man.
I just made a simple point, and you should know this because you're a pretty smart guy. Think about it.
I'm with
We
you.
got the jet.
I agree
We know.
with you.
We got the jet. We see the angular size across the moon. We see the ISS crossing the moon. We see its angular size. We know how far away it is, unless it's super tiny or super large. We can pretty much know how large it is. Its dimensions.
And the jet, we can actually verify its dimensions. That was my point. In the ISS, all we can do is look at blueprints, if we're lucky.
No, you can actually tell by looking at it crossing the moon in the sky.
Yeah,
If we
we
know the
can
jet
judge the angular size based on the dimensions we've been given.
No,
Same
we
as
can.
the jet.
Angular size will tell us the dimensions. If we know the jet is an angular size cross. Just hear me out, Mike. Don't interrupt me. If we know the jet's length is 177 feet or something.
Exactly, that's the part I'm covering. We
Right,
know the
but if we know-
dimensions
but if
of
we
the
know that
jet.
If we know that it crossed the moon, then anything that crosses the moon at that angular size will be the same dimensions, right?
No.
No? Okay. Why not?
Objects appear larger and smaller the closer and further they are away from you.
Angular size
Right.
reduces with
True.
distance, and
You have
it's
a car over
proportionate
your
to
head
the size
and
of
the same
the
angular size.
actual object and the distance to it. That was my point. Thank you, Larry. The known size, so come out and we can judge that because we know how large it actually is, and we just need the distance it is from.
Right. So instead of, so like you said, we don't have the blueprints too. We can actually now get a triangulation, a parallax measurement of the ISS. 2 spots on the ground, measure the angles, then you can verify how far away it is, and therefore you can validate its size that way very easily. And that's what's been done by lots of people, me included. I mean, it's not that hard to do. You just have to have 2 people and a camera and a way to roughly measure the angle to the object you see transit the moon.
It's yeah.
The point is, it's not 7 point.
Approximate.
We know the airplane was not approximate. Yes, it was not 7.2 miles high. It might have been 7.2 miles above the ground, but it wasn't 7.2 miles high because we saw it transit the moon. And we know the angular size of that. So we know it wasn't 7.2 miles away because we know the angular size of the airplane based on the angular size of the moon. Sorry, it doesn't work out. So then with the ISS, we just do the parallax measurement and we get that value and we're done. We know that it's 225 miles high.
Hey, Danik, what if you do that exact same thing, but the transit that you capture of this 747 happens to actually be a 1/16th scale model RC 747, but you didn't know that? How accurate would you be in your determination of size?
Then you'd be way off. Yes, good point.
So these are known unknowns when it comes to the ISS. Because when the jet lands, we can measure it. The ISS,
no,
when
he's
does
saying,
it land?
yeah, all these transits of the, if you want to get transits of airplanes across the moon, you can pretty much make out their size and the type of airplane it is, roughly, whether it's a 767 or a 727 or 737, you can tell even at those distances. And yeah, if there's models going on spoofing airliners, that would be a logical argument. But I don't think that's possible.
What's more interesting of a test,
Exactly.
not just trying to measure
How are
its
you getting
size,
the location? How are
not
you
just
getting the
measuring
location of the satellites?
not just measuring its size.
Dude, did you not hear Kusho?
That's all right. But yeah, it's not just measuring its size, but what can be more validly tested is its speed, or at least its ground speed. You can definitely verify its ground speed, which is enormous. It's far
Parent
beyond.
speed, yeah.
And that the ground speed is going to be the slowest possible speed that it could be going. So,
based on distance over time.
yeah, that's right. So I mean that right there, that could be verified and validated by quite simply. There's no unknowns there.
Speed of an object. So yeah, so we can verify it's going a certain rate of speed. That's right. Everybody who observes it can.
If you know the actual distance, otherwise your calculation is going to be off.
No, ground speed is
Not
ground
really
speed.
true.
Continuously as well. Like verifying ground speed is a little trickier than was just said. I don't know. Verifying ground speed of a plane, for example, is difficult. Certainly, like over the ocean and stuff. So.
Well, no, if you
buoys can give you points where you know where
you
you
can
are.
observe it.
There's triangulation.
Yeah, all the time. We don't see the ISS like that.
Yeah, no, but you can map to places where it's going to be at their zenith, like in the time distance, and you just use that. Just use those two positions, and then the time to travel from the zenith to zenith.
Yeah, that's true.
Once you get that answer, that's still a like I said, the slowest possible speed is about 16,000 miles per hour, and that's already impossible.
Well, did you tell them the distance without using the ground? Did you tell them that, or did you just assume
the robot?
I'm just saying they assume the curve of the Earth. Just
Flat earthers need to understand you can go out and you can look at the ISS, transit the sun, and there's something in the sky going super fast if it is physical. If it's not the idea of like a hologram or something that's kind of crazy. So wrap your mind around how they'd be able to pull that off. I guess it could be, but there's definitely something there. And
Yeah,
it's
we saw
definitely
that.
where it's predicted to be.
We saw the transit Jaren did. I think Jaren did a solar transit. But how would you get a hologram and light source like that? Does that seem possible, or?
Yes, it's impossible.
You said what? Can you get a hologram in front of a light source like that?
Well,
yeah.
All right, no doubt. I didn't know. I don't know about holograms. All I know is Tupac at Coachella. That's it.
Wait, hold on. What's to say? Yeah, you can get like a. Really?
Yeah, I've done it.
You mean making like something darker?
Yeah, you can make a hologram that has like a darker tone to it. It requires a real object to project the hologram with polarization. And yes, you can look at it in front of light.
Okay, but you understand though that so for example, with like a projector, right? When you project like a movie onto a wall, whatever, you have obviously the darker parts, right, where the light isn't as bright. You know, like for example, let's say we just have a picture of like a guy wearing like a tuxedo, right? The tuxedo would be more or less black, so there's no light being projected on the wall in that part of the wall, right, and on the screen. And then let's say for example he's also, I don't know, maybe it's a bright sunny day. That's the scenery, right? So the area around him, right? That's the light coming from the projector, right? So it's not that you're projecting black on the wall. You're just not projecting light in that area. So for you to claim that you can project like
appears you
darkness,
don't listen. Have you ever considered listening to what's said before
say
you
it
just? Yeah, if you use an actual object in polarization, a surface that has polarized reflection, you can project the actual object up, and yes, you can see it in front of light.
Polarization. Okay, so I guess what are you trying to say here? Now you're saying then like how would you do that with the moon though?
We weren't even talking about the moon.
We're talking about the transit, right? With the transit.
We're talking about the ISS itself. Could the ISS actually be a projection?
Yeah,
in front of the
with
sun.
the moon?
Yeah,
in front of the sun, though. Could it be a hologram in front of the sun like that?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I've done it myself.
No, but that doesn't make any. Okay, hold on. So hold on. So let me get this straight then, right? So I understand the polarizing light. You could do like twist that shit, whatever. I don't know, but like you can't. Can you you can't project that though? I mean, I need an example where you can actually project like.
Oh my god.
Like you'll need to show me like how you could project that like darkness on like a light surface. I mean, you could do this easily with like a flashlight. You take a flashlight and then you just I don't know project some darkness onto the flashlight or some shit. I don't know if that's. I don't think that's.
Okay, are you still just gonna? So I understand, but I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, I've done it. You can take an actual object. I've done it to replicate the moon. You can take an object, put it within a polarized dish, and then it will project up. And then you can look at it in front of the light coming through the window and everything. You can see it. Looks solid.
I'm not really buying that. That doesn't really seem like.
I don't care.
Well, I mean, I need evidence. Otherwise, I mean, it's just your,
Dude, if Jesus himself came and told you Earth was flat, you'd argue with him, dude.
Well, that's
I'm not
different
interested
at
in
that
trying
point.
to convince you.
Well, first off, you're not Jesus, but even then. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's anecdotal because I mean, like, I mean, or I guess it's anecdotal because I mean, I have no proof of that. I mean, I've never seen that. You can't project darkness. That's not how that works.
So you just don't understand me. I'm sorry.
Well, you need to show me. I mean,
for the 10th time, it's using the actual object. When you have an actual object, you can do it. It's not the same as a projector in your room. You just keep saying that though, because you don't know what you're talking about. So it's just annoying.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying it. So are you saying then that with the ISS, it's an actual object, or like, maybe I'm just like misunderstanding?
Yeah, that's what it is. You're not understanding. That's right. So if you had an object in a central position, an actual object, you could project out an image of that object in all different directions. You can make it move around, and you can see it in front of light.
Using what exactly?
A polarized surface. So we used a little polarized dish.
Can you link the video? Can you link a video of this polarized dish?
I have my video somewhere. It's somewhere on my phone. I'll have to find it. I'm actually putting something together.
Or a YouTube video or something? Like, it doesn't have to
it's
be
not
your
on YouTube.
video. It could be someone else.
Well, yeah, but no, that's why it's ridiculous that no one's ever done it. But we replicated the moon. The cycles of the moon, the fact it looks like it has craters, the look like texture, the color changes, all of that, and you can walk over and put your hand right through it. But if you zoom in, even with the camera, it looks like it's all. It's because it has a solid object underneath in the bottom of the polarized dish. It projects up on top, and you can go from all angles. You can look in front of the window and everything. You see it look like a
dish. All right. Well, until you post it, I mean, I can't really.
Arma, but I don't care what you think.
Hold up, Arma.
All right,
How
I'm
did
just
you build the
saying.
polarized dish? Shut
Right,
up. How did you
man.
build the
Somebody's got to
polarized
be
dish?
the adult here.
Well, Arma's just not on, but he
It's
doesn't know
not
he's talking
gnawing.
yet.
You need to provide evidence. I mean, like literally everyone else does that whenever I make a point, and I don't.
Can you
So
can you answer my question instead of talking
Why
to
do
this
you
guy who
interrupt
doesn't even
Arma?
believe what
Why?
you're fucking saying? I have a question
Oh.
about this shit. How did you build the polarized dish?
You can buy
That
them
you
on
put
Amazon.
the object in.
You can buy
Okay,
them
so
on
do you have a
Amazon.
video of someone using these things? Do you have a link to the
Again,
Amazon
I'm
fucking?
building something, so I can give you a video in a second. You know, believe it or not, I don't get paid to be here. I don't sprint at the drop of a dime to get what someone wants. If you don't want to know what it is, I don't care. I can try to find it for you in a second. I've done it myself with Cammy Nodell. We did it like 10 times. I know that it's real. I don't lie. I did it. I said what I said for people that are honest and want to know what's going on, not for people that are religious zealots and want to just say no. So, I mean, I know you're not doing that, but that's what Arma's doing. I'll get the video later.
I'm
I am
not
building something.
eyeing though.
Yeah,
How am I not
here's the thing.
eyeing?
Here's the thing. Like, this is the rebranding of the emotions of flat Earth. It's like the highest level of manipulation, and if you're a genuine person and you're not like CIA or some shit, which a lot of us are like, come on, that's ridiculous. Something's wrong with you then. But like, the thing is, it's high level manipulation whether you're aware of it or not, because it's just like when I came into the topic and I just wanted to know what my friends thought about me discovering that there isn't direct evidence. I know what direct evidence is. Everybody knows what direct evidence is. But when it comes to their religion, direct evidence is all of a sudden nuanced. Like, so straight up, I just wanted to know, okay, the earth is a globe. Like, how? Okay, it wasn't good enough. So in this sense, like from there, we're supposed to be friends trying to figure shit out. We didn't need anti-flat earthers questioning us, trying to get us to prove something that we don't have any proof fucking for. We're just trying to recreate the shit that we see to have our own beliefs instead of the beliefs we were given. Stop fucking asking us every 5 minutes when we think of something new to prove it. There is no fucking proof.
Well, to be
Yeah,
fair,
like
I'm interested in seeing this
no,
thing,
you're not.
which is saying he did something
No, you're not.
specific. Yeah, I am. I
You
am.
know
It's,
what
I know for a
I'm
fact you're
really
not. I've dropped
interested.
it in this room 10 times.
You know what a polarized dish
I'm not
is?
aware of ever hearing about this.
I'm interested in
Okay.
seeing a video of Earth current from Arizona.
Well, hold
You
on.
know what a
Can I want to say
I want to know
something?
more about this polarized dish, bro. This polarized dish sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One in every.
Well, then why don't you go out? Oh, my
One
bad,
in
Mike.
every projector. One in every projector.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can I
not
real
only
fast
that,
ask Elijah something?
if you look at 3D, if you look at if you look at 3D crystals that basically along that 180 degrees, if you follow that, it's looking straight at you. Like that's just like the moon. You're just gonna see that same angle, no matter in that 180 degree span. No matter what you look at, it's gonna stay the same. You can like he said, you can zoom in on it. You can do whatever you want. Go to the mall and do it then. Like Mike said, it's just a projection. All projectors have them. This is. I mean,
It's an optical
the point that I'm
lens.
trying to
Yeah.
the point that I'm trying to make though is if you want to know so bad, like we want to know so bad, go out there and figure shit out. Because that's why we want to know so bad. Because we don't believe what we were born to believe. So that's why you want to figure some shit out. Why don't you go get curious and then go buy some fucking materials, dog?
This is
Can I ask-
highly hypocritical, dude. Like
Yeah.
10 minutes
Yeah.
ago, we were telling you guys about the ISS and things that I've seen that Left Lane says he's seen about the disappearing, and Left Lane's getting grilled to show a video of this, which is whatever. But you know that's one thing in itself. But then to
What
10,
even
15 minutes
ask?
later, get on people's case for asking for evidence for
Even
something
ask
that
what a
they don't believe in.
polarized dish
Okay,
was.
once again,
Okay.
Jeremy said, can you see it in front of light? Could you see a hologram in front of the sun? And someone said no. And I said, yes, you can. I've done it before. I'm building something. Okay? I'm building something. So you guys
Okay.
can just keep pretending that means it's not real. I genuinely don't care about anti-flat earthers. I think you're lame. So whatever.
That's fine, but I mean, I'm right to be skeptical, though. I mean, you literally, there's no way, I've never seen anything like that. So you need to at least show me how that's possible. Otherwise, you're just making a really,
Overhead
bold
polarized
claim.
Like a
It's
really
impossible.
bold
Here's why.
claim,
Here's
like
why.
having a video of Earth curve from
No, here's
Arizona.
why. If you have
I'm
a
having a
hologram,
hard
it
time
has a
even,
light
I'm
source.
having a hard time even conceiving what he's talking about. That's why I want to see what he's talking
Wait,
about.
can I?
Like it
And
sounds
that's
cool,
cool.
but I
I'm ready for
haven't
you guys later. I don't know.
really
I'm not doing it right now.
How does a hologram go across the sky, horizon to horizon? Light attenuates. It will get dimmer with distance, and it doesn't when you have a object such as like the ISS or a satellite traversing the sky. So if you have a hologram, it comes from one source at the surface, right?
Xanax, that's not even the issue, though. Hold on, that's not. But hold on, the issue is that Witsit is saying that you can pretty much project darkness on the moon, right? With this, whatever he's working on, whatever he's saying, you can project darkness.
No, he did not. Shut up.
He did
First
not.
of all, second
Are you
of
sure
all-
about that? Can I ask Witsit?
Second of all, listen. First of all, to Xanax, and don't reply while I'm talking because I'm gonna reply to two people. For Xanax, yes, the moon does get dimmer. That's why it gets yellow, then orange, then red, then dematerializes when the light is bright enough to see it disappear before it touches the horizon. Most of the time, that's during the period of the new moon or somewhere close to that. I watch it all the time. Now, Arma, the whole thing is you can be skeptical, but guess what? With it, he not only is he not trying to prove shit to you, he doesn't give a fuck what you think. So you can be skeptical quietly.
All right. Well, I'm just saying that because the whole argument was whether or not you could do that or not, and I was just saying, okay, listen, okay.
They didn't respond.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I guess if Witsit doesn't care, then let's continue the argument. Then, all right. I'm saying from what I've seen with projectors, you can't project darkness onto a light surface like that. That doesn't make any sense. You're literally subtracting light at that point. You can't project subtraction. That doesn't make any sense.
Like, have you
negative,
ever seen? Yes, you can, dog. Again, it has
No,
to do
you
with
can't.
light. Oh, listen. Okay, so
what color is black?
I'm sorry. The video that I saw, where you have an iPhone and the background is a bright. I don't know what the fuck it was, but all of a sudden you turn on the bright background, and guess what? The motherfucking iPhone in front of that goes black.
That's okay. You realize that's a what is it called? I've seen that video before, but that's literally the camera adjusting to the brightness. You understand that, right?
Yeah, it's not the same thing, Elijah. Elijah, we only get black on our TV set from a pixel.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Black
No, it
black on a
doesn't.
TV set is off. You can't put
You
all
guys
the
ever
colors
seen a
together and get
projector
black.
with math
All the
problems
colors
on it?
together
Math-
make white.
Anyway,
The projectors with math problems on it aren't the math problems written in black? Sorry.
All I'm saying is no one cares because guess what? We don't have to prove to you the shit that look. It's almost like you're people in our house that we gave a tentative invite to, but we're really discussing amongst each other like how we can do things that basically appear to parallel reality. That's not an argument for flat earth or for anything. That's us wanting to talk to each other about possibilities of doing things that may look like shit in the sky. That's what we're doing. When we want to argue, we'll ask you if you have proof of a ball. That's when we'll argue.
Yeah, I will say, like when Tammy first told me about this, I was, whoa, that sounds crazy. Like I probably wouldn't have grasped it or conceived it or believed it until I saw it, but I did it myself, and so yeah, just very interesting, right? I mean, it's for those that are open-minded. So if you think you know for a fact exactly what the moon is and all this, this conversation is not for you. I only jumped in to answer Jeremy's question, not to debate a glober who thinks they know that the moon's a rock someone walked on. It's a waste of time. So I'll get the video for you guys in a second. It was from like 2 years ago, so it's going to be hard to find it.
Can I jump
Yeah,
in?
question.
Thanks.
If you're all in my house, which
Let me
one you
know, Witsit.
motherfuckers drink all my coffee?
I have a thing though. Here's a question I have. If light is a wave
I've
and you
seen
have
it.
the inverse wave of the light frequency, wouldn't that cancel it out and cause a dark spot?
A
They
wave's
could
not
call
a
that
thing.
diffraction.
Wave is a type of movement. So I don't know.
Austin, just bear with me. Bear with me.
Attenuation.
This is towards the glober. If you inverse the wave of the light frequency, wouldn't that cancel that light wave out? Wouldn't it create a dark spot?
I don't personally know enough of this. Does anyone else know?
It's called diffraction. Diffraction. That's why you have the diffraction pattern, because certain parts of the light wave is canceled out. That's why you have the diffraction pattern.
You talk about destructive interference.
Yes.
Yeah, this happens.
Or something like that. So couldn't you do the inverse wave of the light frequency and cancel it out and make a dark spot?
I know that you can have destructive interference. I assume that you could, in theory, make it interfere. I mean, that's exactly what happens on the double slit experiment.
Exactly.
When you get the reading on the other side, yeah.
So to Arma, to answer your question, Arma, in your belief, well, matter of fact, when you straw man us, you're trying to figure out how what we're saying would work with a light source and a physical object. We're talking about two light sources that cancel each other out.
Okay.
I would say that the probability would be extremely low for a cancellation of light on any scale that was usable.
Well, I think light passes through each other. I don't think the photons interact with each other at all. They interact with other things, but when they don't collide. They go through each other like a wave going through another wave.
Okay.
They don't actually collide.
When again, you're talking about light coming from, like, for instance, the sun or something, coming from that direction, and then interfering it with something from going in that direction. I don't know if that's. I'd like to see what's his video as well. I mean, I've never.
You would have to account for other angles, though, right? 'Cause, I mean, if you're projecting this, you're shooting something, in a direction. So anything, from a different angle, I mean, you wouldn't be able to negate, all of, photons or all the waves, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? That's just, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't really seem right.
That's essentially what I
Guys,
was saying.
you keep asking for what's it stuff, right? If he says something and then refuses to back it up, just dismiss it. You don't have to keep hounding him like, oh, I really want to see what you got, what you got, what's it. No, he said he doesn't want to back it up. So you guys, therefore, if someone makes an extraordinary claim with no evidence to back it up, you can dismiss it just the same.
Well, we don't
I've
want to.
dropped that video
Listen
in
to
here like
somebody.
5 times, and this is the problem. If I drop it in here, all the Globers will just never talk about it. They won't be like, "Oh, wow, that is crazy. Maybe that could explain what the moon is." They won't do anything like that, right? So it's like, I don't care what you think. You're just looking for a gotcha to try to prove me wrong and hoping that I can't cite it. You're not actually looking for the truth. Now, the Flat Earthers asking, I'm happy to give them a video because I know they're actually trying to figure out if it's possible. You guys are not, so I don't care. If I'm in the middle of building something, I'm not going to run inside and look for a video from 2 years ago. I don't lie, okay? So I think Cammy Nodell might have one on her website, on her YouTube. Anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. I think what I said was, I'm curious too. I'm waiting to see what's it posted one of these videos or whatever. That doesn't mean I don't believe it. First of all, second of all, I would be just as dubious if Arma, for example, had made this claim. I'd be asking him the same question, and maybe
yeah, that's fine.
For it. It's something that some of us haven't seen, so we're curious.
Here's the thing. We're having a debate for no reason because he's not using it as a proof in an argument. He's just literally trying to have conversation, and they're turning it into a debate, which he's trying to disengage from.
No, it was
Jeremy
a debate earlier.
Jeremy asked if it was possible to have a hologram in front of light, and I'm like, yeah, I've done it before.
I mean,
that's all I said because Jeremy asked questions. You don't think it's possible. I don't care.
You need to get. I want to see this shit. You need to get this shit to me, man. I'm so.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'm
interested.
gonna redo it and everything. But I'll try to find the old video.
Man. Yeah, let me know because this shit's kind of like blowing my mind right now, like holograms and shit.
All right, dude. You can replicate the color changes of the moon, the phases of the moon, and you can make it look like it has craters. and it looks like texture when you zoom in, and you can walk over there and put your hand right through it. It's really crazy.
Okay, but
I'm
to
gonna
be
buy
fair,
myself one of these. How much did it? This is fucking so interesting.
It's pretty cheap.
I'm
It's pretty cheap.
gonna buy one of these. How much is it? Was it like $50 or something?
Yeah, you can get
Or
everything for like under $50, I think.
Dude, in the late 80s, I went to an arcade and
okay.
I seen a hologram video game. Like, instead of it being like, you know, a screen, it was a freaking hologram. And I was like, put my hand through it and everything. So, you know, that was in the 80s. Imagine, you know, if we've been chasing our tail with E equals MC squared for 100 years, right? Meanwhile, you know, MIT and John Trump got like all the Tesla tech and took it underground for like 100 years. They're probably way ahead of us, right? And there's
Yeah,
kind of no limit
The
to what they
moon.
could do that we wouldn't know about almost, right? Because like I said, you know, 80s hologram video game. Steve Jobs predicted the iPhone in like the early 80s. So, I mean, come on.
The claim
Yeah.
that I thought the claim was that the moon was a hologram, and that predates technology.
Well,
yeah,
that's
you guys are getting off
whatever our
track.
technology
Whatever.
is. But I mean, y'all didn't see Tupac Shakur perform in 2022.
Yep, Freddie Mercury too. So my oldest was born in 2000. My oldest saw Freddie Mercury live, of course, rest his soul. But yeah, it was a hologram. Tupac looked real as shit.
That was Coachella. Tupac at Coachella. That shit would look legit, bro. I thought Tupac was still alive.
I do want to say one thing about Witsit. I had spoken earlier, and I said that you were dominating the mic. You do use the microphone when you're on more than others, but I did. To be fair, my times were way out of whack for how much it was. It's just painful listening to you, but you did not take as much time as I thought.
Yeah, I mean, I just say a lot. It's not that it's a long time; it's that I say a lot.
If Wizard was talking at normal speed, you guys would never understand what he's saying because you guys are too slow.
That's fun.
Yo, I'm looking at some pictures of these. I don't know if I have the right thing. I just typed in like polarizing dish hologram on Google, and it looks like it elevates whatever you put in it above.
Yep.
This is fucking weird. I don't even know if I'm looking at it right.
Well, let me text Cammy right now. I'll text her and see if she has a video. So
I might buy one of these for real. Like, I want to fuck around with one of these things. This is really trippy.
You guys ever seen the movie Hoodwinked? Story about Little Red Riding Hood.
Yeah.
And there was like that little squirrel Zippy. I don't drink coffee. And then they gave his ass coffee. That's with the spirit animal. What do you weigh? Like $150?
like 160, 165.
I apologize. Yeah, I never saw like your actual height, so I didn't know how tall you were. So what are you, like 5'9", 5'10"?
Like 6'1".
Oh, are you? Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know what it's the physics, right? Because you're super lean, so maybe that's why you're so quick.
I know my metabolism.
Everyone knows.
I eat a lot of
Right.
food.
Go ahead. So everyone knows why a little grasshopper can jump like 10 feet in the air, right?
Can somebody figure out who just muted me?
I did because you were muted. I unmuted you to see if you were not hot micing. It sounded like you were hot micing, so I muted you back.
I was literally talking with y'all. How can you gotta pay attention.
Somebody had you muted. I went to go check if just to unmute you, and then it sounded like you were talking to somebody else.
Hold on, Elbow. Larry was talking like halfway. It was like 20 seconds into his shit. Your background noise was still going, bro. I threw you on mute.
Does anybody else hear that? Like Larry, was I like super disruptive while you were talking? Like, did you heard someone in the background?
I didn't even hear you, bro. I haven't been modding today because there's so many other mods in here.
No, but did you hear my loud ass background noise?
So
yes, Eli, I love you, bro. Eli, I love you, but your background noise was crazy. I just muted you. That's all.
You're practically muting yourself with your background noise.
Listen, if you mute me again and don't tell me, it's gonna be a problem.
Oh my gosh! Do not do that. Man. Come on.
Why don't you guys like disconnect people when they're hot micing? Say, hey, you're hot micing. 1, 2, 3. They don't fix it. They don't respond. Just disconnect them instead of muting them, because you have to ask to be unmuted. It's more work and more trauma.
Yeah. So the issue is that if we start saying, hey, you're muted.
Yet, hey,
give me a second.
The smartest thing I heard today.
I'm just gonna disconnect you then. So so the thing is, if we start saying, hey, you're hot micing, that's kind of distract from the actual point that's probably being given at the time. So
Well, as a moderator, send me a fucking message, dog. Like you do, right, Elbow?
Just bounce them.
Oh.
Then you got to reconnect. You get the point.
I mean, we could start bouncing people this live stream too or something. I'll bring it up in the next mod meeting. I know it sucks, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of bouncing rather than muting.
People beg, we're people begging to be unmuted and things. It's just a quick hit. People know, oh shit, I must have been hype macking or whatever happened. I got to reconnect. You push a button, you reconnect. Otherwise, the mod's got to be bothered with it. So it makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean that makes sense. We were just trying something new, see if that works. But hey, we could bring Jeremy said.
Drop them into the naughty room.
It's because I have the overlay on. So my mic is wide open and I don't know that I'm muted when I'm talking. Then I have to open that, see that I'm muted, and then message somebody.
You know what we'll do? We'll make a hot mic room and just move you out to the hot mic room.
That's a good idea.
That's what I was going to say, is make a hot mic room.
Please do.
Because that tells you why you're rather than just disconnecting, which you could have just disconnected. It tells you the reason you were moved.
It's actually a good idea. There is the offline VC right under this one, so yeah, that's an option. Anyone hot micing could just move them there, and then you can move yourself back.
I don't think I can move people. I don't have that kind of power.
I mean, if I'm hot micing, I want to be muted just for my own safety, so I don't say anything to dox myself or something.
Yeah,
give a room with no voice permission.
Yeah,
one time Elijah was.
Larry, you can move people.
No, but that's a good. Why not hit it on the head, dude? Just make a room, hot mic, and make it so that there's nobody has voice permissions in there.
I was going to say, one time I heard Elijah hot micing, and I was like, oh God, he needs to be muted immediately because he was saying something that didn't need to be shared.
Yeah, no, it is a good idea actually to move them to another room, because every time like we mute them, then they have to ask to be unmuted, and then it ends up being more of a hassle.
More mod work.
I started like talking over him, like, no, I need to mute mod, so I mute this guy.
Yo, can you whip that up real quick, Gio? A hot mic room that nobody can talk in.
Okay, you mean not use this offline VC room under it? Make another one that's called hot mic.
I think it makes sense to make it so nobody can talk in there, because it solves both problems. Because Jeremy's right; it's like part of the problem. Micing is you might say personal shit.
Right.
Yeah,
and
make a room.
Yeah, and then sometimes people use the
called
offline.
hot mic. Make a
Nobody
hot
has
room
permission to
called
speak unless they
VC
have
called
the
hot
hot
mic.
Right. Okay. You're saying your suggestion
make a room called.
Oh my gosh. The delay on your mic, Jeremy. I delay, man. I think it might be your ear pods or something. There's about 3 solid second delay. So every time someone starts speaking, and then you think they're not speaking, and it's a delay.
Yeah. The worst
Can
part
you hear me
is
now?
that real fast. He delays, but then someone else is talking, so he stops, and then when he goes to restart, it's like takes another 3 seconds. So it's like, this is what.
Gio, make a hot mic, make a VC called hot mic, but don't allow any voice privileges in it, and then we could just send the hot micers there, and that'll solve everything.
It's a genius idea, dude.
It is a good idea.
Where'd you get that from, man?
Come up with that, yeah.
Actually, that's
I
Elijah's
came up with that all on my own.
It came from the same place you get every other idea or thing you've ever said in your life, from somebody else.
Yeah.
We should
Now,
call
I've
it
come
the
up with a few
incoherent
arguments. Go ahead.
dielectric acceleration room. And once you go there, you're not allowed to leave until you can properly define it. Okay, no, okay, just let it go.
And real quick, there's a moment. I've said this anecdotal story before, but it was actually a few weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago. I was at the pool with my girlfriend, and we were swimming in the pool, and it was a sunset. And often when it's sunsetting, I like to look at the sky and like see like the first stars, like the planets appear and all that kind of stuff. And I was kind of showing them to her. And actually, then something crazy happened. I didn't even know this. I didn't know the ISS was going to be visible that night. And it turned out it was right overhead, and there was another couple in the pool, and I was talking to my girlfriend separate from them, and I was just telling her, I was like, that's the ISS for sure, because I could see how fast it was moving, how bright it was, and there were other planes. So like, you know, I think the other couple, like I was telling her that's the ISS, and the other couple was like, that's not a satellite, that's an airplane. And so I told my girlfriend, I said, can I make you a bet? I bet you, because it was right overhead. I was like, I bet you when it's about right there in the sky, it's going to be the brightest object, and then it's going to disappear out of nowhere. And that's how you're going to know this is ISS. And sure enough, it wasn't at the horizon. It was probably 45, 50 degrees in the sky, on the other side of the sky. And it did exactly that. It just disappeared out of nowhere. So
How'd you know that?
when I could tell by the time it was. I mean, I've seen it go across the whole sky, but I've more often seen it. And actually, to be honest with you, I think I predicted I wasn't exactly correct with where it was going to disappear. Like at first, it wasn't disappearing, and I thought that I was like, oh fuck, it's not disappearing. But then it disappeared. But yeah, because like I said, it just depending on the time of the night or the exact timing, you might see it go across the whole sky, but very often you'll see it disappear. You know, when it reaches the shadow.
Yeah, can I bring up something? So you guys like the nuclear, and they're like, oh, the nuclear force is so mysterious and no one knows exactly what it is. We have conventions for it and we use it, but we can't prove it. Like that's what Walter Lewin said, for example. And that's why when he's talking about electricity, he's like, thank God it's not in 802 because, so anyway, it's like considered this mysterious force and blah, blah, blah. Well, and so then you look at the neutron and, people say neutrons don't have charge, but they don't have net charge, right? They have elementary charge. And then basically the idea is that it cancels out. And so why people say, well, it can't be electrics or electrostatics that's causing this attraction is because like effectively it's attractive only. And if I'm mistaken about something, someone please connect me. So then it's like, well, if you have a proton and a proton, the nuclear force will cause them to attract instead of repel. And that's how we know it's not electrostatic. See, JS is in the chat acting like he knows exactly what the nuclear force is, but I actually just now talked to a physicist the other day who said that it's actually like no one knows exactly what it is. So I don't even care what anyone says. I talked to more than one like credentialed physicist that says they don't know exactly what it is, and they have a convention for it. But anyway, so then they're like, well, it can't be electrostatics because like if there's a proton here and a proton there, then it would repel, right? But what is interesting is incoherent magnetism is actually attractive only. And in fact, the strength of pull is inversely proportionate to mass. So the bigger the mass, the weaker. So if you have incoherent magnetism, but it's really, 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 really small, then you would actually have it be relatively strong for its size because it's inversely proportionate to its mass, the strength. So when we see like these on the small scale, these like two quote unquote positive charges still attract, it actually works perfectly within the model of incoherent magnetism because it's attractive only and inversely proportionate to the mass. So that's what I think it actually is.
Isn't incoherent magnetism usually when the domains of a material, multiple molecules line up? Or not lined up. They're all sort of randomized. But if you deal with something on a molecular level, a single molecule, it will follow the repelling, light charge repelling, won't it?
Wait a second.
If what you said was true, Richard, they wouldn't be able to build disk drives.
They wouldn't be able to do that.
Magnetic disks that spin around in disk drives?
Why not?
Because is that incoherent or coherent mass? Or
Yeah,
magnetism?
magnetism, as is used, the way it's used is coherent magnetism, which
Mhm.
involves polarization, like poles. So that's not what we're talking about. And as to the multiple molecule comment, no, like if there's a lack of polarization on any scale, right, then it would be incoherent. If it's not all coherently aligned, then there you go. It doesn't matter. So that's the point. Is like, and dude, again, wait, does everyone in here agree that that the nuclear force is not entirely understood, or is Jace just Jace is correct and everyone fully understands it perfectly, and we know exactly what the nuclear force is?
Maybe you should elaborate on what's not understood about it, because he's obviously in
Like
contention.
exactly what it is.
How about this? Science isn't settled, so we don't know, right? It's not proven.
Yeah, but
How about that, Kosha?
No one knows what it
Along with
is.
every other force.
No one knows what it is.
Along with every other force.
But they
Or
have
most other
models.
forces.
They have models that accurately describe both the weak and strong nuclear force, I thought.
Yeah, I just said that. I just said we have a convention that's very accurate. I just said that's what the physicist said. Yeah, we have a convention that we use, but it's well known. So that's why I think like people like how he just talks down everyone in here because he's a chemist. I actually think he's lower level though, right? Like when it comes to the full spectrum. Because when I talk to these like professors that teach it, and then I go listen to like the lecture from Walter Lewin from MIT, who is a 4-decade-long professor at MIT, right? And you're not a professor, you just occasionally guest speak. And so what he says is, oh, well, thank goodness it's not in Section 802, and we have a convention for it that we utilize, but it's well known in the field that we don't actually know exactly what it is. It's just our convention, and the convention is very useful, and it could be right, but we don't know that it is right, but we will continue to use it because it is so effective conventionally. Now, that's what Walter Lewin said.
What force do we know about to the level that you're trying to find out about the nuclear force?
Like what it
Essentially,
what actually.
as far as no forces do we, gravity is described just as well as magnetism as far as, what causes it or why it's there, the actual why and how a force functions for all forces is not understood.
Dude, first of all, to act like we understand gravity as much as magnetism is dishonest. I mean, maybe you're not being dishonest, but it's wrong. But particle physics doesn't understand magnetism. That's very true, because the particle physics prediction doesn't match what we see, and then you have to invoke a convention to fix the math and balance out the equations called virtual particles, specifically virtual photons. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is whenever I say everything's electric, and they're like, "Oh, you're so stupid," and then they say, I'm like, name one thing that's not electrostatic. And then they bring up, so I normally say any compilation of matter to avoid this conversation, but then they jump into the reified subatomic scale, and then they bring up the neutron, and they talk about the nuclear force, and they go even deeper than that, and they talk about these super tiny subatomic particles. But the truth is that in that model, in particle physics, the model says there is a charge there, right? There's an elementary charge there. So it's not that they have no charge, it's that they have no net charge. Okay, so even within the neutron model, there is an intrinsic charge. Even within that, at the smallest scale, it's just that they claim that it cancels out. There's no net charge, and so the main thing is, oh, this can't be electrostatics because it doesn't repel. Like doesn't repel. Like two protons actually attract, and we call it that's what the nuclear force does. So we denoted it as a different force. But what I'm explaining is actually incoherent magnetism is attractive only. So that actually makes sense. If it's incoherent magnetism, it would make sense. It would only be attractive and it's inversely proportionate to the mass. The strength of pull, we'll say, is inversely proportionate. And this can be tested. Of course, you can use incoherent magnets, and no matter what side of the magnet you align, no matter what side of it, the quote-unquote poles or anything, it doesn't actually have polarization. It doesn't matter which way you turn the magnet. It's always only attractive. And as you build it up, like you can use little ball magnets. As you increase the mass, you just keep on adding ball magnets, it gets weaker. Like the strength of pull actually gets weaker with more mass. It's inversely proportionate to mass, right? And so this would explain the phenomena of what we call nuclear force. And so then we have an all unifying theory, which is that everything's electric at all scales, and that the manifestation and modalities of the electric nature of all things gives us a wide variety of outcomes. And so the grand unified theory can't be invoked as electric, though, because it doesn't work within the current paradigm of what is assumed to be true, that being gigantic planetary bodies in a vacuum moving around each other at vast distances. Like, for example, electrostatics will certainly not in any way suffice to be gravity based on that. Based on that alone, though, and some people say you can't get the math to work and stuff. I've dropped many papers in here where you can, right? There are many universities who have done papers replacing gravity with electrostatics and showing the math work out, but they always, of course, try to put it on a ball with the R value. Okay, I talked a lot, so sorry.
Now, I would need to see whether your theory on incoherent magnetism of molecules works. Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, you would get a repulsion of two like-charged molecules. So I'm not sure that what you're saying is coherent.
Well, why would you say that if we actually observe that we can have incoherent magnetism be attractive only on the bigger scale than the molecular scale? So why would it change?
I don't know why it would change. I'm just telling you that as I understand it, like-charged particles will repel.
Well, we can prove that incoherent magnetism is attractive only, though.
Okay, then why do like-charged particles repel?
Well, they normally repel because of polarization. And so,
Like
actually, the way I look at this is completely different than what they try to teach. But of course, I think what I think is correct, or I wouldn't think it. But so I think it's the same as like all pressure mediation, and that's what everything is. Like heat goes to cold, high pressure goes to low pressure. You make a cup of coffee, sit on your counter, it cools off because it's equalizing to the lower temperature around it. Blah blah blah. I think that's the same thing that charge does. So when we call positive and negative charge, there's of course nothing that's negative in nature. There's no such thing as negative. It's a mathematical construct to describe the difference in charge. And I interpret that to actually be discharge. Now, of course, we can still use the negative sign and like the negative connotation of it to describe it mathematically. The convention is very useful, but that doesn't mean that it's negative. There's no such thing, right? So I look at it like positive charge. If you drew a line of equilibrium, positive charge would be it has an excess of charge, right? And then negative charge would be it has like a deficiency in charge. It has less than that equilibrium line. And so when you put the positive by the negative, those two systems seek equilibrium. So the system that has excess charge goes to the system that lacks charge in a process of pressure mediation and equilibrium.
Pressure. Okay, why don't we go back? Just get a real life example. Go understand, and it might only take you because you're a quick study. Go look at how they make a disk drive work, how they sputter magnetic material at an atom's thickness on the aluminum substrate, and how the head actually, multiple heads in some cases, can actually polarize these magnetic particles on the actual disk to store trillions of bits of information.
Right, but why would that change if they're attached to the substrate? Why would that be a problem for Witzig's explanation?
Yeah, that's
all you're doing is changing the charge on them.
He means there's no negative charge. They have to be a negative charge for it to work. They have to have a polarity change. Otherwise, you're not going to get a 1 or a 0.
Okay.
I see.
No, I don't see how that.
Just before we argue about it, just go look up how disk drives work, how they manufacture the disks on a disk drive, and how the disk head works on a a 2 terabyte disk drive. Now they have multi levels of sputter. Now we're very close with the company that actually did the sputtering systems at Intervac for sputtering magnetic material in a vacuum to make these substrates contain magnetic parts that can work inside of a disk drive. So just look how they actually make them and how they actually operate in real life. They have some really good YouTube videos, I think, on what goes on in slow motion, and see if it comports with your ideas, because I think the particle physicists that work at Intervac are some of the best in the world. These guys come out of MIT, out of Southern California, and these guys know their shit. The particle physicists, they're not just making shit up. They're using it for real world applications. If you think your methodology works, see if it actually is in sync. See if it's in sync by looking at those videos. If you understand how this drive works.
Yeah, Zach, do you agree that no one ever made? Sorry, go ahead.
They're all ether physicists.
Oh. Wait, I think Eli was trying to talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because I was wondering, could it be the same? Well, I'll ask this: what is considered, like when we start saying it's -5 degrees, -10 degrees? Why is it negative instead of zero? What is it?
Well, we came up with a convention, like with basically what water boiling is what gave us the centigrade convention. And so when something just keeps on getting colder, we just label it negative. Like there's no such thing as negative in nature. Like that doesn't make any sense. You know?
Well, zero was water freezing, and
There's a
100 was
reason
water
that I
boiling
brought
for
it up. I
centigrade.
didn't bring it up for no reason. Obviously, I brought it to communicate, right? It's not. I just said that, and there was no. Okay, so
It's just
that's
with
what I thought.
relation to water boiling and water
Xanax,
freezing.
stop.
So that's what I thought. Because it's just like negative. Negative could be considered just like that. Well, we have the maximum and the minimum that we use. I guess the boiling point and the freezing point, and then there's something below and above that. I guess with the energy thing, it's saying the same thing. It's not negative. It's just something below what we would consider
No,
equilibrium.
the Kelvin scale uses zero, and it doesn't have a negative.
Okay, but just like you, yes, Eli, yes.
The Kelvin
like
scale has zero, and it does not. There's no negative below zero.
Okay, so
Actually, zero is zero.
If we start to
hot mic room.
If we start to speak about it in those terms, like that might really move shit along.
It doesn't work. Actually, magnetism needs a negative. It needs to be a different polarization.
Coherent magnetism, yeah.
Richard, do yourself a favor. Just go look at how disk drives work, and then see if that follows your ideas of
Yeah,
how
it does.
magnetism works.
It does. So we can have
You
ball
haven't
magnets.
looked at it yet. Go check it
we
out.
can have
and get
ball
back to me.
magnets. We
There'll
can
be
have
a
ball
test.
magnets. Okay, Zanuck, I'm just gonna kick you from the server.
Why?
I'm just kidding. But just chill.
You keep interrupting Zanuck. He's trying to put a point out, and then you just keep over talking.
Oh, I've been listening to you guys interrupt all day long. Just give me a break.
And with it, I think one of the things we talked about is like if you're in a conversation, don't mock yourself. And we even though you've been doing a good job, just people like think, oh, you're on a power trip or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I'm saying we can have ball magnets that are attractive only. No matter what side of the magnet you put to each other, they only attract. And then the more ball magnets you put together, the weaker they get.
Yeah, but that's like most iron, naturally found iron, because it already has regions of the rock or substance that are coherent and polarized. However, the different sections or different regions are not going to be all polarized together. So you'll have like a natural form of this incoherent magnetism. However, with the buckyballs thing, I know that even though like on a macro scale, you could see that like a big chunk of them be attractive to another big chunk. But if you had any sort of measuring device and you measure it locally, you would see the fluctuation, and if you could even if you had a small enough, like if you had another tiny ball and you attach it to it, you could even have it repel in some instances before it attracts again to another region of it. Yeah, I've done this. I have those buckyballs, and it's exactly what it does. It'll repel and then orient itself so that it is attractive to some other region of it. So
I'm not sure. You kind of I connected to my Jeep while I was walking out to the car, so only a part of that. You're saying that I don't know what you're saying. I'm gonna drop the video for anyone that wants to see it. Though I plan on redoing this, but we did measure what was going on with the magnets, and you can see that it's attractive only. And as you get a bigger compilation of the magnets, it gets weaker, right? And so that's interesting. It's inversely proportionate to mass. And then if you apply this to the Earth, obviously this is just for open-minded people, like the Earth is incoherent. So the Earth is obviously very, very big. So it would be like very, very weak attraction. And then, of course, we have a downward current and downward flow on the Earth with the equipotential increase. And so then if you look at Cavendish, for example, they're like, well, how does it work if it always moves in one direction? Well, it fluctuates greatly. You have to make sure you really try to control electrostatics. It's a very small change, but incoherent magnetism is attractive only. So it actually works perfectly. I think that the missing link here is incoherent magnetism, because all that's taught is the idea of magnetism, which is coherent magnetism via polarization. Via polarization, they don't talk about incoherent magnetism in school. Right? They don't teach this. It's not in textbooks, but it is objectively a phenomenon. So that's weird.
But I mean, is it possible this correlation you're describing between the mass increasing and the decrease of the magnetic attraction, is it possible that this is actually just a correlation that's actually due to the fact that as you're increasing more of these, magnets on it, you're increasing the incoherency, basically, because you're adding, positive and negative, and so it becomes more and more incoherent, and eventually reaches the point where it's not going to be attractive, or attractive at all,
Yeah.
or at least noticeably.
Well, that's what it does. It increases incoherency. Like in layman terms, it's like becoming more and more discombobulated as you continue to add all these incoherent magnets together. But the whole north and south and positive and negative thing, it doesn't line up with the idea of coherency and polarization, because regardless of what side of the ball magnets you flip around, it's always only attractive. And as you increase, basically the stability of it decreases, right? It becomes more and more incoherent, and it gets weaker. And so that makes sense. I mean, that does make sense. It's somewhat counterintuitive to indoctrination that the strength of pull is inversely proportionate to the increase in mass. But anyway, I mean, that makes perfect sense. The thing that I'm highlighting is like positive or negative, regardless, it only attracts. And that makes sense even like with this whole nuclear force idea.
Mass would have to be a part, right? With it, I mean, it would have to be
a part.
The way I'm thinking of it, mass would have to play a part in the whatever you want to call it, the ratio of the force, or you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't see how mass can be taken out of it when you're talking about something like that.
No, I wouldn't take mass out, but I wouldn't say it's directly proportionate to mass. Like that, like I'm going to work on my model or theory or whatever, but I don't
get that part.
Yeah, I don't intend on it's
More
not
like matter.
proportionate.
Be more like matter than mass. Mass is kind of a fucking up in the air term, if you ask me.
Well, my brain doesn't make sense with that.
That's how we conceptualize an amount of matter, though. Like, do you have some other convention to count amount of matter?
Yeah, I know. I know.
And
what
he
you're saying.
said
I'm just saying
layman's
that,
term too, Brent. Like, you know what I'm saying? But my brain doesn't work like that. Like, I can't make that portion of it work. Like, I get the current, the downward bias, I get all that. Like, I even proposed that years ago, like a river flowing from high, altitude down to the ground because of some type of electrical force, right? And that's basically what we're talking about. So when you put something in the current of a river, it just goes with the current, and it takes a lot of force to go against the current, or more than to go with it. I think it's the same thing. I mean, it's the same.
Well, you said something about the weight, other ways to measure the amount of matter. There are other ways, by the way.
Other than mass, what?
Yeah, there's actually it's an electronic test. You can actually do some. I'll go review how to do it. But there's like 3 ways to measure matter. It's not just a convention that they made up. Said, it's 602 6 trillion of anything. There's actually a reason for that, and they can actually do some electronic
So it's
tests.
it's like there's 373 parts of matter. Like, what's the convention? That's what I'm asking.
Part for what? As it applies to what?
It would be mass. Like, no matter, we have mass to charge ratio, mass spectrometry. You can use electronics. I don't dispute any of that. But like the convention of description itself, right, is mass. Because like, what other convention do we have to quantify matter?
Well, the mole talks about how many of something is, but how much of it is. How much of it is a kilogram. And that's just this resistivity to acceleration.
On college, I was taught volume or
But there's
mass.
also, I should also add, there's another way to quantify mass, and it's a way they actually quantify how much matter is in a certain amount of mass.
Okay, but that's yeah. But you just said
With
mass.
electronics, with electronics.
Yeah, everything is electric, dude.
I
Okay,
know,
so
but they can use that. They know how much mass, how many atomic connections, how many electrical or connections are in a certain amount of substance, and that will determine how much matter is in there.
Well, you're saying
yeah.
they can quantify it with each thing, but you said resistance to acceleration. That sounds like another electrical term to me.
No, not just because the word resistance is there. It's probably how much it resists. So there's a force required to accelerate.
That's exactly how electricity is
Well,
gauged.
Not
but
really.
it-
No, it's not.
Resistance. Yes,
No, if
sure
you
it
have a
is.
5 ohm, so if you have a
Listen.
5 ohm resistor and you have 5 volts, how much current's going to flow through it?
Yeah, but it's definitely one of the way. Come on, man. You're not disagreeing with resistance being a part of electrical current, right?
Well, resistance is something that is resistance to a voltage, how much current's going to be
He's
allowed to
asking you
flow.
about Ohm's
But a
fucking
resistance
law,
amount
dude.
of force is how much
He's asking you
acceleration
about
is
Ohm's
allowed
law
to achieve.
resistance.
Acceleration is
Brian.
not current flow. The amp
Well,
is
I'll
not.
leave you to it.
There's
But
analogies. People use a lot of analogies with electricity with water, although they are very useful for learning the concepts. They're not really analogous to reality.
All right,
Well,
I
what's
will
a
just say
unit?
this.
What's a unit or quantity of mass? It's a mole, right?
Well, it's the amount that's
That's
actually
or
a
no.
physical number.
SI quantity. The SI quantity in symbol
If you
for
want
mass.
quantity of matter,
is a
yes,
mole.
mole,
Which is electric.
How many of something, not how much of something.
Yeah, but why are you questioning him about Ohm's law, Zanuck? I mean, what the fuck's that got
well,
to do with anything he's
he
talking
has
about?
a point, but he can't deny. He does have a point.
The analogy
but
of water to electricity is a weak one. It's good for learning, but it's not really matching reality. And as far as what Mike said, yeah, you can get a quantity, actually a count of how much matter is in something, and then how much. So how many or how much is how I like to phrase it.
Hey, Zenek,
How many is the mole? How much
Oh,
is the
and hold up. The mole, the use of the molar volume or measurement of electric
molar mass.
charge.
Molar
Electric
mass.
charge.
No.
Hey, Zenek. Hey,
They
Zenek.
can. Go ahead.
Or potential.
Yeah, Zenek, have you ever answered a yes or no question with a yes or no?
I'm telling you,
Well,
what the
in
mole.
physics, is
You gotta be that depends. He's that
Well,
depends.
I don't think I could have. If I answer
Yeah, that
without
was a
yes
yes or
or
no
there's a
question,
reason for
and
it.
you still didn't.
He's
even say
literally,
yes or
yeah,
no.
he's doing it right now.
Did Zedek say how many or how much? That's an analytically false statement with a
No,
distinction.
it's not. Well, let me explain. Maybe you can understand my words here, real quick. I won't take up very much time at all. How many is strictly a number. So if we have a mole of hydrogen, it's not the same amount of mass as a mole of helium. It's 4x in helium. Although the amount of the matter is the same. Hold on. The amount of matter, meaning the quantity of the actual atoms, is the same. However, the mass is 4x. Some molecules, rather. They usually do in molecules.
But in context of the thing that we're talking about concrete material physical entities, it's a quantitative matter.
Yeah, well,
Weight is the same as mass. Let's leave
if
the
I have a
planet,
mole,
y'all.
then you're
They're
saying
both quantitative, so
Well, then if-
there's no distinction. Your distinction is analytically false.
No, that's not true. If I
Let
have,
me
so
say
if
one
I
thing
give
real
you a
quick,
mole,
Zanuck.
if I want to
Let me
have
get in
something
one word.
what's going to weigh more, a
Zanuck,
mole of hydrogen
please.
or a mole of helium?
Oh my God, man.
No, just a quick question. We'll be done
Zanuck,
with
let
this
me
in a
get in
second.
one word.
You say it's
Weight
qualitatively
is the
not
same as mass
logical.
unless you leave the.
Please, Brian, it's a one-on-one real quick for like 5 seconds. If I give you a mole of hydrogen, a mole of helium, which one's going to weigh more?
Whichever one weighs more, let's say the helium weighs more.
It will weigh
That's
more.
a quantitative matter. That's
Okay,
a quantitative
but we
subject
have the
matter.
same. But we have the
As
same
we
amount.
examine the sentences that we're saying.
But they both are 1 mole.
A
602
theoretical
sextillion
volume is
something.
what he said.
So again, my
Same
point
number.
is that the terms you're using is a quantitative matter, and you tried to make a distinction between them, but
They
there
were
is
both-
no distinction. In both ways, you're using the word many and much. You're referring to a quantitative issue.
Many as an I.
Mic check.
I can hear you.
Hello?
I don't know. Everyone stopped
Yeah.
talking. I thought something.
I was
Never
just
feed him
trying.
into silence or something.
Yeah, I was just trying to get in one little comment, y'all. W equals or F equals WA. Force equals weight times acceleration. Look, the weight is the same.
Hello.
Holy
What is
shit!
going on?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna jump in there and say molar mass real quick. Molar mass. I was trying to get at the molar mass potential of all matter.
Yeah, everything's electric. Like, for example, when they try to determine the mass of an electron, guess what they do? They just measure the charge. And then they put it in a mass to charge ratio. Mass spectrometry uses charge. Everything's about charge.
Just like the weight of helium, it's theoretical. He's using a it's not just quantitative, it's fucking based on theoretical shit. Who measured one atom of helium or hydrogen? Tell me. Who measured the weight of that? Who weighed that? This is all quantum theory.
To just
not me.
just specifically address what started all this, which was Rakia's question. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's somewhat counterintuitive, the idea that as you increase mass, that the attraction gets weaker. But I just dropped a video of Zach doing it, and that's incoherent magnetism. And so I don't think there's a directly proportionate relationship, but there is, of course, some relationship, right? Because if you have more matter, then you have the potential for more charge.
RIP.
Matter or mass? Which one?
Well, I mean, if you want to try to count matter, the concept or convention we have, we call it mass, right? I mean, so I mean, if I was going to try to make like a theory, I'm not gonna create a whole new convention of every single aspect of it, or I wouldn't be able to do it. Like, it's already like almost too big of a task by myself when I'm going against like hundreds of years of millions of people.
Academically, we should be attacking the mainstream conventions. You're right.
You just said something really interesting. You said that and correct me if I'm wrong, that the incoherent magnetism goes or changes as the mass increases
It gets weaker, yeah.
at a different rate than mass does, than the weight does. So why would that be? Weight is uniform. The weight, the mass, as we describe it, the force is very uniform. As I double the mass, the weight, the mass doubles. The weight doubles.
Weight?
I don't know why you're talking about weight. I didn't invoke weight.
And you can call it whatever you want. The resistance to motion doubles. It doesn't decrease as the mass increases. Your incoherent mass.
Yeah. The strength of pull decreases attraction.
Except it doesn't. It increases at a very linear rate.
Wait, I'm not understanding the question. Like, I dropped a video where you can see, like, as you add the ball magnets together, no matter which way you turn the ball magnets, it's attractive only, and because it's incoherent mass. And then, like, as it gets bigger and you keep on adding ball magnets, you can measure it. We measured it, and the attraction keeps getting weaker as the mass gets bigger.
I understand that, but your weight, the thing we call weight, whether it be incoherent magnetism or not, increases as a function of linear. When you double the mass, double the size of your object, the weight doubles.
Okay, so?
Not so.
What? Yeah.
How do you square that with the fact that weight doesn't follow your incoherent magnetism rules?
What are you talking about? It doesn't follow. I'm talking about just like an objective thing that happens, which is that the attraction gets weaker. We can measure it. Right now, when it comes to what weight is, we're gonna have to properly define it in the way that I understand it, which is why what I'm trying to do is very difficult, and I'm also very busy. So, but I think it's like vector specific, medium specific, coherency specific, location specific, phase specific, and none of these are currently included in the current equation for weight. So, I would be replacing little g with it being an electrostatic constant, but that's still just going to be an agreed upon convention, as downward acceleration isn't literally always the same. It just fluctuates in a decent window. And so there's a whole level to this. If you're asking me about weight, I mean, I don't agree with what people say weight is. So yeah,
Right,
you
but
can change
this is
something's weight with coherency. So if you double the mass but change its coherency, then it won't change in a linear fashion that's exact compared to the doubling of mass. Because if you change the coherency, it'll change it. That's what you're doing with incoherent magnetism. So I'd have to
Right, but
weigh
if you
these
don't
objects
plan
out, which I mean I want to do, but I mean, you know, there's a lot of stuff.
I was gonna say, if you don't plan on leaving the planet, you can always use weight interchange to resist to inertia.
roboting, bro.
Everything described. Okay.
Yeah, all
Is
roboting
that
people and hot miking people, all the
yeah?
roboters and hot micers, just send them to the hot mic room. That'll solve that.
Yeah, that dude, Robot, and he said that earlier. Rock on. I agree. Let's vote. I'm joking.
I hope that's a little bit better, man. But I was just saying that if you look at the definition, the scientific definition of mass, it's the same as weight. Basically, the resistance to inertia or the measurement. You know, as long as you're not planning on leaving Earth, weight and mass are the same thing. Even mathematically, if you're thinking about doing the formulas, like I said, F equals WA. It's the same. It's the same shit, man. They've got us stuck on this mass shit because I just posted in Live Text 1 the difference between mass and weight because they're used interchangeably every day. The difference is in different places in the universe you have the same mass but different weight. That's what they've done is they brain fucked this mass into our mind instead of just weight.
Well, I understand. I understood what Moyoc was talking about, the lack of proportionality to the magnetic properties versus the weight of that mass.
I directly answered it.
Well, no, I mean, but if the magnetism has anything to do with the downward acceleration, it kind of doesn't make sense.
Well, it actually does. I explained it. So first of all, it's not coherent magnetism, it's incoherent magnetism. There's an electrostatic acceleration, and we would have to weigh the objects out, but what I'm saying is something's weight can change based on its coherency or its phase. Of course, like the medium, now you can consider there's additional variables that you have to control.
Static charge.
Yeah, so if so if I change like incoherent magnetism, it's changing the coherency of the compilation of mass. So based on the scale you do it, because it depends on how sensitive your scale is, right? Like then you'd be able to see, at least I think, which I haven't done this yet, you'd be able to see a difference in the change in weight. It wouldn't be consistent. It would change with coherency. There's a relationship there because we can prove there is. And we can change something's weight with electrostatics. So yeah, I just think it's certainly interesting. He didn't do that. I plan on redoing it, but you can show it gets weaker, and then the magnet, like the attraction, gets weaker as it gets bigger, and then you would have to have a really sensitive scale to try to weigh it, and you'd also try to maybe a spring-loaded scale to try to eliminate the electrostatics messing with the scale itself. You know, like if you add current to something, it can change its weight, but the argument is, well, maybe you're messing with the scale itself. So it's a pretty intricate thing to try to figure out. It's unfortunate that people would be so disingenuous. They'd be like, "You're so stupid. You don't have it. Where's your perfect answer for everything?" And blah blah blah. Well, you know, I don't have 50 years of millions of dollars of university grants and incredible technology to do all of it. So I think that's kind of disingenuous, right? And I would also say, like, anyone's being honest, like, even within the globe Earth paradigm, a lot of things are still unanswered and need to be updated and completed, even if your paradigm was true. And no one's ever done that. No one's ever come up with a progressive, more accurate model without going against what's currently accepted. So like when someone pushes against that so vehemently, I find that to be counterintuitive.
Right. When
You
people
keep
are doing
on
the
talking about
Cavendish
all
experiment,
these.
sorry, just real fast. When people are doing the Cavendish experiment, they're attributing it to gravity when I think very well it could be the Casimir effect. Thanks.
The Casimir effect doesn't seem to have any effect at any distance. So I mean, I don't know how you would say that, but yeah, you can tell just by moving those plates a millimeter apart, and all of a sudden the Casimir effect drops to zero. So I wouldn't call that the same thing.
Do you guys think that gravity adheres to the inverse square law?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. So if we move the object in Cavendish closer and closer, then it's gonna attract more and more?
Yep.
Right. And so wouldn't that also happen with electrostatics?
Yeah, not Casimir specifically. Yes, it would. However, electrostatics can be modified. However, what we get out of Cavendish, like you're showing all these different variables that is intricately all balanced together in order to do something. And maybe you're right. Maybe just the luck of the Irish gets everything to line up all the time. But when you do Cavendish, you get stable results out of it. You get very reliable results out of it.
Okay, well they change, but yeah, if you say you try to control the variable electrostatics the most you can, then yeah, you're gonna narrow down the window of error, right? But there's something called, people call it 0-point energy or vacuum energy, quantum energy. It's been proven that there's always electromagnetic energy, always, everywhere. And so no matter what you do, if you put it in a Faraday cage or whatever, there's like a background transference of energy to those balls and in between those balls. And that's not gravity. It isn't called vacuum gravity, right? And so that means that there is a variable there that is intrinsically tied to what we call electrostatics or the electric nature of all things that is there. And we can, now when we, for example, if we don't account for electrostatics at all, then it would just go crazy, right? Like it would go, if there was polarization, it could repel and it would just move a ton and inconsistently based on the fluctuations and stuff like this. But if we ground it, put it in a Faraday cage, now we're really narrowing it down, but it's still there and it's still in the background of that vacuum chamber.
Yeah, even that ain't enough. Then you got to put up on different parts of it and shit, dude. It's all they're doing there. I mean, I say that it very well could be electrostatics because that's all they're varying the whole time to try and narrow it down. And then when they get everything just right, they say, "Oh, there it is, gravity." You just varied electrostatics 4 different ways, and now you got it doing what you want to call it gravity. I mean, maybe it is, okay? I'll see that minute possibility in my mind, but to me, it's everything about it is electrostatic, in my opinion. I've got the setup. I haven't fucking done it yet.
I can also measure, or we can actually measure electric charge. We can see that there's next to no charge on these items, no relative charge, and I'd like to know why that's not sufficient. Now I can vary that. I can now take the next to no charge and I can, let's say, let's put it in inequity of 50 volts. Do I get the same reaction? Can add it to 100 volts. At 100 volts, I get 100. If I add to 100 volts, do I get the reaction? And so I can go through and show that electrostatics would have to be outlandishly high difference in potential in order to get the same result as we're seeing with the Cavendish experiment.
Well, electrostatics is super weak, right? So if I did the Cavendish between 2 Gaussian surfaces and I manipulated the electrostatic field that is encompassed in, I would objectively change the results. And of course, Cavendish didn't even account for electrostatics. So for anyone to invoke the original experiment, which is how it was told to us in the mainstream, is pretty
no, he did.
They are.
He did ground it.
Yeah.
He did ground it. Sorry, wrong.
So you think if he grounds it, then that would eliminate electrostatics causing the effect?
Any appreciable amount of electrostatics
should be discharged.
It would come from all kinds of electrostatics in the environment itself.
Not uniformly. You would expect randomness out of it. You're not getting randomness.
It was a completely varying results.
Cavendish got completely varying results.
Yeah, his results varied. He didn't get the exact number every time.
No. Exact is irrelevant. There's no such thing as exact. Stop that. That's
Hold on. He said the wood he used, he didn't need to ground it because the wood he used in the moist ground in London or in Europe or whatever. So he didn't ground it. I don't know why y'all are even saying that.
Blue did.
Because he grounded it.
We're not talking about blue, are we, Left Lane?
No,
I thought
actually,
we were.
as far as I'm...
Or literally not,
Cavendish. Actual Cavendish.
I don't think he did account for
under
electrostatics.
The impression.
No, he didn't ground it. He didn't ground his lead balls. He said that, and Blue did ground it. So yeah.
Yeah, Blue did, but this is the problem, right? You have the background energy, and the change that we're measuring is super small. Like the amount of motion that's detected is not very large.
I'll give him that, but
I distinctly remember him grounding it. I distinctly, now I could be wrong. I distinctly remember hearing that Cavendish did ground it. So I got to go look at that.
No, I don't think he did. It doesn't matter. We can redo it, right? My point is, like, we were taught as if this is something special or something. Like, no, it's not. It's actually not. If he didn't account for that, then when he did it, it's stupid. And he wasn't even trying to prove mass attracts mass anyway. That's not in any way what the objective was.
No, but it's a byproduct of his experiment. You can use his experiment for that purpose.
Did they even know about electromagnetism when Cavendish was alive?
Yes.
Certainly didn't fully understand it. We
No,
still don't.
well, we don't fully understand it now.
Yeah, I just said that. So, but this is the point, right? So, the change you get in Cavendish is super weak. And like the best argument against electrostatics would be, well, it's attractive only. It doesn't repel. So it can't be electrostatics. But that's wrong though, because incoherent magnetism is attractive only. And we're actually receiving electromagnetic energy from the background. And so it would be different if, like, say there was a huge change and you could like show like, okay, if I keep this electrostatic charge here, I get no change, but then I just increase the mass and I get this huge change. You don't. You get barely movement at all. And so that's what makes it interesting, is like it's such a very small movement. Well, electrostatics is super weak, right? And so you would, like I said, if you put two Gaussian surfaces in where you're doing the Cavendish, you can literally make those balls go crazy. And we can't eliminate that variable. So that's the point. Incoherent magnetism would give you the same effect. It'd be attractive only, it'd be super weak, and it would barely move the balls. And I don't see why that would be whistled past. That doesn't seem.
You could argue that the ball like that.
Yeah, none of that was hard.
Yeah, what he said.
That's right, Brian.
I'm dying to move Brian to the hot mic room for roboting, but I can never catch him in time.
I don't know if it's a good idea to move people down there for roboting, though.
No, you don't think so?
Yeah, I'd get punished all the time.
It's kind of tough. I mean, a hot mic is on their end, you know, so it makes sense because then they're gonna have to move themselves back. Like they're not gonna hear anything because they're gonna be in the other room if they're hot micing. But just for roboting, it seems a bit harsh to throw them into another room.
It depends.
Right, no
If they're persistently hot micing and they're not responding to any calls for it, I would think it'd be
We're talking
reasonable.
about roboting.
I know.
Just sometimes
sorry.
it like
If there were
locks the room
calls
up
saying-
for like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Sometimes it locks the room up for like 30 seconds while we're waiting for him to finish.
Yeah, I agree. Well, then maybe muting. There's also
Yeah,
mute 'em. There's a bot that can do like a command that does a timed mute, but you'd have to type the command in, you know, and then it'll mute them for like 30 seconds. That might be a solution.
When someone tells me that I'm hot micing, I just leave. I'm sorry, roboting. I just leave the room and like come back, because if I just go on mute, it's still gonna project that terrible garble for like 10 seconds.
No, I agree. Something there needs to be some solution for roboting because we end up just telling the person you're roboting, and then it kind of takes up a lot of time in that way.
Man, I'm
Maybe we
tired
could
of working
ground
all
the
the damn
server.
time.
So like when I was good.
No, I just wondered if you could hear me squeaking. I want to make sure I'm not being too annoying.
Yep,
Yeah, when I was talking to that physicist, right, he was trying to say that you can like completely block and eliminate electrostatics. Like, dude, this is a freaking former professor. That is objectively not true, man. Like, there's always a background energy. This has been demonstrated and proven without any type of refutation possible, right? Like, it's just objective. There's always a background energy. And so you can't eliminate the variable of electrostatics. It's insane. It's not even just that the molecular attraction, like the matter itself is held together. Not just that, but like the actual medium, like the environment itself. Even if you put it in a vacuum chamber. I don't know what all blue did. Did blue? So are we supposed to believe that blue grounded, put it in a Faraday cage, and used a vacuum, or what?
Well, the way that
Essentially, he copper clad it, didn't he?
yeah,
Or he didn't
There
use
was a guy
vacuum,
BioDuel. There was a guy BioDuel who did his shit in a vacuum, but he didn't. I was trying to give him helpful hints. He wouldn't listen to me.
So he didn't ground. So like I think ground for anyone that does it, I think grounding, Faraday cage, and vacuum are all beneficial. But
I'd say the vacuum is, the vacuum's only trying to eliminate the what do you call it? Effects of wind or air currents and stuff like that on it. And again, the uniformity, I think, dismisses that.
what's also going to help, that's not all it does. It would help to control the variable of electrostatic induction.
Also drag on the balls, right?
The biggest
There
one is
being no air.
electrostatic induction. Like we need, in order to try to prove its gravity, you're going to have to like go over and beyond to eliminate the possibility of it being electrostatic. And grounding it alone does not do that. If it's got air in there, it definitely doesn't do that because of electrostatic induction. And honestly, in a vacuum, it doesn't either, unfortunately, because there's still background energy, which is why I think it's preposterous to claim that it somehow definitively proves gravity. It does not.
Drag on the balls, Jeremy? Is that when your dog scoots his butt across the floor?
Is my mic any better, y'all? I hope I'm not
Dragon balls.
10-4.
Dragon balls are about to go Super Saiyan up in here. But yeah, it would eliminate drag on the balls, though, right?
Yeah, it would eliminate drag, and it would it seems to be more energy in yeah.
And
That's why when
electrostatic induction.
Bio put his shit in a vacuum, I'm like, yo, time it. I was like, yo, time it. If there's no drag, everything should happen quicker because there's no drag, and he wouldn't fucking do it.
Drag is inversely proportional to speed. These things move glacially, so it's not really going to affect it at all to speak of.
Yeah, but did y'all see his setup? Did anybody see BioDual's setup? I'd like to talk to him about it. Sorry, it looked like he just had like just the damn one arm like depressurized or something. I mean, it didn't look like the whole thing was in a vacuum. I had questions about that setup, but I predicted that it would probably work better in a vacuum. I don't know why Chemo thought it wouldn't work in a vacuum.
Well, because Chemo's argument is that it's wind that's causing it.
It's definitely electrostatic.
Yeah, wouldn't it speed up in a vacuum from there being no drag, Moyak?
Not really. Wind is going to be inversely proportional. So, like when you move into your car at 60 miles an hour, there's a lot of force. It takes hundreds of horsepower to move your car through the air. But at 1 mile an hour, it's almost imperceivable the effect that having an atmosphere has.
Right, so if we have the same force, but in one instance where there's drag, in another instance there's no drag, you're telling me there wouldn't be a difference?
Not if it's inversely proportional and it's moving at glacial speed.
Sorry, minor correction. It doesn't take hundreds of horsepower to go 60 miles an hour. It takes less than 100 horsepower and a transmission.
It's about.
I don't know why you think it wouldn't
It's about
be faster.
15 to 20 horsepower for most cars.
It
I
seems
don't know
like
why you think it.
But it takes 500 horsepower to go 200 miles an hour.
Jeremy, just a piece of advice. See, like whenever you got interrupted and then you stopped, you should, once it's quiet, like jump in faster, right? Because then someone else is going to take you over again.
Or push through it. Push through a little bit. Not when it's a pissing match, but most of the time people yield.
At the same time as Austin or Jeremy, I'll just shut right up, and say, go ahead, as quick as I can, and hope Zanuck don't jump in. Yeah.
Right. And most people will yield the mic unless they're in a heated conversation.
Yeah. And with Jeremy's delay, when he yields, it just compounds the issue.
Yeah, but I like Jeremy's method.
Okay, is the server fucking up again, or?
No.
It's my Friday. Today's my Friday. I'm fucking exhausted. I'm ready to go ride my bike.
I'm staying on. I had to make a long commute today, so I just decided I'm going to stay on the boat tonight. Knocks 45 minutes off my commute.
The thing with Cavendish, though, I mean, the thing about it, though, is that whatever it's doing, to then extrapolate that everything's sticking to a ball Earth is a huge faulty leap in logic.
Well, if it seems to be proportional to mass, and we know that the Earth has a crap butt ton of mass, I think that unless something breaks down, when it hits 200 tons, it suddenly it inverts itself again. I think you can make
Mass? What's that?
a very logical conclusion that no, we're not going to argue the mass. If you want to go argue mass, then talk to somebody else.
Yeah, but that's presupposing the Earth is a sphere, meaning that you could say, what if the Earth is a stationary plane? It also has a lot of mass too. So why leap to it being a sphere floating in a vacuum and everything's clinging to a sphere? If you want to just go off mass attracting mass, fine. How about just the thing is attracted down to the plane of the Earth? Why assume it's a sphere and then make a bunch of theories about that?
Well, I think that basically the way that the direction of all those vectors of force would make you actually have to, gravity would increase as you walked out to the edge of the disk, if I understand it correctly. So unless you had a really weird shaped flat pizza where, there's like more mass on the outside of it to counteract the inner mass, I don't know how you would actually get that to work.
Why are you going?
You have to walk uphill to get to the edge.
Why are you going to the outside of a disk? Why are you going to the outside of a disk? It's just down to the Earth. The Earth would be the ground, down.
What is the point in saying that the downward force would be stronger the further you get out to the edges? How is that? That's not logically implied from the previous premise Gio just said.
There's more mass between you and the essentially the center, the whatever you want to call it.
Mass? What's that?
It's mass. Yeah.
The downward force is downward, not sideward.
Yeah, down.
Actually, it is in many directions. It's the sum of all those masses, or of all those directions, that's downward.
What you're saying is, if you're at the edge of this mass,
so it's moving toward a center, but from multiple directions, which sum up to it going down. That makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
Sorry, that's how the sums work.
If you're on the edge,
that makes no sense. That doesn't make sense.
Hey,
so you have all these arrows in a 360 degree, however many arrows you want, and they're all pointing to a center, and you think that adds up logically to downward?
Gregory, think about it. If you have something that causes mass to attract mass, and you're at the edges, what's the vector going to be if there's nothing to the right of you, only to the left of you? You have to have something that actually. You'd actually have something that actually have more mass. Oh my God! Really?
Here's the problem. You're thinking about it.
Sorry, you're not going to let me respond to Gregory. They have actually a picture of what it. Okay, we'll let Elijah answer because he seems to have all the answers, Gregory. But yeah, it would not be straight down if you had a flat, huge mass for everybody on it, because it'd be more mass to the center than to the outside edge. So you'd be leaning sideways against the plane.
Thanks, Elijah. It is in sequitur with what I just said. You have several arrows. Let's say you have 8 arrows in all directions pointing to a center. You think that equals therefore downward?
If there
does not make sense.
Yeah, if there are 8 arrows. Elijah, it's not your turn. What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, I was trying to get in before you.
No, you weren't, because I was talking to Gregory. It was very calm, and all I heard was you yapping in the background. Just stop for a second. It'd only be 10 seconds. It would literally be 10 seconds. I promise.
Yeah, let Zanuck hog the mic. God, if he doesn't filibuster, he gets upset.
I'm not going to hog the mic. I just want
you're acting like. Go ahead, Eli. Your mic is abysmal, though. It's so hard to even hear you. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ, I know. That's why I'm trying not to talk. Okay. Now, the only reason that it doesn't work, like Zanuck is still describing gravity in the way that it is in the heliocentric model. So even if it was a plane, this plane came together from the center, and for whatever reason, the center would be the most attractive. Well, first of all, that statement doesn't make sense, because if the attraction was towards the center, it would have never been a plane in the first place. So your idea of gravity doesn't work with this imaginary made up scenario where we have a plane where the attractive force is equally down wherever you are on the plane.
It works the same way with
Let me
magnetism.
let me say it this way: if you were on a ball, let's say, or on a thing that has forces coming in all directions, which way would be the prevalent direction of all those forces? It'd be the one with where the most mass is
Yeah,
between you and that force, or whatever you want to call it. So down
yeah.
is the sum of all those forces. That's when you have the most shit pulling on you from that one direction.
Yeah,
Then there's a bunch of
yeah,
other ones
because
that
it's
pull a
not
little bit
down,
to
it's
the
inward.
side and stuff like that. Very few of them will push away or pull you left or right.
Sure,
Yes,
talking from your metaphysic.
in that scenario, it's inward. That's what it's inward. It's not down. It's inward. If you have all the forces pointing inward, then it's inward. We're not talking about an inward force. We're talking about a force that's down.
Yeah, I know, but that's the same thing in this context.
Did you just say that?
No, the problem is you're superimposing your metaphysical universal gravitation premise into our metaphysic.
Actually, what we're doing is we're describing what we realize the world to be. So if we realize that the
No.
Earth were a spherical, we realize that downward is inward.
No.
So therefore,
Downward it would be from the upper extremity to the lower extremity. In your paradigm, there is no up or down. There is no upper extremity and lower extremity to reference so as to know whether you're going upper or higher or lower. In your paradigm, it's just a vacuum and you're moving in relative quote unquote directions, but relative to what? So you can't even make that value judgment or the quantitative judgment. And so as you talk about your universal gravitation law, you superimpose your universal gravitation of all the arrows pointing to the center into our paradigm when it's not there.
Again, we define down as the direction that we're being pulled, which is towards the center.
Right, of course, that's how you would have to
Then,
define it in your metaphysic.
Right,
But
right.
it
So
reduces the
we're not
very concept of
superimposing
down to
it.
absurdity.
We're not superimposing it. We're simply identifying the direction that it goes. So
You're
but
transferring
the
a globe
is
concept.
that's what's necessarily implied with your metaphysic. If you subscribe to a cosmic paradigm where you're living on a ball flying around in a vacuum with a bunch of other humongous balls of solid, liquid, or gas flying around in a vacuum with no upper extremity and lower extremity so as to make the reference between going higher and lower, then that's how you would have to make the notion of down intelligible. But the problem is that it reduces the very notion of down to absurdity. It's contrary to our human experience.
No,
Down is towards the mass.
Yeah, it's a relative direction, just like the other four relative directions.
There's nothing contrary about it.
It is contrary. Going to the center is not the same as going down, but you want to equate them because that's your metaphysic. That's your cosmic paradigm.
So Gregory, this is where, I tell them, okay, well then we can't speak because we're trying to communicate something that you're rejecting. And you may say, oh, well, that's just how it is. Yeah, that's how it is in your metaphysic, like he said. For some reason, you're rejecting his response and you'll reject this response too. This is our opportunity to disengage every time because we don't have to be forced into a conversation where they're going to, in the beginning, tell us we're going to reject that and we're only going to accept what we're telling you. Else, we'll just keep arguing in circles. We just have to
I haven't.
disengage.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I haven't rejected anything. I'm just telling you how downward is defined. They're not mutually exclusive. And now we're understanding downward is just simply defined as the direction that gravity's pulling you. So
hold on, isn't downward
quantification of your metaphysics? The initial premise was talking about what Geo said to Zanuck or Moyak, where someone tried to argue that some kind of necessary or at least probable implication is that on a plane, the downward force would be stronger on the edges than the center. But the only reason they're saying that is because they're sneaking in this metaphysical universal gravitation.
Didn't say that. That's not what you're
Actually, no, the question was originally formed at me, and it was saying, why would you say this? Wouldn't that work on a flat Earth? And the answer is no, it would not work on the flat Earth. That was you invoking, the flat earthers, you invoking my gravitation on your flat Earth.
No, that's what you did. You asserted the premise that gravity the downward force would be stronger on the edges. You say that
No.
because you
No,
were
he didn't. He
sneaking
didn't say
in
that.
universal gravitation
You
premise.
It's not
you
the
missed the
uniform
part where
correlation.
they insisted that it would work on a flat Earth. That's when I changed over and said, okay, if gravity is real and it was a flat Earth, you would expect this result.
But that's not
Okay, so can I
that
respond, Gregory?
argument. That retort presupposes the universal gravitation premise.
Right. So can I? I
That was
just
the
want to say this.
assumption based upon the
I
question.
get. You gotta understand. Am
Go
I
ahead.
muted, though? Am
No,
I
go ahead.
muted usually? Oh, because that's what usually happens. So what I'm saying is, Gregory's correct. If you're not going to engage what we're saying, then we don't have to argue. We can still like each other. The reason that we be at each other's throats is because you don't want to accept that we don't accept your premises.
Hey, Moyak's actually right, though.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Globe doesn't have a down. You consider down to be towards the center of a ball. The globe doesn't have a horizontal. That is just, again, this thing that you consider perpendicular to plumb on a ball. Like, so here are two factors of our reality that have to be reworked.
Made intelligible.
In another way.
I gotta say,
They are
Moyak's actually
intelligible.
right, because Geo said, yeah, I mean, even if it was there, I don't understand why you couldn't just put it on a plane instead of assuming a ball. That's what started the conversation. So, like, Geo proposed the premise that if you take gravity as it is, invoked, why couldn't it just happen on a ball? I mean, on a flat Earth instead of a ball.
Mass attracting mass, in particular. Mass
Yeah, so
attracting.
Moyak was responding to the idea of applying mass attracting mass on a flat Earth.
I had thought of one situation where that might work, which is if it was a big giant cone, if it was a giant cylinder,
Right.
and you were on the top of the cylinder, you would get very similar results to gravity.
Yeah, Jim Panda said that as well. But there's two. There's an infinite plane, and then there's the very long pillar. And I think both those would satisfy. Although I think I found a problem with the pillar one.
This is why.
I've always.
This is why we can't accept mass attracts mass, because it would be a globe. There's no reason it would be anything other than that. If you have, 2 particles and then 6 and then 12 and they're constantly, being attracted to the center, because that's where the most mass is, and everything else is, getting attracted to that. It's gonna be a sphere. Like, so then, that's why we don't believe that mass attracts mass.
Well, if I replace the word mass, if I replace the word mass with matter, matter attracts matter, then if you're holding something above a huge planar Earth that's a lot of matter and you drop it, it would attract straight down.
Yeah, I've always said
And then
mass. You could have mass
which is why
attraction.
I said what I said in response to Moyak. Moyak then asserted the premise that would necessarily imply, or at least probably imply, that it would be stronger, the downward force would be stronger on the edges than at the center. And so where he simultaneously has all arrows pointing to the center and then all the arrows equal going downward, quote unquote. And then I resisted that.
I've always said
the
that.
angles.
I'm just saying, I jumped in because it turned into Moyak was being accused of trying to straw man the flat earthers with a globe, and that's not what happened. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's not.
Thank you.
No, not that he was straw manning the flat earth, that he was sneaking in. It was a presupposition, which he held.
Well,
in the
you could
retort.
debate against the specifics of how he's interpreting how it'd be on a flat earth, but the accusation was slung out like 3 times that he was like, straw manning flat earthers with the globe. So
he's using the
No,
concept.
No, because me and Gregory were specifically talking about arrows pointing inward, matter going inward, and why would that have to be on a plane? We're not accepting that. That's what we said.
Right. Well, that's what you should ask. You shouldn't say why. You shouldn't say you're trying to straw man. You just say I don't agree with that.
Me and Gregory didn't say that. That's what I'm telling
Dude,
you.
I 100% heard it said 3 times that he was trying to straw man the flat earthers with the globe, and that we're conflating 2 models, and that's why we can't have conversations, because instead of talking about what we're actually talking about or agreeing to disagree, they want to conflate the 2 models.
Well, no, Austin, what I said was he's sneaking in a premise.
Oh, fair enough. Just dispute it specifically. No, I'm just saying. I didn't jump in for no reason. I'm actually busy, so.
I would disagree that sneaking in would be a misrepresentation.
Well, you're
Well,
using
who
a
did
vector.
that? Well, the question is, who did that? I just want to know who did that, because I'd like
I
to be
literally
down with
heard it
Geo.
said.
Geo
I don't even
seconded
remember.
when he
I didn't.
said the gravity would work the same way on a flat Earth.
I
Or
never.
wide
Yeah,
Earth.
I've always said too that you could have mass attracting mass on a flat Earth. Why not?
Neither of those statements are "don't straw man us with the globe." Who said that?
You said this is why we can't talk because instead of talking about what we're really talking about, you're trying to conflate the two different models.
No,
Okay.
he said because you won't accept that we don't accept your premises. That's what he said.
Well, it's using a sphere vector of mass attracting to the center of a sphere and then extrapolating that onto a planar Earth. And that's not what I
Right.
said. I just said the idea
Right.
if the Earth is a massive plane, then if mass attracts mass in that way or matter attracts matter, then the thing would fall down to the more matter, which is the Earth.
Yeah, I
I know, but
agree with the flat earthers on the argument that he's inaccurately representing a plane. But I mean, that should have just been the debate. It shouldn't have been like this insinuation that he was being disingenuous and trying to make us accept gravity or something. That's all I was saying, and that's what
Yo,
it
Jeremy.
sounded like. So
That's
Jeremy,
not
what
what
if I
happened.
told you? What if I told you you could only have mass attracting mass on a plane if it's infinite?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Yeah.
What you're
Doesn't
telling
have to be infinite.
what you're
I think it
telling
has
us
to be
to
infinite.
do is what you're telling us to do is what Gregory and I was doing. That's why I asked you, well, who did that? You said Geo. Geo said what he said. Didn't sound like what you said. I don't know who said stop straw. Well, even if they didn't say stop straw manning us, it's not like we were saying no, don't straw man us with the globe. We were saying no. On
No,
a
you're right.
globe, gravity works a specific way. Why would you apply that to a plane? That's all we didn't say don't straw man us. So
well,
would
what
have
I
to
said
apply
was
to a
this is why we
plane
can't
if it
have
wasn't
honest
infinite.
conversations because you guys always want to and just I'm saying he was just he's wrong, right? But just say specifically why he's wrong, not like, oh man, this is why we can't. This is why. That's actually why it ends up getting
Well, I'd like to
extra.
respond to Elijah. So it would
my bad.
happen the same way it happens on a globe, on a plane, so long as it's not infinite. Because
It does not
towards
have to
the
be
outside
infinite.
of the plane, towards the outside of the plane, there's always going to be more mass towards the inside, and over time, that is going to attract and it's going to basically turn into a ball.
Yeah,
That's
if
the
you
point that I made. I said it would never work that way. It would never be a plane. That's why I said we
It
can't
would
even
if it's
answer that
infinite
question.
plane, but that's it.
an infinite,
It doesn't have.
How would it turn into an infinite plane?
no, it
I'm
wouldn't
saying if it
turn
was an
into
infinite
one.
plane from the get-go, then you wouldn't have an issue of the outside attracting inward because it's all the same.
It would have the vectors would add up equally everywhere. So you'd have
they'd all cancel out.
Yeah, you the same way they do on a sphere. But actually, that's kind of interesting because if you had an infinite plane, they wouldn't necessarily cancel out. The ones that were not directly below you would cancel out, basically.
Yeah, but
So
this
the
is the
ones
funny part, right? Like, so
directly
even
below
in the
you would still be down.
Even in the globe paradigm, gravity is no longer considered an intrinsic property of matter. That's not even on the table anymore. And that's also not what I see as a viable explanation for what we see on the Earth, right? So it would actually be a product of electrostatics, seemingly, right? So that's not the same as mass attracting mass. And then, so the idea of mass attracting mass originally postulated was that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter itself. And that is not in any way the paradigm anymore. It's actually that the mass reacting to the surrounding space-time is what gives you the effect of gravity. And so I don't even know why mass attracting mass is literally not even like applicable to the discussion in any way on either side anymore. And so, yeah, you could have things being attracted to the Earth without it being an intrinsic property of the Earth itself. Just like incoherent magnetism, right? It's not the actual matter that's attracting something. It's actually the electric nature of it, or what some people call the magnetic nature of it, right? It's not the matter itself has some magic intrinsic property of gravity that's additional to the electric nature of it. So mass attracting mass is not really even applicable. And so I think that, like, basically to run along the narrative that it's an intrinsic property of matter, it just doesn't really even apply to the conversation from either side. And that is an important distinction to make, and that's actually why Newton went in, excruciating detail why he thought it was absurd. And then he attributed it to God.
I agree, man. I agree. That is an important distinction to make, right?
No, but yeah, but what you just said though, what you just said though was what you just said was that it used to be that it was intrinsic to the matter, but now it's just an effect of something else. But in both those cases, the effect is persistent and hasn't changed. The effect is the mass attracting mass in both cases. So it's not the end all.
Well, it's not.
It's
It is
yeah,
not.
it is.
Mass does
By that statement, it is in both cases, whether it's an intrinsic
No, it's
property
not.
of the mass or whether it's an effect of something else. It's an effect in either
No.
case.
Just because the mass accelerates towards
In the
another
latter
mass
premise,
is not
then
the same as
something
the.
that's not mass attracting the other object. So it's literally dichotomous. Either the matter is attracting the other object or it's not.
No, in both cases, the mass is attracting the mass.
But
It's
that
just
doesn't make any
in one of the
sense to
cases it's
say,
intrinsic to the
Kosho.
property.
You
In
have
one case,
mass A and mass B.
in one
And
case it's
supposedly
intrinsic.
mass A is attracting mass B.
I understand
And then
what
in
you're
the
saying.
Hold on,
second
Gregory. Let him
paradigm,
finish
you
what
have
he's saying, and
another
then you can
force that is
respond.
not the matter
Yeah.
attracting.
Yes,
All
I'm
right,
not really
finish what
listening.
you're saying. Go ahead.
I'm saying that in one case, it's an intrinsic property where it's due to the fact that it's just doing it, and so it's like this is an intrinsic property of matter that mass attracts mass, or the mass attracts mass because of space-time bending.
But
And
it's not an
bending,
instance of the mass attracting mass in the second scenario.
Space-time bending makes the mass attract the other mass. In both
But
those
it's
cases,
not an
the
instance of
result
this
is the
of
same.
object B being
God
attracted
damn,
by
man.
object A in the second scenario.
We can't interrupt.
I
but
think
Greg, I'd
Kosho was still
appreciate if you
talking.
just let him finish because it kind of gets chaotic and we can't understand the last part of his point. Sometimes that's what ties it all together when you clip him at the end. So please let someone finish, and then you got the floor now. And Eli, I think you want to say something after, so go ahead.
It's very simple. Like in the second scenario, either mass is attracting mass or mass is not attracting mass, but some force. In the second scenario with the force attracting object B, then it's not an instance of a mass A, object A, attracting object B. They're dichotomous. They're antithetical.
Elijah,
I'll
you
just
want
say
to
this,
say
right?
something?
So, like, if Kosho, check it out. If mass accelerates towards another mass, that is not synonymous with the mass actually physically attracting the mass. That is not the same thing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That the effect is the same. Like even though there's some, like I said, there's an ultimate force that's giving that same effect. The effect is the same. It
But
may
the
not be an
wording is
intrinsic. It may not be an
wrong.
intrinsic. It may not be an intrinsic property of the matter, but the effect is the same. Yeah.
The
That's not a
description is
counter
wrong,
argument.
though.
So
That's
that's
the
what
point.
Witsit said in the first place. The effect is the same, but the cause is not the same.
Yeah, and like that's why mass attracting mass is an improper description. That is not an accurate denotation of what your paradigm says. The mass accelerates towards another mass due to the displacement of that mass having an effect within space-time, causing a gravity well, and then the mass accelerates towards the mass due to the gravity well. That's not the same as mass attracting mass, because that is saying that the mass itself is physically attracting the other mass to it, and that's not what happens in your paradigm. That's my point. So trying to apply mass attracting mass to a plane, that doesn't really make sense either. Because if you use electrostatics, for example, well, it's not an intrinsic property of mass itself. It's actually the electric nature of it, the electrostatic field reacting to the electrostatics of the object, creating a vector. So in neither, the way that I can see it, in neither even potentially viable side of the conversation is mass attracting mass as what those words actually mean, even relevant or applicable. That's what I'm saying.
No, it absolutely is. If you were thinking about the plane example, and you were thinking about the paradigm.
Still waiting.
Yeah, I told you to go before, but go ahead now, and I'll respond to what's after you go.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't even know why you said it twice, 3 times, along with Gregory, and they're just like hell bent on not accepting that it's a misnomer. Mass attract. They didn't know. I don't even know because it's not even named anything. It's just a phrase or what you claim something is doing, which is a cause. Like this is happening because the mass has intrinsic some intrinsic property that is attracted to another mass. That was debunked. That's not the case, simply because that doesn't happen. And so when you move over to relativity, The problem, or special relativity, or whatever it is, the problem is the mass is already there, bending space-time, begging the question of a mass. So how does the mass become a mass then? Unless, because the only way we can make Einstein intelligible is if all of the masses were there, which is a problem for the building blocks of your belief.
Okay, so again, when we're making the statement about the plane, like if there was a plane and how it would be affected if our idea of gravity was true, describing the mass attracting mass, knowing that you're actually using it in the paradigm of Einstein's relativity, is perfectly valid, because it's known that even in Einstein's relativity, the effect of Isaac Newton's mass attracting mass is consistent. It's the same effect in given the parameters that aren't like extreme parameters or whatever. You still get the same effect of mass attracting mass, knowing fully that it's actually the bending and warping of space-time. The result
Joshua,
is
you know full well this
still
doesn't make
mass
sense. This
attracting
cannot
mass.
actually make sense in your mind. When
Of
premise
course,
A is first mass is attracting the mass A is attracting mass B. In premise 2 or position 2, it's not mass A, it's not a mass. The thing is not a mass attracting object B. They're literally, like, when you just stop with the sophistic apologetics in defense of the globe paradigm and just analytically analyze the statements that are being made, it's very obvious. Like, this is just basic English grammar.
The end result is it looks like mass attracts mass.
It's that exact result.
Hey,
Same
real
thing with
fast,
the
by the way,
vacuum.
still doesn't know the difference between how much and how many because they're the same.
Right. So what we're trying to say to y'all from the beginning is, it basically is. I don't know if I would call it a begging the question. Maybe it's an affirmative consequence, because this mathematics and this metaphysic is used to describe the objects in the air and why they can circle the way they circle. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. You see things circling in the sky, and you need a mechanism for that, and you're calling it gravity.
I mean, Newton's gravity worked fine for that, except when you got to some of the extremes. I mean, we were pretty happy with Newton for a long time.
It's because
we're still learning.
It's because Isaac Newton's gravity is actually consistent with Einstein's gravity, and given the parameters, given the same parameters. Only in extreme parameters do you even need Einstein's gravity, because you get different answers. But
So-
given slow speeds or masses that aren't extremely enormous, you get the same. If you use Einstein's field equations, you'd end up getting the same results as Newton's universal gravitation.
Do you guys want to hear
Gregory.
Newton's awesome quote on gravity? Anybody?
Yeah.
You guys are talking about him, right? No.
Yes, 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 yes.
All right, ready? It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at distance through a vacuum, without the mediation of anything else, by and large, through their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether the agent may be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. Done.
Right. We all
He
heard
was right about that.
Kiwi wrote this a long time ago. We all
Yeah.
agree with that.
So
Yeah,
you
turns out
guys
he's
say
right.
mass attracting mass.
He's right.
Still,
Well,
so
the
funny.
effect is a mass attracting mass.
Okay,
the cause
dude.
of it is special.
Whatever.
Is general relativity.
It's just like someone telling me to believe in the Bible, but they don't actually know what Genesis says. I'm like, okay, whatever. You can believe in your own version of a religion. It's funny that you bring up the book,
All
but
the
you
field
don't know what the
equations
book
break
says.
down.
Whatever. I don't care.
Gregory, are you still here,
Yes.
Gregory? Okay, I'm posting an image right
But you
now.
know what this means, right?
You said it was.
Oh my God, damn.
Yeah, let Eli talk.
Eli, to be fair, he was talking first.
I feel like
No, I was.
No,
I was
actually, you
jumping
weren't.
in on. I was jumping in on with it, trying to get like double dutch. I was waiting.
Not
'cause
with
I
your
know my
slow
mic
ass
is
connection.
All right, go
I
ahead,
bet
Eli.
you
Let him go. Go ahead.
$20. I bet you $20 cash app right now. I was first.
Lord have mercy. Make a decision.
I'll take that
Go ahead,
bet.
Eli. Floor's yours.
Taken. All right.
I guess he's trying to talk, but we don't
So
hear him.
yeah. So the thing is, they're admitting right now, like when they say that.
His green circle is flashing, but we don't hear his
Yo,
voice.
I
Eli,
hear him.
we hear
I
him.
hear him.
I mean,
I hear him.
Gregory, we hear
What?
him. Yeah, stop talking.
Why is he
Yeah,
muted
that
for me?
happens.
Disconnect and reconnect.
No. I just had to turn up the volume. Go ahead, Elijah. My bad. What the hell?
Yeah. So basically, what they're admitting right now, their words are betraying the fact that we were right this entire time. When we said that Newton was superseded, it's specifically because the mechanism that built this place cannot be the case because it's not mass attracting mass.
No. Basically, what somebody just read as a quote was basically Newton agreeing with what Einstein had come up with before Einstein came up with it. Basically saying that even though I'm giving you this
So
law
great an
that
absurdity.
even though I'm giving you this law that shows that mass is attracting mass, I don't think that this is some intrinsic force involving. There must be some other mechanism making this happen, because it doesn't make sense that there's some invisible magic relationship there. And he was right.
You guys know about the
was.
Right.
equivalence
So
principle?
I'd like
so
to
that
now
means
bully my way
that
into the
there isn't
conversation.
if there isn't a
Okay.
okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Damn,
So,
man.
Gregory, I posted an image, and you said that it was irrational or raised to absurdity that a force that pulls in all directions could align itself up so the sum of forces is downward. So in my little image here, I just show a very simplistic diagram of about a dozen particles, a couple dozen particles, and you can see that they all attract each other. But if you look at the lack of attractive forces happening above the object, all the other or the sum of all the other angles is the green line that points down towards the center of that object.
You just said you can see that they're attracting each other, but we don't see that in your image.
Yeah, at the very top. I'm sorry, it's poorly drawn, but I'm doing it on a phone. Those are all arrows that are pointing in directions where all the particles are attracted towards each other. And then the top one is you.
Okay,
No,
so
the arrows that we see are all pointing down.
Downward in a general downward, but the sum of that is the green line.
Okay, so back to what Pocho just said, right? So because you agree with what Newton said and he agreed with Einstein, that means there isn't an inherent force holding me to this thing we called Earth then.
It's not really what he's saying there, but I do agree that, yeah, it is a fictitious force.
You guys perform admirable mental gymnastics. Hat off.
So in the image, we
just
don't see arrows pointing in all directions to indicate that they're all moving toward one another to a center. The arrows are only pointing downward.
Not moving. Vectors.
They're vectors.
Vectors.
So we don't see arrows pointing inward from all directions.
We do.
So
on
it's
the Earth we
not
do.
obvious in the picture that they're all attracting one another.
I'm only addressing the ones that are affecting me, the red dot on the top.
And so my retort stands.
I own a retard and he can stand too, so it's not a big deal.
So the ones that are pointing upward, if you put a circle of arrows pointing all towards the inner of all of those, the ones that are pointing upward are not going to be forcing you upward. So again, the sum of all the forces would be down.
It's so absurd that you just refuse to address the critique of your premises, of your argument.
I thought I was addressing it, but of course you choose not to hear it. So, okay.
No, I am choosing to hear it. So once again, very simply, the arrows are pointing downward in your picture. We don't have arrows from all directions pointing inward. If we did have arrows from all directions pointing inward to a center, then the common direction would not be downward from an upper extremity to a lower extremity. It would be to the center relative to all the directions.
Yeah, no, at each point you would have to do one of these vector diagrams, essentially, and you would that would address all of your issue of the different arrows. Move my point of interest one dot to the right, and then do the vector diagram. It's still going to point. The sum of all those forces is going to add up to the center of that object. At any point
Right,
on it,
not
still
downward to the center of that object.
Okay, hold the picture upside down. That's what we assert for the globe.
If
Downward
it's relative,
is the
if it's relative, then your premise doesn't stand, like Gregory is trying to point out. Because you can't have it relative. You can't have this universal force pointing towards the center, but it's relative to where you're at. No.
No, it's pointing to the center regardless where you're at.
Yep.
You see how the problem is that you folks the likes of you. See, this is the problem. I have to acknowledge it. The folks the likes of you, you're stuck in the idea, and so you give every retort you can possibly concoct in your mind so as to counter what we're saying, rather than taking pause, letting go of the premise a little bit, taking a step back, scrutinizing it, and critically considering what the other person is saying. That's the problem.
Actually,
It's very
sorry, we are.
simple. It's very simple when we say, in your paradigm, your universal law of gravitation are these relative arrows in all directions pointing inward to a center, which does not imply a general downward direction of objects moving downward. It implies relatively moving to the center. And so when you try to tell me that all these relative arrows pointing to the center somehow sums up to a general downward vector is absurd.
Downward is towards the center.
Downward toward a center in a universal vacuum with no upper extremity and lower extremity so as to adjudicate going higher or lower.
The reference is the object. There is no up and down in space.
The problem is that is absurd. That's the
For
problem.
Jeremy, how about this?
He cries.
Since we're talking about a fictitious force, why don't we look about the same scenario, how you plot out these vectors if we put something in a centrifuge and spun it? If we lived in a centrifuge and it was really, really big, we would just accept this down. If we drop a ball, this is where it went, this is where down is. And we would say, well, how is this happening? We might analyze it like Newton did. How is it possible for this mass to seemingly attract to this other mass, the ground? It doesn't make sense. There's no interaction. Is it magic? And then Einstein came along and said, no, it's because it's a fictitious force based on the bending and warping of space-time. Similarly, how the centrifuge creates a centrifugal force, which is also a pseudo force on the same thing. It's just a reference frame dependent type of force.
Einstein also said that if the sky was moving around the Earth, you'd get the same effect.
Which is irrelevant to my point. The point is simply this. The only way to make the notion of down and up intelligible is if we're in a stationary reference frame with upper extremities and lower extremities so as to be able to adjudicate between going higher or lower.
Why can't I reference the object?
Vacuum, but in your universal vacuum, there is no such thing. Therefore, up and down is absurd.
No, that's right. There is no up and down in space. There is no reason for there to be an up and down in space.
So then you can't make the assertion about things going down.
Up and down is reference to an object.
No, and your paradigm
yes.
Down is up.
No.
In your paradigm down.
Yes.
In your paradigm down is where time moves the slowest. Isn't that how down's defined in your paradigm?
Time moves the slowest.
Further and further.
I don't know. I'm not even going to worry about that argument right now. We're way.
I'm just saying there is an up and a down in your paradigm, and it's defined as where time's moving the slowest.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of
in reference to an object. In reference to an object, the Earth.
Oh my God! No, you're saying in reference to that's you begging the question when you use that as an argument instead of the hypothetical. Okay, it's fine
No,
as a
when you
hypothetical. But it's fine as a hypothetical if we're thinking about how it works on the globe. That would not be the case for all objects. All objects become a globe, which is why it's a bad argument.
once again, you're
So I just want to say, Xanac, he just made a reference to an object. Are you going to tell him he can't use that object as a reference frame like you did me 5 hours ago when I used a stop sign, which is an
No.
object as a reference frame? Thanks,
Not a
Xanac.
reference frame.
I didn't call it a reference frame.
So can I answer? A reference frame is just an environment for which you view motion. The entire environment. An object is not a reference frame. It can be in a reference frame. It can't be on a reference frame. That's where most all flat earthers get that wrong as well.
And
Well, I mean, you do
you say
concede
that
an
I'm
object to be a point
pigeonholing.
of reference, right?
Point of reference is different. I wish they would use
As
that more
opposed to
often.
a
I know what they're
macroscopic
talking about
reference
most of the
frame.
time. Most of the time
Now,
they're talking
again-
about points of reference, but generally when they talk about reference frames in response to physics and transforms, that they use it incorrectly, thinking that a reference frame is a point of reference. Reference frame is an environment. The entire point coordinate system is the reference frame. Whether it's rotating or stationary or not accelerating are two different things.
And I
The
got
whole
to say that
macroscopic
once again,
concept.
Gregory tried to or pigeonhole me in saying what he said. That's why I addressed it with what I said. He said, "I've got it. I wish I hadn't talked so long, Xanac. I kind of forgot my point." Go ahead.
Sorry, hope I didn't
Yeah,
distract you.
the simple fact is that your paradigm reduces the notion of down and up to absurdity.
Why is that?
No. Oh, okay. That was it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You
When you
reminded me
say
of
that
that.
it's absurd, up and down are just conventions that are referencing the direction we experience forces. So if it was a globe, it would be towards the center.
Right.
Why
Towards the
is
center
that?
does not equal down.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
Why do you say
Okay,
that? What
but
do you say
it
that,
does.
Gregory? Why do you
Because
say
there
that?
is no upper extremity or lower extremity so as to make the judgment of going upward or downward intelligible.
The
There
upper
is no up or
extremity is
down in your
opposite
paradigm,
of the.
but you have to assert that going to the center is up or down so that you can maintain a very basic transcendental notion of human experience in your paradigm. You just won't accept that it implies an absurdity.
And that's easily measured
There
by
absolutely is
and
an
that's
up and
easily
down in
measured
their
by the
paradigm.
varying plumb
There
lines.
absolutely is an up and down in their paradigm. And I just told you it's where down is where time is moving the slowest.
We heard you, Jeremy. It doesn't
That's
help
not
him.
true.
Yeah, so why do you keep saying there's no up and down?
It's only
Because
down
it's
relative
not
to
a
center of
real.
mass. That's what he's saying. It's down relative to center of mass. There's not actually an objective up and down. It's down relative to center of mass. And the idea of time is actually a diversion.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
not. Yeah, because you still have time passing, even though you get close.
It's just
This is
down
you
falsely
maximize.
so-called.
Hold on. You maximize the time the closest to the surface, not the center. The center would not be the greatest, the slowest.
Elijah, go ahead.
Oh, just
When I said
bull rush me and get Elijah back in. Okay.
well, finish what you were saying, Danik. It's just
Yeah.
don't
Yes.
worry, I'm about to
Closest to
find
the,
my phone. Don't worry.
okay, I heard you, Elijah. So closest to the surface is where theoretically time is going to be the fastest, and as you go higher, it slows down. Is that what you said, Jeremy? Or did you say the opposite?
He said it was slowest in the center.
In the center, slowest.
No, it's
It-
the surface.
Anyway,
the surface.
Yeah, because
Okay, I can't do it, Elijah. Go ahead.
yeah, you can't deal with actually letting me go after you acknowledge that I let you go. Wow.
No, I do.
Anyway,
Thanks for doing that, but then you just go rush in. Okay, go ahead, go. I got you.
so I don't know, Jeremy. Man. Yo, so all we're saying is exactly what Witcher says. Now you can now based on that paradigm, right? Based on that thought process, yes, Jeremy, you can consider what you said as an equal. It's parallel. It's a byproduct. It's like okay, that would also happen. It still doesn't change the fact that we're refuting that there's a down. Like I said, on the shape of a ball. Okay, let's deal with objects. on the shape of a ball, you don't have an orientation. There is no orientation. There's no need for the word orientation. There's no need for the words up and down. That's why you can't have an actual horizontal or an actual up and down. But we can call it a horizontal and we can call it an up and down. But on an object that actually has sides, and if we were to live on the top of that object, that would be the top of it. If it was horizontal, we would live on an even surface. These words would apply to that, but it can't apply to a sphere. It's absurd to apply to a sphere because it's every direction in a sphere, and so is horizontal.
No, it isn't. Horizontal is just going to be a straight line. It's going to be a tangent
from wherever you are. From wherever you are. Like
It's
I
relative.
said, that's what makes it absurd.
It's real. No, it just means.
So you're saying no, but you agree with what I just said. I'm saying that, and that's why we're saying it. That's why we're saying. But that's what we're calling. That's what we're calling absurd. The fact
Why is it
that
absurd to have a horizontal?
Because
We have
the
a horizontal.
fact
Elijah,
that
seriously,
down.
you got to break, man.
No, I don't, because you keep saying you don't understand.
I
So I'm trying to
understand.
get you to understand. So it's not an argument. You can say you disagree and move on because it's not.
I do disagree because it is an argument.
Okay, so let me finish what I'm saying, and then you justify your disagreement. So what we're saying is the fact that all areas of the sphere can be considered down, all regardless of what orientation you're on this ball, all of it is going to be down. We're calling that absurd. You don't have to like it. That's what we mean. Versus one particular slab of land where there's just one direction that's called down. So we're saying the slab of land that's a sphere that all directions would be down on is ridiculous in comparison to just down
Well,
being.
it's not ridiculous if mass does attract mass and it naturally forms these spherical objects, then down would be non-parallel plumb lines, and that's what we're saying, and that's what we measure in real life. By the way,
It's observable.
Hold on, I let Elijah finish? I expect to get the same kind of respect for at least a second.
But I agree with you already. I already agree.
So then
with
we have horizontals that are not going to be parallel if they all have individual and unique downs, and every time you move, theoretically, there's a different horizontal.